Hello, everybody! This is another weekend of the Mania 4K World Cup. All the round of 16 matches have concluded, and we are getting ready for the quarterfinals, which is the next round, which will be played next week by the remaining 24 teams. And it's going to be very exciting, but we need to do something first. We need to show these players and all of you guys the map pool. My name is Mint. I'm joined here once again with Sunapple. How are you doing?
Hello, hello, hello. I am here once again. I'm super excited. I think this is like the halfway point, right, of MWC.
Yeah,
Something like that. It's super exciting. It's been, what, like 4 weeks at this point of just constantly playing, and I'm seeing so many good scores for the past 4 weeks. It's really nice.
Woo! It's gonna be... This one's rough, right? I mean, we both know these players can handle this sort of stuff, but this pool is rough. What do you think? Like, thoughts before we show them all the...
Yeah, I definitely agree. Honestly, I feel like some of the maps are even like harder than semis last year, like maybe half a round harder than semis last year, and it's gonna be interesting for some of these players, especially for
honestly,
the top
you're right. I think that, like, I would say particularly some of the hybrids, maybe some of the LNs are definitely above semis, but I would say it's around the same as semis last year. Yeah, well, let's not dilly-dally let's just get right into it with Rice 1. Gypsophila by Mysterion, 1.1 diff. This is an edited version for those of you who are familiar with the original upload. This is significantly buffed. And I mean significantly, this is so much harder than the older version. So yeah, let's get into it.
Yeah, that is definitely true. And the first thing that you will notice if you have played this map before is that the intro that just played, it is cut, and honestly, that one of the problems for me with this map was that this intro was so long. But now that's gone, and it should be a lot more fun to play, and I'm hoping that other players will be really happy to be able to play this map.
Yeah, and as you notice, we're already coming out with really strong 332 BPM streams. And these are really, really difficult, but they are fairly rolly. You'll see some embedded mini jacks within later in the second half, which does make it a little bit hard in the second half. So it does get a little bit more risky. It does introduce those like embedded mini jacks in these streams, which will carry on into the later picks, especially like semifinals and finals, and then grand finals. Obviously, we'll have a lot of those. But yeah, this is, I guess, your intro to that. Yeah, you get a little bit of a break here. You start to see those implicit mini jacks there, right there, as you saw.
Yeah, and something else that I would like to talk about is that how similar, I guess this is to Come Inside My Heart from last round. However, I feel like these streams go on for quite a bit longer than what Come Inside My Heart had, because it really had... Come Inside My Heart had really like 3 sections of streams, where I feel like this one has more like 2 really long sections where they're kind of endless, it can feel like. Yeah,
and a lot of people are noticing that this song is the same song as was in round of 32 last year. However, that was an SV map, which is completely different, and also is an upgrade. It's a completely different map. So, well, that map is pretty short, honestly. Like the first break goes on for like 30 seconds. So honestly, this map really only has like 2 minutes of difficulty at most. So this one's gonna be really short. I guess we're gonna go into Rise 2, and we have Cosmo Station by Blessia. Blessia's first time in MWC. They actually made this specially for us. Thank you so much to Blessia, and also to Sudden Death, who helped us coordinate with Blessia to make this happen. So this is 247 BPM jump streams. These are really, really difficult patterns. Also, you can see the hands thrown in here. So we're already kind of getting into almost like dense jump stream. Yeah. Any comments on that, Sunapple?
I mean, I just want to point out that anchor that is like kind of, or that is constantly present, I guess, whenever you are playing this map, and that can be kind of brutal, especially if you focus on it too much. I know that's something that I do a lot on anchors, where I kind of focus a bit too much on the anchors, and then as a result, the hand stream or the streams really kind of get messed up, and misreads happen every so often. But I do want to say that if you are familiar with Blessia's patterning, which as of recently has been a lot more popular, especially just because Blessia has been getting really well known in the community. If you are familiar with the patterning, I would say that you're generally comfortable with this kind of map.
Yeah, and honestly, like, these patterns are actually surprisingly comfortable, like, for 247 BPM. I would say that this is definitely squarely easier than the Amen Katagiri Generation Qualifier, which was the Stage 7 qualifier. Never mind that. That was 250 BPM, and the patterns, I would say, were easier, but the transitions were a lot more difficult, so that was a lot more difficult to keep your toes up, you know. But this one I would say it's pretty straightforward, very trilly, very anchory, but it's fairly comfortable, and you would be kind of surprised given how the patterns look versus how they feel. It's very, very comfortable to me.
Yeah, and I do just want to point out how that basically most of the first half is kind of unbroken streams, so this map is 3 minutes long, so that's like a minute and a half or something of unbroken streams that you'll have to continually play after everything else that you may have already played. So something to keep into account whenever you're thinking about maybe picking this map, maybe practicing this map for anything really.
Yeah. And honestly, there's not really much to say. This is like, it clocks in at 3:18, which is longer than the previous map. Was it? I think
it is. I think
but
the previous map was 3 minutes exactly.
It's still shorter than Little God Channel. But it does feel a lot more heavy in terms of stamina, so it's definitely like, that's something to watch out for sure.
Yeah, and we are approaching the end. I would suspect, as we have been seeing, this map generally gets higher scores, but that doesn't really mean that it's necessarily easier. It just means that people are, I guess, more comfortable with this kind of speed.
Yeah, absolutely. And as we wrap up with that pick, we are getting right into a song you may all know and a new mapper, but this is Chord Jacks, Edison by Miaori Chesu, 1.1. This one's interesting. How about you start us off?
I mean, this is Chord Jacks. There's a lot that you could say really for Chord Jacks. This is 146, so it's a bit of a step up from last pool. However, I feel like the density on this map is a bit denser than what we saw in last map's pool and Liftoff, and we're already seeing that right now. There's a lot more triples, there's a lot more doubles, as well as, I guess, like 3-note anchors that you'll constantly see, and I guess more long stats of jacks.
Yeah, and honestly, I will say like this map, I mean, if we're all familiar with the structure of the song, I would assume, so it kind of goes like back and forth with like very intense moments, and then it backs off very calm sections, so you get a lot of breaks. It's a lot of breaks here. So yeah, I mean, that's pretty much, I mean, I don't really know, like, there's not really much. I will say this map, according to our replayer, is easier to ratio than Liftoff, which I don't know if I can agree with that yet. We'll have to see. We'll definitely have to see, but that is something that I will have to know. That is something that we were told from the replayer.
Yeah, I mean, easier ratio doesn't always mean it doesn't always mean that you will get consistent scores, because, you know, there can be a lot of issues that can happen, and especially being able to, like, go in and out of these patterning, because there's a lot of breaks, and sometimes that can trip people up every so often, but I'm hoping that like, most people don't 9999, like we have been saying with Liftoff in this round, honestly.
Yeah, I feel like we're still gonna see quite a few 999s with this, but it is physically harder for sure. There's only a 4 BPM increase, but the density is significantly higher, and we'll see that trend continue into semifinals, and I think semifinals is where the density kind of caps. No, finals, but you'll see. But yeah, core jacks. We love our core jacks. I would say we love our core jacks very much. And thank you for the mapper for letting us use this map. And yeah, let's keep going.
Yep, and the next map. Oh, you can go.
Yep, this is Break the Silence by Darkstar. I'm sure many of you will be familiar with this if you have played FFR. This is a 101 difficulty. Okay. I don't know where to start with this map. I love this map a lot. It's really, really fun to play. I don't know. Like it's very enjoyable to me. And it's a lot of these bursts, a lot of these mini jacks. Very mixed bag, really. Those mini jacks right there were really, really fast. Faster than 1/4, I think. Like probably 1/6. So yeah, we're getting into tech basically. It's gonna be like a speed mini jack tech.
Yeah, this is definitely tech if I've ever seen it, and this is at OD 8.3, so can be a bit difficult to get good accuracy on. I mean, this is, I guess, what it looks like to be a step down in terms of OD. However, that doesn't mean it's necessarily easier, especially considering the patterning on this is a lot more difficult and a lot more awkward, and it has a lot of a wide variety of snappings to everything, basically.
Yeah, this map really just throws everything at you, honestly. And we do give you a break section here, which I think is not present in the FFR map, so you won't find this section in the FFR map. But yeah, you do get a short break here.
Yeah, but with that being said, really, you kind of are going to need this break, since this map is 3 minutes and 20 seconds, so it is a gauntlet. It is a long map, I guess, in terms of actually being able to play it through and through and being able to get a really good score. You will need really good consistency throughout just this entirety of it.
Yeah, as we get into this chorus section, I guess honestly, I would say this map is pretty front-loaded. That you find a lot less mini jacks in this back half here. You do still see some, but it's definitely more of a consistency test at this back half rather than anything else. Honestly, like, you're still gonna get some patterns that will definitely trip players up. Like, the mini jacks still are very intrusive, and the bursts are still very dense and very... Maybe if you are a little weaker on the reading when you're playing this, you might not get as good of a score. Like, I definitely found myself playing this map, getting, I guess, like a very wide range depending on the day I played it. Like sometimes I'd get like below 99, sometimes I get like a 99.5. It really matters on how focused you're on that day. And that's honestly my biggest thing with this map, is that you really need the composure. And obviously you do need a lot of composure to play a map so well for 3 minutes. So yeah, yeah.
Yeah, that is definitely something to take into account whenever you are deciding whether you do want to pick this map or not, especially like some of the higher seeded teams or even some of the lower seeded teams. Whether you're the whole 3-man roster that you will be having is going to be able to play this map really, really well. But with that being said, that's going to be it for Break the Silence here.
Let's take a little breather because the next one is a little...
It's a little silly.
Yeah.
So this is Bakamitai by map by Scott. It is an edit of it. We did edit some patterns, I believe. Especially, I think it was like
one pattern. Yeah.
Right? Yeah, something like that. But I know this was like one of the first Scott maps that we chose. And honestly, I'm happy because
this is the first one.
Definitely one of the funniest. I mean,
yeah, this one.
There's a lot to say about this map, honestly. You know, we have, I guess, this less dense section in this intro. When I say less dense, I really don't mean that because we're already seeing it. It's very rolly. It has a many roles, has like streams all over the place, and we really see just that emphasized later on in the last like half of this map where it really gets intense.
Yeah, it does pick up in the back half for sure. So that's it pairs well with Break the Silence in that way. That Break the Silence is more front loaded. This is more back loaded. So that's something you want to balance out with your team. Which one you prefer, I suppose. And yeah, it's
This
quite
map,
silly, but it works. It works really well, and it's a huge step up from Celsius, and it makes a lot of sense to basically have this like as like a follow-up to Celsius, basically.
Yeah, and similar to Celsius, the map is also decently short, actually, being just under 2 minutes here. So, as we have been seeing on Celsius, multiple or like any kind of break on this map can cause a lot of problems for teams. Just maybe losing a point or two just because of that. But with that being said, that's it for that map, and I hope y'all enjoy this ska map. Since everyone enjoyed Hajime Tsushima show in round of 32, and I think everyone will enjoy this
ska
one too.
is back. Everyone loves ska. People, when we had that first map in round 32, everyone was like, "Oh, I love ska mapping. We brought it back. We brought it back." And look no further. More ska maps might come in the future, but we'll have to just wait and see. Let's move on to the next map. We got another FFR map, Nisei Mono. It's a cut and upgraded version. This is mapped by Pizza69. Let's take a look.
Yep, and this is a Pizza 69 map. It's a Pizza 69 is a well-known MWC mapper, or not well-known MWC mapper per se, but a well-known mapper who has multiple maps in MWC at this point. Most notably being, what is it? I can't think of it. QE. And honestly, this is kind of similar to that.
Yeah, I would say. I don't know. I don't want to say this is similar to QE because with this operate, it might actually be a little harder. It's hard to say, but yeah, this is. I mean, this map gives a lot of breaks, honestly. So I feel like it should be fairly comfortable for a lot of teams. This jump stream should be. I mean, there's some like really difficult bursts in the middle of these, but I mean. Honestly, this might be one of the easier picks for the rice miscellaneous rice section.
Yeah, and here we see,
as I said.
Yeah, we see our actual break to where not like there's a bunch of easy notes to play, but you'll be able to see your opponent's score actually, which is a interesting thing that does happen. Especially for some players who may get a bit more nervous seeing that you may be up or you may be down or anything. So that is something to take into account. But we do obviously see the same patterning as we saw, I guess, in the earlier half. A lot of trills, a lot of really awkward, I guess, techish patterns.
Yeah, I mean, this map I think is mostly categorized by like very, very calm patterns that a lot of people will be able to hit. Interrupted by very brutal bursts and mini jacks and all sorts of things. So this is really what you gotta watch out for. And we are coming up on a section that is, I think, like 320 BPM dense stream. This part right here, a lot of our playtesters found some trouble with this part, especially because it does speed up a little bit within the bursts. So yeah, you get bursts in the streams, which is very, very awkward to hit. So you're gonna want to watch out for that. It's kind of like, in a way, like Love Song in Grand Finals, but much slower. So hopefully, yeah, that's the rice pool concluded. So that does mean we're getting into hybrids. We're getting Bloomin' by Guden. Well, let's just let this map speak for itself, really, for a beginner. It's 234 BPM. There's going to be a lot of these, I guess, Ellen density sections with a lot of these like bursts and such. There's a lot of 1/6 bursts. If you were a #1 Guden fan, as we hopefully all are, right?
I am.
You'll notice this is very similar to Metern from last year's quarterfinals, but it's a lot harder. It's also very similar to Ultima Thule from semifinals from last year. So you'll see a lot of those similarities pop up here and there. But this is, I would say, a lot more consistent in terms of difficulty.
Yeah, I definitely agree, and this is, I guess, a bit more speedy than some of the other hybrids that we will be seeing. Very similar to, as you just say, Ultima Thule, where it's like kind of stream-esque, and obviously the LN density is really, really hard in general.
Yeah, and honestly, it does kind of. I would say this is kind of backloaded, but it's hard to say. There's this speed up here, so you definitely have to watch out for, I guess, the timing on this section. It does get a little bit tricky if you're not prepared for it.
Yeah, and here we see, I guess, more Rice difficulty. We see these little mini jacks every so often, but it's really going to be, you're gonna have to be playing kind of every single pattern here in terms of like speed and like you'll be having to play jump stream, density LN, as well as just like streams in general here.
Yeah, honestly, it's. I mean, this is. I would say this is like the speedy, comfortable hybrid. So it's gonna be very like one up from the Bad For Me pick, but this does have like more bursts. It does have more like technical patterns. So you definitely are not really met with something as comfortable as Bad For Me here, but I think it does kind of line up, sort of. And so, yeah, that's Bloomin'. And I guess we should move on to Hybrid 2. This is Upload Your Mind, Download My Soul. I map this. This is going to be, I guess, your more Jackie hybrid. It's going to be a good follow-up to Alia Yakta S, I suppose. But this is a lot more heavy. This is very, very heavy. Good luck, I suppose. Yeah, thank you, I guess.
Yeah, this map is definitely quite a big step up from Ale Jakta X that we saw in the last map's pool. And really, as you did say, it's because of those jacks. They're really fast and also just like constantly in this map. Even if you don't really notice them at first, I feel like the more you play it, the more you like see them and the more you kind of get tripped up on them, honestly. So something that you may think about is maybe not play this map all too much or like back to back to back. Maybe play this subtly throughout the entire week, since you do have the entire week to play.
Yeah, and here you get like a LN sort of jack section. This is going to be kind of tricky, honestly, but it's easier than it looks, to be honest. But it is still, it's very easy to trip up this section particularly. You got these one-handed sort of jacks here.
Yeah, this map is only at 2 minutes and 19 seconds, so actually a decently short map, and there's kind of things constantly happening in this map. You do have the little break, the little intro at the start, but after that, it's really just constantly things happening. You will have to stay focused through it the entire time, and it
yeah,
may
you got
be
this
something...
ending mini jack section as well. This part is so difficult. Also, as I will point out, this is the first Camellia song that we've seen in this year's NWC, which is, I mean, we've lasted this long without Camellia, but I mean, we're just gonna have more and more Camellia from now on.
That's crazy to think about, actually. I didn't notice that.
Yeah.
No Camellia until now. I hope y'all are happy that y'all.
And also, this is the best album, don't at me. And yeah, we have got some jacks to close this map out, and that's pretty much it. With Upload Your Mind, Download My Soul cut version, that's Hybrid 2. And as we move on to Hybrid 3, let's take a look. CRZ Fola makes a reappearance, but this time, instead of the speedy hybrid, we got the technical hybrid. And I believe, I mean, for those of you who are familiar with Fola, their style really lends more towards technical hybrids in the first place, so I'm sure you'll look forward to this.
Yeah, this map is definitely very, very technical. I found myself finding a lot of struggles here, just because, as you are already seeing, these LNs are on really weird snappings and like releases and stuff. you can find yourself maybe finding a few 200s, 300s, or anything. And obviously, right here are the anchors. But I think most of all, you'll see yourself kind of struggling on these mini jacks that you see.
Yeah.
All over the place.
These polyrhythms are so difficult. It is actually so difficult to act. It's really, really, really tricky. And just keeps going. It really just keeps going, and it's just like, oh my goodness, like. And we get some, yeah.
This map is 1 minute 49 seconds. However, it does not feel like that. Honestly, it is so brutal to play.
Whew. Yeah, this one is, it's just really rough overall. And this, oh my god, this ending section. You're gonna want to watch out for this ending section because it gets faster and faster until we get to 300 BPM. And we're about to hit it. Now.
Yeah, right here. And it's just so brutal to play,
it just
especially
keeps
if you're
going.
on a good run. It's just constant, and its nerves are coming at you consistently.
Yeah, and honestly, like, I would still say this is probably like in the middle of the pack in terms of difficulty. Maybe even the easiest hybrid. But I mean, it's debatable, honestly. I think out of the hybrids, I will kind of expect to see these picked more than round of 16. I think that if I had to guess, it's like very difficult to say really because the technical hybrid I would expect to be more avoided, but this week we saw a lot of people picking Emig data, so we might be seeing a lot of more people picking this one. So I mean, it's really hard to tell, but that's enough about the hybrids. Let's get into the LNs. Alright, this is Astro Walkthrough, mapped by CRZ Kreiserling. For those of you who were not really a fan of the more streamy coordination picks, we have a pretty much straightforward LN Jack map for you. Although it is kind of like a mini timing hell or a mini like number 6 for those of you who are familiar with that love map. Yeah, I mean, somehow you've played this map quite a bit during playtesting. Do you have any comments on this?
Yeah, I definitely have. This was probably by far my favorite LED map to play since it's really good just practice for basically any coordination pattern that you're thinking of. It really has every type of coordination that you want. It has kind of slow releases. It has these timing hell patterns as you are talking about. These anchors that you do see on one column with these little short long nodes. But then also it, as we see right now, these slower releases, and even in the break, it's just a constant flurry of 200 bit, I want to say, where it is going to be really hard for players to get really good accuracy on this, and I'm excited to be able to see how well people are going to be able to play this. But I also feel like there's a high chance for people to be able to take misses on this, especially if they aren't too comfortable on these timing
patterns. Absolutely agree. Some of these LNs, holding on to some of these LNs, are really more difficult than they look. And honestly, like this, like 225 BPM, that's nothing to scoff at, but it is like there's very little 1/4 to worry about, so it really feels more like a 110 BPM map, if anything. And that makes it that much more difficult to, I guess, coordinate everything.
Yeah, and even this section right here, honestly, it's definitely probably the easiest
section. Oh yeah, the slowdown.
But it's still super hard to be able to get super good act on because you kind of expect yourself to get as good of act as possible on any of the easy sections. But then immediately after you get right back into it, and it's very difficult, honestly.
Yeah, and honestly, it's just like very straightforward. 2 minutes, 18 seconds of pretty much the same thing. Very consistent, but it doesn't last very long. So it's definitely something that a lot of teams, I'm sure, will be very comfortable with, especially as we've seen all those teams doing so well on the previous pool's LNs. So we can get into LN2, the density pick, Heaven's Fall by Guden. 200 BPM. Very dense jump streams. You'll see this compared to probably Two Eyes for You from last year. Is very similar, except I think this has more just pure inverse rather than, I guess, like light inverse. So this one is, woo, quite rough, honestly. But we haven't even gotten to those sections yet. We're still in the break sections, but we'll see them coming up soon.
Yeah, I definitely think that this map, especially because the inverse that you are talking about, is significantly harder than not really significantly harder, but it's harder to get good accuracy on than Two Eyes for you. It's probably the same physicality as Two Eyes. However, really getting good accuracy on this map will be a challenge for a lot of players, especially if you aren't too fond of LN density like this.
Yeah, and I mean, it just keeps going. Like, it's almost 3 minutes of just pure like LN density. It does not like waver in any capacity.
Yeah, and I do want to emphasize how, as you have been seeing, there's all these 1/4 stream patterns, but also at the same time, there's, I guess, longer LNs that you will also have to be holding while doing those streams, and that can really cause some troubles for some players. With some accuracy, with some reading issues, or really anything that comes out of LN patterns.
Yeah, honestly, it's really that like whole like deal with LN density is that it's a very big consistency test for LN players. It's very straightforward, so it is the most accessible out of all the LNs for, I guess, teams that aren't really as focused on LNs. However, it does kind of, I guess, like come with that opportunity cost of like, well, if I do like if I'm not very strong on LNs, I'm gonna want to avoid this. Like, it is just, if it's all LNs, all density, just coming straight at you for 3 minutes, that is probably something I want to avoid if I'm not that good at LNs. And so that's gonna be, I guess, the pros and cons of these sorts of picks. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. And also talking a bit about that inverse that you were talking about earlier on, as you did see it, it is just so difficult. The LNs get a bit longer, and that causes so much problem with your muscle memory, since you played it at the start and you were able to release them pretty early. But then at the end, you have to just wait a slight bit longer, and that causes a lot of accuracy drops as a result.
Yeah, it gets really difficult after a certain BPM. Like, it just like keeps ramping up like higher and higher. And honestly, like, I'm really excited to see teams perform on this. Well, yeah, and we get into the LN wildcard 3. Torimaru Irini's. This is going to be a step up from Deorbit, but it is going to be significantly harder. But yeah, let's just let the map, I guess, take off. We already got some really difficult shields there, and I mean, you have any comment on this, Sanaki?
I mean, yeah, as you did say, Irini is right here. It's a difficult map. You talked about those shields, and they are present throughout most of the map, and honestly, I'm gonna say this right now, it used to be worse, so y'all are kind of lucky. This map is so difficult. It is so easy just to accidentally double tap on a pattern just because you thought it was a shield or something, or like really anything, and then it's also, there's a bit of a density layered on top of it, and you really just have to deal with so much at once. It can be a struggle. You do get the slight break though, just to interrupt everything and get yourself back into it if you did take a break or two.
Yeah, honestly, this one is just rough because it is just so dense, and like it only clocks in at like 195 BPM, which is like 5 BPM lower than the density pick, but it introduces so much more difficult patterns that I feel like this is gonna maybe get the same treatment as Deorbit, but hopefully not, because some of these patterns, I would say, they're like, while it is very diverse in terms of like the I guess interruptions of the main LN focus, right? So you get some of these like shields, you get some of these like bursts and such. I feel like it is a little bit more accessible compared to Deorbit, just because the other two maps are just so much more difficult.
Yeah, I feel like this is probably going to be the most likely ban for LNs in general. It's either this or maybe Astro Walkthrough. But I mean, we did see Deorbit last round, I feel, had the most bans in terms of LNs. But I feel like for hyper physical, or not hyper physical, like super good LN teams, you really do want to try to keep this in your protects as much as possible, because for people who aren't that great at LNs, it can be a really tough one to just play in general.
Yeah, but honestly, like it is fairly short, 2 minutes 23, and I would say the OD is fairly forgiving, 7.5. So I don't know. I think that this is still going to be a little bit more accessible, but I feel like it might get a lot of bans, honestly. But yeah, we are gonna get into the SVs now. So this is our SV mixed. This is Tidek's sample ensemble. This one is interesting. It's like fairly sight readable until it's not. And I think you'll see what I mean.
Yeah, honestly, this is going to be my first time watching this SV specifically. I have seen the second one because it's very interesting, but this one, as you did say, it is mixed, and we already are seeing it. There's a lot of, I guess, normal patterns, no SV really at this intro, but as soon as that slowdown comes, we already see it, and I mean, this doesn't look all too hard, honestly. Maybe, definitely it'll take a few times to practice. Definitely.
Yeah. And honestly, like, it is fairly straightforward to learn. I would say, like, okay, there's this section right here. Woo! That's definitely something you're gonna watch out for. And there's also those, like, kind of, like, swing notes, in a way. Like, those kind of notes that don't really fall in the 1/4. This part is very interesting, very tricky to. You gotta really remember what you're reading, I guess. Like you see what you're supposed to play, but like when it does go to those stops, it does throw you off like quite a lot.
Yeah, those LN releases specifically actually look at least decently difficult, especially if you may have a Percy skin where it can be a bit hard to read, and as you were saying, it is difficult to be able to actually know what you're supposed to be hitting, because there are, yeah, sure, there's like, it's at the bottom, but there's also these stops that can cause some problems, especially if you like maybe look a bit too high up or something.
Yeah, honestly, SV maps, that is kind of a component that people don't really talk about. It's like you have to know where to look, right? And this part is like you really just gotta watch out for those. Okay, we got these like sort of like stop kind of LNs again. So we do kind of get the same gimmick. Same here as well. And yeah, this part is like, I mean, it's the same gimmick, but it is like very, it's like reading, but it's also you have to memorize where to read. So it is kind of, that does kind of lean into that mixed kind of identity that this chart has.
Yeah,
this definitely sample ensemble.
This definitely does seem significantly harder than SV1 from last week. So hopefully y'all will continue to play.
Yeah, a huge step up for sure.
Yeah. There's a lot to say about this map, honestly.
I don't know if there's a lot to say. I feel like you say a lot of things about the one thing in this chart, and then that's it, right?
Yeah, I guess that is true.
Woo!
So I guess
mean, you can see what the gimmick is, but it is the gimmick.
But it honestly, at first when I saw this map, I'm like, what is this hit to? And then I thought about it for like a solid 5 seconds, and I'm like, there's no way it's hit to the audio, to the song, like the lyrics. It's the SV is the girl singing.
Yeah, you're just following the vocals. That's what this is. You're following the melody. You're following the vocals.
Yeah, it is honestly really interesting to see, and I'm hoping that people actually play this because I want to see how good scores people can actually get after practicing this for a long time, especially.
Honestly, I think the biggest problem for teams coming into this is like sometimes you just forget what the gimmick is, and then you mess up. It's just how it is, and like especially with certain patterns, I think have like really weird like hand balance kind of, and you do get these break sections that are a little bit more friendly, and it's less memo, but it does introduce the mini jacks and the slow jam here. So you do get kind of a break, but you do have to watch out for those those bumps.
Yeah, I do want to say that this map is 3 minutes long. However, there really isn't all too much to the map generally. There is the little gimmick of it being to the music, and then also like the slowdowns that happens every so often. But besides that, it should be easy to practice, I guess.
Yeah, I would say like easy to practice, but it's quite hard to get down like at first, and then once you like learn what the gimmick is, like once you get used to it, it does feel like better. I think certain patterns like the two-handed things that we do see, like right here, that does kind of trip you up a little bit because it's like, you just read it and you feel like it should all be like the same rhythm, but it's not.
Yeah, I mean, I honestly don't know what to say. This is the NSV map of all time, and they just get harder at some point. They just get too hard.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like this is still pretty simple. Like maybe it's definitely harder to act, but it's simple to learn. So I will say like this does feel like it's fitting in quarterfinals. But yeah, that is SV2. That is the last remaining pick before the tiebreaker. And let's take a breather and yeah, let's get right into it.
Yeah.
And we have Camellia featuring Ninomai Inanis, Drenched in Air. This one's rough. It's
this
rough.
Is my favorite tiebreaker personally. No bias though.
Yeah.
But yeah, this one is
indeed
so rough. It is actually so difficult, honestly. I don't know. This map is really all over the place. It used to be a bit worse. It got changed a bit, but it still is super difficult. There are so many just like different patterns all over the place. The density, as we do just see right there, it is so fast, and then also the right sections. Like it is very technical to be able to play.
Yeah, this map is super rough, and honestly, it's like it's not your typical tiebreaker, that's for sure. It doesn't like throw like individual kinds of things at you. It's more like everything kind of like meshed together into like Play-Doh and like just thrown at you. And that's just how it feels. It feels like you're drowning in every single pattern at the same time, basically. And I guess that is sort of fitting.
Yeah, some would say you're drowning in rice or noodles.
Yeah. Honestly, like it is, like it just throws everything at you. It really does.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the main thing that I had trouble with specifically was really a bunch of the rice patterning. I think it's just because I'm not as great at rice as in general, and it can be something that a bunch of LN players do have trouble with, to where like the rice in general is really difficult. But I feel like the same could be said for the other way around, where rice players have trouble with the LNs.
I feel like everyone could choke this. Everyone could choke this. This is the kind of map that like rice players will go into it and be like, what are these LNs? And then LN players are gonna go into it and be like, what are these like bursts? What are these like mini jacks? Like it's just like no one is gonna have no one's gonna cruise through this. Everyone is going to drown. And that is where we're at in quarterfinals. This is quarterfinals.
Yeah. As we're in the break right now, I do want to add that this is actually the first Hololive song in in 4-digit Mania. No.
What?
Wait, in Mania World Cup. It is the first Hololive song.
No.
Right?
7K had a lot of Hololive songs
4K
in
Mania World
2022.
Cup.
Yeah, 4K.
Yeah. But now we're getting into the actual ending, where it gets even harder somehow than the intro, which is honestly, the intro's already hard enough, so how do you even do that?
Yeah, this second half does get harder. It's kind of crazy how that happens. But we do get kind of like a more rice section, but it doesn't get interrupted by LNs. Like, you know, again, it's not really like a individual section of rice, individual section of LN. This really just, everything just comes straight, like it's like a big wave of of patterns, just all of the patterns. It's like a hurricane or a tsunami, you know. That's what this map
like
really
you'll
feels
be
like.
drenched in air. Yeah, I found myself really enjoying this tiebreaker, even though it's so difficult. It's really easy to be able to play this consistently over and over again, just because everything really flows easily. It's like a river, kinda.
Yeah, honestly, like, it's just like... We do get this very interesting, like, back and forth section here. This, like, very interesting structure of, like, 1, 2, 3, 4. Like, it does kind of feel like a wave, in a way. Very interesting stuff. But yeah, I mean, the map doesn't really let up. This part is probably the hardest part, I would say. Like, upcoming, this last section is probably, yeah.
Oh yeah, definitely. Where it, like, I guess builds up a bit more, and it's especially it being at the end where you're like the most nervous. Even if you're on like a 99% run, it can still easily trip you up on like anything basically. And honestly, I'm not sure whether people will be getting many FCs.
Yeah, I don't really expect to see an FC, but hey, we said the same thing about of Ambrosia, and we did see an FC this weekend.
That is
so
true.
Who knows?
That is true.
Who knows, really?
Maybe some of these players are a bit too good. They're too consistent.
Yeah. Who knows? And yeah, I mean, that's that. That's the quarterfinals map pool, and we hope you're looking forward to practice, and don't forget to practice, of course. All the same detailed as previous weeks, right? Map pool is out on the Discord already, and it will be out on the wiki soon. Schedules will be figured out, and I'm sure everyone will be aware of what's happening. And yeah, so I mean, what else is there to say except good luck, right?
Yeah, definitely good luck to all the players who are still in the tournament. We have actually started doing elimination rounds this week technically. So more teams will be eliminated next week, and there's so many once again so many good matchups coming up. Be sure to tune in next week as soon as you can, and the schedule should be up at some point. For viewers, and then schedules for players will be up very, very soon. So be sure to look at that. And I don't have anything else to say. To you?
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty much all we have to say. And like, yeah, thank you so much.
All right. Bye.
Bye.
Hello everybody, welcome back to the Mania 4K World Cup 2023. We said goodbye to 8 teams from our 32 that began their quest to climb the Key Smashing Summit, and we now venture into the realm of potential matchups starting on Sunday. 12 more teams will be eliminated from our current 24, and it all begins with Seed 12 versus Seed 15, Hong Kong and Peru. I'm Raviel, and to kickstart the quarterfinals round, I'm joined with Sparky. What is up?
A lot's been going up, but oh my goodness, so excited to kick off this quarterfinals weekend with a hopefully very exciting matchup. As you mentioned, we got Hong Kong going up against Peru. Peru winning their last weekend matchup against Ukraine, and Hong Kong unfortunately losing their matchup against Brazil, but not without taking a couple of points for the road, really showing off what they are capable of, and hopefully going to give Peru a bit of a run for their money to continue on to the second half of the quarterfinals weekend, alluding to the fact that this is a loser's bracket match, so we will be saying goodbye to one of these teams before this match is over.
Yeah, Hong Kong were able to take 2 points off Brazil on Hybrid 2 and SV2, so Hong Kong would definitely like to try and bank on those skill sets against Peru this time round. Possibly protecting one of the SVs, I think, maybe.
Potentially. I think there's some pretty good stylistic choices for them to go into, either SV1 or SV2. It really just depends on what they feel more comfortable on. If they do opt to protect one of those, I think having the protect system in place for this World Cup has been pretty interesting, seeing a lot of the strategies being implemented by some of these teams, being able to hang on to something in the back pocket to kind of let loose at the opportune time to try and either swing momentum or really close a match out has been a nice dynamic to watch over the past couple of weekends.
Oh, but they are opting for LN1 actually, Astra Walkthrough. If that is their protect, that's quite interesting because last weekend they actually banned LN1. It was against Brazil.
That's true. You do have some pretty monstrous LN players on Brazil's team. Don't want to get into a bit of a scrap there. Maybe feeling a little bit more adventurous when it comes to scoping out what Peru has been doing these past couple of weeks. Maybe sensing a little bit of weakness that they can exploit during this match. But now we wait for Peru to throw out their protect here. Wouldn't be surprised if we saw a response in the Rice side of the map pool here.
Yeah, definitely. I think Peru would probably be able to score their points in the Rice section. They do have a better Rice 1 score over Hong Kong. And there we go, Rice 2, the jump stream map, Cosmos Station is going to be protected.
Very nice, unsurprising there. I think it was a bit of a toss-up between Rice 1 and Rice 2. Both arguably the most straightforward maps in that Rice pool. You don't want to really dive into the tech and don't really want to jump into the core jacks, and unsurprisingly, SV1 going to get banned out here by Peru. Don't want to go toe-to-toe with Hong Kong there on that.
Yeah, if we look at the SVs from last weekend, both Hong Kong and Peru played both SV1 and SV2, and Hong Kong have a better total of 102,000 on SV1 and 446,000 on SV2, so it is quite jarring over there. I think Hong Kong would definitely like to pick SV2 eventually.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they even opened it up when it comes their turn to pick. Just really secure themselves at first immediate point if they really wanted to. That, or they could let it linger for a little bit. Just let it stew as this match progresses. There's really no need to jump into it if they feel they have a very distinct advantage over Peru on that.
Yeah, but for Hong Kong's ban, I'm actually not too sure what they will ban this time around. I was thinking maybe Rice 1 now, if that's the case.
Yeah, that might be a pretty decent response. That or Rice 3. I know with the introduction of these higher BPM core jack picks, it really starts to become a bit of a black and white situation where either you can play it or you can't. And depending on if you have that third person to really shore up the scores, maybe wanting to get rid of something like that just to ensure you don't get into a bit of a ratio battle. But it's going to be Nisimono instead. So one of the more tech-oriented picks in that right side of the pool. And that'll do it for the protects and bans. And now we just wait for that all-important first pick here.
Yeah, Hong Kong have a lot they can really go for. I think every single skill set here, Rise Hybrid, LN, and SV, are all pickable.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, there are probably some more dangerous options in this pool for Hong Kong, but they have a pretty decent grip on, like you mentioned, everything in this pool. So I think it's just going to come down to what they feel most comfortable going for first, because you really do want to start a match off like this on the right foot. Don't want to hand over a breakpoint by accident to your opponent here.
Yeah, if they want to avoid accidental breakpoints at the start, probably shifting away from Rise would be good. I think maybe looking at Hybrid LN or the SV2 would be the best start for them.
Yeah, for sure. SV2, probably the easiest decision out of everything left in this pool. But I wouldn't be surprised if they decided to kind of get the ball rolling with the LNs, maybe something like Aranias or Heaven's Fall. Maybe leave the Protect for later if they really feel the need to bring it out.
Yeah, interestingly enough, Peru didn't play any of the LN maps last weekend. Hong Kong only played LN2 as well.
Okay,
So not a lot of information of the LNs.
Well, that could throw a little bit of a spanner in the works for Hong Kong. But right now, it looks like they're going to go for Hybrid 2 instead. So pretty decent middle of the road option. If they have everything available to them, why not go right dead center?
Yeah, so if my notes are serving me right, this is apparently the jackier hybrid out of the three.
Yeah, a couple bit more rice difficulty involved should bode well for both squads. It's just a matter of who can basically tank their way through some of the more difficult sections easier.
Yeah, and we do see Hong Kong's hybrid lineup, Quotient, Ocean Stage, and Magnetus. These three players did play 2 hybrid maps last weekend, so they are sticking in for the hybrid map of this round. And we do see Lalito and Akenyi and Pooh Slayer.
Yeah, I highly doubt they're going to do any last minute substitutions unless there's somebody needing to come in, but the MP Star command does come out. It's going to be Degen Stage 5, Quotient, and Meg Mewtwo Z for Hong Kong going against Lalito 898, Akenyi, and Pooh Slayer in this first map of this best of 11. Good luck to all the players involved, and let's get right on into Upload Your Mind here.
A couple of patterns to definitely watch out are the anchors that are littered throughout this entire map, which can definitely catch a few of these players off guard if they're not careful enough.
Yeah, for sure, but at least for the beginning portions of this chart, pretty easy to read through. A couple of 3 column bursts to read through, but Quotient actually finding the first break here before that 400 combo cap, gonna give a early lead over to Peru to start this map off, and that was a pretty significant drop. Meg follows as well.
Yeah, this is not the start that Hong Kong wanted. There is a trade from Lalito though.
A trade from Lalito does stem some of the bleeding here for a little bit. It does actually begin a bit of a tug of war between the two countries, but Pooh Slayer falls as well. Pretty significant accuracy drop from them as well, dropping down into that 98% range as we get into this first drop. Second third of the map upcoming, and Hong Kong now taking a massive lead as Akenyi falls as well. All 3 FCs gone from the side of Peru. Only Degen Stage 5 stays standing through it all. Oh, but Meg falls as well once again.
Yeah, this map is brutal. Another one from Meg, and this lead it's going to shrink because Meg's accuracy dipped all the way down to 99.2.
Yeah, but miraculously enough, still able to stay ahead of Pooh Slayer, who also had a couple of significant drops as well. And as they cross that 400 combo cap once again, Akenyi falls once again, but it's traded back again by Meg Mewtwo Z and Quotient as well. nobody really wants to hold on to combo right now, and this is making a bit of a spicy last quarter up and coming right now. No, absolutely not.
Oh!
As Brazil also once again.
That lead almost went to Peru. It's really just O's degen stage, but Magmutus misses again.
Yeah, this lead is shrinking.
Oh, there it goes! But Magmutus misses again, trades with Pulse Slayer though. So the lead is back in Hong Kong as we enter the final stages. Mag misses again, but it trades with Akenyi. Akenyi actually suffering a little bit more damage there, and now the lead is about 7,000 points. O's degen stage has to hold on.
Yeah, and through it
I think they will hold on to the end.
Oh my goodness, what
That
a
was
first
a
match.
very close one. Yeah, and that was in the FC for most degen stage. Wow.
That is an incredible run and hopefully a sign of things to come. Some pretty intense back and forths already off of this first map. And Hong Kong, despite it, everything manages to hang on for their first point to make it 1-0.
Yeah, that wasn't comfortable at all. And some people think about if they're going to go for hybrids, but they should be looking at Rice first. And they are going with Rice, so Break the Silence comes out.
Pretty good response compared to the earlier hybrid pick, just dedicating themselves to one side of the map. Well, it looks like they're gonna opt to stay in this upper half for the duration of this match. Can pretty much run the gamut of Rice 1 through 5 without really needing to dive anywhere below that. So it'll be interesting to see how they do on this particular pick.
Yeah, this map is a mixed bag of jacks. It is very mini-jacky, a lot of speed. And we saw with Hybrid 2 how jacky that map can be, and it did trip up a lot of the players, everyone but O's degen stage actually missing, so we could see a similar situation, especially since there are not going to be any swaps, I think.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it so far. I think the one good thing for all the players is that there is considerably less LN to worry about. Maybe just the transitions in between some of those structures really catching players off guard. And with this being a more a completely dedicated Rice pick, they won't have to deal with a lot of the holds. So we'll see how they do here. See if Peru can respond back or if Hong Kong could pick up that first break point in this match as we get on into map 2 here, Break the Silence.
Peru over the last couple of map pools have been able to go toe-to-toe on Rice maps with a couple of their opponents, so we'll see if they'll be able to try and nick a few points off Hong Kong.
Yeah, for sure. Strong starts all across the board. Everybody hanging on in that 99% range. Just a bit of accuracy drops across the board. As Akenyi actually finds the first drop. First FC falls for the side of Peru. Going to give a bit of a lead for Hong Kong to work with as they all cross that 400 combo cap now.
Yeah, they started with a little bit of a shaky accuracy beginning, and that has also costed them the combo.
Yeah, for sure. Down into that low 99% range. Both Post Layer and Lalito hanging about that 99.6 range, able to stay within striking distance of both Ostige in Stage 5 and Quotient at the moment. But right now, the standout performance is Meg for Hong Kong, able to really shore up some of this lead that they have been given going into the second quarter. And Post Layer falls now, and that's 2 FCs gone from the side of Peru.
Yeah, and that was Peru's highest accuracy as well. Now the highest accuracy goes to Lalito, but Magmutus will trade. So the lead softens up a little bit, but accuracy is still in favor of Hong Kong.
Yeah, where Meg falls, Quotient starts to pick up the slack here, 99.78, and climbing in terms of their accuracy, having that extra FC in the back pocket as well from OSTJ on stage 5. Really helps here and keeps this lead at about 12,000 points as we get into this bit of the break section going into the middle point of the chart, but the back half is still pretty intense to get through. So we'll see if there are any responses and trades back and forth again.
For Peru to cling on, they really need to hope for Lalito to hold. And also hope for Hong Kong to break even more.
Yeah, it's going to take a couple of breaks here from the side of Hong Kong to give Peru any sorts of lifelines back into this map. But, I mean, there's still a third of the chart left to go, and anything can still happen, but everybody is navigating through this section very well. Everybody seems to have regained their bearings. No more breaks to speak of for the moment as we transition into the last quarter of this chart. A couple of really nasty bursts to read through, and so far, everybody just seems to be climbing right now.
Yeah, accuracies across the board are just going up, and Hong Kong are actually benefiting from that. 15,000 points of a lead.
Yeah, really, nobody on the side of Peru able to climb up above that 99.7 mark, and Lalito, just as they were about to do so, finds the drop, and that one might be the final nail in the coffin for this run. It's going to take a number of misses coming out from the side of Hong Kong, and they don't seem to be in any sort of mood to hand any of this lead back. It has grown to 22,000 points. Post later falls once again, and I mean, this is looking to be the first break point going in favor of Hong Kong as we get into the last eighth of the chart.
Yeah, this has to be it now. Very strong team score from Hong Kong.
Yeah, what a way to
and
really
a statement.
stamp. Yeah.
To take this as a break point by almost 30,000 points, and that was almost a V1 from Quotient? Okay.
Oh wow, the singular 100 didn't even see that pop out. Still an incredible run from them. 994k is probably going to be one of the higher scores on this chart for the weekend, and Hong Kong very deserving of that first break point as they get the next pick here. And there's a couple of avenues they can go for. They can really turn the screw here with going for their LN Protect or pulling out that SV as well. Some really good options for them here.
Yeah, I'm thinking even the hybrids could work as well, something like Hybrid 1.
Yeah, it's definitely an option. I mean, considering how close Hybrid 2 was, maybe wanting to trend away from it, but it definitely has enough difficulty to maybe get away with a pretty solid team score overall. It really just depends on how daring Hong Kong feels right now. In fact, they could probably even just stay with the Rice picks if they were able to break the silence that convincingly. Maybe they can go for something like Rice 5 to really do a complete 180 on Peru here.
Yeah, I think the issue here though is that Rice 4 and Rice 5 are quite different in that Rice 4 is very jack bursty and Rice 5 is just like a vocal dump. A lot of fast streams, so...
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely...
And also Edison's open.
I feel like Edison might be a pick reserved for Peru if they wanted to get themselves back in it. But hey, you called it earlier. Hybrid 1 going to be the pick for Hong Kong here.
Yeah, the difference here between Hybrid 1 and Hybrid 2 is that Hybrid 2 has so many of those anchors and jacks, and we saw how much Hong Kong suffered on those. But Bloomin's more balanced.
Yeah, for sure. Gives you a pretty decent smattering of both LN and Rice to deal with. It's really just how well you can transition between the structures being asked of you, and we'll see if there are any substitutions. It looks like Ostige and Stage 5 swapping out here.
That would be interesting, because Osdige Stage has been like one of the more consistent players to play for any of the maps except for SV. Well, actually no, like they are the best SV player in Hong Kong, but that means they are like the most consistent player in Hong Kong, and to swap out for SO1 or So1, I think this is the first time we'll see them since I think round of 32?
Maybe they just really had consistent scores in their practices That or they're here grief. They did say that themselves in the
Oh boy.
IRC chat. So, sign of a cross and see if Hong Kong can continue this point streak that they have started to build up, or if Peru can actually answer back and take a break point of their own here as we continue on with these hybrid picks for Hong Kong. Yeah, we see right out of the gate some pretty interesting accuracies, a very loud 200 from Seoul to kick this map off, and they're still hovering in this 98% range, but there are a number of people in that 98% range, and Seoul finding a massive drop, as well as Meg during...
That's a monumental drop. 96%, as well as Mewtwo's there, you mentioned it. Quotient holding the highest accuracy in the lobby, it's not doing anything to this lead. 26,000 points to Peru.
Yeah, definitely not the start that Hong Kong was looking for on this pick. And Peru taking full advantage, still have 3 FCs on the board. Everybody in that 99% mark as Meg and Quotient try to kind of mitigate the damage here, but it might be too little too late. This is a pretty short map in comparison to some of the other maps in this pool, so not a lot of room for error, and Meg falls once again, not able to keep themselves above that 400 combo cap, and Peru running with it, doubling that score lead now, 40,000 as we get into the second break here.
And we still got that BPM changing section in the middle after this part. We'll see if that will trip up any of the players.
Yeah, the mood slows down and it begins to pick up steam once again as we get into the next drop here. Everybody hangs on through that tiny Ellen burst. As I said, Kenyi doesn't transition that well into it, but they have built up enough of a cushion to be able to tank their way through that miss, and it was a pretty clean miss overall, just losing about 0.1% in terms of their accuracy, and in comparison to their Hong Kong counterparts, faring much better, despite the fact that nobody on the side of Hong Kong answered back that miss here.
There is a very slight damage to Peru's lead, but the other 2 players of Peru still holding on.
Yeah, basically putting in the work, being able to answer back confidently on this hybrid pick, and as it comes to an end, this is starting to get a little bit bad to worse for Hong Kong. Another couple of drops from Meg, and despite the fact that Quotient held on for the FC and the highest accuracy in the lobby, it is going to be Peru taking back that break point and an opportunity to restore parity here going into the mid portion of this match.
Yeah, this just doesn't seem like it was a good pick from Hong Kong at the end.
Yeah, it just didn't work out in their favor. A couple of different factors could have played in there, but Peru will take what they can to kind of right the ship a little bit here. And once again, just an opportunity to restore parity here, giving that break point. And I have to make the correct pick here. Absolutely. Just depends on which one. They do have Edison on the board. They do have their Protect as well, Cosmo Station, and Gypsophila as well as a maybe outside third pick. Maybe want to keep Rice 5 on the back burner unless absolutely needed.
Does seem like they will give this one a think. I would say Rice 1 would be a pretty reasonable pick. Rice 1 or Rice 2. I think Rice 3 might be a bit risky because Hong Kong did have a better Quad Jack score from last weekend than Peru, but Edison is a lot harder.
Yeah, that BPM jump can really catch some players off guard, and right now I think Peru just trying to make sure their roster's in order. They do have the benefit of having the tactical timeout, one of the lesser used pieces of tech that teams can employ to give themselves a little bit more time, but it is going to be LN2.
Okay. This will be interesting. Peru, like I mentioned, did not play Lens at all last weekend, but they are, I think, going to bring in Henry? Or is Henry just going to warm up? Because I did see Henry in the Henry being mentioned in the IRC chat. They were
Yeah,
basically Peru's best player. Like, they MVP'd 7 maps last weekend.
Yeah, basically a hard carry performance, and maybe just giving them time to get themselves ready to get into this match, because the last thing you want to do is come in mid-match cold, and this is probably just a bit of a staying pick, see if they can make their way through this. It's one of the longer charts in the pool, just under 3 minutes. Maybe just giving them time to get in here, and Ostigen Stage 5 checks back in for Sol to round out this Hong Kong roster of Quotient and Meg. And meanwhile, Peru 3 for 3, about to be 4 for 4 on the same roster. Lolito, Kenyi, and Postlayer gonna wrap the storm here on Heaven's Fall.
Yeah, this is LN density, so very easy to chain some misses if you miss in the denser sections, which are the choruses.
Yeah, pretty much everything kind of flies off the handle in the choruses, and doing your best to hang on is going to be of the utmost importance. This introduction is just a little bit of an appetizer for what is to come. Basically turn all these rice notes into LN, and you have the majority of the structure of this chart, and everybody making it through relatively cleanly, able to stay above that 99.7 mark. But as I say that, Kenyi on the build-up, finding the drop, not even the real dense section. Now we're in to the first real bridge.
Yeah, this is where the main difficulty comes in now.
Yeah, it's just a rain of
Both
1/4.
players struggling in accuracy.
Down into that 99.37 range is Postlayer, but still able to hold on to the FC for the moment, as a Kenyi once again not able to really keep themselves above that orange combo cap for the moment. Maybe just the BPM catching them out a little bit as they try to read their way through some of these structures. Meanwhile, on the side of Hong Kong, 3FCs still going strong. Meg and Quotient really backing each other up, with Ostigen Stage 5 bringing up the rear just a tiny bit, about a 10th behind in comparison, but able to lend some supporting score, as well as Bancho keeps trying to keep everything in sync at the moment, but the lead has ballooned to about 23,000 points and counting.
Yeah, the lowest accuracy of Hong Kong is beating the highest from Peru.
Yeah, definitely not what you want to
But
see
we
if you are.
Yeah, we are going
Honest.
into the chorus now.
Yeah, one of the harder sections of this chart. Some elongated LNs through the 1/4s, but Meg finding a couple of pretty significant drops, losing about 0.2% in terms of their accuracy, but still able to keep themselves ahead of their closest Peruvian counterpart in Lolito for the moment.
Yeah, and Magmutus does miss again. If this continues, this lead could swing, but oh, that's a very clean trade between those Legion Stage and Akenye, so the lead's not gonna change at all.
Yeah, trades like that help
Magmutus
out.
missed again.
Oh, he's gonna start doing some damage if they're not too careful. It's really just by virtue of the fact that Quotient's still holding on to this incredible FC for the moment that's keeping
Oh
this
my
lead
gosh.
in check, but it is shrinking by the thousands for
What
every
is
drop
going on?
that Meg finds.
But it might be a little too late, as we're already at the end, and that was definitely a bit of a scare from the Hong Kong side with how much Magmutus was missing. But Quotient definitely kept it together, 992k.
Yeah, it's the kind of run that you need to support those types of little finger fumbles that happen during the chart. And we're now on a 3 breakpoint streak now, as
Yeah.
Hong Kong make it 3-1 now. There's no way we can get 4, right, Rev?
I mean, if Hong Kong pick off the rice, I don't think they're going to go for hybrid again after seeing what had just happened.
Yeah, they played with Fire on Hybrid 2. They got burned on Hybrid 1. I think they've learned, hopefully they've learned their lesson from that.
Hopefully.
And they decide to stick with the LNs. And I mean, it's always going to be there at the bottom of the map pool. SV2 is just right there for the taking if they ever do feel like going for it. Given what you've said about their performances last weekend, it feels like Hong Kong has a distinct advantage over Peru in that matchup there.
Yeah, not just that, but they also still have the Protect open, which is LN1 Astral Walkthrough. So a couple of maps still able to be picked.
Yeah, for sure. They definitely have some avenues to try and close this match out relatively cleanly. A little bit of a hiccup on Hybrid 1, but you have to explore some of those picks sometimes to see if you have some extra routes ahead of you, because as we get deeper and deeper into this tournament, we can start to see some teams begin to kind of pinch themselves off and basically pick themselves into a corner. And it looks like Hong Kong is gonna round out the hybrids, Hybrid 3.
God.
I'm not too sure about this one.
I mean, this one's technical. It has some wacky snaps. There's a speed up in the middle of the map.
Yeah, I think wacky's a generous way to describe this chart. This one
Wacky.
throws it throws some hands at you. If you're not too careful, you can find yourself just dropping accuracy left and right, hundreds, 50s, even misses if you're not too careful.
And something to be a little bit scared of if you're a Hong Kong fan, because Peru are asking Henry to join the server. Reminder, Henry MVP'd 7 out of 8 maps for Peru last weekend when they beat Ukraine 6-2.
It's not calculator we're hearing some boss music as we await Henry to join this lobby to see if they can lend their support to Peru and really kind of turn the tide of this match. Hong Kong has looked in relative control, really only looking shaky on these hybrids, which sort of begs the question, why they keep going for these?
There has to be a plan in mind, but
yeah, they
Hong
definitely
Kong
know
do
something
win
we
this,
don't.
then we can't really fault them. Yeah.
Absolutely. So basically 1-1-1 is what we're expecting, but Hong Kong is gonna look to try and finally capitalize on one of these breakpoints. That or Peru want to continue the streak, make it 4 in a row, and make this a bit of a handshake agreement on these picks.
Yeah. That would be so crazy to see, like 4 breakpoints in a row. That is really, really rare.
Yeah, but stranger things have happened. Where there is a will, there is a way, and Henry Alex BR does join the lineup for Peru, replacing... Oh my goodness, I'm blank already.
Replacing Akenyi, yeah.
Thank you.
Alright, it's the last hybrids. All hybrids have been picked by Hong Kong themselves. 1 win, 1 loss. Let's see if Hong Kong can try and capitalize, make it a 4th here, or if Peru continues the breakpoint streak.
Yeah, the early going of this chart already begins to hit you with some of the more technical aspects of what to expect. All those awkward snaps, the staggered starts and stops to the LNs. Gonna be a consistent theme along with the flams and grace notes in those rice sections, and everybody hanging on pretty nicely. A lot of 99.7 is really just post layer down in that 99.1 range, accounting for a majority of this Hong Kong lead. Very fragile as we make our way into the second, third, and post layer does finally fall here.
Yeah, and this map is also extremely short, 1 minute 50 seconds. So every miss weighs even more.
Yeah, you can already see Hong Kong extending that lead to 17,000 points.
Yeah, and the nature of this map is just... these kind of patterns just continue coming at you.
Yeah, and as I was saying at the map select screen, there's a lot of very interesting release sections that can really chip away at your accuracy. And despite that, everybody looks to be pretty comfortable with what's going on as things start to calm down before this last quarter. And this last quarter really does start to pick up steam as the BPM starts to increase once again. The patterns get a lot more awkward. The releases, the starts begin to vary in snaps, and you just gotta hang on. And post layer falls off right a couple of times here, down to that 98% range, and really expanding this lead for Hong Kong here.
Yeah, this has to be the most dominant lead we've seen from Hong Kong, but there's a miss from Mac Mewtwo, so no triple FC from them. But that is still a really good team score despite the miss.
Yeah, for sure. And the breakpoint streak is finally over. Hong Kong able to claim one of their own picks since the start of this match to make it 4-1 now and really put Peru into a bit of a bind here. What do you pick if you are on the side of Peru now?
Well, vice maps are definitely still on the table.
But Hong Kong definitely looking like they are capable of contesting if they aren't too careful. So tread with caution and make sure that this next pick is the best pick. If not, it could be your last.
Yeah. That is definite, yeah, because if Hong Kong do take this point, it's match point, and there is a possibility Peru cannot pick after this.
Yeah, and you imagine if Hong Kong can shore up one more of these points. I mean, the LNs have been there for the taking, and SV2 is still on the board. There are some definite match point securing picks for Hong Kong to go into. So all on the table. Gotta lay out the cards if you are Peru. No more holding back if you want to try and get yourself back into this match.
Alright, we are going to see Edison, Kojak. Okay.
Yeah, there's no better way to lay the cards out on the table than going for a core jack pick in this situation. Like I was saying earlier, this is a very black and white skill set where either you can handle the BPM or you can't. There's a lot of things that can go wrong on a pick like this. It just takes a singular lapse from anybody on your team to really send that team score into the gutter.
Something tells me this is going to be close. Last weekend, these two teams did play the Kojak map, which was Liftoff. There's a difference of 7,000 points in between them.
Yeah, it's basically a miss if the accuracy falls enough. So definitely in for a bit of a show here, and Henry departs before rejoining, probably just double checking their settings here. Definitely want to make sure everything's in order before you jump into a map like this.
Yeah, with the nature of Kojak maps, we are bound to see some very interesting scores like we did last weekend with Liftoff. Stuff like no 200s, no 100s, 150, one miss or something like that. That's extremely normal.
Yeah, that's just how core jack goes. It just takes one thing going wrong, or you can see a 7-300 run from one of the players that are a complete 100% accuracy. That's just how core jack goes. You either 100% it or you get a singular miss. So we'll see how these players do.
Yeah. This could be do or die for Peru. They have to win this.
This introduction, just a bit of a primer for what is to come. The density of these jacks is going to pick up immensely, and here we go first. Bro, drop quotient, 100% accuracy as we cross the 400 combo cap. What is going on here? OCGen stage 5 finding a bit of an act drop.
Yeah, that's quite low, like compared to the rest of the lobby, and Peru have the lead because of it.
You have a lobby full of people holding on to 99.9s, and you're the singular 99.8, and that is accounting for the lead. It is flickering between hundreds and a singular 1,000 points.
Yeah, the first big section already, 600 points of a difference.
That's just how it's going to be this weekend.
Section.
Oh, Henry finds the drop on the transition, and that's going to be huge for Hong Kong to try and take advantage of here.
Definitely. That leads slingshots to Hong Kong, 5,000 points, 6,000. And oh my gosh! The rest of Peru follow suit! Meg Mutus will trade.
Meg does find the trade back, but it's still a pretty clean drop. But OCGen stage 5 falls as well, and Meg answers back once again with another drop, and it's just off the back of Quotient, holding on to this 99.98%.
Second break section already. We've seen a couple of misses. 4,000 points, 5,000 points of the lead now.
Quotient cannot slip from that perch that they are standing on. That is the 2,000
Wait.
point. Because Peru has
What are
the
you thinking?
accuracy to answer back. They're across that 400 combo
Meg.
cap, and all three players, Lalito, Henry, and Akenyi, Oxygen stage 5 falls,
Oh my
and that's
gosh.
gonna swing this lead back over to Peru. Meg falls as well. No answers back from the side of Peru, and despite having a couple of drops to their name, but as I say that, Lalito and Henry answer back once again, but the accuracy stays intact going into the last quarter of the chart. It is all on the back of Quotient at the moment, having the highest accuracy in this lobby, but not having the support to let them get through it. It is
That is it.
15,000 points in favor of Peru. There are no more tricks left up this map sleeve, and it looked very dicey there from the early going, but Peru managed to pull it off. And as this chart comes to an end, they're gonna stave off a potential match point situation for at least one map longer and make it 4-2 now.
Yeah, they needed to make this map count. They made it count. That is an extremely scary score from Quotient. Still not enough to bring Hong Kong to their match point 45 300s. That is disgusting.
That is terrifying. The scary part is the fact that that's probably not going to be the best score of the weekend. There are
Why not?
more people that can beat that, and that is terrifying. But when you need to go all in at the table and you need to lay it all on the line, that is the kind of performance you need from your team to pull out, to keep yourself alive in a tournament like this. What a performance from Peru to answer back and try and get themselves back into this match with Hong Kong up to pick once again.
Yeah, that's a very good team score from Peru. Like, they only got 200 total, and then the rest were all just like random misses because that's Kojak for you.
Yeah, that's just how it goes sometimes. You can have pristine accuracy and just a miss.
Okay, but now it is Hong Kong's pick. I do see LN1 SV2 as the next possible choice.
Yeah, LN3 is also maybe an outside pick. It really just depends on stylistically what you want to go for in terms of those LNs. You can either go for a more release-oriented pick or something like SV2, just completely throw the prediction out the window and go for basically the most clear-cut pick in this pool for Hong Kong to go for, leaving it for this long, but able to potentially secure themselves a match point situation. This is a pretty interesting SV pick. It's going to be interesting to see how they do here.
Yeah, we should see Spectral come in for Peru, and we do see Resistors already in the lobby for Hong Kong. Resistors being one of the 3 Hong Kong SV players, Spectral being one of the 3 Peru SV players. We do see them in the lobby now.
Yeah, this map is a special sort of reading hell for those unfamiliar with SV charts. Pay particular attention to how the vocals line up with the staggering nature of the notes you're going to see. That is basically the entire gimmick for the better part of 3 minutes, and being able to keep that consistency going. It is so easy to anticipate or hesitate on any of the structures found in this chart.
I think 2 words to basically sum this chart up are swing and momentum. Because if you can't catch either, you're going to struggle.
For sure, it is. And even if you do have those, it is so easy to just botch an entire mini section and just drop boatloads of accuracy or even misses if you're not too careful. I'm more than sure the players on screen have at least looked at this. This isn't really the most sight read friendly chart.
Yeah.
But as we finalize the rosters, as you mentioned, the SV specialists for both countries, Rissus and Spectro for Hong Kong and Peru respectively, going to be backed up by Ostigen Stage 5 and Meg for the side of Hong Kong, and Lalito and Akenyi going to back up Spectro for Peru.
Yep, these 6 players are basically the same 6 that played SV1 and SV2 last weekend, so no surprises there. Also, something interesting to point out, Hong Kong picked a map made by a Hong Kong player, and Peru previously just picked a map mapped by a Peru player.
Oh wow, very interesting. So, finding their compatriots, finding some solace there. Our referee just letting the players know to bear in mind the timers as much as we want to make sure the players are ready. They do need to make sure they get the hurry up sometimes, and they probably won't get as much lenience as we get into the 7th map of this best of 11. Peru's still looking to try and restore parity, and Hong Kong looking to try and secure themselves at worst a tiebreaker situation in this match. It's nice seeing a tie for even the briefest of moments.
Oh, there we go. Alright, here we go. Here comes the meat of the map.
Yeah, this is basically the gimmick for the better part of 3 minutes here. This swinging rhythm is going to be ever present outside of these verses. So keep an eye out for that. Right now, Hong Kong holding on to a very slender accuracy advantage by virtue of Spectro actually finding a couple of bit of a rough going through that opening section. 99.4% accuracy for them, but probably going to start climbing as we get into this next course. And sure enough, the trade in accuracy going to hand the lead back over to Peru here.
O's Legions, they dropping to 99.4. This is dropping as well. Peru have the lead on an SV map. Sound the sirens. What is going on?
I mean, anything can happen when your back's against the wall. You definitely start to overperform a little bit, but people are starting to find 200s every now and again, just basically trying to keep their combo alive as we get through into the back half of the chart now. A bit of slow jam coming through here. Very easy to misread some of these structures. Oh, and there's a drop. Both Henry and Kenny find the fall for Peru, and that's going to immediately swing this lead back over to Hong Kong for the moment.
It was the slow jam that killed Peru. All 3 players suffering one way or another. Hong Kong still all 3 FCs intact. Scissors did pick up a bit of debris along the way, but that's not going to make 20,000 points instantly.
Yeah, there's also a pretty scary section as well. These nodes start to get clustered up very closely, and you gotta trust yourself to read through it. Everybody makes it through relatively unscathed. It's still a recovery run for Peru at the moment, but the lead has expanded to about 24,000 points because of the fact that despite Spectral holding on to the only FC for the side of Peru, they do not have the highest accuracy on their side, and everybody on Hong Kong still holding on to their FCs for the moment. Last quarter of the chart left to go. Definitely not out of the woods just yet. A lot of things can still go wrong, especially if Versus finds the drop here going into this next slow jam.
That's a huge drop there, 98.3% there. The lowest accuracy in the lobby is a slow jam though. Will it catch anyone else?
And that was a 14,000 point swing. I think they were above that 20,000 point mark. Now 12,000 points. Cannot afford to find any more drops this late on. A bit of accuracy being dropped as well on the side of Meg. A couple of hundreds, and at least shrinks to about 6,000 points. Peru is starting to claw this back off the backs of Henry and Kenny, starting to pick up this accuracy. This is very much on the realm of doable. Hong Kong cannot afford to find any more accuracy drops as we get to these last couple of sliders. Definitely do not underestimate the releases, and Hong Kong hang on to secure that match point situation off those 3 FCs. What a team performance despite Peru's best efforts there.
That was a lot closer than we imagined it would be.
Absolutely, and I stand corrected. 2 FCs on the side of Hong Kong. I forgot Versus found the drop there.
Like, just in comparison, Peru and Hong Kong on SV2 last weekend, there was a difference of 446,000. This time round, it's 100th of that. It's 4,000.
Yeah, it's amazing incredible. It's amazing how factoring in stylistic differences on these SV charts, the variety that we're being offered this year by the SV team can really add some spice to the lower half of the map pool. And it's Peru's pick now, the opportunity to keep themselves in it. Not a lot of avenues left for them. They do still have all 3 Rice picks, but they're going to need to pick up a couple of breakpoints if they want to have a date on that tiebreaker with Hong Kong here.
Peru still have 3 Rice maps. Hong Kong have 2 LN maps. Cosmo Station's coming out, protect for Peru.
Yeah, no better time than now. It's potentially last chance saloon for Peru, and I think Hong Kong might need to take their time out. gotta love it when external issues play a factor in these matches. Gotta make sure everybody's comfortable before you get into the map.
Yeah, we do see Quotient back in now.
Yeah, Quotient checking back in. Rissus is doing their job very effectively, helping Hong Kong secure that SV pick, despite it being a little bit close for comfort. And Henry checks back in on behalf of Spectro for Peru.
Oh wait, actually it was Lalito coming in for Spectro.
Oh, my bad. I lose track because they all shift around in the lobby. Bit of a memory of a goldfish type moment there. Right now we're just waiting on Meg to return to ready up so we can get into Rice 2 here. It'd be pretty interesting considering...
Yeah, this is jump stream.
Yeah, arguably one of the most comfortable skill sets for all players in this tournament. Everybody seems to have taken the Rice 1 and 2 categories of tournaments lately and just run with them to the moon. They can go beyond the 247 BPM that we're going to see here and push it sometimes upwards to about 300. So this might test a couple players, but I expect some pretty clean runs from some of the more physical players on these teams.
Yeah, this is now that true do or die moment for Peru. If they lose this, it is over. Peru have to win in order to still stay alive in this World Cup.
Yeah, no more room for error for them as we get to this first jump stream section. Everybody holding on to some pretty pristine accuracy, 99.8 across the board. People kind of dipping down just a little bit here and there as they pick up a couple of rushes of 300s, but everybody survives to that 400 combo cap with their FCs intact.
There is no lead whatsoever.
No, absolutely not. This is going to be similar to Edison, where you blink once and the map is basically over for you. This is thankfully one of the longest maps in this pool, so you do have some room for recovery if you do find a drop, but you definitely don't want to spot your opponent a miss if you can help it. A couple of 200s coming out here now from a couple of the players. Meg finding a bit of an accuracy drop down inside 99.6 range, going to give Peru the lead for the moment here.
Yeah, the lead is now stabilized in favor of Peru. Nolito matching Quotient, Henry matching O's Legion stage. It is just a Kenny beating out Meg Mewtwo's, who drops to 99.4.
Oh, but Akengi finds the drop, not answered back by Meg. This is the opening that Hong Kong needed to swing this lead back in their favor. There is a bit of an accuracy gap between, but Henry finding the drop as well, going to help solidify this lead for Hong Kong for the moment, but it's still so close as Meg answers it back, but Henry answers back as well. Nobody wants to hang on to the lead for the moment here as we cross into this break section, into the back half of the chart. An opportunity for the players to compose themselves for this last gamut.
Yeah, Quotient and O's Legion stage are just pulling Hong Kong slightly over the line.
It is 4,000 points in favor of Hong Kong for the moment. A third of the map left to go, and it's going to grow now as Kenya and Henry find the next couple of drops. Lalito, the only FC surviving for Peru, the highest accuracy for them, trying to maintain pace with Quotient, who has been dominating on these Rice picks. But Meg finding up a bit of a bit of a sus drop as we get into the next break before things pick up once again. A bit of hands begin to get introduced, and the stamina might be running out for Meg here as we cross into this last eighth of the shot. 9.1.
That's a huge drop for Meg, and they're dropping consistently now. And their lead is shrinking. But that's a miss on Peru. Is there enough time? If Meg drops again, but trades with Henry, but this is so close because Meg is dropping so much. But Henry misses again.
It's the stamina versus the trades. It's the fact that Osija Stage 5 and Quotient are holding on to such dominant accuracy, and every time that Meg drops, it feels like it gets answered back by two players on the side of Peru. And despite it all, it is going to be Hong Kong taking the final breakpoint, hammering the last nail in the coffin for Peru, and knocking them out of the Osmania 4 Key World Cup in the quarterfinal stage by a score of 6-2.
Double V1 double S from Quotient and Lalito, both easily topping the lobby, so really good job from both players. But it is going to be commiserations for Peru, who are going to be knocked out of the quarterfinals round of this year's World Cup. Hong Kong will be advancing.
Yeah, their weekend not done just yet, but they await to see who the winner is between Germany and Spain. So we'll see them again tomorrow as we wrap up this block of one match to kick off the quarterfinals weekend. And oh boy, what a way to start. A lot of fireworks being exchanged during that match, and it will be Hong Kong looking to see if they can secure their spot in the semifinals tomorrow. But with that being said, that will do it for us here. We have another match coming up at 6:15 UTC, and that is going to be Vietnam going up against Australia.
Yeah, we got a gauntlet of matches. I mean, you can look at the upcoming matches. We see stuff like United States, Chile, France, Malaysia, Singapore, Netherlands, Spain, Germany, and Korea, Thailand. Just a couple of matches to point out in an absolute schedule of a quarterfinals round.
Yeah, for sure. A lot of high octane action coming up here. Definitely do not want to miss it. But before we sign off for now, very important announcement. You guys have been waiting for them ever so patiently, and they are finally here. The banners for the Osmania 4 Key World Cup 2023 have arrived, and you can find them in the O store for the low price of $2.50 USD. Rav, you want to give us a little bit more information about them?
Yeah, you can purchase banners for any of the teams in the World Cup, even if they are eliminated, just to show your support. But of course, if you do manage to purchase the banner of the winning team of this year's World Cup, you get to have the banner for a while longer. So yeah, there is the link in the Twitch chat. Go ahead and check it out.
Yep, and until then, we'll catch you guys later.
Yep, see you for Vietnam and Australia.
Hello everyone! Welcome to the Osmania World Cup 2023 4K edition. And now, we'll be looking at the quarterfinals match between, I believe, Vietnam versus Australia. Here are the lineups for each team. I'm Silvestre Els, by the way, and commentating with me is Dynascape. Hello, how are you doing today?
Doing great as always, Els. Thank you. Yeah, Vietnam, seed number 8 versus Australia, seed number 19, trying to stay alive in the losers bracket. The winner of this one still has another match to go this weekend. Whoever wins this one is going to face UK versus Italy. But for now, I'm excited to see what these two teams have been cooking up in terms of their game plan.
I agree, and like the Australian team is one of the strongest we've seen from their country in a while. As for Vietnam's, I mean, this is really just the players you usually see, other than their new additions like Vixile and Toki Yume. I do think overall, both teams are in their way well rounded, but they really have to be careful in how they manage it. Especially Australia, because I feel like they're the team that might fall off a little bit.
Definitely. And one thing that's important to note is that I think when you start getting into the seeds that Australia and Vietnam are in, you try to make use of every player as much as possible. And that was really shown last week. I think each one of their 6 players played at least one map in their match. So Australia versus Colombia and then Vietnam versus Thailand. And by the way, if you guys didn't see Vietnam versus Thailand, you really do need to go back and watch that VOD. Probably one of the greatest matches in MWC history, honestly.
I mean, there's a lot of matches for contention in that regard, although it is the only tiebreaker match so far in this tournament. So if you want to see a match that goes to the lengths of that, then you better watch that one, because certainly it does not let down in many aspects, like in strategizing, breakpoints. Overall, the context really just for that match alone was insane.
Yeah, definitely. We are getting word that Vietnam is using their timeout right now. I think they're just trying to get their players online. But while we wait for them, Emily, do you have any expectations on what the picks will be from each team?
I'm expecting Australia to go more on the long note side. Vietnam should be going Rice, considering the lineup composition of Australia, really. Like, I do think Australia's Rice might not be something to be underestimating, but Vietnam does have the experience and the caliber to be able to play the Rice picks more comfortably, in my opinion. Alright, well, looks like we're going for the rules. How about your Dinoscape? What are your expectations here?
You know, it's pretty interesting. I didn't expect Australia to be picking LN as much as they did, but they did pick LN2 and LN1 last week against Colombia, as well as an SV1 to finish off that match. Vietnam, for the most part, might be able to honestly go into Rice and hybrids and just let Australia pick LN, because I do think that Vietnam is, again, a really well-rounded team, so there's able to contend with Australia in those LN picks and probably take a breakpoint or two when it comes to that.
Yeah, breakpoints are going to be important for this match. Though, it looks like Australia does win the role, so Australia is going to be protecting first. I think Australia has to protect Heaven's Fall or something like that. Oh, instead they're going for the Toro Maru map. Look, I'm just gonna say the Toro Maru map because I don't want to butcher that name. All right.
Yeah, a lot of discussion going on about the name, but very true. Tormaru map gonna be protected, so that is LN3. Vietnam up next. As you said, maybe they're gonna look for a Rice pick. Seems very, very good for them, especially when they have someone like Magnifestio with crazy, crazy scores pretty much all of last weekend.
Alright, wait. I did not catch that. What was Vietnam protect?
I was just saying that they could probably pick any Rice pick, but yeah, it does seem like they are gonna go with Edison. So the Korjak pick, that's an interesting choice.
I mean, to be fair, Australia probably falls off on a map like Edison, so I think that's a good protect. Vietnam ideally might be banning. Actually, I do think one of their hybrids could be a potential ban. I get that their hybrid is strong, but I feel like they're very chokeable this round. Oh, wait a second, they're actually banning SV1. That's surprising. Do you have an SV anchor like lot on the team? And that being the ban is a little bit surprising. Maybe they don't have a full team that could really utilize that pick.
That might be so. I mean, considering that Lot, Tokiyume, and Tridown Gaming did so well uh, last week in the SVs, I was actually comparing Vietnam and Australia on what's it called, Mr. Scratchman, and Vietnam would have beaten Australia by about 25,000 points last week on SV. So it's pretty surprising that they are going for that SV ban. I think they probably could have kept it both of those picks open, but maybe the practice wasn't there for their entire team.
All right. Well, we have to wait and see really what's going to happen here, because Australia still has the ban. Okay, Rise 2. Okay, yeah, I mean, I guess so. Magnifestio is going to be... Like, I feel like Magnifestio is going to be someone that's going to eat that map alive. And not to mention, Chidon Gaming is also a very consistent player on something like that. Like, Blessia maps, I feel like would benefit Vietnam a lot. So this is definitely a good decision.
Yeah, it's just as you said, I think that Vietnam probably hold the higher physical capacity. So taking out something like really dense core jack, something that really eats away at your stamina, is a good choice for Australia. But we are going to go ahead with Australia's first pick, and they are going to choose their own protect.
Going for Aeneas first is a little weird for me. Look, I finally said it. If I butcher it, I don't care more. Aeneas, I think is how you say it, at least. But yeah, this is kind of an interesting choice. Usually, you'd like to save your protect for like the most dire situations, but instead, they're really going to go for LM3 early on in the match, and I don't really know how this would pan out for them.
Yeah, pretty scary choosing the wildcard pick, but I guess they just felt better on that compared to Heaven's Fall or Astral Walkthrough. You're gonna see from Team Australia, Oct4, Ruka, and Anim Girl. Those are the same players who played the LMFs last week. And then on the side of Vietnam, I think we are doing a couple of switch off because I know Vietnam probably wants Tridown Gaming in the lobby, as well as I think Vixal and Lot are probably gonna be playing this one.
Yeah, I mean, I think Chidon should be playing this instead of Tokiyume. But Vixile... Oh, wait. No, actually, they're going to be keeping... Wait. Okay, no. You know what? I'm confused now.
Yeah, it's Team Vietnam faking us out. I think we've got everything secured. We've got everyone that's right invited. So we have all 6 players in the lobby.
Alright. So, it's... Okay. So, we finally have the roster here. It's Chidon Gaming instead of Tokiyume. I'm not sure how this would affect it, but I feel like Chidon is more experienced as the long note player. Though a little bit surprising is not seeing someone like Sivelia, especially for Ellen map this hard.
Yeah, definitely. I think this bump in difficulty might prove to be problematic overall for Australia. I think that in general, they were less consistent than Vietnam last week, so it is scary. I do think that they have to be like rock solid as a team this entire match in order to even bring it to match point.
Yeah, but hey, now we're going to be looking at Erinias. I'm really trying to pronounce it right, but I don't really mind. See, here's my biggest problem here with these two teams. I have no idea how the third player is going to do. Like, Anim Girl and Vixile, I think is going to be very interesting. And in my opinion, it would be the game decider here. But it looks like Oct4 is going to be the first to drop on LM3, actually.
Yeah, pretty early drop that's gonna seep into Vietnam's lead just a little bit. We're gonna have a very early start, and Vietnam doing just fine in this intro as Oct4 actually drops again. Vixal is matching Oct4 in terms of accuracy, but holds that FC over them. And then on the other two players' sides, Anim Girl unfortunately behind the trio of Lot, Ruka, and Tridown Gaming, all pretty close to each other right now.
Yeah. Oh, but Anim Girl unfortunately finds the drop. Can't really blame them. This map really has a lot of elements here, like the coordination and the mini jack aspect is also going to be difficult. But Lot trades one of the misses Adam Girl made, but I don't think it should matter, as Lot has a significant accuracy advantage.
Yeah, I think that was a pretty clean break on maybe one of the jacks or something like that from Lot. Same can't be said for Adam Girl, already down to a 98.8 for them. Very big lead coming out for Vietnam as we get halfway into the map.
Oh, I was about to say Vixel was the only one holding the combo, but it seems to be that was going to be a mistake. Again, you can't really blame these players. The amount of mini-jacks and rolls that are in this map is really brutal. Oh my goodness, Lot, Vixel, and Shidon Gaming! Consecutive misses could give the lead back to Australia! And this is why Australia protected this. No wonder.
Yeah, no more FCs on the side of Vietnam. The only FC left on the table, or in the lobby in general, is going to be for Ruka. Adam Girl actually breaks again. Only a fourth of the map left, and Vietnam is gaining ground.
It's not over yet though. Literally 3,000. This is not that much. And not to mention, this ending is no joke either. Like, the accuracies in Vietnam are very strong in general, but the consistency has been a little bit of a problem. Adam Girl finding another drop. These patterns are not going to get easier. This ending is really brutal as well. Like, you see those anchors and jacks, like, that's just difficult to handle. Unfortunately, Adam Girl finding a lot of drops. That was the window of opportunity for Australia, but there it is. First breakpoint goes to Vietnam.
Yeah, Vietnam taking this point, but not without a fight from Australia. It was very, very close. A lot of flickering back and forth in the midst of the map. However, at the end, Australia will pick up a bunch of misses and unfortunately hand over that breakpoint to Vietnam.
I do have to give props to Australia again. That was a great fight on their regard. Like, if it wasn't for that ending, I think Australia could have easily got at this point. Again, a map like this really forces you to be very fluent on LN, really. Anim Girl did a good job considering with what was shown into the map. And after LN3, now this begs the question, should Vietnam go for another LN or should they go for Rice? And I honestly wouldn't mind either decision really, because if you pick LN now, you could waste all the opportunities Australia may have. But if you pick Rice, then maybe I think it's a much more secured point, or at least a better chance of winning, because they really almost lost this one.
Yeah, Vietnam actually opting to go for LN1. That's going to be Astra walk through the coordination test in terms of LN. And that's pretty interesting that you said that. Honestly, if I were the team coach, I probably would have picked something in the Rice department, just so that Australia gets that, false sense of security and ends up picking another LN map for Team Vietnam.
Well, I mean, I just think like I don't know. Here's my mindset on this. You already won an LN point, right? So why don't you just pick another one? So even if you do lose that, literally Australia only has one LN map left. So I think that's a good opportunity for Vietnam if they did pick LN. So if I was the coach, on the other hand, this is what I would have suggested.
Yeah, it's kind of like the angel and the devil on Team Vietnam. Both of us as coaches. I do have to remind everyone that LN3 was very, very close. So we'll just have to see how this pick turns out. Vietnam in the driver's seat right now. They do want to go for LN1. So I mean, it's their best shot right now, right?
I mean, hey, we have to be careful though, because if the LN3 requires a lot of various LN patterns and whatnot, this one is more of an LN release map, and you can't exactly have an easy time on that, especially considering with what this is about to throw you in a bit. Like, this is your typical Chris Hardane release map, like, you know what Helix number 6 is, something like that. And right now, it seems like Australia has a very small lead, given that Lot, Chidon, and Vixile are a little bit around the same act as Australia right now.
Yeah, Australia actually even having the slightest of leads right now, as Vixile drops in accuracy 99.3, lowest in the lobby. But Adam Girl trading back that accuracy for a miss. That score is going to go over to Vietnam. They're going to have a little bit of a lead as we get into a small break section here.
It's not a big lead by any means, though. Like 7,000. You saw the lead a while ago. This is not safe by any means. Anim Girl may have dropped another one, but the accuracy isn't too far from Vixile. I mean, again, this really requires a lot of coordination. And I feel like just overall, Vietnam has a more balanced trio in that regard.
Yeah, I do like what you're saying there because Lot and Ruka are battling it out for first place in the lobby, and Triduan Gaming, Oct4 still holding on to those FCs second place for their team. And it's just really that
amazing
third man difference. Vixal with the FC right now is really giving Vietnam so much power, and that's why they have a 30,000 point lead.
Unfortunately, Oct4 will drop the FC, but so does Chidon. So really, it's Vixile, Lot, and Ruka who are the only ones holding it. Really amazing job for all players, because like, this is a map that forces you to be able to know how long you should release, while you're able to hold that combo. And these 3 players at the bottom is showing how it's done. Never mind, only 2 players at the bottom then. Ruka and Lot with an amazing full combo. Back-to-back full combos from Ruka, but unfortunately that's not going to be enough. Hang on a second. Lot dropped 3 100s in that one section. Imagine if those were like 50s or misses. This could have went differently by a lot. No pun intended.
Yeah, definitely. It was very, very close for Lot. I don't think you don't see that very often, 1 200 and 3 100s, but Lot still pulling out the mid 991 with it, only 990 in the lobby. And again, Vietnam, probably the stronger core here when it comes to LN. Trido Gaming with the 977, Vixal with the 966, beating out their counterparts on the Australian side. So Vietnam rewarded with that second point and cutting down that LN pool in which Australia was looking at.
I mean, yeah, that's the problem. Like, now that you lost both the 2 LNs, and one of your protects was one of the maps that you lost on, do you even want to go for Heaven's Fall? I think Upload Your Mind is not a good pick for Australia. Maybe Bloomin' could work, or Calculator. But the thing is, again, the thing about maps like Calculator is, are you able to physically handle that? The question is, really, Australia's physicality in general has been a little bit off a question. Wait a second. This is the pick that I said Australia might not be good at. And they're gonna go for it. I think I'm all for this pick. Very interesting selection.
Yeah, picking it just to spite you, Els. I would have said, a crazy pick might have been SB2. Remember, Vietnam banned SB1, and Australia, are pretty decent at SV as a whole. We haven't seen Tokiyumi yet, so I don't know if all 6 players of Vietnam are online. But that might be something if after this map is played, Vietnam picks their own. Maybe Australia can look towards that for their next pick. But right now, Upload Your Mind, Download My Soul coming out. That is the Mint hybrid. Very, very scary because there's a lot of LN and there's a lot of Jax.
I mean, that's what you expect on a hybrid, really. Like, a lot of Jacks and the LNs. I can tell why that's important. Like the anchors, Jacks, whatever, they're able to test if your wrists are stable enough, especially on a mixture of rice and lava nuts. And not to mention, this is only 2 minutes and 90 seconds. So there's only little room for error here. And I think as long as Vietnam's able to hold on to the consistency, they should be able to have a good chance of taking a breakpoint. But again, a lot can happen, really.
Yeah, definitely. Again, Ruka, Oct4, and Anim Grill for Australia. And then I think we have the same lineup for Vietnam as well. I know last week, usually we saw Sevalia come in for the hybrids, but I guess maybe this team seems better on this map specifically.
But yeah, let's look at this map right now. Because, like, again, this is hybrid 2, I believe. So, being a hybrid, it should test the Rice and LN capabilities of each team, right? Though, right now, we still see Ruka opt for an Anime Girl. Like, I was expecting maybe a swap for one of the Rice players of Australia. But I guess they're still opting for this roster, really. The more Ellen-oriented roster, it seems.
Yeah, Adam Girl taking a very, very early break, going down to that low 99%, and Lot and Tridon Gaming with incredible accuracy starting off, 99.8 for the both of them. Big Sal backing them up really well right behind them.
Yeah, I mean, even if Anime Girl held the FC, Vietnam's accuracy is a little bit on their side. Anime Girl making a good recovery to the 400 combo cap. The fact that that one drop already caused this lead to be like around 70,000 goes to show how dominant Vietnam's act is right now. But we've seen close matches here, or at least close match really. So this 27,000 point lead that you've seen, this is not safe by any means. This can really change if Vietnam is not careful.
Yeah, Adam Girl actually taking yet another break. Time is ticking. This is a shorter map, all things considered. There's only a third left. Lot takes a break, but Adam Girl trades it right back. That lead is only growing for Vietnam as Big Sal and Tridon Gaming with amazing FCs outmatching Ruka and Octor.
Yeah, Ruka and Okfor is doing everything they can to be able to make this lead a little bit lower. Anime Girl doing everything he can to increase that accuracy. It's a commendable effort, but really only Ruka, Okfor, and Chidon Gaming are going to be able to hold on still for the full combo. I think, unfortunately, I mean, the score difference is a little bit too big for us to catch up to. And there it is. 3-0, I think. Yep, 3-0 in favor of Vietnam. Once again, another breakpoint on the side of Vietnam. Look at the tournament counts on Vietnam side. Literally 9, 4, and 2. Only single digits. And not to mention, again, each team having FCs of their own, but Chidon ultimately takes the cake for the MVP of this map.
Yeah, just like you said, those 200 counts, if you added them all up, it would match Ruka's, not even accounting for Octor and Adam Girls. It just goes to show how dominant of a performance this was on HB2. Australia should be really scared right now. It's 0-3. It's Vietnam's pick, and things are slipping away.
Very unfortunate, really. But it is what it is. You gotta live with the results as of this moment. And not to mention, Vietnam still has their protect, while Australia already lost that in literally the earlier in the first pick of this match. I would think Vietnam should go for Edison, or even something like Nisei Mono, actually. I think Nisei Mono is a really good pick for Vietnam, considering that Australia seems to be one of the less consistent teams, at least in what we've seen so far. Though that does raise the question of how Iron and Emptiness performed. Vietnam is just taking their time right now. Oh, wait a minute.
Wow, so Vietnam actually opting for LN2, clearing out the rest of the LN picks. Gonna go for domination on the Noodles. We're gonna see Heavens Fall.
This is I'm starting to feel like they're really trying to exhaust Australia's LN trio of Ruka, Okfor, and Anime Girl. Because it doesn't seem like Vietnam is getting tired a single bit. Though I have to say, I think Ruka FC that against it. That's literally just 3 FCs back to back to back on Ruka's side. So if there's a single glimmer of hope, is a definitely they are able to pull off something as long as they're consistent enough.
Yeah, Ruka really has been very consistent for the Australia team. It's just too bad that usually Vietnam matches Ruka's performance and even usually tops it by just a little bit. Hopefully we can see something shaken up here on Heavens Fall as Australia looks to try to get their first point and as well as their first break point. They were coming in very, very confident on LN. They protected one of the LN picks. So all is not lost here. Australia has a decent chance in taking this point.
Yeah, there's definitely a chance. Like literally all of the LNs, Australia seems to have a glimmer of hope or a chance to take it. And now Vietnam going for LN2. which is density. At least as a player, I've experienced this to be a 200 count bait map. So I'm very interested to see which players here are going to be dropping some 200s, or which players are going to have very few 200 counts and have good ratio. Whoa! That's a big drop from Vixile there.
And quite dirty as well, dropping almost a full percentage. Trying to get back up right now, and especially with density, you do get up back to the combo cap very, very quickly. But this is a very fast 200 BPM. But it seems like so far all of these players are pretty confident on this pick. Everyone over 99.66 except for Vixile, who did have that early drop.
That was a massive drop on Vixile's end. Not to mention, Chi-Doan and Lot are slowly dropping in act as well. So this is the one chance Australia may have, at least right now, to finally get something on the board. And I think Australia does have a decent chance. But it will take a drop from Chi-Doan and Lot, or consecutive of those, from Vixile to be able to really secure this lead. Because this is actually shrinking. It's going back to Vietnam off of the backs of Lot and Chi-Doan.
Yeah, that's the thing. Even with Vixile's dirty drop, honestly, a miss isn't even needed from Australia's side. Lot and Tridoan Gaming are just bringing up the rear enough as it is, but Lot actually finding a miss in the last third of the map. That's huge for Australia. Ak4 trading it back, Tridoan trading that back. Only FC's left on board is on Ruka, Anim Girl, and that's honestly it. 2 FCs on the side of Australia, none for Vietnam.
I have to say, this has got to be a motivational increase for Anim Girl, because like, they have been really consistent this map, and it makes me happy to see players get their redemption. But this lead is shrinking very fast. There's still one last hurrah for Vietnam to take this. I think another miss has to do it for Australia, and there it is. Lot finding 2 misses. Awkward trades one back. Anim Girl trades one back. Oh no! This is going back to Vietnam fast, but Lot drop.
Everyone dropping at the end. It's very, very close, but as the song slows down, Australia holds off Vietnam for a 4th point. They're going to take their own break point and make their mark on this match. It is 1-3 now, and that was very, very close.
I am very proud of Australia for that point. Like, they really fought hard for that. Anim Girl held that consistency for as long as he can, and it paid off dividends here. What an amazing performance by Australia. And I think this was a bad mispick for Vietnam, really. Like, this was not the pick to go for.
Yeah, it is quite unfortunate. As we said, the consistency really showed up for Australia. 2 FCs. Oh no, sorry. 1 FC on the side of Ruka, but Anim Girl holding on for as long as they can. Basically FCing 90% of the map. Getting that good score in to topple over Vietnam on their own pick. And they are rewarded with their own pick.
That's actually really nice. This has got to be a... What? Hang on a second. What?
Yeah, I gotta wipe my glasses for a second. Is that Australia picking Vietnam's Protect?
What? Wait, what? I'm in shock right now.
Wow. Yeah, I had to do a triple take, but I mean, Australia going for the Court Jack pick. That's gonna be really scary. Iron and Emptiness coming in for Australia. Anim Girl staying in. And huge power move in picking your opponent's Protect. This is very scary, but it's... I don't know. Els, do you think it could pay off?
Emptiness is a very consistent Rise player. Iron is also really good in Rise, so maybe? Anim Girl staying is an interesting choice though. Like, I get that Anim Girl is very physical, but I don't know if Anim Girl was the right choice here.
Yeah, this is very, very scary. For Vietnam, I don't think any swap outs has happened so far. Still got Vixile Lot and Tridoan Gaming. I would think that, you know, Magnifestio would be the play here. I don't know if they're online, but I mean, surely they have to be like a shoo-in for Team Vietnam on a Kojak pick, right?
They have to go for Manifesto, but instead we'll be seeing Vixel, Chidon, and Lot. It's a very like I don't know what happened. Like I would even think Sevilla might be a better choice here. But looks like Vietnam has no choice but to go for Vixile. I feel like that's what Australia's seeing right now. Like they notice, wait, why haven't we seen Manifesto nor Sevilla here? Maybe that's why they were going for this pick.
Yeah, Australia kind of figuring out, prodding and poking, finding some cracks in the armor for Vietnam, noticing that maybe they don't have all of their players present. So they are going to go with Edison as a very interesting pick. Let's see how it pays off.
Yeah, and let's see, because right now it looks like Australia is in a disadvantage as Emptiness has been dropping accuracy, very surprising really. But look at Anangirl, 99.93 and 99.78 for Iron, very good accuracies. But Vietnam though, literally an average of 99.9 so far, especially with Chudon's 99.99 and Lot's 99.90. My goodness, Vixel Zack is really good as well.
Yeah, Vietnam as a squad is looking very, very strong, but it really does come down to consistency. In the end, how long can you hold this for? Will you break? And for Australia, Adam Grill and Iron are going to find those breaks as density ramps up. Adam Grill, even at the end of that phrase, going to find a second one. So that lead for Vietnam skyrocketing right now.
This is a big lead on Vietnam's side. Iron and Anangirl have been dropping a lot. Like, these were the two people who had the highest act in Australia at the start. And Emptiness had the lowest, but I guess the tables have turned, and that was not for the better. And right now, Chidon is still at 99.99. Is this score V2? This has got to be a joke, right? Like, look at Chidon Zack right now. Still 99.99.
Yeah, I think we might have to throw a captcha for Tridon Gaming after this map. Might have a robot playing for them. Huge score from them, and honestly backed up by crazy scores from Vixel and Lot in their own right. Iron and Animal trying their best to up that accuracy. Emptiness still going on with the only FC for Australia, 3/4 of the way in, but it's only at a 99.75. It's still lower than anyone on the side of Team Vietnam.
Yeah, and oh, that was an insane performance on the Vietnamese side. The fact that they were able to secure a triple FC, that's insane. And Chidon, of course, with an insane score. But we have to give credit to where it's due. Lot and Vixile doing an amazing job overall. Not to mention Emptiness also securing the FC. It was a good fight from Australia at the start, but ultimately fatigue and stamina took over as Vietnam takes yet another big point. 23 from Chidon Gaming and 1,200. When you see it, by the way.
Oh, that is insane. I really love when players get insane DDPs and you can just like scream out the amount of 300s that they have. 23? That's insane. And it's a flag too, that 200. That easily could have been something like a 9994 or something like that. Lot and Pixel, very, very good scores by them. 3 200s for a Lot, and then Australia. Just unfortunate that Anglo and Iron found those breaks when the density ramped up on that map. Vietnam gonna secure that 4th point.
Yeah, I can tell they really needed that. Like, I feel like for a team like Vietnam, maybe at one point could have really been a morale. This is something that lowered their morale, but right now, certainly it's something that brought their confidence back up. But Vietnam, I think, has to pick probably maybe Gypsophilia, or Gypsophila rather, or Nisei Mono in my opinion. Like, Nisei Mono has probably going to be the right pick for them. Like, something technical is not something that I think Australia is really good at.
Yeah, I think that Vietnam could probably pick something physical, and Isamono really fits the bill here. I mean, that techie pick is super uncomfortable at some of those points, and you can see a lot of breaks.
I mean, look, Vietnam just taking their time to pick, I guess. I mean, that's not a bad thing. Wait, what are they going with now? But that was banned!
In fact, yeah, not sure. Okay, going with the Rice 4, go down 1 row. Break the silence. This is the mixed Rice pick by DZ. Very interesting here. I mean, do you think it'll work out?
I mean, I think it will. Like, Australia has been the team that's been more prone to choking, especially on the Rice sections. And considering that this requires a lot of consistency, and the mere fact that Oct4 has to come in here, I feel like this could be a disadvantage for Australia. Especially considering that I just feel like Iron as a Rice player is very good in terms of accuracy. But Oct4 may be the more consistent one. Vietnam has still yet to swap someone in the match, interestingly enough.
Yeah, Vietnam actually looking to beat Australia on what could possibly be only 3 players available, and that's very scary to think about for the opponent that faces Vietnam if they are to go through.
So yeah, we have to see first. Because like, okay, looks like everyone's ready, and this is a 3-minute map, as I've said. So this will really require a lot of stamina and consistency for you to be able to execute properly.
Yeah, we talk about it so much, but it really does matter, especially on maps like these. 3.5 minutes on a map like this is like very scary when you're in tournament play. I mean, the nerves have to be getting to you right now if you are Team Australia, because Vietnam is currently threatening match point.
Yeah, I mean, it's very scary to think about. But wait, Chi Don actually is the one that concedes the first miss. But this shouldn't be too much of a problem. Again, it's still the start. And this is a 3-minute map. A gauntlet for technical, really. Chi Don fighting another drop. Not to mention Vixile has the accuracy that's the lowest in the lobby. Like, actually. But Oct4 trades one back. So this could still really go back to Vietnam's favor. But Chi Don missed again.
Yeah, a lot of misses coming out for Chardon. Currently matching Vixile in terms of accuracy, just about the lowest in the lobby. Lot still holding on to that FC, but it is being beaten out by Emptiness right now. So currently Australia has the upper hand on all 3 fronts.
Yes, and not to mention, Anim Girl has the advantage over Vixile, a very decent one. And I've seen Locke and Vixile drop 200s of their own. Chi Don isn't able to recover properly. Like, they've only reached the 99.5 mark, literally just about to do so. And I would be surprised if they end up dropping even more, considering that this is a technical map.
Thankfully, again, the length of it might be the savior for Vietnam. We've seen a lot of points in this match where Vietnam could have just taken it without any misses being traded back. They usually do have the better accuracy. So even as we get into this back half of the map, Australia does retain that 10,000 point lead. Australia still needs to keep it up for the entirety of this back section in order to fend off Vietnam. Because Vietnam could totally lock in for this last portion, and with Anim Girl taking this first drop, it might be the start of something.
That was a messy drop, I think, from Anim Girl. Like, you could tell the lead is really going back to Vietnam anytime soon. Not to mention, Oct4's accuracy hasn't been increasing. But there's still a lot of time, and Emptiness has been doing the work that Australia really needs. So the lead is still on Australia's side, but in no means is this safe. This can still go back, unless we see a drop from Vietnam. And considering this is technical, I wouldn't be surprised if we see some difficulties in act and consistency in general.
Gearing up for this final little key, and actually Emptiness dropping on those jacks. Very surprising and very needed for Vietnam and to be able to swing the tides. So Vietnam right now has this lead, but it's not by much. Anything can happen. Adam Girl dropping, but we've seen Tridoan have a couple of shaky starts. Mixel maybe as well. Those are the two players you want to look at in terms of drops. Lots still hanging on very, very well here. And Oct 4 bringing up the rear for Australia. Highest combo for Team Australia right now. Map is ending off, and Adam Girl actually taking another break.
Very unfortunate, but it is what it is. Australia put up an amazing fight, especially for such a team like Vietnam. But that should do it. That was an amazing fight again for Australia, but ultimately Vietnam is going to be taking the point. If we were to look at Vixile, this could have easily went to Australia if those 50s and 100, if the 50 and the 100s turned into misses. That was a very scary part, but luckily they were able to push through. And Australia's going to go for Baka Mitai next.
So we are gonna see Baka Mitai being played. That is the streams map. So we are gonna, well, I guess technically vocal dump, but for Team Australia, I think you're probably gonna want to look at Iron yet again, and then I don't know, I guess Ruka.
Nah, I feel like considering how well these three did in the previous Rise pick, I think this could work for Australia if they're careful.
Yeah, and again, Team Vietnam, no substitutions whatsoever. So Australia, I guess, sticking to that game plan that, like, hey, we see you don't have, your best Rice accuracy player. We're gonna try to challenge you guys in the Rice field.
But yeah, here we go. So in the Rice field, indeed, and considering that they almost won the previous pick, maybe this Rice pick could work.
Yeah, definitely. I think that Emptiness is very much a player to watch out for when it comes to this map. Will probably be matched by either Lot or Tridoan Gaming. It's very hard to say, but I think Vixile currently is testing out new keybinds, so playing a very dangerous game there. Maybe chalked it up to their bad accuracy, relatively, I guess, in that last map.
Yeah, accuracies were pretty close, but consistency was the difference. So I guess this being 1 minute and 50 seconds, maybe that's what they're going for. Like, if they think Vietnam is going to be missing in this part, or something like that, and Australia can keep their consistency for this, I think they can still win this, actually.
Definitely. Vietnam currently in the lead position here, match point for them. They are looking to get to that next round in the 4K World Cup. Australia fighting for their lives right now. It's currently 1-5, and they need something to happen.
Yeah, they really need something. Like, they need to be able to win, I think 2 break points or something like that, but then win 2 of their own picks just for them to even have a chance. And right now, this pick is working well for Australia. As I say that, Tridoan concedes a drop. So this could really still be well onto Australia's favor if they hold the accuracies and combo they have right now. Like, look at these speed patterns. They are not the easiest to hit, and yet Australia looks to be more stable in this regard.
Yeah, really helped by Emptiness and Adam Girl, locked in second and first place in the lobby. Vietnam doing well, pretty good team score overall with everyone over 99.7, but that's not enough right now. Tridoan Gaming giving that early miss means a lot for Team Australia, especially considering that this is, I think, the shortest map in the pool, only 1 minute and 50. So as we're past halfway in the map, Australia getting this lead, and it's very scary right now.
I am really scared as well right now, but look, I gotta commend Australia's performance right now. What is this team score right now? Oh my goodness. Oh! So there's still a few more parts of the map. This speed section is nothing to joke about. They have to keep this. Please tell me they're going to keep this consistency. They will, right?
They have to right now if they want to stay in this tournament, and it seems like they are going to finish flawlessly triple FC for Team Australia and a very good team score at that. Let's see those scores.
Oh my goodness. So we have a V1SS from Emptiness. Could have been a V1SS for Chidon. Anim Girl and Knocked 4. Very good supporting scores. They were more than enough to match Lot and Vixels. What an amazing performance from Australia there. I got shocked there. I was really shocked there.
Yeah, I'm trying to see. I feel like Australia maybe didn't even need that drop from Tradoan in order to win. I mean, just such a good team performance from Australia, especially with having almost three 990s and Vixel and Lot being at around that 988 level. I think they would have won anyways.
I think so as well. We gotta give props to Anim Girl. Like, I'm just happy that he was able to full combo this map. Very good performance from Anim Girl. That was actually very clutch on their end.
Yeah, I think that was their first FC in this match so far. Been a very good performer for Australia and really showed up on that map. I think it is Team Vietnam's pick right now. What do they want to go for?
I don't know. These rice picks are too scary. I think maybe hybrid 1 or 3. Wait, they're going for S. What if? Imagine if they go SV. Just imagine.
If they had the game plan of banning SB1 and then...
Oh! I have to interrupt you there.
Oh no. I guess they did have that game plan. The ban SB1 but practice the heck out of SB2 might be real.
Oh my god. So I am expecting Lot, Vixen, and Chunky Yume here. Australia, I don't know who's playing this actually.
Yeah, last week we saw Adrenaline, Oct4, and Iron play for the SV. Not sure if Adrenaline isn't here. We have not seen them yet in this match. And for Vietnam, probably Tokiyume. Yep, they are in the lobby. So we're gonna have Tokiyume, Vixile, and okay, Adrenaline in this wrong spot, but I'm not sure why Lot left the lobby.
I don't know. That's
oh, there we
okay.
go.
No. I was nervous. Lot wasn't gonna turn out alright.
Yeah, Lot, definitely one person to watch when it comes to SV maps in this tournament. A top performer no matter what you throw at them. Vietnam probably has the upper hand overall, I'd say, in SV. Just, I think when you think Team Vietnam, I think you what comes to mind is a very capable SV formation. As for Team Australia, again, as I said last week, when playing Mr. Scratch, they would have lost to Team Vietnam by about 30,000 points, so they really do need to step up here.
I mean, they do have the more, like, I do know Lot is more, like, more of the SV anchor of this team. I think Vixile and Tokiyume are pretty experienced in that field as well. But we have to give Australia some credit as well on their SV ability, because I really just hope everyone practiced, almost everyone at 100%, by the way. The whole bottom row is.
Wow, they kept that up for a very, very long time, but as we finally get into the thick of it, we are going to see some of those accuracies drop. Specifically, HD Adrenaline looking at a 99.1, Tokiyume second to last with a 99.5, but everyone else really just holding on very well.
Yeah, everyone's actually holding really well. Those 200s from Adrenaline are actually not the worst really to get. It's even worse if you get misses. So currently, as long as Adrenaline, Iron, and Oct4 are able to hold on, there's still a room for opportunity here.
And again, this is mapped to the vocals instead of the music, I think that these parts are very, very easily to get early 200s, but we do see the first break of the map. It's going to be HD Adrenaline taking a really big hit to their accuracy.
That was very scary. And I believe after this is going to be like a very difficult slow jam section. I might be wrong though. Because like right now we do see more vocal SV. Yeah, here we go. Here's that. We saw a lot of misses on this side. I believe it was on the Peruvian team. This could really be the death of some players, but looks like no one is too affected. And as I say that, Adrenaline finds a lot of drops.
Yeah, maybe traded out by Vixel taking a lot of bad judgments when it got to that really slow jam part. But can we talk about how Lot is sitting at a 99.87? And before that section, Iron I think had a 99.8 as well.
Yeah, they were all at the peak of the SBs in both teams. Though, man, this 50,000 point lead is so big. It's going to be really hard for Australia to catch up here. They have to play almost perfectly to make even any effect. And not to mention, Adrenaline is still getting some 200s and 100.
Yeah, I'd almost say it's in the hands of Vietnam to drop the ball here. Just going by the lead, 62,000 points. Really do need a bunch of chain misses to come in soon. But it seems like this Vietnamese team is so well practiced on this map.
Yep. And oh no, the slow jump has been affecting Adrenaline once again. Yeah, this slow jump is no joke at all. The mere fact that Lot is still at 99.84 though, even with all the SVs that are thrown at you, these patterns are no joke.
Yeah, they can be tricky to maneuver around, especially with all the little stutters and jumps like that, and they're mapped to the vocals. Vixal taking a drop, but it does not mean much. It honestly is not making a dent in that lead for Team Vietnam, and they are going to finish this beautifully with a 6-2 victory over Team Australia.
Lot with the V1 double S. Iron actually has the better ratio among both of them. Very impressive work. But unfortunately, only one can be the winner, and that is going to be Australia. Sorry, Vietnam! Why did I say Australia? I'm so sorry. Okay, take two. There can only be one winner, and that's going to be Vietnam. There we go. Congratulations to Vietnam for winning this. I actually don't know who's going to be their next opponent.
Yeah, so their next opponent is going to be the winner of UK Italy. That's going to be later on in the weekend. But thank you to Team Australia. Those guys really put up a very impressive performance. Did not go without a bang. Vietnam, again, gonna win this one. So, thank you guys for watching. We do have a couple of matches later on. In a couple of hours, actually, in about 1 hour, we have Korea versus Thailand. That's gonna kick off a pretty sporadic block. And before we go, I do have to give out a message that we do have team banners available in the Osu store on the homepage. You want to go on that top bar, hover over store, click on products, and you'll see those 2023 4K World Cup profile banners. Go get yourself one today and show support to your team, whoever you think is gonna win.
Yeah. Thank you so much for commentating with me, Dynascape. I can't wait to see how the rest of the matches go. But for now, stay tuned. And see you next time.
See you.
Hello everyone, welcome back for one match that we have in this block here. In the quarterfinals, we are here with South Korea versus Thailand. I'm Potassium F, joined by Silueska Els. How are you doing?
I'm doing fine. We had some interesting matches on the previous two, and for the first time, we're going to be seeing a winner's bracket matchup. And what a match to start us off on that regard, for the winner's bracket at least.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting one here, especially. I have a few questions about this that I'm not exactly sure the answer to here. Obviously, South Korea is the #1 seed. They are absolutely a lot of people's favorite to, at minimum, make top 3 here in this tournament. But that being said, Thailand has been, especially, so far in the tournament, they've been on an absolute tear. Like, looking at the scores of, in particularly Konkawa and Pavan have been performing out of their minds on the Thailand team in all skill categories. So I think if that can keep up, there's definitely some potential for this match to be, a fairly back and forth one.
Well, it could be, assuming they perform as expected. I do think Thailand is going to have a little bit of a problem on their third player. South Korea, of course, being South Korea, is known to be a very balanced team all the time. Though, that being said, I really think there's so much potential for this match to be very close. And I actually don't know what kind of strategy these two are going to be taking, especially considering how well-rounded these two teams could be.
Yeah, I've said a few times in a few different matches that, the teams are fairly well-rounded, but this is kind of taking it to the next level. If you look through all the scores for both of the teams, there's like not even a small bit of, relative weakness that you can see. These scores are consistent for both teams across all types of maps. So it's going to be interesting, as you said, to see, exactly what the strategy is going to be. I imagine for Thailand, I feel like it would make a lot of sense if they pick based on their third player, like you were saying before. Maybe you're going to have a little bit of third player issues for Thailand, so potentially it's going to be for them, whatever their third player, whoever that is, ends up most comfortable at, because I feel like those are the maps that Thailand are going to have the biggest advantage, well, not advantage, but the biggest chance on against South Korea. And unfortunate roll for Thailand at the very start, 3 points. Means that South Korea is going to win that early on.
Well, the good thing is, rolls really only determine the order or something like that. So I don't think Thailand should be a little bit too much worried about this.
The one thing that I do think might happen is Thailand banning SV, given what we've seen from both of the teams. South Korea has looked very, very, very solid so far on all the SV picks. I don't think Thailand has looked all too comfortable. But of course, this week's SV maps is an insane step up from previous weeks, so very hard to predict.
Yeah, I mean, especially on the hybrids, really, like there's a clear, distinct level, and the ups on the up on the up on an upgrade on difficulty. Really, wait a second. Look at this. Interestingly, South Korea is protecting SV2. Typically, that's not the kind of pick South Korea would usually protect, but interesting strategy nonetheless.
Yeah, I think this definitely has to be a targeted protect against Thailand in particular. I feel like in this case, Thailand is probably expected to ban one of the SVs, and I guess South Korea just wants to force their hand to ban Sample Ensemble rather than Cyber Thunder. That might be the idea here.
But instead, Thailand is going to be in. That's a very bold move, in my opinion. Protecting a rise.
Protecting
But-
not just any rise, that's a very short and technical one as well.
Like, I'm honestly surprised to see that, because I'm going to be looking at the statistics real quick. And we're going to be seeing how consistent Thailand was on round of 16. Because in round of 32, Thailand was the most consistent team, at least based on their team performance scores. And in round of 16, there's been a considerable drop, really, They dropped to 8th place on the team performance scores. Meanwhile, South Korea was number 3 in that regard. So definitely something that they have to consider is maybe there's going to be a drop of quality and their consistency. But I don't know. This is something that teams probably are afraid nowadays. Like these maps are really hard.
Yeah, it is very hard to be consistent on them. But even, that saying, you say like the team performance dropped off a little bit. I wouldn't even call it a team performance. I think Pavin and Konkawe absolutely consistent still from last week. It really is. Do they have another player? So it just, can their third player catch up to the rest of the team here, as well as South Korea, because South Korea of course have insanely strong players. And I guess, if Thailand have 3 players that are comfortable on Rise 5, then that might be fine. We'll have to see really about how that ends up playing out.
Yeah,
but
for the meantime,
SV1 ban comes out. Yeah, SV1 ban comes out from Thailand as kind of expected. Makes a lot of sense there. Now's the interesting part. Cosmo Station. That's I'm trying to wrap my head around it. I guess.
Yeah, they're going for
I guess that
Rice
makes
ban.
sense. I guess that kind of makes sense. Maybe it's something that they're concerned that Thailand are comfortable with.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like Thailand is actually going for the Rice this time around. So, wait a second. It looks like Korea's trying to get YZ and Yonho to the server. Oh, so Thailand banning Jumpstream. I think they're just trying to avoid the scare that they had on, I forgot what was the Falcon Jumpstream map on the previous. I forgot what that was, but they were avoiding that.
So let's have a look here. It is going to be South Korea's first pick, and it's going to be interesting to see what they go for. If Thailand are looking at the Rice pool, are South Korea looking at the LNs? Now, South Korea, I believe, played mostly Rice last week as well.
Well, we just have to see first. Because, South Korea is really taking their time to pick right now, which, in my opinion, makes a lot of sense, especially for a high-pressure situation.
Yeah, it's very hard for, in particular in South Korea's position, it's very hard to know what their good picks are without really having full knowledge on Thailand's scores. I feel like Thailand might have a slightly easier time picking because you can just kind of assume that South Korea is very good at everything.
I can tell. Okay, so here's what I was saying. So I think Thailand is just trying to avoid the scare on Infinity Rage that they had, because they nearly lost the pick to Vietnam in the last round. So I guess they might be a little bit aware that South Korea might be ridiculously consistent on the jump stream map.
But it was South Korea that banned it.
Oh, wait, really?
Yeah, it was South Korea that banned Cosmo Station.
Oh, okay, I didn't catch that. My bad. But still,
Yeah.
This probably is a good ban for South Korea nonetheless. Because I think Thailand's going to be good at that. Though they're going for LN3 actually. I think this is a good choice. So we'll be seeing Monplug. This isn't the first time Monplug appeared. I believe Monplug was here on SV1 on round of 32, but that's about it really.
Yeah, for SV, and I know Monplug is definitely a very physically capable player. Maybe this is the first time we're seeing, because I know last week against Vietnam, it was AOMTCO that played most of the maps, at least. Or maybe Paponga coming in instead. Okay, this is an interesting one. Paponga played the tiebreaker.
And also Infinity Range. So interesting swap in. So I think it's right to put in Paponga instead of AOM DCO. I fear that DCO might be a little bit might fall off a little bit on the physicality side, which is why I think Paponga is the right choice to make here, at least.
I do know Paponga played very well on the tiebreaker, at least, of Ambrosia last week, so seems like a player that might have the physicality to be able to play quarterfinals pool, and if it ends up working out, we'll have to see, because that might be a good switch in for Thailand here. Of course, Poker, Gaesol, and YZ on the South Korean side for an LN map. That is a terrifying lineup as well.
Yeah, I mean, YZ is very consistent on maps like this, so I'm not surprised that he's in here. Though, my question is, can Thailand really match what potentially accuracy South Korea will have? Because I'm expecting a really good team score from both sides here. Look at this, YZ and Parpong are already dropping below the 99.7 range. Poka, Gaesol, Pavan, Kokawe just, being themselves and still up high there.
Very strong scores from those 4 players in particular. Gaesol dropping off a little bit, but Paponga is just continuously dropping the accuracy down, 99.3. But it's still keeping close overall. Pavan and Konkawe both with really high scores.
Yeah, Thailand is doing really good considering what they have right now. Unfortunately, Parpong are dropping. Like, the amount of mini jacks here mixed with the LNs really would make you wonder if this is a hybrid or a long note pick. But again, the LN test here really favors so much, and I can definitely see why this is suitable for LN3. And right now, YZ and Gaesol are slowly dropping accuracy, so Parpong increases, but as they say that, that's a drop on one of the jacks, I believe.
And this lead is going to increase so far in terms of South Korea's favor. 7,000, 8,000 points the lead now. We're halfway through the map, but the accuracy actually is not too far apart from both the teams. Most of the difference is between YZ and Paponga right now.
Yeah, that is definitely what's making the difference. Gaesol, Polka, Pavan, Kokawe, and YZ. Really just 5 players still holding the full combo. Very impressive work from everyone in the lobby, really. But this is still really close. This can still go to Thailand's side if South Korea is not careful. And oh man, the fact that this is still close despite all the patterns being thrown at you just makes me scared. And Pavan concedes a drop. I think that probably could be the nail in the coffin.
A clean drop, but still, yeah. You're going to have to hope for at least 3 misses. I feel like a whole team miss from South Korea is necessary if Thailand wants to be able to come back now. That was the highest accuracy as well. Gaesol and Paponga both trading. Gaesol finds another one, but not going to be quite enough.
If it was a little bit earlier, then it may have been enough. Not to mention, look at these 2 scores, like 2957, 2949. These are really good scores from both teams. And that's a painful miss from Pavan, because that would have probably beaten Pokas.
That would definitely beaten Pokers.
Konkawa and Parpong and Pavan did everything they could, but South Korea's consistency was a little bit too strong.
Yeah, if you remove the misses from Thailand's side, this actually probably is taken by Thailand, actually. I'm pretty confident now, looking at some of these scores, without the misses from Pavan and Paponga, yeah. So that one actually may be a little bit too close for South Korea's liking, but it is their point and they do win it nonetheless. So Thailand now, it is their pick. They get to choose what to go for here, and is it going to be the rice? Actually, as far as LN goes, that wasn't too bad. So the protect straight away. It's going to be Rice 5.
Yeah, I mean, Rice 5 being the pick? Wait, they're picking the Protect right now? I feel like that's not the way to go. Because, there's so many opportunities here, and this isn't exactly, the scariest situation yet.
Yeah, I feel like Thailand are currently in a pretty fine situation for themselves. They've only lost their opponent's pick, and I mean, can't be expecting to win against South Korea's first pick, but they brought it pretty close. Yeah, this is going to be an entirely different type of map. So it's very hard to predict how this one will go exactly.
Alright, so wait, I think they're actually going for Baka Mitai.
Yeah, they are. They're going for Baka Mitai, Rice 5.
I mean, wait a second. Why is it still not? We're just waiting for the map to be in, really.
Yeah. And here we go. Of course, one of the best songs of the pool.
I agree. So, Pakamitai, of course, putting in Yonho here, I think is a good choice. I feel like the lineup here for Korea should be like Poka, Gaesol, maybe Poka, YZ, and Yonho, just to keep up with the consistency of Thailand. Because I think Thailand's specialty here is like really short maps, and they're incredibly consistent when stuff is really short.
And this one indeed is also one of those really short maps, especially given that it really does pick up in the difficulty just at the very end of the map as well.
Yeah, I mean, this is a very short map, and I just think it's a very interesting strategy to pick this early on, especially if this is something you'd call your protect. Parpong are already having a sort of rocky start, but Konkawa and Pavin, of course, being the anchor of this team right now, really having the two highest, other than Gaesel, who's countering Pavin really well. It's really just up to Parponger to increase this. Not to mention, this is a very dumpy pick. So having to increase that accuracy is going to be really challenging, especially
It
considering
is.
that your risks could easily be it could easily backfire if your wrists are super unstable and you could drop really much.
I have no idea how people ratio these maps, but Papong are actually increasing the accuracy pretty fast, now almost up to 99.7 already, while the other players are also building up their accuracies. Yonho also recovered quite a lot from a little bit of a shaky start, so South Korea in a small bit of a lead still. Halfway through already from the map, still 6 full combos, and it's flickering. Here we go, the fastest part of the map.
Yeah, and I think Poka and Gaesel are slowly dropping those accuracies, but it's not fast enough, as Korea still has the advantage. I think it's mostly due to Parponger being a little bit behind of Yonho. There really has to be some 200 drops at some point for Korea for this lead to even shift, but it doesn't look like that's going to be the case.
Oh, but
Time
it's
is
so close.
Time is running out. I don't think this part is any easier compared to... Oh! Wait, what is going on? This lead is going to shift
It's
to
flicking.
Thailand.
Paponga's not dropping. Paponga's still on 99.7, has not dropped accuracy at all
But it's
since the
going to
middle
go
part
to-
of the map, but it's just going to barely... Oh!
Wait!
No! No!
No, you can't
That
do
is
this!
tragic! 72!
points! 72 points! Oh my goodness.
A single 200 more than enough. And
That has got to hurt. That has got to hurt Thailand. Not to mention, this was their protect. Oh man.
Oh, but that is such a good performance of both teams. That's 6 full combos altogether. Paponga getting, I think, almost all of those 200s at the very start of the map. You have to imagine, what if?
That was so unfortunate for Thailand. But it's only one breakpoint. I don't think they should be too they shouldn't be too discouraged, because their Ellen looks to be pretty decent, really. Like, I think it's just toe-to-toe with Korea at this point.
Yeah, I don't think Korea has really many safe picks. I will say I think they do have one safe pick, but we'll have to see if that ever comes out. All of the regular picks, though, LN, Hybrid, Rice, it's looking fairly neck and neck from the 2 maps that we've seen so far.
It has indeed been very close. Although, I think something to note is losing your own protect just really could be a morale shift. That is not exactly the way you want to go for it. Especially considering that protects are quote-unquote your safest pick. It's the one you don't want your opponent to ban. Or your opponent can't ban, rather. And if you lose that, that might be bad, in my opinion.
Yeah, the pressure now is all on Thailand. You have to imagine South Korea now, they're sitting with a nice 2-point lead. They can afford to mess up potentially. But Thailand right now, they can't be affording too many chokes anymore. Not that they even really have choked. But here it is. Calculate. This is another really interesting pick. This is another extremely short pick coming out of South Korea. Hybrid as well. So we're going to all parts of the pool.
Yeah, I think South Korea, now that they saw that they won on a short pick, I think they're really trying to go for the shorter ones. As Thailand did answer with a short pick on the previous one with Bakamitai, but now that they saw that they can win out of consistency in that regard, maybe.
I don't know if you can. I don't know if you can. Like, I don't know if you look at that Bakamitai like score situation and have much confidence. You know, like, yeah, it's good South Korea won it, but can you really be confident you could win that again? I don't think so. With 72 points.
I mean, if you're let's say you're in a situation like this, you wouldn't really care too much. You might accidentally forget about factors like that and just think, okay, a win is a win, we move. That could be the situation here. Like, maybe us as commentators, we can't see the statistics and all, but due to the adrenaline that these players are feeling on the stage, can't they really see the nuances in the statistics on hand? All you can really feel comfortable on are the win and the loss, really.
Yeah, so we'll see how it turns out here. We are actually seeing AOMDCO coming in for Thailand, so a swap there, and YZ for South Korea.
Yeah, here we go. So AOMDCO is not sure if this was the right choice to make. Her Ponger has been performed. What? Wait a second.
Oh.
Wait, this has to be an abort, right?
Something's gone on with Pavin's screen here.
Hello? What is going on? Wait, this should be aborted. Okay, but anyways, that was a very unfortunate start. Oh man.
No abort coming through?
Alright, so I guess the match is indeed happening. So AOMDCO and Konkawi are doing a relatively good job. Especially Konkawi right now with 99.85, beating out... Okay, I think that's an abort.
Oh. Potentially?
Okay, yeah, it's an abort. It's an abort.
Okay, yep, so...
That's an abort. That's an abort. Thank goodness that happened.
Yep, because that would have been very unfortunate. If that continued, the map was over, just straight up. There is no conceivable chance that South Korea would have lost that, which is not the way that you would want to win a point, of course.
Well, luckily this was an abort, but it's alright. I mean, things do happen. You can't really blame yourself too much.
Yeah, tech issues, it happens, of course.
Yeah, I mean, it just reminds me of that one time last year. I believe someone had a PC issue on Ultima Thule against South Korea, funnily enough. I don't know, it just reminded me of that. I am just glad that this instance, there was an abort. So luckily, that score will not be affected too much.
Yep, so still in with a chance here, Thailand is, but we are waiting for Poker to come back, it looks like.
But yeah, let's see who gets this.
Okay, all players back in the lobby, hopefully. Oh, looks like Poker having issues as well, so...
Oh man, what's going on?
Oh, imagine... Wait, also Poker played the rest of the map?
Wait, Poker played the rest of the map? What?
Wait.
What's going on?
Also, wait, is that what happened? Did the abort not apply to Poker, and then it kicked him from the room and he just played it in single player mode or something like that. That would be a very weird situation to have happened.
Oh man,
Very
that
unfortunate.
was very, very unfortunate. Okay, well, looks like Poka's motivated to upscore that, and I'm all for that.
Okay, yeah. I mean, if Poker gets a better score now than he did on that first run then there can't be any complaints, right?
Yeah. Alright, I really hope everything's fine now. I really don't want to see that happen.
Yeah, let's see. Pray for no tech issues this time.
Alright. Oh man. You know, I hate this. The song is really making my heart beat fast. And this is like... Okay, there we go.
Here we go. It is starting here. I don't see Pavan typing. Uh-oh. No, let's get in. Let's hopefully everyone's in now for real. No shenanigans happening on the tech side.
Well, one more thing. I think this could benefit South Korea a little bit more. Remember how YZ had a little bit of a lower AC on LN3? This is OD 7.3. So maybe this could give opportunity for YZ to focus more on consistency, which is why I think they placed him in here. Though right now it looks like Thailand has a small accuracy advantage.
Well, these acts are going back and forth. It's very close right now overall. Poker actually crushing this so far, but AOMDCO dropping a lot of accuracy, and now the combo as well, down to 99%. That's a big drop.
Yeah, AOM being in here, in my opinion, was a little bit questionable from the start. But this is only a 10,000 point difference. This can still go to anyone really, but Thailand has to push harder than this. Konkawe dropping accuracy. You saw that UR. That easily could have been a few drops on their end, but the resiliency Konkawe had made sure it's still up there. But time is running out for Thailand though.
Yeah, combos up for Thailand, but the accuracy just looks like it's not quite there. Pavan is managing to match Poker. Very strong scores from both of them. But Konkawe is just a little bit behind YZ, and Gaysol as well, way out in front of AOM in terms of the accuracy. AOM managing to bring it back to 99.4, but the miss, that's really the story here. And you can see that lead growing over time, 17,000 points, and only a little bit of the map left.
Yeah, and this is where the speed up happens. The patterns get denser. Everything gets faster. I can expect to see some drops, and AOM unfortunately is the one. But only AOM has been dropping. The rest have been very consistent. This is where the fastest part gets there, and what a team score here for both teams, really.
Oh my god, what crazy FCs. 5 players FCing? And that's going to be a Scorpion double S from both Pavan and YZ.
Pavan actually takes the MVP on the whole lobby, but oh man. I mean, to be fair to Thailand, they should not be too discouraged with that run. It was a South Korea pick after all. So still an amazing effort from Thailand, really.
Yeah, I don't think Thailand can be too sad about their performances at all. They've been performing. Absolutely. Getting multiple MVPs so far this match. Just against Thailand, against South Korea is kind of a crazy performance. But they are 3-0 down. It's their pick now, and if Thailand really want to make this match a bit closer, if they want to even potentially take the match, they're going to have to win this one. I don't think any team can really afford to go 4-0 down against South Korea.
I mean, of course, they are the defending champions. You gotta remember that.
Oh, for good reason. So let's see, what is the strategy here? Do Thailand decide to go back to the rice? Bakimi Tai did end up being insanely close. That could have very realistically been Thailand's point. So, and it looks like they're actually going to continue along those lines. Gypsy Filler coming in here, the speed pick.
So you did say Gypsophilia. I have to say though, maybe they're going for the mapper advantage here. You know, wink, wink.
Oh, true, true. That is a fact there. Unfortunately, South Korea, I don't believe, has a mapper advantage. Oh, South Korea banned their own mapper advantage.
Wait, you're right.
The South Korean map was the one that they banned.
Oh my, you're actually right. So they banned the Blessia pick.
Unfortunate for South Korea. But let's see if the mapper advantage is real. Mysterion, of course, being a Thai mapper.
Well, let's see.
Huge
Let's
swaps
part-
here. Paponga for South Korea, Yonho for Thailand.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of funny, but hey, here we go. I think Polka and Geisel have played every map so far. Same with Pavin and Konkawa.
Yeah, it's just the third player being swapped for both teams, so now we're going to get another 2 swaps from either of them. Yonho and Paponga coming in instead of YZ and AOMDCO respectively.
Yeah, I think this was the right swap to make for Thailand, really. I think Parponger really offsets a lot of the issues. Like, I have noticed there are some consistency problems for a lot of good reasons, though, because these maps are really hard. And Parponger is one of the more consistent players in the Thailand side of things.
It definitely seems like Paponga has a very high level of physicality, can definitely keep up with these maps, but the concern really is, you know, the extreme level of accuracy right now that South Korea has on their team with their 3 players. Feels like Paponga maybe struggles a little bit more in the accuracy department, just enough for South Korea to be able to, you know, match or even get a little bit of an advantage in that side. But of course, we've seen the accuracies overall as a team between both of these teams has been exceptionally close so far. We'll see how this one goes.
I mean, that's fair. Although we have to be careful because like this is 2 minutes 27. I've been noticing this, but these two teams haven't been picking long maps. Like they've been really avoiding those kinds of maps, and I can tell why. Maybe they're afraid of consistencies a little bit.
Oh my god, look at the hundreds. Okay, I mean it is easy this start, but still. Hundreds from both South Korean players have gone. Just Pavin and Konkawa.
And Konkawa still has 100 after that.
Okay, Konkawa lasted a long time into that stream though, that's impressive.
Yeah, indeed. But now, looking at these streams and Minijacks mixed in there, this is like a very challenging speed pick, I'd have to say, considering how this requires you to be like able to read through these patterns which require you to roll or rotate your wrist in some sense. Konkawa and Pavin are just killing it right now. Paponga is doing really well as well.
Hang on a second, Thailand has a little bit of an act lead right now. Paponga actually performing better than Yonho so far at least, by a little bit. And that's enough to give the smallest of advantages here, but halfway through the map only, we still have the second half now.
And this second half could cost some people to drop their stamina here and there. And it doesn't look like fatigue is affecting any of these players. Not to mention Polka, Geisel, Pavin, and Konkawa, the 4 players who have played every map so far, seem to... they're not tired at all. They're literally the highest performers here.
Yeah, they're killing it right now. Look at this score lead. It's going back and forth so close. There's not that much long of the map left, actually. And no one is... Oh my god, Paponga drops a little bit of accuracy. Is that enough to actually flick it towards South Korea? I don't think it quite is. I feel like Thailand has a bit of an advantage still with the accuracy.
I don't know who has the lead, but every rice pick has been ridiculously close. Who is going to take it? It looks like Thailand unless a last minute miss happens.
Oh, it is Thailand!
Oh, there it is! Thailand takes a point off of South Korea. That was a much needed point.
That is huge. What is this team score, though? This is insane.
So Thailand has 3,200 total, while South Korea has only 4. 3 to 4 200s from both teams. What are we seeing here?
But just
what
the
an insane...
ratios. Konkawa and Pavin are so good. What? Everyone
my-
is so good. How do you lose a point when all three players on South Korea are above 993k? That is such an insane South Korean team score, and somehow Thailand manages to come out on top. That is an incredible performance, just straight up. And they're on the board now, 3-1. This is still comebackable. Thailand can absolutely come back in this match.
Yeah, I mean, they're only down one breakpoint, really. I personally think that either Parponger or maybe Montblanc even should be playing this hybrid. Like we saw AOM's performance on Calculator, and I just think Parponger and Montblanc have the physicality that's much needed for a pick like this.
Oh, this has a very high level of physicality needed as well. We've seen how much the Jacks in this map can absolutely destroy a player, destroy a team. So you need to hold the physicality and the stamina and the comfort in general. It's so choke heavy that I definitely think Parponga should stay in here. I wonder who South Korea is bringing in. I did see for a small moment Vanilla Latte join the lobby earlier, but we'll see what the choice is here for South Korea.
Yeah, I think it should be, or maybe they're saving up Poka Fanboy. Maybe.
Poker Fanboy? Has Poker Fanboy been playing anything other than SV? I don't think I've seen them play.
They did play an Ellen chart in round of 32. I remember that.
Okay. And also, there is actually one thing about Poker Fanboy that I've been very confused about. Is that, has Poker Fanboy ever had another name? Because there's no past nicknames on the profile, and the account was made before Poker's.
I don't know. Maybe they've always been a Poka fanboy since they were
Like,
in
even
here.
before Poker was made. Like, does Poker mean something else? I don't know. Is it just a coincidence? That would be insane for it to be just a coincidence that the names are like that.
Oh my goodness. But yeah, let's give it a moment. Okay, looks like it's gonna be YZ here.
Okay, YZ coming in here, just like the rest of the hybrids and the LNs that we've seen, so these lineups do make a lot of sense.
Alright. So this is, again, another 2-minute mapping coming here. So these players are really on the brink of consistency. Oh man. Like, I think the biggest question here is if the 4 players who've played everything so far can keep it up, because fatigue might come into play soon, and is YZ and Parponger going to be able to match each other, or who would take advantage of that? Those are the questions I have here.
Okay, here's what I'm thinking for this map. Surely we don't see 6 FCs. Again, there's no way that happens that many times in a row, right? That's how probability works. But here we go. And it's so far everyone holding pretty strong. Parponga drops a little bit in accuracy down to 99.6, but only a small lead for South Korea.
Yeah, I mean, Poka and Kumkawe.
Oh!
I say Poka, that's a big drop! Not to mention, it was very messy. This is what I was talking about fatigue. This map requires you to be very consistent. With the mini-jacks and Ellens that are being thrown at you, you really have to hold on to that as long as you can.
Okay, hold on. Yeah, that was a big act drop as well. Now Poka in matching Parponga's accuracy, actually. So Thailand with the act lead, maybe, just barely. But
as you
Parponga
say
finds a
that,
miss.
Parponger finding a drop, that is going to shift it back to Korea. But Kingsol immediately trades it back, although it is a very clean one.
And
Poker drop
Poka
as
again.
well.
Hang on, 2 misses in the lead for Thailand. Now the accuracy definitely in Thailand's favor ever so slightly. Parponga's still holding on there, and this lead now is 14,000 points. We're getting towards the end of the map already. Remember, this was South Korea's pick.
Yeah, and these mini Jackson rolls have really been affecting South Korea a lot. I think that's the pattern Thailand may want to go for. Anything with mini jacks and whatever. could be on their favor, but time is still there. If Parponger, if any one of these three players make any mistake,
Hang on,
wait
what's
a
going on
minute.
here?
Wait a minute.
Pavin,
Okay,
Pavin.
wait
Stay with us,
Wait a
Pavin.
second. Wait a second. It's going to be Thailand's
It
point.
It is Thailand's point. My god, don't scare us with that internet.
Woo, that was scary.
Look at that score from Konkawe. 996.
Konkawe? What in the world was that? Not to mention, Pavin with 1-200 only. Oh my god.
That is insane.
YZ had a really good performance as well. Woo, that's a scary team score from both sides.
That is insane from both sides as well. It's just the misses from South Korea. It would have been basically tied up without those misses. But yet, Thailand with an incredible performance on South Korea's own pick. This ties up the game. This is essentially tied as far as breakpoints are concerned. Thailand have a massive opportunity right now to bring it to 3-3.
I mean, it's 3-2 right now. The problem is, I don't know exactly what South Korea should go for now. Because the rice picks have been ridiculously close, the hybrids have been alright, and the one Ellen was also that super close too. So, that being said, I think Thailand has to go for maybe Nisei no? Maybe
Yeah.
Nisei no.
I feel like what you said before about, the mini jacks potentially, winning it off of the combo is what they just did on that map. So potentially one of those maps, like you said, Nisemono, Break the Silence. Break the Silence is going to come out, actually. Another one of these maps, a lot of mini jacks involved, a lot of choke potential. And if Thailand is comboing like they are right now, this could end up being a good pick.
Yeah, and now, Break the Silence. Oh, we're seeing two swaps. I think it will be Vanilla Latte and Yonho. Or maybe YZ and Yonho, actually.
Okay, we'll see. Yonho definitely in for the rice picks for South Korea. We're going to see the same three, it looks like, for Thailand staying in. And yeah, you're right, Vanilla Latte coming in. First time we're seeing them in this match.
Oh man.
And of course, Vanilla Latte, one of those players that on South Korea that has an exceptionally high skill ceiling as far as the physicality is concerned. We're getting into these rice picks. This one definitely has, a lot of those mini jacks, a lot of the bursts as well can be very brutal.
Yeah, mini jacks are something Thailand seem to be very consistent on. Alright, and I can't wait to see. Yeah, here we go. Vanilla Latte's first appearance. Poca needing to take a well-deserved rest. But Gaysol, Pavin, and Konkawe have been killing it despite the lack of that. Just insane consistency from them. Not to mention, Parponger, I believe, has played most of the maps as well, really.
Yeah, I think Parponger only got subbed out for one of the maps, even. So playing most of the maps absolutely as well. And here we go into this pick. This is an important pick for both teams. So far, it looks like fairly even across the board in terms of the accuracy, but Vanilla Latte finds a very early miss. That's a fairly messy one, down to 99.4.
Yeah, very scary drop. But Thailand is not that far ahead, actually. Especially considering it's still early on. So now the players have just reached around the 600, 700 combo mark soon. It's still early on, and not to mention, this pick is very dumpy. So I think Konkawe is going to be the one to kill here. We saw Konkawe's performance on Bakamitai. I won't be surprised if Konkawe does the same in this kind of map again.
Despite that one miss, it was a very early miss before the 400 combo mark, and Vanilla Latte still has accuracy that matches Parponga, so this is not a very big lead at all. And it's so early into the map still as well. We're only a third of the way in. Parponga manages to hit that 99.7. That's going to help Thailand out just a little bit.
I have to say though, like the lead seems to be decreasing. In fact, it's going to be pulling a little back on the South Korea side. Thailand has to keep this up. They cannot afford any mistakes whatsoever, especially in this break section.
Yeah, do not do anything here. I've seen so many misses in break sections exactly like this before, and it's the worst thing to see. But so far, everyone doing okay. 6 full combos is... Or not 6, 5 full combos still, that is. Only Vanilla Latte's early one. And only just hitting the second half of the map.
It's starting to get really close, actually. But, like, the lead has not changed at all. Vanilla Latte has done a really good job increasing that accuracy. Yonho and Gaysol being as consistent as they've been. But look at Kurkawi though, 99.9! Despite the mini-attacks and rolls thrown at you, these 6 players have been really consistent.
Yeah, not a single player has dropped in any form of accuracy, any combo, no accuracy drops, nothing. They've been so consistent ever since the first, 10 seconds of the map. This has been crazy, and that's why the score lead is exactly the same. It's still 7,000 points because no one from either side is making any mistakes right now. We're at the end of the map just like that already. This is where everything's going to be decided.
It's not done yet. There are still a lot of opportunities for anyone to make a mistake here. It's make or break for everyone. Regardless if you're in South Korea or if you're in Thailand. Time is running out. Can Thailand secure their 3rd point? Or will South Korea make a final effort to take it back? It's getting closer and closer, actually!
All 5,000 points, the difference. This is within a miss. Paponga's accuracy dropping just a little bit underneath Vanilla Latte's, but it's not going to be enough. South Korea lose the pick by 1 miss, and Thailand managing to take it across. That is ridiculous! Konkawe!
Wait! Yonho and Pavin have the same exact score! Wow!
Oh my god,
though,
okay.
997 on a map like this. What is going on? Not to mention Parponger with the FC. If Vanilla Latte had the full combo, I think that would have been around 1k lower than Thailand's team score. That's insane.
That is crazy. Yeah, Vanilla Latte would have been out Parponga's score, but Konkawe is just so good at this game. This is absurd. I thought this match would be close. I didn't think it would be this close. South Korea and Thailand 3-3 right now, and you know what? Thailand have all of the momentum right now.
My god, I don't know. Ellen won!
This is an interesting pick. This is a very interesting pick. South Korea, I mean, they did win on LN3, but it was fairly close as far as the accuracy is concerned. This one, of course, a very different type of pick here. This one, we're going to be focused a lot more on that coordination aspect.
Oh man, I'm honestly really scared right now. Cause I don't know who wins this. I know South Korea's Ellen release is probably one of the most consistent, but you can't just count Thailand out.
Yeah, it's so hard to tell right now. I mean, so far in the match, it's been South Korea as a full team has been so solid overall. They've been getting really strong team scores. No one's underperforming. But Thailand just have these 2 absolutely out of their mind performances coming out from Pavin and Konkawe, and Parponga holding it up, getting consistent FCs as well. It's been so close, and it's hard to tell. It's actually, it's insane to think it's hard to tell who is favored on a map like this.
I don't know really, but again, it's just really scary to see who takes the cake here. I think Polka getting a well-deserved rest was very important. Though Vanilla Latte having a rocky start already. Thailand, so that will give Thailand a decent lead at the start.
This is absolutely the type of map that Poker is going to be extremely scary on. with the LN accuracy, the LN release. A very strong player in that regard.
I mean, yeah, so this is just a battle between Pavin and Polka, Gaisol Konkawe, Vanilla Latte and Parponger, and right now, it's living up to the hype. It's ridiculously close, but Konkawe picks the first drop on the long note release. That is going to be unfortunate, but it's still very close though.
It wasn't too big of an act drop either, but Parponga missing as well. Now that comes with a huge act drop, down to 99% flat. Big lead being gained for South Korea now.
My goodness, this is going to be scary. This 15,000 point lead could easily grow to 20,000 if Thailand isn't careful, especially with the pace that this is going to right now. Polka is increasing that accuracy very well. Gaisol and Vanilla Latte being very solid supports, especially on an Ellen release focus map. It's getting a little bit more one-sided to Korea's side, but this could still be a Thailand point if Korea ends up finding a couple of drops here and there, especially considering how the release is just relentless.
The only thing that's really stopping Thailand from being still in this, it feels like, is the accuracy here. Vanilla Latte and Parponga, there is a bit of an act difference between them. Parponga kind of struggling to build up that accuracy after the misses earlier. The other four players actually all kind of cancelling each other out, all very close between Konkawe, Gaisol, Polka, and Pavin. But it's just the accuracy lead, the combo lead, both in favor of South Korea, who has all three FCs still at the very end of the map.
And here we go, Konkawe finding the final drop. I think that seals the deal. So South Korea, I think this is the first convincing point we've really seen from any side really. Like all the others were ridiculous. Polka only getting 1 to 100, Pavin with 2. Oh man.
Yeah, this is absolutely, I think, the biggest point lead we've seen so far. The accuracy lead well in favor of South Korea. And that's going to be 4-3, South Korea's first point in the past 4 maps.
Oh man, 4-3. This.
Oh, it's tense.
Oh man, these two teams are gotta be nervous.
Thailand's pick now. They have to go to Rice. Yes, Rice 6 coming out, Nisemono. It feels like a good pick after winning, you know, the likes of Break the Silence.
This begs the question then, should Thailand eventually go for the core jack if they win this? Because like Korea had a very consistent core jack score in the previous round.
Oh, it's so hard to tell. I don't think you want to ever be picking core jack against South Korea, just straight up. It's going to be a very difficult question for Thailand later on if we get to that point, of course. But for now, it looks like we're getting some switch-ins. YZ is going to switch in. I think... Has YZ been playing the Rice? Don't believe they have. Okay. All new combination of players here for South Korea. But Thailand looking like they're still sticking with the same 3 players. It's been working for them so far. But of course, that stamina aspect has to be kicking in at some point.
But yeah, this is going to be the lineups for South Korea and Thailand, it seems. Here we go. So it's going to be Nisei Mono. I think this has got to be one of the longer picks we've seen other than, I think it was Break the Silence, right?
Yeah, this is definitely one of the longer picks out of all the Rice maps that we've seen being fairly short. So let's see what happens on this one. Longer map, I feel like just means longer period of time. We see this score bar flickering back and forth, but not if YZ finds this really... Oh, that's a big act drop as well, down to 96 briefly there.
Luckily, it was at the very start. Like, I saw the pattern that YZ messed up on. That was by no means an easy pattern. It just surprises me that there's 5 other players who were able to consistently hit that. This lead could potentially grow if Korea is not careful. I think, personally at least, Yano Poka should really be able to counter Pavin and Konkawa. It's really up to Parponger and YZ. As now we approach the first Ki, this part could really scratch your head if you're not careful. Like, I think I would classify this as technical jump stream or something like that.
Oh my god, I just can't believe some of the scores we're seeing right now. 99.3 on 3 players right now. Poker drops a little bit of accuracy, but Pavin finds a miss. That was one of the highest accuracies on Thailand's side, and I think that might be enough. It feels like Thailand still has the accuracy lead, definitely though. So it might not be enough for South Korea to get the lead, but ooh, it might be. It might be. YZ's miss was so early in the map that I think this point lead might start inching closer and closer to South Korea's side.
Well, Thailand cannot afford to make any mistake now. Ooh, my heart is feeling really tense. Pavin is at the 400 combo cap, so the lead that Thailand has may still stabilize here, but absolutely no mistakes can be afforded for anyone.
The one thing for
YZ
South Korea though is even though that Thailand's in the lead, YZ is slowly bringing the accuracy up. The only player in the lobby that really can bring the accuracy up higher, and as YZ brings the accuracy up, I feel like this lead is going to start shrinking more and more.
Oka and Kokawa have been fighting for their lives on the accuracy lead here. These speed section, a very technical one. This really
This is
requires
brutal.
speed.
Pavin finds a miss.
Pavin finds a drop. But the accuracy lead, I think, is still slightly on Thailand's favor. What if he finds a drop? This speed
That's
section.
another miss from YZ.
That should do it. But wait, Pavin trades it back. This speed section could really chip your wrist if you're not careful. But that's it. Poka fights the last drop, and that gives Thailand the 4th point.
Oh my god, that's an SS from Konkawa again! How do you do this? 997?
Almost double-digit perfects for Konkawa.
Donho as
What
well.
is that?
We have two SSs in the lobby. We have so many FCs, 3 FCs across the board. Pokers, you may as well call that an FC. 993k miss in the last few notes of the map, but oh, that was intense. And now Thailand barely managing to tie it up once again, 4-4. Each team is guaranteed 1 pick each.
Ooh, best of 3 situation. Oh my god.
And here-
Konkawa and Thailand's been popping off.
Wait, okay, why did Konkawa say SV2? I was so confused for a second. I'm like, okay,
Wait, what were
South
you
Korea.
What were you saying?
I was saying, why did Konkawa say SV2 in the chat? But yeah, it is South Korea's pick, and South Korea are picking Cyber Thunder Cider. This is the one thing that I expected South Korea to go for eventually. I feel like it has to be South Korea favored, given what we've seen so far. But there's always a chance with SV. You never entirely know what the other team is capable of, especially with something like a gimmick map like this. We are seeing some switch-ins here. Poker Fanboy, How to Be Intel coming in. Each team, first time we're seeing both of them this match, of course, being the SV specialists.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like they're gonna put the SV specialists here. How to Be Intel and Poka Fanboy. And then we see Poka, Pavin, Kokawa, and YZ. It's surprising to see these rosters, actually.
But this feels really important, actually. South Korea definitely, I would expect to have the advantage on this one. But imagine this, if South Korea win this point, then Thailand are up against a massive wall because they no longer have any good picks left, I think. Scary situation here, and we'll see the pressure in this situation, 4-4 especially, can really get to you, especially when you're trying really hard to remember the map, to remember where the stops are, to learn, make sure you nail these gimmick sections because it is very choke heavy if you're nervous.
I mean, I can agree, but I really hope everyone practiced SV here. Of course, everyone except YC still at the 100. And they're still at the 100 right now, by the way. Is it score V2 or score V1?
Okay, now
Well,
we're into the main part.
I do hope everyone practiced this, because like a lot of the parts here could be really funky, especially if you're focused too much on the vocals. And that's really where most of the difficulty with this comes into place.
It looks like everyone's practiced it, actually. Look at these accuracies across the board. Pavan is the lowest so far on 99.4, which is definitely very high as well. So, small lead to South Korea. No one messing up so far on the slow jam section here.
Alright, here we go. Oh, 200 from How to Be Intel, but that shouldn't be too bad.
Oh no, this is a lot of bad judgments for How to Be Intel. Down below from 99.85 all the way to 98.2. The nerves kicking in here.
And Poka, on the other hand, at 99.95. Oh man, that's actually a really good straight. And here we go. Here's what I call the slow jam of death, really. After this part, that's where the slow jam of death comes. We've seen many teams just self-destruct and cause attack. And let's see how everyone does on the slow jam of death.
This is the hardest part of the map for me. Especially under pressure. I don't know how you hit these slow jams. Let's see if there's any...
And no one actually drops. Very impressive from everyone.
6 full combos still on the board, but the accuracy advantage well in favor of South Korea right now, with Poker being the highest in lobby. Konkawa finding a few 200s as well. How to Be Intel down to 97% now.
Very, very impressive performances from everyone in South Korea. How to Be Intel finds a miss that I think could honestly seal the deal. Because look, more misses from How to Be Intel.
Oh, looks like How to Be Intel didn't quite understand the rhythm for that part there, and it's looking like a big advantage to South Korea now. They are going to lock in their 5th point, it looks like.
Oh my goodness. And unfortunate drops more from How to Be Intel, really. Konkawa and Pavin, I think they're actually lower than the... YZ's a little bit lower than Konkawa, but that's really all there is to it.
Yeah, no one to match the Poker duo, Poker and Poker Fanboy.
Oh my goodness. And now, more and more 200s from How to Be Intel. And that's actually unfortunate. But Thailand has to move on from this. This isn't their pick after all. This was South Korea's choice. So they shouldn't be too discouraged from this.
Yeah, not much you can do against that team score from South Korea as well. That's a crazy score from Poker. That's 99.87 with 3 200s. 79 300s there. And yeah, triple FC from South Korea. Extremely strong accuracy. Not much you can do even with the 2 full combos from Thailand's side.
I mean, yeah. Can I just say though? Oh, this is going to be really scary for everyone here. Because it's 5-4. Pressure situation. I don't know what oh, they're going blooming!
Oh, okay. No Jack back. I like that they're not picking Edison. I do not want to be seeing Edison here. But Bloomin, also a really interesting one coming out here. I mean, they did win on one of the hybrids, Upload Your Mind, Download My Soul, but this is a very different map. This one, not even close to the amount of jacks that map had.
I don't know if this is the pick to make, but woo! Very high pressure right now.
I guess I like it a little bit better than a jack map. I don't want to see anyone picking the jack map against South Korea, at least at this stage. So this is it. This is the final pick. If South Korea wins it, they are going to be continuing on in the winners bracket. If Thailand wins this, it is going to be a tiebreaker once again for Thailand's 2nd week in the row, potentially.
Alright. Oh man. I don't think either one of these teams would want to be sent to losers bracket, right?
Oh, absolutely not. We've seen the level in the losers bracket. You don't want to go down there.
I'm so nervous. But hey, if you really want to see Thailand bring this tiebreaker, uh, cheer on for them. But if you want to see South Korea take this to victory and proceed to the semifinals round, also give your support for them as well.
Okay, the last of the regular picks coming out here, and we're starting dead even in the accuracy. A lot of people actually struggling a little bit more than usual. Paponga and Gay Soul dropping a little bit of AC. But overall, it looks like actually South Korea in a bit of an AC lead due to Paponga down at 99.2.
I could see why Thailand would choose this. I think they were expecting YZ to play this instead of Gaysol, but that doesn't seem to be the case, really. Man, the fatigue really must get to some of these players at some point. But again, everyone's been performing consistently. It's really just a difference between Gaysol and Parponger, but we've seen misses happen here and there, so this is totally not out of the gate yet.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of misses, and usually they have actually favored Thailand so far in this match. So we're halfway through the map, still only 2,000 points the lead. The accuracy still just in favor of South Korea by a little bit. Gaysol managing to recover the accuracy, but Paponga still a little bit behind. But it's so tense. 6 full combos still on the board as we're getting into the second half.
Well, here we go. It's gonna get a little bit faster. Who's gonna be the first to make it? No one makes a mistake, of course. Oh my goodness, these long notes really, I think, just favor South Korea a little bit more. And these rise patterns are not hard enough for Korea to choke any sort of mistake. And right now, unfortunately, even with having Konkawe's 99.8, this doesn't look to be a point for Thailand in any form. Time is running out. This can still go to Thailand if any drop happens, but I don't think it will.
Oh, it's so close. 5,000 points to lead, but it has to be a miss. There has to be a miss, but Pavan is the one that missed poker trades. But the trade is not good enough for Thailand.
It has to be another miss from Korea, but that's it. Korea is going to win on this dogfight of a battle. Had Pavan not made that miss, it would have been their point, unfortunately. But that's it. That should do it. What an amazing performance from both teams. Good game, well played.
Oh my god. If it wasn't for that miss from Pavan, you can see that would have been about 995, I think.
That would have been
And that
994.
Oh, it would have been so close. It would have been very similar to Konkawa's score.
Yeah, man, that was an amazing game. That was an amazing game.
Congratulations to South Korea. They're going to continue on in the winners bracket into the winners semi-finals. Whereas Thailand, oh my god, good luck to whoever in the losers bracket has to verse this team next week.
Oh man. The mere fact that one of South Korea and Thailand is potentially going to be in losers bracket, the thought that that's even possible with the teams they had is insane.
Oh, that is so scary. This was an extremely hard-fought battle as well. Oh, but that is going to be it. South Korea taking the win. An expected result for some, but much, much closer than I think a lot of people may have thought initially.
I mean,
Really, if
yeah.
you think back, this was decided by 72 points.
My goodness, 72 points could have easily made this a tiebreaker-esque match. But, oh my god, that was so nerve-wracking. Though for now, we're going to be having another break. And 2 hours from now, we'll be seeing Spain versus Germany. I believe this is a losers bracket match. So whoever loses her, unfortunately, is going to be eliminated.
Yeah, so we're gonna see some more. That one actually sounds like a very interesting match to watch as well. So make sure you stick around for that one. Also at a very similar time is going to be Singapore versus Netherlands. So more losers bracket matches coming in here. More teams about to be eliminated this weekend. So come back at 11:30 UTC in about 2 hours and 20 minutes for that one, and we'll see you until then.
But yeah, for the meantime, thanks so much to everyone for coming. I don't have anything else to say. So yeah, that's all. Thank you so much for coming, and we hope that you enjoyed the matches so far. Stay tuned, and don't forget to have fun.
And welcome back to the Osumania 4K World Cup 2023. We have another match. The previous match was really interesting. 6-4. South Korea against Thailand. What a match. And what a match we are gonna go. What a match we are gonna have now. It is a European showdown between Spain and Germany. And we don't see that matchup too often at all. I think it's the first time I've ever seen this matchup in any tournament ever. Spain versus Germany. I am Patyaj, and I will be commentating with Silviska Els. I don't know if he's still available.
This answers your question. Look, so I'm just in the middle of dinner right now, which is why I'm gonna quickly grab my plate. But that was a wonderful introduction. And I also have to say this, adding on to the Spain-Germany matchup, I believe we literally see the same colors for both of their flags, almost, right?
Oh yeah, that's true. It's very,
I guess-
it's very
wait.
red and yellow.
You know what? Now that I think about it, think of it looks like half of the Spain flag is on the Germany side, and then there's a black on the top. That's kind of how I see it. But anyways, I'm not gonna lie. I feel like this match could be close. Like, I feel like Germany has what it takes to bring Spain to a challenge.
Yeah, honestly, Spain this year has been full of surprises. It's the first time they had a top seed, I believe. And yeah, this is losers bracket, by the way, so the loser of this match is gonna go home. Yeah, Germany still has Jixu, who is probably one of the most physical players of the tournament, so pretty interesting to see how each team is gonna scale on this quarterfinals map pool, and this quarterfinals map pool is really hard.
I agree. Like, the thing about this quarterfinals pool is it's like if the round of 16 pool was like one notch harder, this probably took it like 1,000 times harder compared to the previous pools.
Yeah, and right now we see another ban for SV1. SV1 not very popular among the countries. I believe that SV1 was really the only SV that got banned, and SV2 being the protect on the other side.
I have to be honest though, here's the thing. I've never seen SV1 be played in any of the matches yet. Like, there's an interesting contrast here. Cyber Thunder Cider looks to be a popular pick, but Sample Ensemble, I've never seen this chosen a single time yet. So like, the mere fact that we see a difference of popularity between these two teams is, in my opinion, interesting. Because like, this goes to show SVs really can be practiced if people want to play them, right? It's not like just something that you don't want to do.
Yeah, and that's why both of the SVs have very different orientations, very different approaches required for them. So we provide the SVs and the teams do what they can on the SVs. But we're not going to discuss that right now. Rise to what's the ban on the other side? Just something to consider, that Germany is not aiming for the consistency physical side of things, but it's going to start with long notes, I believe.
That's fair, that's fair. On a side note, the Ellen you see on the Spanish side is actually Enthalpy, if I'm not mistaken. Like, just for the viewers to be aware of who that is. So we're gonna be seeing Sirope de Fresa, Allen, and Email, which I think makes a lot of sense. And on Germany, we'll be seeing Seiwen, Aeroleo, and Juxu123. It's kind of, you know, I know that Juxu has been playing Ellen a lot of times on the tournaments like this, but I'm still sometimes surprised when I see Juxu on the Ellen roster.
Yeah, now Juxu is very all-rounded, all things considered, in the tournament setting. Very much so. Got very much better over the last few years as well. Just going from a very physically oriented player to overall a very outstanding tournament player.
Yeah, I agree. Like, Juxu is very... Honestly, all of these players are very good in their own right. But now the question is, will physicality play a big role on something like that? I mean, I get that it's Ellen coordination and all, but like, remember when 2021 had Somewhere I Belong? This is a big difference compared to that.
Yeah, now the long note meta has evolved in a way that got very much out of hand almost. So we're already seeing a kind of almost timing hells in quarterfinals, and that is a necessity out of raising the overall difficulty of the map pools. And right now we see kind of a close call, and Germany is actually in the lead versus Spain.
It's mainly due to Ime's near below 98 accuracy, not to mention Sailin, I think, is leading the charge, going toe-to-toe with Allen. Oh, I think it's because Shirop and Defresa actually found one drop at the intro, and I did not catch that. But Leo trades one back, and arguably a much bigger drop, because that actually puts Leo down below the 99 range, which is not a good sign.
Yeah, for now the misses are quite dirty on both sides, so it kind of balances out, and Ime is gonna trade with Simon actually, and the exact same spot.
I think that actually benefits Germany because Ime drops to below 99, while Simon actually still maintains a 99 accuracy, so I think that benefits Germany more than anything. Time is running out, and these releases are super relentless. I saw another 200 from Ime, very uncomfortable elements. Shirop and Defresa unfortunately finding a drop.
Yeah, this is a very dynamic matchup right now, and seeing this battle go in the 99 range rather than the high 99 ranges that we've been used to in the round of 16 is very exciting to watch. And we see this gap just increasing to over 20,000 points, and I think at this point, it's just Germany's points.
There's still time. We saw some uncomfortable leads, really. This could be one of them, but Germany's really making the charge, and they have got to feel good about this.
And what a first point to start with, and I think that's gonna set the trend of this match. If Spain goes for Rice, then we might as well see a Rice versus Ellen matchup.
Yeah, I can tell. But looking at the ratios, I don't know, it looks like, at least based on Leo versus Ime, I think the ratio advantage actually kind of goes to Germany here. But they're all very similar.
Yeah, and keep in mind this was on the long note coordination pick. It doesn't tell much information about long note density. Heaven's Fall is very, very fast, very dense, very chokeable as well, very long, a lot of consistency to be had in there. And Arena is also very tricky with its mini shieldy mini jack parents, and Nisemono going from Spain's side is gonna spell the battlefield, how the battlefield is gonna go on the Rice and physical departments.
And yeah, Nisemono, I would assume, I actually forgot what I was thinking, but I think it was Lotex? Just to clarify. Oh yeah, there we go. Lotex is actually a name change as well. I believe it's... Give me a second. That's who Lord Spartacus is. I'm not surprised to see Lord Spartacus or Lotex 09 in this lobby. And Cartography being switched in makes a lot of sense. Cartography being Spain's technical main, and Goldak, we all know how good Goldak is at Rice in general, especially on the Spanish side.
Yeah, honestly, I'm looking forward to see how the Spanish lineup scales on this map pool, because one of the new things that Spain has going for them this year is their physical lineup.
Yeah, Spain's physicality, I think, is off the charts this year. Like, they've really improved in that regard, at least compared to previous years. Though, they did sacrifice their Ellen and Hybrid a little bit with the absence of players like Crooked Fanboy and Aitor. They do make it up with their physicality, and I think their Rice ability is like one of the scariest among the high-seeded teams.
Yeah, and the full mirror roster on the Spanish side, that first miss going from Goldak, but all things considered, it's I think it's recoverable.
Yeah, I think the biggest problem though is while it is recoverable, this is not the kind of map where you could just recover easily from a mistake because of how technical it is. Not to mention, this is the what I call the technical jump stream part, where you're throwing some rolls with awkward JS, and there we go, Cartography finding another drop from the Spanish side.
Germany holding a triple full combo right now, and Jixu really pulling their team just to the skies right now.
Something tells me though, fatigue might play a big role. Because while Germany definitely has the advantage right now, based off the combo and how they were able to hold onto these despite the difficult patterns, the accuracy looks to be more balanced on the Spanish side, other than the fact that Juxu is literally just ahead of everyone else by a huge margin.
Yeah, I think the presence of Jixu really makes for a lot of strategic leverage for Germany, and you can see that here. And yeah, that's gonna be the first point. That's gonna give some information for Spain, and I think that might spell how they're gonna go on their next picks. Maybe they're gonna explore the more straightforward picks. Maybe they're gonna explore the hybrid category.
Yeah, and this is the part where it's a really difficult speed section. Like, it's not the ones where you could just treat it like, oh, you could just manipulate or not. You're really forced to hit some anchors. But, oh my goodness, is Germany gonna triple FC this map?
I'm gonna be completely honest, I did not expect Germany to scale on this. Oh my god, low text!
Okay, but it doesn't matter, that's too late. The mere fact that we saw a double FC on Germany's side, I think is already impressive on its own. Whoa! That's a V1SS from Juxu123. I mean, I'm not surprised, but let's look at these counts, alright? Spain's 200 counts look to be lower than Germany's, actually. I think so, at least. But those misses really killed their chances.
Yeah, honestly, Germany going for combo instead of accuracy for their second and third player, at least, is actually a very good strategy to go for. Just focus on your combo, and that nets you a first breakpoint against Spain.
Well, luckily it's only one breakpoint. Because, like, I think there's a lot of opportunities for Spain to take points off Germany, really. And you just really have to hope that Germany finds a bad run on one of these maps. I think Germany has to go for probably LN3. Because I think LN3 is not something that Spain is very comfortable with, especially with the roster that they have right now.
Yeah, we've seen how LN1 went. LN3 might be a good choice in that regard. LN2 is maybe a little bit risky in terms of physicality, but I do believe that it might also go towards their advantage, depending on how comfortable they are with the pick. They could also look at some of the hybrids, because some of the hybrids are technical enough and long node demanding enough that it could also be on the table.
Well, looks like they're going for Heaven's Fall after all. You did mention Ellens and whatnot. I mean, they did win Astra walkthrough very comfortably, so I do think this could make sense. But I feel like this could also backfire, because Heaven's Fall, I would say, probably one of the lesser physically demanding charts in this pool. Like, I think if you're fluent in Ellens, then you would be able to play this even if you're not that physically adept. And I think as of this moment, Germany might be the team who is more physically fluent, if that makes sense.
Yeah, you know, I think it makes sense, and also it kind of depends on how exactly comfortable Germany is, and if Germany is picking this after long node number 1, it means that they are at least comfortable enough to decide this pick. So I believe that Germany is picking long node 2 in full conscience.
Well, we have to see first. I do think Shirope de Fresa might be better on density-related charts as compared to something like Ellen release. Though, this also gives players like Juxu 123 time to shine, I think their long note density is a tad bit better compared to their other Ellen skills. It's like Ellen mixed and Ellen release.
Yeah, honestly, I'm curious to see how this goes because this is a very different pick than long note number 1.
Well, right now, Jukes looks to have a little bit of a bad start, really, compared to everyone else, but he's recovering really fast.
Yeah, I don't think the map has even started going into its main meet, so just waiting for it, and the inverse is to come on, and let's go for the density.
Well, it's ridiculously close right now, especially considering that no one has found the drop yet. But I think the biggest surprise to me is how does Germany have the lead despite their 99.2? But as they say that, never mind then.
Yeah, unfortunately, that combo deficit is gonna tip the advantage towards the Spanish side on Germany's pick. So it might be a second breakpoint in a row potentially, but nothing is spelled yet. We are only at the halfway point, and anything can happen in the second half.
This is only 3,000 points of difference though. So any mistake the Spanish could make would really hurt. Not to mention the accuracy lead. I don't even know who has it, but I think Spain has it by a little bit. It's really just that miss by Juxu, but Silent decides to trade one back.
Yeah, doesn't bode well for the German team right now. And another miss from Juxu versus Spain's entirely intact combo count. And yeah, thank you.
Amazing. What is going on? What is going on here? Looks like eBay actually finds 2 drops in a row. So this could give the opportunity to Germany. But take note, this is 2 FCs to 1. Not to mention, Ime is going back to the foreign combo cap soon. And Leo drops. So that's their final FC left.
And see, this is what I meant when I said that LN2 is a very different pick from LN1 in its orientation. So very different stories being spelled right now on this pick. And you can see that by the advantage and all of the misses being dropped at the end.
Impressively, Alan was able to secure that full combo. That's actually a really good performance. Like 44 200s on a map like this is actually a pretty good score. Because this map, I would call, is one of those 200 bait maps. And we're back to the status quo, really. 1-2. Germany is in the lead still, but Spain has their pick.
And so we can see something very interesting right now is that Spain on the long note density pick went for combo and not necessarily accuracy. And Germany has definitely a long note accuracy advantage, but not a combo one, which is the reverse of what we've seen in Nisimono.
Yeah, I think at this rate, a good pick for Germany would probably be Break the Silence. At least based on how Nisei Mono went. As for Spain, I think they should go for something like Blue Man. I think LN3 is a little bit too risky for them to go right now. Especially considering how, I think at least if Germany really held on to their consistency, they had the chance of winning that. But those misses really killed it.
Yeah, definitely. Right now it is Spain's turn to pick, and seeing as they lost Nisei Mono first, they might consider their course of action here. We have Gypsophila, the speed pick, Edison, the core jack pick, Bakamitai, the speedy, dumpy technical pick, and Break the Silence. I believe that Break the Silence is the one that they might be avoiding because they lost Nismono. But the other Rise picks, I believe, are still open for them.
Well, they're picking Hybrid 3. I mean, I did suggest a Hybrid for Spain to pick. So, good pick in my opinion. This does reveal some information for both teams. Like, it kind of reveals something about their Rise and it kind of reveals something about their LN. But it doesn't really tell the whole story from there. My biggest question though is who's going to be Germany's third player? Are they going to be sticking with Aurelio? Or going with someone like Lotex? Maybe even Medium Cat really. I think Medium Cat would be decent at the hybrids in general.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how Germany scales because quarterfinals is one of those tipping points where the lineups change from a early game focused lineup to a middle game, late game focused lineup. And especially since quarterfinals got harder than last year, I believe that we might see some of those late game lineups shine here. But Calculator, I believe, is not necessarily focused on the physical aspect, maybe except for the ending. It's very backloaded. But most of the map is very, very technical and very coordination demanding, so you might see someone who's more kind of sniper focused going on. And you were right, Medium Keck is gonna handle this one.
Not surprised really. Medium Keck is a very balanced player himself. So not surprised to see Medium Keck here. I mean, Saiven and Jixu are also two players who are able to keep up on the physicality side, I believe. So the bigger question is, which will triumph? Physicality or Ellen? Think of it this way. Alan is shit up with the Fresa. Both of them were in the Ellen lineup. So we're not seeing Guldak or Cartography are here. Meanwhile, Germany, we do see Siren still in the Ellen roster. So I guess, I don't know really what's going to be the challenge here. Like, who's going to fall off first or who's going to have a harder time balancing their skill set?
Yeah, I suggest you keep an eye for the ending as well, because we might see a lead going either way. But the ending, I believe that the ending is going to decide everything.
I honestly think the start could also do so. Because look at this right now. Minijax could decide most of his hybrids really. And right now, Medium Cat sort of to a rocky start. But luckily, it's still at the intro, so there's still a lot of chances for catching up. And here we go. This is the first real challenging part. As you're thrown with so many various LN patterns. Ime finds the first drop though.
Yeah, it's gonna tip the advantage towards Germany. Combo advantage right now. In the accuracy department, it's very nebulous, very hard to tell. But I think they are more or less balanced.
No, I think Spain has the AC advantage by a little bit, considering Medium Keck.
Yeah, now Medium Keck was tied with Shiro Pedifreza in terms of accuracy, but that combo break was really dirty. Alan and Shiro Pedifreza, yeah.
But they traded Medium Keck. You did say the ending could decide everything, and here's the ending! This is where it starts to come!
Yeah, it's gonna be a battle of the survivor here. I expect many combo breaks to keep your eyes on the screen right now.
Oh my god, the lead's on the Germany side! But Medium Keck finds the door! This could be the door of opportunity for Spain to take the point! Oh my goodness! Wow, that was ridiculously close.
Oh my god. If Spain dropped any combo in this outro, it would have spelled a breakpoint for Germany. I believe so, and Spain keeping a triple FC in this outro is absolutely major.
I agree. Unfortunately, that would tie the game up for Germany and Spain. But my goodness, this is a close match.
Jeez, I was sweating in this outro, and if both of the remaining hybrid picks are that close, then oh man, we are in for a match.
I mean, now it's Germany's pick again. So I think Germany, I'm not gonna lie, Pataraj, I think Germany could actually go for the hybrids now. Like, think of it this way. Spain literally almost lost a hybrid pick. And if they're comfortable with one of these, they could probably save that for later. But I think ultimately they have to go for Break the Silence.
I think based on the performance on Nisemono, I think that would be correct. Because think of it that way, the remaining long note pick might as well be a hybrid pick in terms of strategy. Because seeing how close Calculator was, I think that you could pretty much consider the long note, the remaining long note pick as a hybrid pick. But going with Bakamitai here, I think Germany is banking on their physicality / combo advantage.
Well, I just remembered the one time Spain took a point from us. So, certainly you should not underestimate Spain on picks like this.
Yeah, I think that, well, Spain definitely had a physical advantage coming from qualifiers and their seeding. And Nisemeno might as well have been a bad run or something, so it is up to them to rectify that point and just tell the world who is king. Oh yeah, mapper bias, by the way.
Oh wait, what do you mean? Oh, yeah,
Spanish
I can.
mapper bias.
Wait a minute, what do you mean Spanish mapper bias?
Sky is Spanish.
Wait, really?
Yeah, Sky is Spanish. Also has been.
I had no idea about that, but thank you so much for the fun fact. And right now, Juxu finding the first drop. That's not the player you expect to miss, especially on maps like this. Like, I think this is the pick that Juxu would be very comfortable on, given the fact that it's very short and also speed. Like, Juxu is really good on the speed department.
Yeah, missing in the beginning might as well be attributed to stress. And I think a 2-2 situation is pretty stressful. It could go either way.
I mean, we have to look at this first though, because the lead is really getting closer. It may be a stressful situation, but not impossible, as Juxu is increasing that accuracy. And Golduck finding a very messy drop on there. Ime also follows. This speed section is really challenging your stability of your wrists and also how you're able to read while processing the speed required for here. And this is a 50,000 lead. I think this is actually pretty safe if Germany can hold on.
Yeah, honestly, that chorus really did Spain in, and Cartografia just nailing the coffin here. There's not much of the pick remaining, and that many misses coming from the Spanish side compared to Germany is not really recoverable.
Germany has been so consistent on these picks. I'm honestly really impressed to see that. Not to mention Spain put up a good fight of their own as well.
I'm especially impressed by the performance of Shaiwin. I didn't expect someone like Shaiwin scaling that much and even getting a better score than Jixu. Well, in terms of accuracy, Shaiwin is even tying, just matching the Spanish team. So yeah. Shaiwin, how am I MVP?
Well, you know, we just take those victories, right?
Yeah, no, we take those.
I don't know what Spain picks now, actually. Maybe Erinias, I guess? Or maybe Cyber Thunder, if they practiced it.
Yeah, honestly, I think this would be the moment to whip out the SVs. I think the SVs, we don't really have much information because Spain got rid of their SV lineup in favor of their physical lineup. but I
Yeah.
do think they're still decent.
I don't know. I think it's a combination of, the maps just being really hard and Germany just popping off. I did not expect Germany to perform as well as they are right now, actually. So,
Yeah, looking at the
Spain-
remaining picks, there's like no good picks remaining. This is a conundrum.
I think Spain has to go hybrid, yeah. You know what's a pick Spain absolutely must avoid? I think it's Edison. I think Edison's the pick Spain has to avoid. Like, out of all of the Rice, you can pick any one of those, just not Edison, because I don't know if they're that consistent in the skill set of Jax. And we all know how good Juxu is in that regard. Wait a minute, we're seeing a swap out here. Who's going to be in?
Yeah, I think about Edison, you're completely correct because coming from Germany, you can at least expect some really good accuracy from Jixu, so that's already a massive disadvantage if you don't have someone to go against that.
I mean, yeah, but Shirope de Fresa has been performing pretty well here. Though, look at this interesting lineup. No medium cap on the side of Germany. Instead, we're going to be seeing Lotex09. So, Lotex has been like more of the Rice player of the German side. I haven't exactly seen Lotex on the Ellens really, so this is gonna be an interesting sub-in my opinion at least. Like the fact that Lotex stayed from the previous map.
Yeah, quite interesting thing to see because Calculator was coordination oriented enough that Medium Tech set in. But Upload Your Mind, Download My Soul is physical enough in a way that I think Lotex over Medium Keck is justifiable in its own right.
Well, here we go. Upload Your Mind, Download My Soul. This is the 6th pick of the match. Can Spain take this point of their... No, that's gotta be Client, right?
Yeah, it's clients, I think. Is it?
Wait, no, actually.
Oh,
Okay, it is.
Thank God.
But looks like there's going to be a little bit of a slow start from Shirope de Fresa and Cywin actually on the German side. The thing about this map, 2 minutes and 19 seconds is no joke. It may be a little bit short, but this still is like not long enough for even if you make a mistake, you can still catch up from it. And right now, actually, Germany is able to capitalize. Shirope de Fresa finding a drop, I believe it was on one of the mini jacks. And Germany right now showing their consistency on that kind of pattern. Never mind. As they say that Lotex drops, but traded immediately by Shirope de Fresa, as now Shiro drops down to the sub-99 range. See,
Yeah.
these mini-jack Ellens have been really bad for Spain right now.
Yeah, just keep an eye on Lotex's accuracy because Lotex might be susceptible to some dirty misses. There's one miss, the miss was clean, this miss was less clean, this miss was clean.
Oh my goodness, that's actually a big drop from Lotex, but every time that there's a door of opportunity, Shirope de Fresa unfortunately finds a drop. These mini-jacks and rolls are still giving Spain a chance in a way, but Germany is taking the charge. Currently, it's really just Lotex and Shiro right now. Like, all the other players are consistent.
Yeah, honestly, Shirope de Fresa and Lotex just fighting in the mud while the others are just still standing. But Alan definitely giving some more advantage towards the German side, unfortunately.
That's actually a double FC on the German side. Once again, Germany takes a break point from Spain after Spain takes a break point back. My goodness, that's actually unfortunate. And even then, I think in terms of the accuracy, like on the ratio and whatnot, Germany actually takes that. If you were to calculate the total of that.
Yeah, honestly, coming from Spain, I don't know where I would go in terms of strategy. Maybe this would be the moment to consider SVs. Because SVs, I don't think anyone is. I don't think anyone dares to touch SV. And seeing as Spain ban SV1, I don't really think they will go for it unless they're really, really trained SV2.
Wow, looks like Spain actually had a bad run overall. Like, look at the chat right now. Looks like there was some bad runs, and that's unfortunate, but it happens. I do have to say though, there were moments where Spain could have really taken some points. So this lead that Germany has right now, 42, not safe at all. This is not safe at all.
Yeah, honestly, it might depend on the day. Maybe Germany is having an especially good day. Maybe Spain is having an especially bad day. Kind of depends. It is tournament situation, and what matters right now is what's happening right now. So the results are what's happening right now. So it doesn't all come down to what's on paper, what goes into theory. It all comes down to what happens in practice.
Now they're going for Gypsophila. You did say something about practice, right? I mean, practice is important, but it's another kind of like skill set to be able to deliver what you can practice to the like actual match. And I think that's a very important skill to have.
Yeah, I think what you mentioned about players underperforming and stuff is that it happens way more often right now because we are going into quarterfinals, and the quarterfinals map has started to really reveal some of the team's vulnerabilities, and in that way, I believe that a lot of teams right now are kind of feeling insecure about their picks. So it makes for some really good content where we cannot predict how any team can perform, any team can scale on this map pool, and honestly, I really love watching this.
I don't know actually. Like I have a bad I don't know but I have a bad feeling about this pick. I don't know. I have a bad feeling about this pick. Cause like I think if there's a pick Spain could probably catch up on, it's this one. Simply because it's speed, right? And I think speed could work out for Spain if it's not something like Bakamitai, which clearly worked out in the favor of Germany. But if Spain performs as they should, I think they could really take this.
Yeah, honestly, I can see it. Gypsophila is way more straightforward than every technical pick we've had before. Like the map pool is very technical and it's very prone to combo breaks, and we saw the points they got on Heaven's Fall, for example. Heaven's Fall was a very straightforward pick, and maybe Spain is just more comfortable, that much more comfortable on the straightforward picks.
Well, this is Germany's pick. So if Germany picked this, then this means that they're probably also comfortable in something like that. Though we're at the start. Like I remember Jaksu messed up on the pattern on Bakamitai. I think it was something similar to this. Though it does seem like Cartography and Ime finding two early drops. I guess I take it back now when I say that Spain might be comfortable with this, because Germany clearly has the driver's seat for the lead.
Yeah, I think it's all up to how Germany handles the rest of the pick, especially the second half, which is very stamina demanding. But we've seen in Bakamitai, they could handle that kind of physicality. So, yeah, not a good start for Spain.
I mean, we still have the second half. I'm just honestly shocked by Simon and Lowtech's performance right now. The fact that Germany's able to secure a triple FC. Oh my god! Never mind. Sorry, but Juxu finds a drop, but I don't think it matters because Cartographiar trades one back. Lotex and Siren still keeping that consistency, and Golduck has been performing really well though. Lotex finds the first drop.
Yeah, honestly, their accuracy still look pretty decent. Lotex dropping from 99.5 to 99.3 is pretty substantial, but look at the advantage. Goldak missing on the Spanish side is gonna give some more advantage towards the German side, and we're coming to the end of the map.
Yeah, and I don't think anyone expected this result right now. 5-2 onto Germany. Wait, if you were to look at the ratios, Germany actually has it. Juxu had the black flag. It's very unfortunate, but man, what a performance Germany's having right now.
Yeah, honestly, Juxu's performance is par for the course, I would say, but their supporting players, Cywin, Lotex, and everyone else really supporting the leader really well.
Yeah, these supporting players are really important, honestly, and I'm just glad to see that everyone is doing their part in getting this victory. Very nice to see, because like these players, they all deserve their opportunity to shine, and I just have to say this because it's really important. But it is a team. It is a team tournament after all, so all these points are efforts of each and every one of these players.
Even coming to quarterfinals is an achievement of itself. Just it means that you are worthy enough to play this map though.
Yeah, that's true. Although, wait a second, I don't know, Spain may want to go for Bloomin because I don't see any more options for Spain right now. At least based on how it looks.
I don't think they're gonna pick SV, and Edison, we've already discussed Edison. Not really a pick they want to go for, but Rated Silence is what they're gonna go for. I believe that was their initial strategy, going with Nissimenu as a first pick. So maybe trying this now that they warmed up. Did it work?
I don't like this pick. Germany literally had the advantage for most, if not all, their ice picks, I think. So, Spain going into this, I don't know about you, but this feels like a sort of desperation move. Like they're trying to get out a big hole. I just don't think this is the right move to make.
But at this point, what else could they pick really? Except hybrid, and I believe that the remaining hybrid would not really go towards their advantage. Maybe it is too long note oriented and might go towards Germany that way.
Well, we have to see first. Like it is a very interesting move from Spain, but I don't know. This is just a very risky pick. It's just a matter of, is this the best risk to take? Because I don't think so, actually.
I mean, they still have 4 points to catch up. Well, technically 3 if you discount the tiebreaker. Still 3 points to gain. They will have to go through that map in particular, I think.
Well, we have to see first. This is 3 minutes and 20 seconds. And we did see Lotex find a lot of misses here and there, right? So I kind of feel like that's what they're trying to target. Like Lotex's drops. But they've been consistent with and Ken. So I don't know if that's really a good thing to target.
Right now it seems dead balanced, and it is back and forth between the two teams. And I think it's up to the first combo break from any side, really.
So right off the bat, I think
right now.
does Spain have... I don't know who has the advantage right now, actually.
So Spain's performance right now is very balanced, but Germany is counterbalanced. Well, Jigsaw counterbalanced Taiwan's accuracy right now, and it is very fascinating to see.
Oh my goodness, it's so close. The mere fact that they have 6 FCs at this long, and like we know how technical this map is, right? Just an insane job from both teams right now, really. Like even if Juxu has the 99.78 advantage over everyone, I think it's Siren's 99.4 that's giving Spain the lead that they desperately need right now.
Yeah, Siren definitely has to play damage control, whereas Jigsaw is playing. It's just playing the best they can to just carry their team. Literally, just carry their team right now. Spain, solid unit.
Indeed, they're very solid, and time is sort of running out. I think the accuracies are starting to go together for Germany, but it's still slightly on Spain's favor. My goodness, this is actually so much closer. Like, look at Spain. There's such balance as a team.
No, Cartografia!
Cartografia finds a drop on one of the rolls, I believe. This is the damage that Spain does not want to have, because Germany has yet to concede any full combos, and we're in a sort of break section now.
That single combo break is tipping the advantage towards Germany, but wait!
Oh, wait a second! Oh my god, that's a lot of business from everyone! Now it's just Guldak in low text. I think they're actually tied right now, sort of. The advantage is on Germany. These patterns are gonna get
No,
brutal.
Guldak! No! That was the last combo. That was the last remaining combo that could net the point to Spain.
It's not over yet. There's still some mini jacks and rolls. If they're not executed properly, Spain can still take this. But Germany does not look to concede anything at all. Time is running out. And no! Germany is going to win this match 6-2. What did I just witness?
Bruh, I cannot understate how important Lutex's FC was in this pick.
I agree. Oh my goodness.
Germany played so well today. I did not expect Germany to play this well today. I went into the match thinking that, yeah, well, Spain definitely has some kind of physical advantage because Germany is kind of lacking in maybe second, third player. But no, Germany just coming out of the blue, just impressing us with this incredible performance. I cannot wait to see them going forward in the losers bracket. Well done, Spain, for making it this far, but unfortunately, that's going to be the end.
I think this is actually the biggest upset in this tournament so far. I might be wrong though.
Yeah, it might as well be. But wow, Germany is such an interesting team. Just such an interesting team, just by the virtue of Jigsaw existing and the other players just supporting them, supporting Jigsaw so well.
I know, right? And that's seed 13 versus seed 26. That's a big upset, right? That's gotta be a big upset.
Like, are you telling me Germany's seed 26?
Wait, okay, I'm just gonna make sure. Okay? Yes, Germany's seed 26.
Bruh, what in the world?
And anyway, I want to add to this. You know who's Germany's next opponent? It's going to be Hong Kong. And I think Hong Kong has to be scared of this performance from Germany right now.
Oh my god. Hong Kong, just take a look at this MP link. Just take a look at this MP link and just... you cannot slack on your strategy here. There's something to be done in terms of strategy. Anything matters. Performance, strategy, mood, food, drinks, I don't know what else to mention, but we have another match going on right now. It is Singapore versus the Netherlands 2-0 right now. We are gonna raid the second channel where this is happening. Thank you for attending this wonderful match. Do you have anything else to say?
This match, I hope, inspires everyone who may think that even with their lower seed or whatever, it just goes to show that anything can happen. And I really hope this inspires everyone to perform and do their best no matter what. Because you can definitely make something happen. But yeah, that's all. And thank you so much for watching.
Thanks. See you on the other side.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back once again to the Osumania 4K World Cup 2023. Of course it is. And today we have, or rather, right now, we have a matchup between China and the Russian Federation. Quite intense, quite promising. I'm gonna be commentating this. My name is Juan Crystal, alongside no other than the legendary Paturaj. How are you doing?
Yes, hello. It's not my first match of the day, but what a match we're gonna have here. China versus Russian Federation. The winner of this match is gonna fight, I believe, the winner of France versus Malaysia.
That sounds correct to me, so I'll go with that, of course. This is a losers bracket encounter, if I recall correctly. So whoever loses this gets eliminated from the tournament. Their lives are at stake. And of course, none of the teams wants to get eliminated. It's going to be quite intense. It's the first match for them. They have another one afterwards, as Batu was mentioned. And I don't know. I have my chips on China, I believe, this time around. But we have seen surprises this tournament.
Yeah, I do believe that China is the team coming from the winners bracket from last week. And Russian Federation is the one who is doing the losers run. So China definitely has an advantage right now, but it still remains to be seen which team comes out of the quarterfinals map alive, because the quarterfinals is very much more difficult, as we've seen from the scores that have been coming left and right. So in regards to China and the Russian Federation, it all comes down to how much they scale going from round of 16 to the quarterfinals.
It really is. Like I think Russia had I don't want to say an easier time than China on their way to here, but their match against Finland, I saw some odds in comparison to other matches I saw on the previous weekend. For instance, there is one map specifically where both Russia and Finland had their worst scores of the map in the entire weekend, which is very interesting to me. Like, Russia won that pick. So they really need to step out their game, because even though they won 6-1 against the Finnish, I mean, they barely got enough points in some of the picks to compete with other teams. There are other picks though where Russia definitely beats China, but with the scaling, it's going to be even trickier. I'm not sure which team gets the most out of the difficulty scale. I want to assume it is China due to the seed difference, but Russia has surprised me before. I don't want to underestimate them too much.
I think over the years, the Chinese team has always been full of surprises. Like, I think it's very common for Chinese mania players to kind of have their own thing, kind of have their own tournament scene as well. We've seen a lot of Chinese tournaments going on, like I think their nationals, some of the tournaments organized by GB, some of the latest Piano Tiles tournament, I think, as well comes to mind. So a lot is going on over that part of the world, but I think in a worldwide situation, we don't see China too much.
Well, it seems like maybe like a resurgent arc, I believe, for China, because they have always been a team that was heavily considered as one of the better sides in the Mania community.
But this year they did look a little bit stronger than usual. We've seen their main weakness overtaken for the most part, which is SVs. Like historically, China has been pretty mediocre at SVs, but this year feels very different. And I don't think it's something that Russia can exploit, especially considering they lost their only map on SVs as well against Finland last weekend. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see a ban on the SV department from Team Russia. And from China, I mean, I would say a lens maybe is their best bet. Heaven's Fall is what I consider a good ban for China. Maybe a hybrid instead if they're not very confident, or if Russia protects the density LN. Something like Upload Your Mind comes to mind. I think China could struggle a little bit with it against the Russians. Rise is going to be pretty much open all the way. I expect Russia to ban one of them, but even so, China will certainly focus their picks on the Rise department, maybe on the SVs.
Yeah, I think that's a fair assessment. And we'll have to see if the teams actually follow our cue here. It seems that they have rolled, and the Russian Federation is going to have to first protect. Or maybe they just want to roll again. I don't know. The long notes is going to be in the interest of the Russian.
Kind of as expected, as it was called in before. Heaven's Fall seems like the pick Russia will want to protect, and they certainly went for it. Now in the case of China, I mean Edison, maybe? I'm not sure. Honestly, Bakamita could work too, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, all depends on their comfort pick. Are they comfortable on tech? Are they comfortable on more straightforward picks? I would say more straightforward picks.
Oh, they're protecting SVs. Oh, that's even better. Oh, I love that.
Yo, protecting SV1. Like, we've seen SV1 banned a lot throughout the weekend, and protecting SV1 is a statement in itself.
Yep, it's basically telling you, you better ban SV2 because we are also going to beat you on that. But yeah, now China going with the bans. Like I said, Heaven's Fall now being protected. They can't be banned. I would probably go for Upload Your Mind, but they could easily just go for any of the other lands if they are feeling like it. We'll see if we get a 100% prediction rate on this match. It will be very funny. It's been a while since I commentated, so it would be nice to de-rust a little bit.
Yeah, just welcoming you back from vacation. Had a wonderful vacation, by the way.
Oh yeah, it was nice. Taking this sweet time here, of course. They don't want to make any mistakes here. They're probably discussing with the rest of the team, maybe checking the roster again, if all the players are available, if it is the best choice. Maybe a player on training got a new PV on something and they want to maybe go for something else. At the end of the day, I think China can take less time than Russia on the bans, because Russia really needs to get their ban right. If they don't, then they could just lose the match by then, because I believe Russia is the team that is kind of aiming for chokes, and therefore they can't really afford to not ban properly. Like if I were Russia here, well, they're banning Rise one. What? Okay. Well, I mean,
banning speed.
That's extremely weird. Like, sure, Russia has been playing Rise in the past, and I guess it makes sense in that regard, but I thought there were scarier things were Hybrids and Longnose this year. It seems like China's concerned about something different. Maybe they want to protect their scores for the next opponent, assuming they are winning, and that's a bit too risky, I think. But we'll see. Now with the bans, they're banning SV2. Russia, of course, if they see a protector in SV1, you better ban SV2, like I said. Otherwise, it's kind of a statement, really. If you protect an SV, especially if it's SV1, you're almost surely claiming, hey, we're beating you on SV2 as well. You should probably ban that. And Russia going instantly for their protect here. Heaven's Fall is going to be the first pick of this matchup. And no big surprises there. They don't want to save their protect, pulling out the big guns straight from the gates.
Yeah, I think going Heaven's Fall first, going Protect first, really sets in the mood, sets in the momentum, just trying to get something going here. And I do believe that since they have a long note lineup, this is definitely appropriate. Definitely going against China here. It's going to be very interesting to see the balance. between the two teams going against each other. And I think this first point is going to be very important in information gathering.
Was this song selected for a World Cup before? Because I feel I picked this at some point. I'm thinking round of 16 and the ranked map, but I could be wrong. Regardless, this is a very popular song by now, I think. Very old school, but very popular song. And it's funny because even if you haven't seen the map, you hear LN Density and you hear this song and you can probably exactly guess what the map's about, like how it looks. Because this kind of songs and density usually are done in a singular way. And that singular way works so well. That this kind of maps are essentially jump streams transitioned into LNs, and that's usually the kind of density we get in Mania World Cup and in tournaments.
Yeah, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that song choice definitely plays a lot into mapping and map building as a whole.
Well, in this particular pick, like I said, Russia protecting this, they should have a fairly good score. I wouldn't be surprised if we see a triple FC from the Russians. But the question here is if China can also hold their own. I wouldn't be surprised if we see a six-way FC on this. Like, this is the kind of map you would expect that to happen. Although, of course, like anyone can always choke, right? But this is the type of map when if you have the skill for this, which I assume the players have here, it's a map that is fairly easy to consistently FC. Like you can choke some ack, but in general you will expect fairly consistent scores on a map like this. Structure-wise, LN Density gives you that.
Yeah, it's one of the least technical picks of the entire map pool as well. So less technicality, less combo breaks, and more focus on the overall accuracy and consistency.
As we start, we see Onichan from the Russian Federation struggling a little bit with the accuracy at the start. It seems like they're dragging a little bit. And that's pretty much the only reason why right now China is on the lead. Because the accuracies on the other sides are pretty balanced. And as we enter into the LNs now, we'll see if that advantage persists.
Yeah, Matata dropping a little bit of accuracy compared to the beginning right now. And it might be signs of China's vulnerability. Yasen also dropping below 99.7.
So what the Russians here, no accuracy on the Russian side is above the 99.65, and pretty much everyone on the Chinese team is above that point, other than Yasun now, who is dropping a little bit. But with Sonic Z on the lead here, China has a comfortable 10,000 points of advantage, and the accuracy from Onichan is just dropping even still. And as we get into this sort of a break portion, China has a fairly significant advantage, even on the Russians' protect.
Yeah, I think Onichan is definitely playing into sort of a combo strategy rather than an accuracy strategy. And I believe that the Russians are hoping for a choke coming from the Chinese side.
Well, if there's a point, it has to be on this sort of imprecise patterns, right, on all the density, because like we said, there's not really any points of choke, really, as the technicality is not really there. It's mostly just straightforward imbus/dense patterns, and if you can just tunnel vision your way through all this, most of the difficulty will come on the breaks like this, once you have to transition in and out of those patterns. But nobody hits any misses there, and China not only holds their advantage, but also extend that towards the 20,000 point mark now. And Russia's pretty much doomed here. I don't think they have a way out here. They need chokes on this burst, and they are not happening. And as I predicted, 6-way FC is looking likely.
Yeah, very likely, and we're coming towards the end of the map, and 24,000 point difference is definitely spelling doom for Russia's first pick. And going forward, I don't know what their next picks are going to be.
Well, losing after a 3-way FC has to be devastating, but then you see the scores here by China, and they are very, very good as well. The accuracy could be improved, especially on the ratio side, I think, from both sides. But China will walk away with a victory here, and they will have no complaints about it. First point and already a break for their own, and they have their pick now. So, I'm not sure if they just go for SB1, maybe they want to save it for later. 991k though. It's pretty good. Like even with 10-200, that's a really good score.
I think China definitely has more safe picks than just going SV grinding. I think China is conscious of their potential advantage they have on SV, especially since Russia bans SV. So it is an option, but they might also want to explore some of the other categories.
I mean, does China feel confident enough to play the game that I don't want to show the scores to my next opponent? And maybe pick in that regard? I mean, it doesn't really matter, right? Because maybe you just want to you don't want to show your weaknesses, and then you just go for like your power picks.
Yeah, speaking of showing your weaknesses, it could also be a play right now to pick SV in order to skip picking a Rice or a Hybrid in order to not show at all how China is scaling on the rest of the categories. But no, they're not going for that. They're going for Nisemono. Nisemono, kind of a popular pick in the technical category. I do think it is very relentless in terms of physicality, and it is a perfect pick to gather some information about how much your opponent is scaling exactly.
I mean, if we do the comparison of last weekend, they both played a Rice 6 pick, which, I mean, we can argue is somewhat similar, although in a higher scale in the case of the quarterfinals. And the gap was about 20k between the two teams. China lost. Actually, China won Rice 6 against Chile back then, and Russia also defeated Finland on this pick. So we'll see. I mean, this is just a bit too much harder, I think, than what we saw on Rice 6 last weekend. So we'll have to see if it works. It's also maybe easier to choke, I believe, than what we saw on the previous weekend. I guess China's just trying to abuse the fact that they should have the physical strength advantage in comparison to the Russians here, and they can afford to not necessarily be like a top notch to have a good enough score to beat the Russians here, I believe. But we'll see. Russia overperformed last weekend on this. They may as well do it again.
Yeah, honestly, we've seen some surprises before. The match before that was Spain versus Germany. Germany had an incredible showing with just two other players coming out of nowhere, literally. So could very well happen on coming from round of 16 going into quarterfinals.
We're starting to see more of the crazies joining the Chinese team here. I believe we saw a player substitution on the Russian department side as well. I think Robot was not playing last pick.
Yeah, Robot makes their appearance into the match.
Oh, there goes the hit sounds. And there we go. Start of map number 2. This is Rice 6 from Nisemono. 2 minutes and 30 seconds, 315 BPM. Let's see how the two teams fare. And as it stands right now, the accuracy lead, of course, going to China, as we saw on the previous pick, mostly off of the back of Onichan's accuracy being a little bit behind compared to everyone else, but so is Robot this time, to be fair, and this map is way harder to get good accuracy, I will assume. And now with the miss from Nepco, was holding the better accuracy, Russia's gonna be in an uphill battle, really. Recover the advantage.
Yeah, both at the combo deficit and accuracy deficit, it is an uphill battle. Going into the faster jump stream, BPM change. China is still intact. China definitely has the physicality to sustain this map hold.
That's a double miss. Oh, that's unfortunate because Onichan also finds a miss there. Had they not, this would be very, very close by now, because I don't think we've reached combo cap yet. No, not at all. So Rush is still going to recover some of those points they lost, but not anymore now with the miss prime Robot. Unfortunate break on one of the calmer sections of the map. That is very bad for Russia. They were starting the comeback dream, but now halfway through the map, and with 3 misses against 2, the Chinese are just going to take this advantage a little bit more in their favor as they reach the combo cap.
Yeah, last third of the map, it all relies on Kaisian on the Chinese team, but Kaisian has been carrying their team very well, so asking for a mid from them is a little bit hard. But Nyasan giving a little bit of hope to the Russian Federation.
This section is so tricky. Like, you can easily like tunnel through this and miss a bunch of nodes. It's happened to Nyasun already, but it's not happening to anyone else. The Russians are holding their ground as much as they possibly can, and the lead is shrinking, but it's not shrinking fast enough for the Russians to recover from this. This very last, very fast streams will not be the end of China. It will be the end for Robot, however, and Russia will not be able to come back from this, although they had the chance. At the very end, they collapsed through this very harsh streams, and China will take this map after a fight with 27,000 points in their favor. And what a score there by Kaisium, the only FC of the entire lobby, 993,000 points.
Yeah, just judging from the hit errors, from the hit judgments, coming from both Kaisian and Nickname, it kind of hung from a thread whether Kaisian or Nickname could choke in this outro, and if they did, it would definitely have spelled doom for their team. Maybe even gave a point to the Russian Federation, a break point.
I mean, that was a good start for China, but at some point it felt a bit sloppy, really. Like, they choked a lot more than I expected on Nizamono, and that could be a sign for Russia. I'm not necessarily saying that they should go for Rise here, but if they have a Rise pick they feel fairly comfortable with, they maybe want to consider that instead of going for another lane here. Although, again, I would probably go for Upload Your Mind. If they are feeling very spicy, they could go for Astra Walkthrough, I think. But we'll see.
Let's come back to China's ban. China banned Rise 1, which is the more straightforward stream pick, feed pick. If they're not feeling comfortable on straightforward picks, like for example Cosmos Station and Edison, maybe they're not trusting their lineup on it. Maybe that's a sign for Russia to aim for those spots.
Could be. It really could be. We'll have to see if Russia feels the same vibes, because again, sure, you may feel the inconsistencies on the Chinese team. You even saw them on the previous map. But then again, you also need to be confident on your own skills to be able to not choke as much as they do. And that's the tricky part, really, because in theory, yeah, China has been screaming at us, hey, we are not that consistent at straightforward Rise. But it doesn't really matter if you're also not very consistent on straightforward Rise. And Evade, Russia's going for their own strategy here on the hybrid. They don't want to go for the Rise yet, and they will go for Blooming.
Yeah, I believe Russia's initial strategy was going for the LNs, but seeing their accuracy differences, I think pivoting towards the hybrid category is a good enough compromise for now.
Here's the thing, right? I was calling it Hybrid 2 to be the better pick, I think, for Russia, but if we mix both of the concepts, then maybe Hybrid 1 makes even more sense, right? Because this is a map I can see China choking a fair bit as well.
Yeah, you're definitely correct in that assessment, but it is only something that we can see in practice.
Oh, of course. I mean, we can only call things and theorize. Like, at the end of the day, the only thing that is real is the commentator scores. Everything else is just theory.
Yeah, just waiting for the Russian lineup. And the Chinese end, we see Kaisia, Mafufu, and Sunny.
So we still see Kaisen for this one. We're seeing a swap, I think, on the Russian Federation. We're probably going back to LN lineup. I'm not sure, though. Onichin and Nepco are both staying still. I believe they played both of the maps. And no, we're actually seeing Numus back in.
Yeah, it seems that they're going for their more long note oriented lineup for this one. So this is not physical enough to tip the picks over to the physically oriented players.
So we have a bit of a repeat from Lens. I believe both rosters are the same.
I have to check back the.
No, actually, no, that's not true. We have Niasum is not playing. It's gonna be Kaisum actually who's joining here, right? So that's the only player swap compared to the LN lineup we saw for Heaven's Fall. Russia stays the same. China has only a single player swapped. I don't know. All the tags on before the names makes me so confused.
Wow, so many
Yeah, this
plans.
is this is the tag team battle basically. Like you see LN tag versus Crazy and GV tags, and that is
Yeah.
Oni-chan.
Yeah, just Oni-chan. And just imagine if Oni-chan's renamed to Oni in brackets and Chan.
Alright, into the 3-node imbers, which are very tricky, and already seeing some drops.
Yeah, just the first rub from the user, not a good sign to start with. This is
The classic.
Russian. This is the Russian pick.
This is the classic Intelizer pattern for those who play those maps back in the day. Now executed by Gudem, of course. And honestly, that was a huge stroke by the Russians. And there's another one now by Numuser. Not looking great for Russia at the start of this, with a 20,000 points deficit straight up of the first quarter of the song. Not really good for them.
Yeah, China's still holding solid with 2 scores above 99.7% accuracy.
Very unfortunate. We saw those misses at the very start by Numuser because Russia is holding actually fairly strongly here. Mafufu has a accuracy comparable to Oni-chan, and Nepco is having a comparable accuracy to Sunny. So had Numuser just kept the RFCs, they didn't really have to needed the greatest accuracy of the world either. A single choke would definitely make up for that. Now, but China's still FCing, and I wouldn't be surprised if they go for a 3-way FC. This is kind of the game plan that Russia is in, and have to assume that they aren't going to be winning most of the picks if China doesn't drop. And if they do, like Russia does, then they are just kind of out of luck, really.
Yeah, honestly, seeing this 40,000 point lead and the quarter of the map left, I don't think there's much hope for Russia on this point in particular. Just trying to consider their next step from now, maybe going into the rise category, as I said.
Mini-Jack's not proving to be any problem for any of these players. And with those out of the way, this transition is tricky to coordinate, but I don't see many problems. Everyone gets their FCs through that, and only Loser, the player who dropped, ends up falling. And I mean, even if you have a 3-way FC, you can't really do much against a score like this from China. Double 990k with a 984 on the back. That's very, very, very solid. And honestly, the scores from Russia are not even that bad considering how many misses Numuser had.
Yeah, I mean, look at the lineup from China. It's
almost a
this
B1
doesn't
double
look-
S.
Yeah, this doesn't look like a losers bracket lineup, really. This is straight up coming from the winners bracket.
Yeah, there has been 3 maps, and we have seen 2 double team FCs already from China. And honestly, Russia was also very close. They had a 3-way FC on LN2, and now they have a 2-way FC on Hybrid 1. So the strategy of the Russians for going maybe for the less physically demanding picks has not been working quite successfully. Which is funny, because I believe the map they had the closest was the most physically demanding one due to China choking quite a bit.
Yeah, it's at that point where where the Russian Federation should consider pivoting their strategy around, because China's early game is actually good. They might have lost against Chile, but their early game is actually good.
So China's rolling. And they're picking a long note. What? Alright, Astra walkthrough. I mean, I guess it makes sense, right? That you won on LN2, you won on Hybrid 1. If LN2 and Hybrid 1 had a child, it would probably be Long No 1. So I guess it makes sense.
Yeah, honestly, if China is not feeling too hot on the physical picks, going less physical and more sniper focused, so to speak, is definitely a good move. China definitely pivoting their strategy around to fit the information that they got from the Russian Federation and the 3 points that they got.
Such a good song.
And right now, the lineups remain completely identical.
I mean, honestly, there probably shouldn't be many lineup swaps unless you have a like strict release player that just like only releases. Then maybe you could swap, but Hybrid 1 and Long No 1 usually have very overlapping skit sets, and you only swap between the two if the physicality for Hybrid 1 is too much for the LM player. And because everyone did very well on Hybrid 1, I wouldn't be surprised. We just see the same lineup as we are doing right now. Pick number 4. Second choice by China here, Astra walkthrough. Release-oriented pick / coordination. And we already see some of the LN drops here by Nepco on the release side of things.
Yeah, I think accuracy is going to be the name of the game here. But this coordination pick is also very combo break.
Prone,
combo break
yeah.
inducing, yeah, combo break prone, yeah. You're completely correct.
Definitely. Actually, have we seen a miss here by Kaishum? I didn't catch it. As the screen is right now frozen, as you probably noticed, but they are the only one with the low combo. Now Russia seems to be on the lead. I'm actually kind of... Yeah, there it is. Yep. We see a bit of a panic.
Yeah, just letting the connections catch up to the players.
Oh my god, look at Kaishu's screen. Okay, it was like echoing a little bit too slowly, and I was concerned they would drop, but apparently it's just a restart of the map. They had a technical disconnection, so they are allowed to request for a technical restart if it is on the first 30 seconds of the map. That is the call by the referee, and we're starting right over once again, and now, oh my god, the miss by Numuser, exactly the same as we saw in Hybrid 1.
Yeah,
Very unfortunate.
Yeah, I don't know if it's out of nervousness or if they just weren't ready for it, or if the pod was just that difficult.
I mean, that seems like a part you could easily choke, so I would just put the blame on the difficulty here and keep going. China now with a more stable accuracy compared to what we saw on the previous time. Kaisium was the low accuracy, and now with the restart they seem to be holding the ground fairly well. And with now the second miss by Nusa, Russia is going to drop their lead quite a bit. 20k now with the miss from Malaysia now is going to be maybe 30k, so not the greatest of the starts for Russia, that's for sure. And this map is difficult, I don't blame them. This is a very, very, very hard map to coordinate. And China seems to have no problems with it. Historically, their LN releases have not been the greatest either, alongside with SVs. But as with SVs, they just completely abandoned the idea of not practicing as much those picks and focusing on the rise. And now they are a much all-rounder team, a much versatile, harder to pick to, or against to rather. And now we see another, okay, bit of a delay from Kaishin, still playing, but only about 80 combo behind. Don't worry too much. And even with that, China's still in the lead, so that's how big the lead for China is.
Yeah. it is kind of weird to see Kaisim's footage lagging behind, but just bear with it. Just bear with it.
Yeah. Don't be deceived by the screen. It's saying it's about 4,000 points of difference. It's not. Don't worry. China's winning this by a fair margin, I will argue, considering that Kaisim is 100 combo behind. And now with the miss from Sunny, things could get interesting. It's 3 misses on the Russian side versus 1 from China. I believe they will still be on the lead, but maybe on this time shift they will be able to take the lead. And now with the miss from Mafu, they will definitely take the lead on the time skip. But we'll see. With the combo that Kaisim is lagging behind, I still think they're on the lead. It's a quarter of the song remaining, but that lead is extending. And I believe with another miss from China, tables could turn.
Yeah, now with the time skip, it's definitely towards China right now. And, well,
just wait for it. As the map is about to end here, Russia will take the lead, but as Kaisim catches up with a miss from Sunny, would that be enough? I will assume it is. Yes, it definitely is. It is more than enough with 20k, 22k in fact, in favor of China. Kaisim was also the greatest scorer on the Chinese team, so it makes even more sense this difference was this big at the end of the day. And the only FC on the Chinese side ends up taking the only 990k and the 4th point in a row now for the Asians.
yeah, I think China knows that they have the advantage in terms of long notes and more, I guess, sniper-oriented picks. But it all comes down to the physical picks now. And is Russia gonna go towards physical now? Yes, they are!
I like how we were not even discussing about anything. We just hear the dame dane and I'm like, yes.
Yep.
Give me all of it. Do we do a karaoke? Like a sing-along?
Oh my god.
Did we actually sing this back in COE? I don't remember.
Yeah, I think we did.
Yes, we did. I'm pretty sure we did.
Yeah, we did. But yeah, sing-alongs in Discord are very difficult to coordinate because there's lag. So definitely not something advisable.
I love this.
Yeah, I can just imagine some of the players singing along, just trying to get them going. But the chorus is also the most intensely physical part of the map, so definitely do not want to let up your focus here, except if you're just having fun.
Absolutely not. Like, if you're playing a tournament environment, I will never sing, but if you're just having fun, I will 100% be singing this when I'm playing it.
Yeah, it's just the kind of song that gets you going.
Yeah, I mean, I have to. Thank God I used push to talk because every time I release the key, I'm just back at me dying.
Yeah, you can just imagine one singing while not push to talking.
Yeah.
Oh, smooth. That was smooth. In any case, both teams are ready.
We see Robo joining again for the Russian Federation team. Otherwise, the core from Nepco and Onichan stays. And Niasu and Sunny are staying. But we see Turks for the first time, I think, today.
Turks has been such a surprise this year. We usually see them on the 7K side of things, but they're actually good at 4K.
Cat jumps on the chat.
Oh, this is so relaxing. This is not relaxing for the players, but this is so cool to listen to.
I mean, it's so hard to focus on the commentary for this. I just cannot have the song out of the way.
I mean, if you look at the score difference, it's actually really close. And the Russian Federation could actually catch China off guard, especially if the chorus trips China up.
I mean, if I had to place my bets, I will argue the chorus is going to be harder for Russia to keep their consistency on than for China, but because we've seen China choke so often on the previous Rise pick, and anything really can happen. And the accuracies on the early stage are closer than what we're gonna see on the chorus that is about to start. There it goes.
Let's see how the combos and accuracies evolve.
Everyone is holding the combo so far, no problems there whatsoever. But as you see, the background vocals determine the intensity of the song, or the intensity of the map, and nobody is dropping on it. If anything, the accuracy seems to be going up in the case of China, which is shocking. Are we gonna see another 6-way FC?
On Bakamitai, that is actually kind of incredible. It means
The
that
snaps
both
are just
teams,
all over the place.
It means that both teams definitely have the physicality to sustain, I would say, every single pick of the map pool, which is frightening information to process. But China still has the advantage in terms of accuracy, and we see 2v1 double S's and just one 200.
A single 200 across the entirety of the team. Are you nuts? I mean, I would argue Bakamitai is not as hard as maybe Nisemono, what we saw before. But even still, like, this is no joke. Like, the snaps are all over the place, and the streams are extremely, extremely fast. Yet, everyone on this lobby just trashed this map completely. The lowest score is a 983k.
Yeah, this doesn't look like a loser's bracket match. You would see that kind of performance in a wins bracket, I think. Like, 6-way FC on Bakamitai, that's unheard of. In a loser's bracket, anyways.
I mean, I will argue those scores are very nuts regardless. But certainly for loser's bracket. So what is going to be the next pick? Potential now for being the last pick of the match is a big gap now for China. Match point for them, their own pick. They have everything they could have asked for. What do they want to seal the match with? What is their choice? And if they even can, really.
Just as a reminder, China's protect is SV1.
Oh my goodness, that is true. Do they want to show that though? Do they have to show that? Maybe they don't. What if it's all just a bait? What if they never trained SV1 and they're just playing with their minds of their opponents? They force you to ban SV2 because you protect SV1, therefore they assume you're good at SVs, and then you never pick SV1. You essentially ban both SVs. But they're going for Hybrid 3.
Not picking SV1, going for Hybrid 3 instead. And also this also might be a 5D chess move in a way. Because if you protect SV1, that also affects your next match, because this is their first out of 2 matches in the weekend. For their second match, if they win this match, them protecting SV1 is already a statement towards the other for the other team.
We see Numuser joining again for the Russians, and we see Crazy Nickname. I believe we haven't seen them either today.
I think we did see them. Just gonna scroll in the MP link.
Oh, that's true. We saw them on Nisemono. You're right.
Yeah, so Nickname, more of a physically oriented player. Kind of interesting to see them on Calculator, because Calculator is much more, I would say, coordination oriented than the other picks, but I could definitely see why Nickname would come into play, because the outro is pretty physical and makes the pick a whole lot backloaded. So definitely maybe want to secure that outro.
That seems reasonable. But Russia doesn't have the luxury. They have to go for the LM player here. Arguably because the other sections of the map are too demanding in the LM department for Robot to not be good enough for it, I think. We'll see. This could be the last map of this team. This could be the last map that Russia plays this year. They're going to try their best to avoid such scenario and hope that they can somehow take this to tiebreaker.
Nepco kind of behind in terms of accuracy, struggling to gain it back. Catching a combo break, that's a pretty bad sign coming from the Russian Federation.
Is that the first time we saw Nepco miss?
No, I think they missed before, I'm pretty sure.
They could have missed like at one time or two, but they were the most consistent Federation player, like the most consistent Russian Federation player, rather.
Yeah, coming from
This-
your carry, that doesn't spell good things.
Not at all. This map, though, this map is just all over the place. All those flam LNs, flam releases are so tricky to act properly and to hit properly, even. And we can see that Numusar is struggling quite a bit to follow the pattern along. Like, the kill concentration is a bit too spread, and when you have a concentration this spread and LNs disjointed, it's pretty much recipe for disaster. And now transitioning into this sort of core Jackie-ish section, or maybe Jack-oriented section, Numusar are just going to struggle quite a bit.
Yeah, meanwhile, China, just a solid unit, all above 99.6% accuracy. It's like they cloned one of their players 3 times.
I mean, they have the GV and Crazy Clan, so what if they did?
What if they did indeed? And Numuser definitely catching some more misses here and there, and in the speed up, not being kind to them at all.
China's just gonna 3-way FC this, by the way. That's insane. Again, no!
Oh yeah, that's a curse.
Well, they
One
almost
curse
did.
here.
I mean,
Yeah,
you were all expecting that at some point it had to happen. Even still.
Just blame Juan for this. Blame Juan is back.
Oh my goodness, though. China played so well this matchup. Like, Russia had their options. They had their picks where they were close. They even had 3-way FCs, and that wasn't enough to defeat the higher seed here. China played a pretty clean game overall. Maybe showing a little bit of a weakness on Rise 6, which was their own pick, by the way. But then they shifted the strategy quick enough and realized, hey, we can just pick a Lance Hybrids and we should be fine with it. And they certainly were. They won every single map this match. And they only played 2 Rises and no SVs. Like, they even protected the SVs and avoided them successfully. So, very interesting that China played it this way. Very good display as well, not just of skill, but also like improvisation, right? They realized what was going on in the match. They adapted quickly enough, and they, because of that, managed to clean sweep a Russian team that was looking fairly strong at the start of the match when they got a 3-way FC, fairly close to a breakpoint on Rise 6. China just adapted and overcome. That's what they did.
Yeah, honestly, very clean performance from China and very scary for their opponent that is to come. I do believe that they are fighting the winner of France versus Malaysia, and wow, just either of those teams going against China, seeing how China performed just now is definitely a taller deal to deal with. Speaking of which, that match.
Speaking of the devil, yeah.
An hour from now, well, more than an hour from now, an hour and 13 minutes. So you don't want to miss it. There's also going to be another match going on at the same time. That's going to be the UK versus Italy.
Yep. If you guys can only see a singular match this weekend, well, I will say you should probably watch more than one match this weekend. But France-Malaysia, I think, is going to be one of the closer ones. Korea-Thailand was certainly a surprise. I wasn't expecting the scorelines to be that close, although I expected the maps to be very close. But with France and Malaysia, I think there's a lot on the line for both of these two teams because they will be eliminated if they lose. And their skill sets are perfect for this kind of matches. I think both teams are very experienced and both teams are expecting a match that could easily go to tiebreakers. So if they are expecting it, why not us, the viewers, as well? This should be the match to watch of the weekend, I believe.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see how it goes. And we've had some exciting matches this weekend, and definitely won't be the last exciting matches of the tournament either. So keep your eyes on this channel. We will be back.
Alrighty, hello everybody. Welcome back to some more Osu Mania 4Key World Cup 2023 action. We're back in some more quarterfinals. We have a losers bracket match. We've got France versus Malaysia, and I will be one of your commentators, Toph Daddy, joined here by Juan Crystal. How's it going?
Hello there. Being there before France-Malaysia seems like a match I've seen many times already in this World Cup. Maybe I'm wrong, actually, but I mean, these are just two teams I'm just very familiar with. You always see Malaysia, you always see France. You don't always see both of them on the losers bracket quarterfinals, though. That's a bit of a surprise.
Yeah, recently it's been pretty uncommon for Malaysia to get knocked into the losers bracket before, that semifinals, finals kind of area. Especially, they were a big powerhouse with Leon and Chiwi leading the charge. And, without Chiwi, they've kind of taken a bit of a hit. So seeing them in losers bracket maybe, was a result of the changes in their team. But I'm still expecting this match to be quite good. Two pretty strong teams here in the quarterfinals fighting for their lives. And I don't know what to expect.
I mean, I don't know what to expect either. This is one of those matches you can call like coin flips in some regards, because Malaysia has historically been a very strong, like anti-meta team, if you will. And France has always been a pretty consistent accuracy team. The tables have turned a little bit, I think, across the years. And nowadays, I'll say they are both very all-rounder teams. So this is kind of this typical match that is going to be very close, but the scoreline could just lie to you. This could be a 6-1 fairly easily, and all the maps being decided by less than 5,000 points.
Yeah, so I think this is going to be an interesting kind of thing to watch for just in general as far as like how picks and protects and bans go. Because like you said, both teams are quite well-rounded in general. So coming up with a strategy that will cater to your strengths and maybe go against your opponent's weaknesses is a lot more difficult than it would be in an average match.
For sure, and as you can already tell, there are some protects here going on. Long Note 2 from Malaysia, Heaven's Fall, and Sample Ensemble from France. This is exactly the same protects we had on the previous match here on stream between Russian Federation and China, and both teams were on the same color with their own protects, and they are banning SV2 after protecting SV1?
That's
okay, France?
Actually, I fully understand what's going on here. Because a few years ago, when I was still playing for the United States, we had a match against France, and something that France liked to do with SVs is hard practice one of the SVs and then not practice the other and ban it, so that they didn't have to focus on two different SV picks throughout the week. And I think that's exactly what we just saw happen here.
Could very well be the case. If you have to pick one, I would always pick SV1 with this map pool, because SV2 seems like the kind of map you take less time to understand and realize how it works. It's also a more popular song, in my opinion. So maybe going for SV1 as your practice point gives you a better chance of winning against other teams who are not as prepared. Whereas on SV2, score gaps are always going to be naturally closer due to the map being, I mean, in general, easier to play for most people. And now with Malaysia's ban, Rise 2, I mean, they don't want to have any accuracy battles, right?
Well, to be completely honest, I don't know if Rise 2 being banned is an accuracy battle type of thing. We've seen quite a few bans on this map this week, and this is the 4th time Rise 2 has been banned, which is insane compared to previous years. Usually the jump stream is like the first thing people go for, but I think there's how the map pools are being like created this year is almost incentivizing people to start banning that jump stream and stamina pick because of the density and awkward patterns that exist throughout it. So I think that it genuinely is just physically difficult for a lot of teams.
Yeah, it's kind of the thing we got from the qualifiers too, right? Stage 7 being this kind of physically demanding jump stream map, but with odd patterning for the most part. If that's getting replicated across the stages as you would expect, and it's shifting a little bit the kind of meta we're used to in the Rise department, right? Where the tunnel vision accuracy pick is just a ratio battle, and this time it's even considered as a ban due to the physicality required instead of maybe the choke potential you will have on it.
Yeah, and I ultimately think that's going to make for better matches in general. But the first pick does come out, the Protect for Malaysia coming out as the first pick in this match. Heaven's Fall, looking to maybe try to keep this match on the rails, get themselves a point early. And, I mean, they have to be pretty comfortable on this. And I think this is maybe, in their own heads, they're just thinking, let's go with the thing that we're the most comfortable with and try to get that point on the board and get the momentum in our favor early.
Yeah, I like that mentality a lot. Although this map, we have seen so many good results from many teams. Like a three-way FC on this is actually very common, really. Most teams are performing extremely well on LN density lately, and this map doesn't really have anything that can catch you off guard other than the transitions, really, and some of the bursts at the end. So I would expect, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised at all if this is a six-way FC by the two teams.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, France, historically strong LN team. You have some really good long note players there with Quentin, Narahashi, and Aura. And then Malaysia, kind of the same thing. A historically good long note team, though with some new comers coming in to take the lead. Early on, the accuracy lead is in favor of Malaysia, though we haven't gotten into any of the more difficult long note patterns. So everyone able to get up to that 400 combo mark without any issues, just waiting for that density to start kicking in.
There's the first miss actually by Einar here on Malaysia's side, just before we start into the LN density section. Another good start from the Malaysian on their own Protect even. And in a map this simple, I mean, I don't want to call it simple, but a map that you expect so many FCs coming out of it, starting with that, it's not going to help at all. Like, it's going to be very difficult to recover from a miss like this.
Yeah, I think if you have the confidence to protect a pick like this and first pick it in the same match, I think you would expect the team to be full comboing it, like three-way full comboing it. That said, despite the miss, the accuracy seems to be favoring Malaysia right now, and that 2,000 point lead has shrunk down to 1,000. So I could absolutely see this flipping as long as Malaysia is able to hold on to that consistency.
I mean, we're only halfway through into the first break of the song already, and the gap is so small, and even with the singular miss, like Jay Lee here really pushing that accuracy as high as they possibly can, and they are putting Malaysia on the lead because there's a break right before we start into the second streamy section by Narahashi on the French side.
Yeah, we got 2 full combos to 2. We actually see an interesting dichotomy here with the full combos there. Jay Lee actually at the same exact accuracy as Aura, leading both teams. And then Tose just above Quentin. Ooh. But Einar with another drop there is going to give the lead over to France. But this
is going to come down to the wire.
Yeah, we've got a quarter of the map left, and it's 2,000 points. It looks like France might be able to fend it off as long as they hold
Aura's dropping a lot of accuracy.
That is true. We are only seeing 1,300 points as Einar is back above the 400 combo mark. Oh my goodness, that lead is getting so tiny.
The very last one, Jamie drops.
That's another miss, and it extends the lead for France as we get into the final patterns. It looks like France might just take this. They just have to hold combo now with 2 full combos from Quentin and Aura right now, going into the last few patterns. And Einar dropping once again, and that's going to be a break point right out the gate for France, just off of those misses from the Malaysian side.
My goodness, the tension there, you could feel it. It was there for Malaysia. They were coming back, even despite the whole misses they had. And at the end of the day, Jay Lee and Einar collapsing, proving to be the undoing. And France starts ideally. Like, I don't think there's any other way. If you could dream a way to start a match, breakpoint against your opponent's Protect.
Yeah, that absolutely gives. I think France has about as good of momentum as you possibly can after that first pick. Just getting a good performance, 2 full combos from Aura and Quentin, locking down that first point, and they can go into whatever they want. I'd almost expect them to go SV1 here. If I was in France's position, and I just took my opponent's breakpoint and wanted to keep that momentum and put the pressure on a lot, I'd go for my own Protect.
That's fair. Although I'm not sure. I would just save my SVs, right? Because you just got the most difficult point out of your opponents. This is the kind of space that you have that you can just pick something, maybe your second, third best pick to test the waters, maybe on the Rise department, maybe a hybrid even.
I could see anything coming out at this point, but yeah, I think it's just about what France wants to do.
I like Edison.
Edison would be an interesting pick, but Rice 6 comes out Nisei Mono, going for the technical choice, just trying to flex that physical capability. We did see the Rice 2 ban come out from Malaysia at the beginning of this match, so going for something as maybe the next most physically difficult map in the pool. I think this is a fair pick.
That's true, and also they have to keep the trend, right? This is the exact same pick order as we saw in the previous match too. They went from Heaven's Fall, which was the Protect by Russia, into Nisemono, which was picked by China, and now they're repeating the exact same thing. I'm wondering though if we will see the same scenario, because China choked a lot on this, and I will argue China's one of the most physically capable teams on the losers bracket right now, so I can only assume France has to be very confident if they're picking this, or they are expecting Malaysia to just not have the physicality to keep up with this.
Yeah, I mean, this map is just plain difficult. There are so many varieties of patterns. It starts off with like your expected kind of tech map with a lot of heavy mini jack patterns, and then it goes into some fast jump stream, and then goes into some slower but denser jacks towards the end, and there's a bunch of bursts. Everything about this is so difficult, and I think it either has to be what you said, with France feeling very comfortable with this kind of physicality, or expecting Malaysia to tank a little bit.
I don't think we see any roster changes on Malaysia.
Yes, that is true. Tosei and Einar and Jay Lee being the three for Malaysia there. Mr. FR coming in for Aura on France's side. That makes sense in my own head. Aura, strong LN player, but has had some historical issues with tech. So having that swap out is very good. But Narahashi not having the best start on this map. Those bursts not treating them well, but Einar trades that right back, and France is able to take the early lead.
See another hitting again from Tosai, obviously kind of the choice for the playstyle, so not that big of a surprise in that regard. But we'll have to see here if the misses. Exactly, that's the problem with this kind of maps. You can have two players completely destroying the chart, like for instance Mysteor and Quentin are doing on the French side, but that can easily be tanked by a single third player who's not able to keep up with the patterning, and that is what's happening with Einar on the Malaysian side. The accuracy from Jaylee is insane, and Tosa is trying their best to keep up with Quentin, and unfortunately they're gonna find a miss here. And despite the trace, the accuracy is just on the France side.
Yeah, that accuracy for France, 2 players above 99.6. There's only Jaylee on the side of Malaysia, matching up with that, on top of the fact that it is just one full combo to one, and those misses seem to be tanking Malaysia's accuracy much more than it is on France's side. So the physicality definitely seems to be favoring France in general, for just by looking at the first half of this map. And I'd maybe expect France to stick with this kind of this kind of strategy. Yeah.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised in that regard. This pick not only is looking to be a pick that France wins, but it gives them so much information, really. They can go for something like maybe Rice 1 on the future. They can potentially go for, well, they still have SV1 if they really want to, if they need a get out of jail free card, I guess.
Right, they have a lot of options in this scenario. Mr. FR does break that full combo, so only one full combo left in the lobby here from Jay Lee, but one full combo for Malaysia doesn't look like it's going to be enough, as Einar continues to find drops in this ending, mashed by Tosei as well.
Rude. This ending's just rude.
It is. It's 315 BPM streams is already really fast, and these patterns are not very nice.
They're everything but nice. They are so rough. There are so many hidden mini jacks. There's the patterning structure with a lot of back and forth stairs. I mean, it's understandable to see this many misses by the Malaysian side, and honestly, this core by Jay Lee is insane.
Yeah, one full combo there from Jay Lee. Not enough to bring his team up to the point, but very impressive nonetheless. Also, that accuracy, 3/200s, and the ratio, best ratio in the lobby by quite a bit. Mr. FR matching the 200 count, just doing a little bit better, but the full combo with that accuracy, just absolutely nuts.
Certainly is. But now back to Malaysia's pick, 2-0 in favor of the French. And I mean, you tried your protect and it misses. What do you do now, right? Like this, you need to recover your morale somehow. I'm not sure if LN1 is the best pick here or Hybrid 2. Oh. Yeah, I was about to say.
I do think
your mind.
This pick is an interesting one. I think it's a good pick for Malaysia to try and just kind of test the waters in the hybrid pool, especially since there's so much LN requirement. I almost chalk this up as like a coordination pick of sorts because of the jacky nature of it. It's very similar to LN1, just with a much higher physical requirement and slightly less dense long notes.
Yep, and that's why I'm so interested on this, because this is the kind of pick, if you're an LN team, that you want to transition out of Valencia to something else, this is the kind of pick you make. But considering the structure and not just the coordination requirement, but the fact that the mini-jacks are the coordination factor, not necessarily the rest, and seeing how much Malaysia struggles with the physicality, we'll have to see. That this is still not extremely fast to a point that I will expect Malaysia to just miss most of it. But we'll have to see. Like, France has proven they are the most capable teams in terms of physicality, and they have the long note potential for sure. They won LN2 fairly convincingly. So this is a pick that makes sense, but we'll see. It may as well just be another LN2 and France just take that. We have seen that.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a little bit more competitive in my own head, just because I think LN2 is so straightforward. I think it just gives France an easier in to kind of take that point. It's that kind of thing that kind of confuses me personally when I see so many people protecting something like Long Note 2, because the density is going to be comfortable for, I think, a lot of teams. And I think if you want to start attacking teams by, you know, taking advantage of an LN weakness, I think something like LN1 or LN3 is going to be a better bet. And since this has that kind of similarity to the timing hell structure with the jacks and the coordination required, I think this is a much better kind of in to that kind of attack.
Yeah, like it is something that if you have a team that is capable of, it's much easier to attack with, because not many teams have 3 players who are capable of hitting this kind of structured maps, as you were saying. But we'll see. I mean, now is the time to prove yourself, I guess. If you're Malaysian, I mean, it's the same if you're French, right? But we'll see. As the map just starts, we are testing the waters and see which team can triumph in terms of hybrids.
Absolutely. We're getting into some of the more difficult patterns. Everyone gets past the first 400 combo without any hiccups. We did actually see a swap out on France. Aura comes in for Narahashi there, who had some issues right at the start of Nisimono, so that could be contributing to the swap out there. But Tosei finds a drop in that really fast transition stream. It's going to give quite a nice lead to France for now, as Einar also drops a little bit down in accuracy compared to the rest of the lobby, but we are hitting some very difficult patterns here, and Einar finds a combo drop to match Tosei. So it's now 3 full combos on the side of France to just 1 for Malaysia from Jay Lee.
And this is the kind of thing I was talking about. This is the kind of map where I expect Malaysia may struggle in the terms of physicality, and they are surely struggling in that regard. Tosei and Einar dropping like flies, unfortunately, on this map. The LNs are there, but unfortunately the rise is proving to be a bit too difficult, I believe. Mostly the pattern structure, they are just not equipped for it, I believe.
Yeah, we get out of the hardest of the long note patterns there and get into this jack structure. We see another miss from France, so it's just 1 full combo on each side. It's going to help cut into the lead a little bit, but it might be too little too late, especially with that trade back from Tosei there. We're at a 30,000 point lead for France as we get into the final few patterns, and it's looking like France might just be able to take a second break point here.
It's looking like a 30,000 points is not something you can recover with this little amount of time, and it's just a matter of we will see 2 FCs, 1 from each. And at the end of the day, it would seem like it's the case. France, once again, on top, 3-0, second breakpoint in a row. And, I mean, despite all these efforts by Jaylee, he's always being the MVP of pretty much every single map. And it's not enough. Unfortunately, the French team as a unit is proving to be more effective.
Yeah, that consistency in the accuracy. We see the 200 counts very well uniform across the French team. Jaylee beating, like you said, all three of them, but with Tosei and Einar falling behind with the misses and the 200 counts, it's just not going to be enough. And France is looking good, 3-0. Going to go on to their own pick again to hopefully bring this to a 4-0 on their side. But Malaysia's gotta find something, gotta find some way in. To get some points here, especially now that they've lost 2 breakpoints. They're going to need to win 2 more breakpoints in order to even flirt with a tiebreaker in this match.
It's going to be very tricky for them now that France has the initiative again. And I think it mostly comes down to how France decides to pick next here, because anything seems to work. Like, they won on literally every category by now. And I mean, they really need to avoid, I think, LN1, and everything else probably fine for France to go for now, I believe. Even LN1 is probably worth going for if you're confident on it. But I'm seeing maybe, like, I wouldn't go for Wakamitai either. I think that's a pick that is short enough that you could choke your way out of it. So maybe something more physical, like I cannot pronounce that name. Gypsophila? Gypsophila?
I thought it was Gypsophilia for a while, but there's no I at the end there.
No, it is not. I know, right? Actually, also, yeah, they're going for Rice 1. Let's go. I wanted to point out, Italy is actually beating the UK on the other stream, by the way. That's insane.
They are indeed. They just got a break point away from the United Kingdom on Long Note 2. So Italy looking good for that match right now, but there's still lots of stuff to go through. But in this match here, we've got Rice 1, Gypsophila, something like that. It's the stream pick. We're good. It's very physical. I think this is a fine pick for France. We did see Malaysia have some pretty major issues on that ending stream in Nisemono, and I could absolutely see that coming to bite the team on a map like this.
It is surely going to bite them back, I believe. This is, I mean, I don't want to call it a victory already for France on this map, but this is like 90-10, I think. Like, France has a clear advantage in a map that is so physically demanding after what we saw on Nisemono. So Malaysia really has to play out of their minds here if they want to take this point. But if they do, I mean, this will be the ideal point of the match to recover that morale back.
Absolutely. And like you said, with something like Bakamitai, I think this map is definitely a better choice than that just because of the length. And it's not as prone to just like singular misses causing some issues for you.
So far, so good, actually, for both teams. There's no misses on the intro stream, but Tosai being the first to drop, Rasa said this. And into the combo cap we go now, 10,000 points of advantage for France.
We do see 2 misses there, a trade between Aura and Einar, but that is going to favor the French side, especially with the accuracy that Einar dropped with that miss. Down below 99 for a little bit, but building it back up. Something else important to note about this map is that it's not just streams. Like, that's the main difficulty, but there are some technical patterns in between the streams that can make it really difficult to transition in and out of them.
And into the second batch of streams, here we go. There's still 2 FCs on the French side, 1 FC on Malaysia. And again, despite Jaylee's having the highest accuracy here, Quentin is certainly challenging for that title in this particular map. It's not going to be enough. France, again, just very, very solid across the board here. Yes, sure, we had a miss from Aura, but his accuracy is the best of the team. So imagine how good the ratio is.
Yeah, this French team is just so consistent with each other. We've seen teams like that in the past whose success is built not necessarily on their physical ability to like be better than other teams, but just that consistency really building them up. And France is definitely one of those teams that we're seeing just really solid accuracies and really consistent accuracies, and that's helping them get that 4th point against Malaysia.
Oh my god, Aura. No.
Oh, that's so tragic. A V1 double S outside of those 2 misses, extremely clean misses. It's impressive that they didn't cause any issues, but maybe that was just like a keyboard issue or something.
Wow. I mean, scores from France again are just insanely good. Like, wow. I thought that France was starting to hit, like, not necessarily starting to hit, but I thought quarterfinals was like around the level where France starts hitting their physical limits. But their new additions surely have been proving me wrong here. Like, France is doing so well.
Yeah, they absolutely are, but that is France's pick. We're going to be moving into Malaysia's next pick, and given how Hybrid 2 and I imagine they're going to start going back into the long notes, I would think LN1 comes out here.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if that's the case. Like, sure, they could go for Erin Nice, but yeah, it's just Astra walkthrough.
Yeah, this one's definitely the least physically demanding of the long note picks, and I think it's going to help. It's going to benefit Malaysia to not have to deal with those difficult rice patterns that we saw in Hybrid 2.
Good song, by the way.
This is classic Chris Erline song.
Yep. This is like clear boss music, like so good.
It reminds the style of like the rhythm and stuff reminds me of Level X, that one old Chris Erline map.
Yep. So true.
Or is it level 6?
No, it's level 6, I think.
It's something like that.
I mean, this is like you said, the kind of song you listen to and you're like, I mean, Chris Erline should probably make a map of this if it doesn't exist already.
it just fits their style, and with like the jack-based long notes and the really coordination-heavy kind of timing hell-esque patterns. I think it's just like you get that jack inverse, and that's exactly what to expect out of a map like this.
But about the teams now, it doesn't seem like we see any swaps from the usual long note lineups here, which is understandable. I mean, this is the kind of map you could bring a specialist if you have one. Like, I could see some players being very capable of doing LN1 and maybe LN2, but not capable of doing LN3 all that comfortably, or Hybrid 2 for the matter, considering the hybrid nature, like the physicality required. So players like Aura, for instance, are the kind of players I think of when we get into the physical part of things. You may want to save Aura for the picks like this, where it's more about coordination and technique and finesse rather than the physicality.
Yeah, absolutely, and we've been seeing that kind of throughout this match. Aura's switching out for a good number of the one of the Rice picks earlier because of the physical requirement, and now back in for this LN pick. Narahashi with an early break. It was before 400 combo, but Einar drops as well, trades that back, and gets a second one there. So France is going to take an early lead, and Einar not having a very good time holding onto the combo in this early section.
Very weird behavior here by Einar, like completely crushing this portion of the map, which is arguably like so much harder than the intro. I mean, I guess it's a matter of focus or nerves that's getting on the way. There's another miss now. Not good for Malaysia.
There's still 2 full combos on each side, so it's not too big. Oh.
Whoops. Oh my, everyone just
What just happened? Okay, there's 1 full combo left now. Quentin, the only full combo on the board. Narahashi finds another break.
What is happening?
Everyone's missing in the break. I've never seen something like this.
Narahashi's just struggling hard now. I don't know what's going on.
This lead is not that big right now. We're only halfway through the map, and we have a 12,000 point lead. Given the breaks we've seen, I would have expected it to be closer to that 30-40k that we've been seeing on most of the other maps. But this is very close, and a few more misses from France could definitely bring Malaysia back in contention for this pick.
You know what's very sad? This is like the one time had Jaylee hold their accuracy as they've been on the previous maps, Malaysia will probably be on the lead or very close to it. And the one time he misses is the one map that is this close. And unfortunately, Einar and Tosai are dropping too much now, and France seems to have been stabilized a little bit, Aura at the very least.
Yeah, and Quentin maintaining that full combo, definitely helping the team keep it up, and Jay Lee finds another combo break for Malaysia here, and it's looking harder and harder for them to come back in this map, despite how close it was for a majority of it. Looks like France might just take it, but Narahashi with a break right at the end. And it looks like Einar and Narahashi just trading back and forth in this ending. Oh, that was a huge drop!
It really was. There's not enough time, though.
That lead just went from 24,000 to 12,000. What just happened?
I kind of want to explain to the viewers what happened on this map, but honestly, I don't think I know.
That was wild.
That's exactly not how I expected LN1 to go at all.
Yeah, I think Narahashi might have just had a little bit of a brain fart there at the end. Dropped a few and dropped down to that 98.5. There wasn't enough score on the side of Malaysia to bring that back quite enough. The accuracies across the board quite similar, though. You see Aura and Tosei with similar 200 counts, and then Quentin and Jay Lee had similar 200 counts, and then Narahashi and Einar was similar. It was just a matter of combo.
Well, I mean, match point for France now, I guess. 5-0 after certainly what was not the way we expect. I mean, maybe we expected France as a potential winner for LN1. It was probably a 50-50, I would say, like a map that was fairly close. But that was not the way I expected it to go. Like, so many misses across the board. It actually seems weird. Like, France has been destroying the pool. Every map they play, they had an amazing score. And then Long White just completely destroys everybody. And I went to break the silence, so more on the techie side again.
Yeah, we're coming back to that technical pick. I don't know if this is a pick I think is like as strong as the first two. It's kind of hard to say because I think the remaining three Rice picks are all a little bit more of toss-ups. They're definitely not. They don't have that physicality requirement that that Rice 1 and Rice 6 have. At least not quite as heavily. And then this one is more of a consistency-based map, so it makes sense why France might want to go for this instead of one of the other two, which are both a lot shorter and more prone to singular mistakes, giving away the lead.
Yep, exactly. And in general, like, France has just been looking sharp, despite the consistency that they maybe drop 1 or 2 times. The ratios on 200 counts are just too good. And in a map this long, it just kind of weighs itself out, right? Because, sure, Malaysia may not miss, potentially, because the map is a bit easier, but you're still gonna out-accuracy them for the most part. And that might be enough, even if you miss once or twice.
Yeah, we've seen that come to fruition quite a bit here in this match. France not necessarily able to combo as well as maybe they'd hope on some of these Rice picks, but that accuracy is certainly saving them from having to worry about losing these points. And we see, I think, similar teams from what we see. Malaysia having the main three come up. We've got Mr. FR coming in for Narahashi on this pick. Aura staying in for Rice. And this map just gets going right away.
Yep, it doesn't waste any time. It just goes straight into the meat.
Yeah, the patterns overall in this are a lot simpler than the previous Rice maps, or previous tech map that we saw in Nisei Mono's. A lot more variety in terms of the types of patterns you see, but this one definitely has a lot more rhythm variation, where we already see a trade between Aura and Einar. It looks like Jay Lee follows that up with another miss of their own. So 2 full combos to 1 early on in this section.
The thing with this song as well. This is a very popular song. Most people knows it, and it follows the structure of the song fairly tightly. So if you know the song pretty well, this is a kind of map that is just about physicality, really, because it won't surprise you at any point. The map is exactly what you would expect. It has some odd triple mini jacks, but if you can get past those, then most of the map is like fairly straightforward.
Yeah, definitely. I think this is definitely a comfort zone type of tech pick for most players. We did see Tosei drop the last of the full combos for Malaysia, so there are none for Malaysia here halfway through the map. 2 full combos on the side of France from Mr. FR and Quentin. Aura finding some combo troubles, but able to keep that accuracy at a place to compete with Einar and Tosei and help keep France pretty safely in the lead with a 22,000 point difference in favor of them right now.
And you know what's the funniest part about this matchup? It's looking like France will take this and therefore the match. We have not seen SVs, and the SV got protected and banned, so that's going to be interesting for the next opponent, which is, I believe, China, who did the exact same. They both protected SV1, and SV2 got banned on the match.
And then they didn't pick it.
Yep.
Hiding that information, I think hiding that information is particularly important for a map like SV1, where it's not necessarily set in stone how well you're going to perform on it. We're seeing a few more misses here. Einar dropping, everyone else staying very consistent through this section.
Yeah, this is the kind of maps, like we said, you expect high accuracies and singular misses, like low to 100 counts and misses. And that seems to be the case for pretty much every player in this lobby here. Mr. FR and Quentin are both full comboing, but Aura and Jaylee both have incredibly good accuracies despite their misses. And honestly, so is Tosei, who has dropped quite a few times already, but his accuracy is still very, very high.
Yeah, absolutely. And coming into the final few patterns, and there's a little bit of a rehash of the intro with some more straightforward patterns, some really fast mini jacks, but it looks like this is going to be pretty much set in stone here. France taking this, bringing the brooms out, sweeping Malaysia in their first losers bracket match of quarterfinals. Like you said, they still have one more match this weekend against China. 2 teams who seem to want to keep SV1 open, but didn't pick it, not showing off their scores to their opponents, to their future opponents. So 2 strategies that kind of both came out to fruition. It's also possible that France and China banned SV2 because they didn't want their opponent to pick SV2, because that's the one that they wanted to be surprised about. So you never really know.
That would be so cool. Like, if that was the case, that would be so cool.
That would be the biggest brain strategy I've ever heard from both teams. But that is going to complete this match. Malaysia, unfortunately, will be eliminated from the Osumania 4K World Cup 2023. Made it to the quarterfinals in losers bracket. So good performance from them. It was great to see them give it their all here, but France will move on to face China, and we'll have to see how that match goes. I'm very excited to see it.
I mean, after seeing both of the teams performing and being surprised by both of the teams, I can only expect the next match between the 2 is going to be insane. Like, some of the picks have been shared, but most of them were not. Like, I think 3 picks were selected on both matches. That would be Rise 6. And it will be, what else? LN2, Hybrid 2. No, LN2 and LN1. Those are the 3. Those are the 3 picks that got shared. So they can compare some of the scores, but not all of them. And that's going to be very, very interesting to see. Like, I expect SV1 to appear. I expect maybe even Rise 3 to appear, which we haven't seen that often. I mean, it's going to be a banger.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm excited to see it, but as we were kind of hinting at throughout this match, that the United Kingdom versus Italy, quite close right now. It is 3-2. I believe we're in the middle of a map. I'm actually not totally sure, but because that's still going on, it's live on Osu Live 2. Go switch to that stream. We're also going to have Osu Live host, so you'll be able to just click right onto it and go see that match. But outside of just this mainstream, We'll be coming back in 5 hours for the United States versus Chile. Very exciting stuff. Anything left to say before we go ahead and host the other match?
I mean, enjoy what's left of it and do not miss US versus Chile. That one is going to be a very, very interesting match to see. Despite the scoreline, you always like to see seed number 1, 2, 3, 4. Like, there's two teams. Those teams are just always good to watch, despite of how good they play. Like, just go get them.
Yeah, it's going to be really exciting. We'll see you guys then. Alrighty, hello everybody. Welcome back to some more Osu Mania 4 Key World Cup 2023 action. We've got some more quarterfinals coming at you. We've got a winners finals match here. We've got the United States versus Chile. That's our 2 seed versus our 7 seed. I'm really excited for this match. I'm one of your non-biased commentators. I'm Toph Daddy, and I'm joined by yet another non-biased commentator, Sparky. How's it going?
It is going absolutely fantastic. Excited to be here for what is arguably one of the marquee matchups of the weekend. Two absolute powerhouses in the 4-key scene. The United States going against Chile, looking to punch their ticket into that winners semifinals, continue what will hopefully be a quest onto finals and maybe even grand finals if the bracket pans out for either of these two squads. This is going to be a very, very close matchup as it has been in years past. I don't actually think these two meet up all that often during this World Cup, so we're probably going to be in for a bit of a show now.
Yeah, I don't know if I've ever had Chile on the opposing end. Like, as someone who used to play for the United States squad, I don't know if I've ever faced Chile in the Oceania 4Q World Cup. It might have happened. Oh no, it did happen once. I do remember it happening once. It happened in semifinals of 2017. So that's an old matchup, but it doesn't happen too often. Chile's squad over the past couple of years not being quite up to snuff to keep their lives in the winners bracket too long. This year, Mucci joined by some incredible players helping him lock his ticket in for that quarterfinals. And it doesn't matter which team loses. I think whichever team loses is going to be a monster in the losers bracket.
Yeah, absolutely. Gonna start infesting that losers bracket with a couple of sharks to wander their way through the water, and we're starting to get into the protects here. It looks like SV2 going to survive the banning phase, and Gypsophila gonna survive as well.
I see a roll ban coming out from Nepogen, the captain of the United States squad here. I can't imagine them not banning SV1, but if there's I don't know what I don't know why there's a roll there.
Maybe just for show. Maybe just for intimidation.
Maybe.
To throw them off the scent of what is probably going to be an SV1 ban. It has usually been the order of business for a lot of the countries so far, but it's actually going to be heavy.
Whoa! There might be both SV maps open with a match in the United States. That's crazy.
That hasn't happened in a very long time. I think 2019 is the last time I've seen a US match with double SV open.
I remember one in 2021, but I have personal connections to this. Last year there was nothing, but Cosmo Station gets banned out. So honestly, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Cosmo Station has been banned out so many times this weekend, which I mentioned this in the last match I commentated, but that's insane. The jump stream map is getting banned all the time.
I mean, just pushing the BPM. I feel like it's one of those where we're reaching a point where everybody knows how to act their way through some of these monstrous jump stream picks. And sometimes the length is also a bit of a contributing factor, but when everybody can kind of swing a 990, you're kind of playing with fire at that point. And
yeah, and it's not only that, but I think the stamina is definitely tough to deal with how how dense and difficult the patterns are in that map. I think Chile is just maybe doesn't have the accuracy players to hold on to 247 for that long with the difficult patterns, whereas the US guaranteed has those weapons. But Cyber Thunder Cider, the Protect, comes out from Chile. I'm excited to see how this goes.
yeah, for sure, we're going to see the more SV-oriented players make their appearance for this map in particular. I know the US actually adding a couple of folks that are no slouches when it comes to SV. I know the past couple of iterations of the World Cup, they've maybe let it go by the wayside a little bit just to focus on some of the other skill sets, but having Cafecito and Tristan Jacob on your roster for a map like this definitely kind of evens the playing field against the likes of Zan, Yawa, and Miyuchi.
Yeah, I think there's been a bit of an interesting situation coming out with the SVs in the United States where, you have Cafecito and Tristan Jacob, and then you kind of just want to set that third player, have one person for each of the SV maps so they can full focus on that. And for SV2 here, we have Dev coming in, and then like you said, Zanyawa and Muji coming in for Chile to try and take an early point away from the United States.
Yeah, so it's going to be pretty hotly contested. 3 minutes of basically consistent SV gimmick. For those unaware of what's going to happen in this map, just follow along to the lyrics. All the notes are going to be snapped to that for a large portion of the chart. A couple of slow jams here and there just for good measure, but definitely do not want to hesitate or anticipate what is to come. And we're going to get into this first map of this best of 11 on Chile's first pick, Cyber Thunder Cider.
Yeah, also a really fun gimmick with this map. Like you said, it does follow the vocals, so pay attention to those. But anytime there's a double, like you have the same jump twice in a row, there's a larger gap between that and the next note than there is everywhere else. So that's kind of the gimmick that we're looking at. So it's not terribly difficult to learn as long as you play it a few times. But it can be very tricky, especially with the changing number of notes between when you have those gaps, like we're seeing here. Sometimes there's 3, sometimes there's 5, sometimes there's more, and it can be very difficult. But the US and Chile both having 3 full combos each. The accuracy is favoring the US right now, though, early on as they try to get to that 400 combo.
Yeah, everybody hanging on to about that 99.7 range and up, except for the likes of Nyawa, 99.4. A little bit of a rough start to get this map underway, but still, there is a lot more to chew through as we get into this first chorus section, going into the second quarter of the chart, and the lead is only about 4,000 points in favor of the United States for the moment. That is easily catch-up territory for Chile, not out of it just yet.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can actually see that Mucha and Zan keeping up with the top 2 players on the United States. Cafecito a little bit ahead of Yuchi right now in terms of accuracy. And then Zan actually dropping a little bit of accuracy there, so dropping below Tristan Jacob. But it really is right now just that battle between Dev and Nyawa, where Nyawa is dropping down to that low 99%. But ERA Dev holding on very strong, keeping up almost with Tristan Jacob right now.
Yeah, and here comes the first of the little bits of slow jam that are found throughout the chart. Everybody navigating it relatively well. All 6 FCs still left on the board as we get into that really quick teleport, not catching anybody off guard as we continue on. Again, just separated by the accuracies of the players in the lobby. About 8,000 points now. The US doubling their lead going into the back half of the chart, but it's still all to play for between these 2 squads. Anybody blinks, and that lead is going to immediately skyrocket one way or the other.
Oh, we actually did see a little bit of accuracy drop from the United States. Tristan Jacob and Dev both dropping down to that 99.6. Though Nyawa finding a similar drop down below the 99% now, and that is helping the United States hold on to the lead despite Zan and Muji both holding on to incredible accuracies right now.
Yeah, for sure. But even as we make our way into the last quarter of the chart, the US still not out of the woods just yet. Gonna need to hold on as tight as they can through this next break section. The slow jam makes its appearance once again, able to be read through relatively easily, but you definitely want to make sure your mental fortitude is at an all-time high through this last little section of the chart.
Yeah, absolutely. There's still plenty of opportunity. We still have 6 full combos on the board. Extremely impressive from all these players. We're just waiting for possible drops, but it's getting so close to the ending. It looks like the United States might just start on the best foot possible and take that first point off of Chile's Protect.
Yeah, what a way to start this match off. A very convincing performance from the United States. Again, we were mentioning it before this map started. The US past couple of years not having the strongest of SV lives, but that is a very formidable team score despite the best efforts of Zan and Mucci. Holding on to the 990s on their end, not going to be enough at the end of the day. And the first break point goes the way of the United States here.
Indeed, it does. And the United States will have an opportunity to pick what they want to. I can see, Chile already had that first Protect, chosen. The United States now winning that break point. Honestly, I've seen this kind of situation happen where, you just want to get that momentum going further in your favor. I could see Rice 1 coming out immediately here. The United States Protect coming out just to get that, comfortability, that momentum pushing as far as possible. If they feel comfortable enough on Rice 1 to protect it, I think that's a great way to kind of push yourself further in this match.
Yeah, for sure. And the good thing about that chart as well is the fact that it's one of the more straightforward maps in that Rice pool. You don't really dive into the core jacks of Edison, or you don't dive into the tech of something like Bakamitai or Nisemono. So maybe if they want to keep the comfortable pace of the match, it's a good opportunity for them to double up on that opportunity given to them from that break point. That, or they can just throw a complete 180, go for something like LN1 or 2, or maybe even the hybrids that are still left on the table.
I could absolutely see anything coming out from the United States at this point, though. I know that they're a very comfortable Rice team. I think they have the feeling that Chile is going to end up picking into the long notes and hybrids if they don't. So I think that they're not going to want to pick into something that Chile is more comfortable with. And Nisemono comes out as Rice 6. I think this is a good pick coming out of the United States here. I've said it before, I think this is maybe outside of Rice 2, the most physically demanding map in the Rice pool. It is tough.
Yeah, there can be some arguments made for that. This is definitely a very physically demanding chart for what is expected of these players, at least at a quarterfinals level, maybe pushing the boundaries of the upper end of that quarterfinals range that these players were expecting. But if there are any lineups that can do it, it's definitely these two in front of us right now. We're going to see the substitutions for the United States. Cafecito departs for Nepogen.
Yeah, and I think Tristan, Jacob, and Dev staying in makes perfect sense here. They're both incredibly good accuracy and Rice players, and on a tech map like this, which, despite being that very high physicality requirement, is pretty straightforward as far as the rhythm goes. It's mostly 1/4. Even with the BPM changes, it's still mostly 1/4 or straightforward. It doesn't have high rhythmic variance and polyrhythm type stuff. It's just really, really straightforward. As long as you can keep track of the BPM, you should be able to act this just fine. And Tristan and Dev are the perfect 2 players to put in for this. And the Chilean team also has 3 great players for this, keeping their SV squad in. I think this is just going to be generally the top 3 for that Chilean squad.
Yeah, for sure. We get underway. The United States' first pick in this match going to be Nisemono coming through here. Very hot starts for almost everybody involved. I think Tristan and Zan finding a bit of accuracy drops in their own right as this leaderboard going to be flickering back and forth for the early goings of this map.
Yeah, Zan finding an early combo break. It is before the 400 combo, so a break from here on out will be more impactful to the score than that miss from Zan, though that was the lowest accuracy player on the side of Chile. So it is going to be a little bit more impactful there, though. Nepogen trading that miss a little bit more impactful in terms of the overall combo effect that's going to have, but the accuracy should still favor the United States. So this is a very close lead, especially with that 99.99 from Muchi.
Yeah, they are continuing their momentum from last week, and we see them getting one of the rare 100% as Nyawa and Zan finding the drops, not able to lend their support to Miyuji in their endeavors, and the United States able to walk away from this first half with a 10,000 point lead in the bag. LS Dev, the only player for the United States, holding on to that 99.9 to try and contest, basically neutralize this advantage that Miyuji has built up for the side of Chile.
Yeah, but despite needing to, potentially neutralize that, you have Tristan and Jacob and Nepogen both holding their own against the two players, Nyawa and Zan, who did find breaks just before that extended break where the players saw their scores. The United States knows what's going on here. They just have to hold on in order to keep this lead, but we've seen a couple misses coming out from some of these players, and this ending can be super uncomfortable, especially with that really awkward stream that comes at the end with so many implied mini jacks and difficult patterns.
Yeah, as we start to build up to it, the patterns start to get a little bit more dense to read through. Everybody hanging on as best as they can. Last quarter of the chart left to go. Things are going to start to pick up, go from 10 to 11 as Nyawa being the first one to drop on the side of Chile. Not going to help their endeavors on this comeback as they find another one. The BPM starting to pick up once again, but the lead is expanding in favor of the United States as we continue on here. And they're the only ones finding the drops right now. And, I mean, there's not really much you can do on the side of Chile with those drops not being answered back from the United States. And Zan falls as well, and that might be the final nail in the coffin for the run of Chile. The United States going to be able to capitalize on the breakpoint earned on SV2 and make it 2-0.
I need you to avoid the right side of your screen right now.
Oh, that's
not legal.
That's not human.
No. No. No is the correct response to this score.
No, Muchi is inhuman. We're going to run out of platitudes to describe just how physically dominant this player is and has been for the past couple of years, coming to a head now. That is two of the most disgusting plays I have ever seen in back-to-back weekends from one player.
If Muchi's getting that on arguably the most difficult Rice map in the pool, I can't imagine what's going to be happening in semis and finals.
I forget semis and finals. I don't want to know what they have on Edison. That is going to be a conversation for another time as Chile turn course a little bit here, dive into the middle of the map. Was going to be Forever Women Hybrid 1, the chance to try and break up the streak that the United States has built up here.
Doing what they can. They're avoiding the SVs now. They did get quite handily. There was a nice score lead for the United States. That said, I do think SV1 this week is harder than SV2, but I imagine that might come out later in the match if Chile feels like they're backed into a corner. But this hybrid going to be coming out. We see immediate swaps out from a couple of players, both Zan and Nyawa coming out for Chile, being replaced by Mangel, Kokumi, and Bambi FNF. And the United States has Tristan, Jacob, and Dev both swapping out, waiting for the replacement player. I imagine Hello Sun and Peach Marrow will end up coming in for this. Maybe Cafecito if they're able to keep their accuracy in check for a map like this.
Yeah, three good players to be able to swap in for the United States. I can definitely see Hello Sun jumping in. Whoever that third player is, it might just come down to who felt the most comfortable practicing this map during the week. But Chile just waiting for the US players to filter in.
Or the United States can have Muchi. that would work.
That would work, yeah. Just the transfer has gone through. Visa has been given.
Yeah, Visa's been approved in the last 2 minutes.
And we do see Cafecito come in for the United States. Probably going to stay here to back up Nep. Definitely no slouch when it comes to hybrids and LNs, but definitely probably more well known for their Rice accuracy.
definitely. We're still waiting on that third player for the United States. I think we've both kind of agreed that it probably is going to be Hello Sun. And there they are.
Hasn't featured a lot in the first couple of weekends. I feel like maybe just time zones getting in the way of their availability, but able to see them here in the quarterfinals now. It's probably early afternoon for them, a pretty sweet spot time for them to be able to jump on. So, gonna eagerly await to see how they perform on this map. So now the players are ready after a tiny bit of a delay getting the players in. The warning being issued by our wonderful referee, wanting to make sure that there isn't any shenanigans afoot. And we're going to get into this third map of this best of 11. We are going to dive down into the hybrids, take a bit of a break from all the Rice action we have been seeing so far. Let's see if Chile can answer back this 2-point streak that the United States has built up here. And again, very strong starts across the board. A couple of players taking a little bit of damage through that introduction, but all 6 players holding on to their FCs through that opening burst. And then the next one comes through. Everybody hangs on into the first break of the map.
Interesting development here. We see Cafecito dropping a little bit of accuracy compared to everyone else in the lobby. And then Chile is able to hold on to a lead. But Mucci, finds the first break of the lobby here in the United States. Is going to take a lead right away out of that.
Yeah, the one player on the side of Chile that you don't want to find having those combo breaks because of the fact that they do have such dominating accuracy over everybody else. Now with that combo break, gonna put a little bit of a damper on the score. The accuracy still able to match up against Nepogen for the moment, and Cafecito Hello Sun doing their best to mitigate the potential comeback potential from Bambi and My Angel Kokomi.
Yeah, indeed. The accuracy is lining up pretty interestingly right now. You see Hello Sun, or I guess Nepogen better in that case, holding on, neutralizing Mucci's accuracy here. And then Cafecito a little bit below both My Angel Kokomi and Bambi FNF, but Hello Sun's accuracy holding close to Nepogen's, definitely giving that lead, though it is shrinking just a little bit. Cafecito's accuracy might be just a little bit too low to hold on to the lead, especially with that vice grip on accuracy that Mucci has. And that lead is shrinking super, super fast. We only see about 2,000 points of lead right now as we're getting into the last quarter. And simple mistakes could definitely give us over with Bambi FNF. That's a second full combo gone from Chile.
Second full combo and the highest full combo accuracy gone on the side of Chile. Mucci notwithstanding, and that gives the United States a bit more of a cushion to breathe on during this last eighth of the chart. You're going to be able to take that and run with it, expanding it to about 12,000 points and climbing no breaks so far on the side of the United States on this outro.
And the last note comes around, well, maybe not the last note, but the last few notes, and the United States is able to take a second break point here. Just a couple of misses. That was really close. I think without the 2 misses, I would imagine that the Chilean team might have taken that. So hybrid might be an interesting point of attack for this team.
Yeah, for sure. If not taking the point outright, at least making it at least maybe about 1,000, 2,000 points of a margin. But with that being said, the United States successfully takes their second break point in this match, an opportunity for them to basically quadruple down on this point streak, building up a real full head of steam as they are probably going to jump back into the Rice pool, and the Protect comes out. Gypsophila gonna be the pick here for the United States.
Nisimona went really well for them before. I imagine Gypsophila will be pretty similar. There's almost like an order to this in this situation. Like, as far as the Rice pool is concerned, there is a clear order in which ones are the most physically difficult. I think Cosmo Station is by far the most physically difficult just because of the stamina requirement and the really dense pattern with the Otrill prevalence. And then you have Nisimoto and then Gypsophila right after that. And then the last 3, I'd probably say Edison goes next in terms of the physical capability. But, you see that order, and it makes sense for the United States to kind of follow that, keep it as hard as possible, make sure that Chile is making as many mistakes as possible.
Yeah, worked out on Rice 6, see if they can continue that trend. I mean, there is, of course, the X factor for Chile in Miyuchi on these types of picks, where if the United States isn't too careful and multiple players start finding drops, Chile can definitely find themselves capitalizing on that if things were to go completely awry. But we'll be getting into this fourth map of this best of 11. Gypsophila, the United States' second pick in this match.
Indeed, we have the opening. Many players holding on to the 100% through these first few easy notes to hit. Two left, Miyuchi and Hello-san, who holds it longer.
Whereas it place your bets now before the before everything flies off the handle a little bit.
It's Miyuchi, holds it longer.
Yeah, it's a pretty confident bet you can make.
I think that's fair. That's what's expected. But the fast streams come out, and Chile actually holding on to an early lead. Hello-san having dropped a little bit of accuracy on that transition into the streams. And everyone holding on to very strong accuracies out of this opening.
Yeah, hovering in that 99.7 plus range. I feel like that's going to be the bar that everybody needs to maintain throughout this map. About 2.5 minutes to read through some really dense, speedy streams. And as we begin this next build-up, everybody climbing back up into that 99.8 range. A lot of 99.9s across the board. Nep, Dev, and Miyuchi all bearing the mark for everybody to achieve right now as we make our way into the back half of the chart. The second set of streams start to come out, and nobody has blinked so far.
Yeah, you mentioned the 99.9s, but even now the lowest accuracy is still only 99.79. There's so much room for error, but Zan is the first drop here, finds a combo break to the side of Chile, and that lead just skyrockets there.
Yeah, it's very unfortunate there. The one bad part about reading streams this fast is that if you find a single hiccup, you can definitely column rush your way to a couple of 200s, maybe even 100s if you're not too careful. And it looks like that affected them as we make our way into the last little bit of the chart, down into the 99.5 range. Not really much that Chile can do to contest against this outrageous accuracy from the United States.
2.991 in quarterfinals is pretty wild. 1-200 team wide. What is that score from Miyuchi again? You're 36. Not supposed to do that.
Okay, but they have 36. Can we talk about the fact that two players in the United States, Nep and Dev, also double-digit 300s? Like, there are players
that's
capable.
A wild set of scores there.
Like, the performances across the board on maps like this, the level these players push each other to is something to be applauded.
This pick. I'm actually 100% on board with this pick here.
Okay, Toph, I have a question for you, and it is the most important question of the match.
3 is the answer to your question.
Okay, I'll hold you to it. For those of you following along at home,
you don't need to ask the question to the audience. They know what the question is. The answer is 3.
We will see if that holds true. This is going to be the most hotly contested map in this match, or it could be a one-way blowout, one way or the other. So many things can go wrong on core jack picks at this BPM, and it doesn't even have to be a string of bad judgments. It can just be a singular miss ruining your team score.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the note count on this is high enough that one miss won't, like, destroy your score. Mm-hmm. But when you're talking about chord jacks in general, like, you expect everyone to FC a map like this. It doesn't matter that the BPM is 146. I think that's at a realm where, in the winner's bracket, you expect the teams to have a 3-man squad who can destroy these kinds of maps at this BPM.
Absolutely. And I'd reckon to go as far as to say that you have to basically V1SS on command when the margins are this tight, when you have players of this caliber going up against each other. In this particular lobby, it'll be very interesting to see. It's going to be Nepijin, Cafecito, and Dev going up against Bambi, FNF, Seika, and Miyuchi.
300.
Well, there goes your prediction.
No, that's only one.
We'll see if it climbs back up to that 100% mark that Dev has right now.
You're so good.
And as I say that, we begin the first dense core jack section for the players to get through. There are some breaks here and there during this chart, but the majority of the action is going to take place during these breakdowns, and we see a lot of 99.9s across the board. 99.8 might actually not be enough to withstand or to hold a lead on a map like this, and the margin is 700 points.
It's so close. But this is exactly why I was saying that I love this pick out of Chile. I think having the physicality requirement, you can almost bank on one singular mistake giving you the point. And right now, it's absolutely within range for Chile to take this point if the United States finds even a single drop.
Yeah, absolutely. And right now, I think you can cut this lead between both these teams into basically how fast Banjo can keep track of the 320s coming through here from all the players. You see the outlier Seika, 99.86 at the moment, the only person in the lobby below that 99.9 mark, and it is accounting for the majority, if not all, of the United States' lead right now. As we get into a bit of this burst section, a little bit of a trip up from all the usual core jacks, but we're going to dive right back into that action before too long here.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're seeing some absolutely insane accuracies from everyone. Like you said, Seika being a little bit of the outlier, but that's a miss from Bambi, FNF, and that gives the United States a little bit of cushion here, as all three of the players are above 99.9 without having any dropped combos.
Yeah, and there's the other half of that double-edged sword that you were speaking of. That is a great pick for Chile if they can hold on to the FCs. If they are unable to, you're playing with fire, and another drop coming out from Bambi and FNF going into the last quarter of the chart, going to help expand this lead for the United States. There's not really a lot of tricks left up this map's sleeve. The most dense sections of the core jacks are now done, and it's really just a matter of seeing how tight these players can keep these 300 counts.
Yeah. 3 players above 99.97, and another unfortunate miss there from Bambi FNF.
Yeah, I think they realized.
Yeah, maybe pressed tab and looked at the scores a little bit, but what's 12?
45-12. Oh my goodness. That
I was off by four times. I did see someone in chat say 11, so they were pretty close.
Congratulations, you are the winner of the prediction.
It was Mint, as a matter of fact, a well-known person there.
Unsurprising, and I mean, plotted like. I think the kudos has to go to the United States being able to hold their nerve on a pick like that. 45 and I believe 28 respectively from Neb and Dev, with Cafecito able to hold on to the FC as well. And the United States on match point now, right off the rip, and they're going to try and close this out on Bakamitai.
Yeah, I mean, Break the Silence, I think, is pretty, bar none, the easiest map to get good accuracy on in the rice pool, and it makes sense for United States, like I said, to want to keep it a little bit on the more difficult side.
Yeah, basically just keep the pedal on the accelerator for as long as humanly possible. And you're going to see some more substitutions. I don't want to say the last substitutions, because Chile can definitely claw this back. Not out of the woods just yet until you get that final point, which is sometimes the hardest point to obtain in a match situation.
Yeah, it absolutely can be. You get to the point where you're on match point. It's 5-0 right now, and the United States is like, maybe calming down because they have such a lead. And I can absolutely see that maybe getting in their head and maybe making them too calm to the point where they might find some combo breaks or finding some issues or accuracy drops where they're just trying to make sure they combo. And if the Chilean team is able to take advantage of that and maybe full combo and get some good accuracies, this could actually absolutely go the other way.
Right, and if Chile can start to build up a bit of a head of steam as well, there's still the hybrid and LN pool for them to dive into, should they feel that be the appropriate avenue to get back into this match real quickly, running out of rice picks. And this one going to be pretty tricky for the players to make it through, but with the level of performance we have seen so far, I expect everybody to make it through relatively unscathed.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised to see some really good accuracies. It's going to take until those really fast and uncomfortable streams come up around the halfway mark Like, there's some awkward patterns, but most of the streams up to this point are going to be pretty slow.
Yeah, definitely in the realm of being able to sharpshoot your way through them, not really dropping all too many 300s or lower as we continue on. And I mean, we're seeing it right now, 399.9s on the side of the United States, and Yawa being the first one to lose their full combo on the side of Chile, going to help expand this lead for the United States. Zan and Muji doing everything in their power to try and keep this lead in check, but it can quickly spiral out of control if you're not too careful, and we're already in the back half of the chart.
Yeah, and we're about to start seeing those really difficult patterns. If we're already seeing misses from Chile on the earlier patterns, and I can imagine that some of these streams might cause some issues for Nyawa there. Though the accuracy combo staying a little bit consistent, though. Triple 99.9. No, that's a miss from Hello Sun, though. That'll trade it back, but the accuracy on the side of the United States still enough to hold on to a pretty significant lead as we get into the final quarter of the map.
Yeah, 0.3% the difference between Hello Sun and Yawa. Both players losing their FCs, Dev and Nep holding down the fort for the moment. Muji doing everything in their power to try and mitigate at least one of the United States' players as Zan tries to keep their head above water as well. Last little chart left to go, and the door is quickly closing on Chile to try and wrestle this lead back. There might not be enough chart left for them to do so.
And there is not. As the final long note finishes, the United States will successfully complete their sweep in this winner's bracket match. Muko with another insane ratio, but falling behind with that 103 wonderful scores there. I don't really know what else to say. Really great match from both teams. It's unfortunate that we saw a sweep like this, but the Chilean team performed absolutely insane this match.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely some standout performances, but it's really just trying to culminate the performances into one cohesive score, and the United States just having that little bit more cohesion, able to make it through some of the harder sections of some of these charts and able to punch their ticket into the semifinals at the expense of Chile. Not out of it just yet, just going to make the run through the losers bracket, and oh boy, what a team to go up against next weekend. Definitely watch out for them. But Toph, as always, when we reach the end of these matches, there's something left for us to do. Why don't you tell the people what they can expect now that this match is over?
You know, round of 32 and round of 16 came around. We had our commentary availabilities.
Mm-hmm.
I've been missing this part of commentary so much. You gotta be ready. We have on the OSU store. I think there's something that just was added there that might help support the tournament prize pool. That might help support the players here. It might help support the staff here. I'm having trouble remembering the word. Do you remember what they're called?
They are called banners. The banners have finally arrived in the OS store, and for the low cost of $2.50 USD, you can support your favorite team in the Mania World Cup, even if they have been eliminated from the tournament. Toph, you want to give us a little bit more information?
Absolutely. You can buy your banners on the OSU store, like you said, for $2.50 USD. They'll be on your profile until the end of the tournament to support whatever team you think is going to win, or whatever team you support, whatever team you want to show your support for. Like you said, even if they're already eliminated, as long as they made round of 32, you can buy a banner for them. And the best part of all, if you predict the correct winner of the that was a weird thing. I'm a United States fan, so I bought a United States banner. But if you pick the correct winner of the Osimania 4K World Cup, you get to keep your banner for longer after the tournament ends.
Yep, so go ahead and head on over to the OS store, pick up your banner, support your favorite team, help keep these productions running better and better every year. There's still plenty of more action to come. We have Canada going up against Mexico in about 23 minutes before we take a bit of a break, get into the back half of the quarterfinals weekend. But until then, we will catch you guys later.
See you guys then.
Hello everyone, and welcome back to the Osimania 4K World Cup 2023. We're here in the quarterfinals, and we're just about in the back half of the matches, and we've got a real good one for you guys this time around. It's Canada versus Mexico in the losers bracket. My name is Dan Escape, and I'm joined in the commentary booth by Eliminate. How are we doing?
Hello, I am doing good. Thank you for asking. And yeah, this match, we have the Canadians versus the Mexicans, and this does, to me, look like it can be a very good match if both teams play their cards right. And these seedings aren't far apart either. There's quite a bit of a gap, but it's not too far when we look at last round and how all players performed as individuals and as a team. So I think this match can be really interesting.
Yeah, the team seedings in the match are very close. Canada sitting at seed 11, Mexico seed 16. So pretty close, all things considered, especially this being a losers bracket match. I can see this maybe going to tiebreaker. Maybe we'll have our first one of the round.
Yeah, and I'm not too sure what each team will play into, if I'm honest. This could really be like anyone's game. I think Mexico is quite confident with their race ability, but so is Canada, so I can't really go about saying much. So we'll just have to see how both teams feel their confidence are in each of the picks.
Yeah, I think if I had to bet on something being picked, it would be Canada picking SV, but aside from that, everything else really does seem like a wild card.
Yeah, and I just want to mention Mexico did get seed 6 out of 14 on Hybrid 3 last round. So definitely really high up there. And that's on the Hybrid, let alone. So, I know Canada has gotten some good scores on LN and Race throughout the tournament. And Hybrid as well, but Mexico, from their last round's performance, we might see them going maybe into the hybrids and LNs, and Canada playing into the race. But as I've said before, it really depends on how their confidence is.
Yeah, it is quite hard to really tell, especially LNs and the hybrids kind of blur the line. I think in Canada's loss to Indonesia last week, Amygdala was picked as the first pick of the match. I'm not sure who actually picked it, but the Canadian team did well enough in that. Piggy losing out the role for Team Canada, so Mexico is gonna get the first protect as well as the first pick of the match.
Now, like you said about SV, I wouldn't be surprised if we see, either team here protecting SV. I know SV's a hit or miss map when it comes to practicing. You can either play it or you can't, and also a lot of practice does come into play. So if either team has practiced either SV map a lot, then that'll be a good one to protect.
Yeah, and Mexico actually going for the Bloomin' protect that is Hybrid 1. A lot of density LN sections with some jacks involved, and then of course the streams and stuff like that intertwined. I think it is a pretty good pick for Mexico, especially considering you have Plutus and Envy to really back up the scores for that. And then Canada going for the SV2 protect. They want to play Cyber Thundersider. It's been played a lot this weekend, so we're going to see more of that.
Yeah, and this is what I'm saying. Like, you wouldn't be surprised to see either team protecting it, and this is exactly what we see. We see Canada choosing to protect SV2. Now, how does Mexico respond? After you see Canada protecting an SV, you might think, okay, well, they must be pretty confident and comfortable on these maps, so maybe they'll go for an SV1 ban potentially on the back of that.
Yeah, certainly. Canada going ahead with their own ban, going for an LN3 ban. Pretty interesting, but I think it maybe makes sense against a team like Mexico. Mexico up to bat for their ban, and I'm not sure what they wouldn't want to go for, but they are going to go for SV1 like you said. They don't want to play any SVs. They're going to have to play SV2 though at some point in this match.
I'm not too sure. Sorry, I might have missed it. I'm not too sure what Mexico protected there. But, like I said, I wouldn't be surprised if they do play maybe into the hybrids.
Yeah, your intuition was correct. They did protect Hybrid 1. I think it was again, a really good choice for them.
So yeah, based on their results from last round, hybrids might be the way to go for them. And they did get a relatively high seed on the hybrids yet alone. So Canada choosing to ban LN will obviously back that point up, and maybe that also backs up the point of them playing more into their race this round and Mexico sticking to their hybrids and long notes.
Yeah, for sure. And Mexico taking a bit of time with their first pick, but they are just going to go with their protect, get it out of the way, see if they can get that momentum going and get the first point of the match.
And right into it, no time wasted, and Mexico just really want to take that first point and really claim their spot on the board immediately before Canada can even do anything. And Hybrid 1, if they manage to mess this point up, that would not look good for the rest of the match, but I'm sure they have confidence, and this map is 2 minutes long, so really there is some room for error, and misses can happen from either team, and that can really sway the lead over.
Yeah, I do like what you said earlier there. It's very important that Mexico converts this point because it'll probably do wonders for their confidence into going into something like Hybrid 2, Hybrid 3. I've seen Upload Your Mind being picked a lot this weekend. And then, of course, after the hybrids are exhausted, they can always branch off into something like Heaven's Fall, maybe, afterwards.
Yeah, and we're waiting for third players joining Canada. Seems like we'll get Piggy. So Piggy, Walmart, and Dale, pretty strong roster going against Plutz, Dark, I'm just going to say Dark, and Nyarutoru. So this could, Mexico with their seeding on the last match, they should surely be somewhat confident with this pick, and rightfully so.
Definitely, and pretty interesting to see Piggy in for Canada on this pick. I know that last week when Canada had played the hybrids, they pretty much had Walmart, Dale, and May for anything hybrid or LN related, but maybe this is just comfortable enough for Piggy to play, or something like the difficulty increase means that Piggy's more well suited for it.
Yeah, definitely. All that practice offline, off the server, we can only, guess how confident each individual player is on a map, and maybe just the other players aren't feeling too good for this map, and we can have some alternatives to take it instead. Issues such as mind block can happen from any player playing a map too much, or any chokeable pattern can really mess you up, and that's when you would need to switch out or just take the risk.
Yeah, I think people trying to get Dark Chaser out of the lobby, because I believe Envy should be in for Mexico. I know usually that's who they place in with Plutus. As I was saying, those two are a demonic duo. They are very good at getting high accuracy scores and pretty consistent to boot.
And we do see Envy coming in as Mexico's third player, so that's the MP Star command just launched out. So now we will be getting right into the map, and this intro can mean a lot in the later runs. So just a ratio, even on the little things and the things that aren't so important, can give you that edge later on in the map.
Yeah, and miss minimization really is important on this map too. Just in the last match that we saw, US versus Chile, we saw quite a few members on each team miss on this map, and Dale actually starting it off with the first miss of the map and the match. Piggy actually going with it too. Walmart, the only FC right now for Canada, but Plutus taking a miss, traded back by Dale.
Yeah, those misses early on were not going to be good for Canada, and this map does get really dense later on as well. This is one of the denser hybrids, to say the least, and that one miss from Plus does not counteract the misses from Piggy and Dale. This is an already 16,000 point lead, and we're so early on in the map. That's not a lead you'd like to see if you're rooting for Canada here.
Yeah, I would say that Plutus's miss was quite dirty, but it doesn't help that Piggy and Dale both took misses, probably adding to the fact that Mexico has two very good FCs going on with Narutoru and Envy. Might be a problem later on in the back half of the map as density ramps up.
Yeah, only halfway through the map, and we can see the 12,000 point lead. This is quite a good advantage to have if you're Mexico here, and even a miss I don't think would cut it. You would need 2 misses from Mexico to bring that lead back, or Canada to step up their accuracy, but it looks like it's slowly but surely edging towards Mexico's favor. As I say that, Mexico does find a few act drops. Naruto, I see, drops a few 200s as well, but it's still remaining consistent and still edging towards Canada now. Roughly 10,000 points of lead still to Mexico.
Yeah, those density patterns were biting away at Mexico's accuracy, and Envy actually finding another miss. So currently the only FCs on the board are Narutoru and Walmart. Both of them need to hold on if they have any chance of hope in winning this map for their team. Finally, the score slides over to Canada's side as Envy takes yet another miss.
Yeah, those misses right at the very end cost so much points, and that will give the lead back to Canada. And if they don't mess up here at this ending, Envy is still missing, still choking this map, and Piggy manages to find that trade, but there's only a few seconds left, and that will not give the lead back. Canada will take the first point. Dale finds that miss, gets a bit scary, but still 12,000 point lead to Canada, and yeah, they will find that first point and a break point at that.
Yeah, very important first point for Canada, taking off Mexico's first pick. And can we talk about Walmart's score? Almost a 990. Definitely a big reason as to why Canada was able to stay competitive in that map for so long and able to convert this point.
Yeah, 989k, very impressive score, 6 200s, but also Naruto with the 10 200s as well. Very good scores in this lobby, and that really was looking like Mexico's point right until the very end there.
So now it's Canada's pick, and I wonder if they're just gonna go right away with SV2. I think they have a couple of other options. It's just really when you want to pull the trigger for them.
Yeah, I mean, SV might be a good pick if you're Canada. Just go straight into it and take that second point, have that early lead in the match. And yeah, it does seem they will pick SV2. If they're that confident on it, then having that 2-0 lead this early on will be very, very good for them later on in the match.
Canada getting up their SV squad. That's going to be Piggy, Dale, and I believe usually Stability plays SV, but honestly anyone on the Canadian roster can really step in for them. For Mexico, we're going to see Plutus and Envy. Usually they are the kind of perma stay-ins for Mexico no matter what the map is, and then Shadow GM is one of the SV players. Usually you'll see them on LN or Hybrid as well.
Very talented players in this lobby, as you said, you know, very, very good at SV, and just these rosters in general. If we're going to look at the overall aspect, we have so many good Rice players, so many good LN players, and these are just all throughout the entire tournament as well. And seeing these people in match is definitely a sight to see. And you know, if we scope in a little bit and just look at this match only, we still have these talented players playing this SV map, and you know, we don't know how much each team has practiced, and I know Mexico could potentially even be quite good on this, and they did ban SV once, so that makes me think otherwise, but SV is still anyone's game, and Canada, I don't think they have the right to be super confident on this, though I say that if they've put in a good bit of practice, and I mean a good bit of practice, then I guess they have the right to.
Yeah, quite a scary thought to think about. Usually, in my mind, if you're a team that wants to ban SV, you had better practice the other SV that you know are leaving open. And thankfully, if you're in Canada's position, you'd have to practice both SVs because you don't know whether or not Mexico is going to ban one or the other, or even SV at all. So splitting that attention still means that Mexico has a decent shot at this.
Yeah, I believe May might have crashed or something right as that map started. That's why the abort command was issued. We're missing player 1 there in the top left.
Thankfully, it was cut out pretty early.
And they're back in, so now we'll just wait for all players to get ready, and we will get right into this 3-minute long map, one of the longer maps in the entire pool at that, and it is being an SV map. So lot of memory comes into play here.
Yeah, definitely. And also, I think the OD is pretty lenient, OD7, so people like Plutus and Envy should be able to get really good ratios in this. In general, we've been kind of lowering the OD on the SVs round through round. I think it started off at 8, last week was 7.5 for both of them. Now I think we're getting to that around 7. It should stay there, or around there for the rest of this tournament.
And I'd also like to point out to people that are watching who maybe don't play Mania or haven't dabbled around it too much, the star rating at the bottom there says 3.34 stars, but as you will see very shortly, this map does not play like a 3-star. That is the gimmick of SV.
Yeah, always can't count on star rating for maps like these. Very, very tricky. I think that a lot of places where you can hit very early, and as we see here, Shadow GM actually having trouble with the rhythms involved. It is mapped to the vocals, and just getting a 96% means that Canada is going to have such an early lead.
And yeah, the accuracy drop from Shadow GM. I mean, no misses have been dropped, but it's still a 13,000 point lead. That is basically a miss, but all players still full comboing, and Shadow will try to recover that, but does also find that miss in the process. Canada looking really confident. All players sitting at a 99.8.
Yeah, impressive team score by Canada so far. Dale taking a couple of early 200s, just like I said, but Piggy and May holding strong. Very good supportive scores by them. Envy and Plutus right now. Pretty good FCs, all things considered, but it's just not enough in the moment.
Yeah, I mean, 3-minute map, but we're almost halfway through the map, and the 40,000 point lead, and it just keeps growing in Canada's favor. And Mexico will need to really up their game and climb their accuracy as they want to even get a chance to bring this back. And also, we'll need to hope that Canada finds some misses, because they're looking really consistent so far. Shadow finds another miss, which will just give them an even bigger lead.
Yeah, we're going through this very hard slow jam part, probably the hardest part of this map, and Shadow GM taking a couple misses, Envy as well. So only FC left for Mexico is Plutus. Pretty good score by them, but again, Canada with May and Piggy's FCs as well as Dale. I mean, this triple FC is insane right now.
Definitely the reason why they protected it. Super confident on this file at that, and they were all 99.8s, but still, I mean, Piggy's still at the 99.83% accuracy, and Plus is almost there trying to battle with Canada's top player, but needs the other players in their team to back them up. But unfortunately, both players have found a miss, but they are about the 400 combo cap. The score lead is just way too big to even think of a comeback at this point.
Yeah, if you're Mexico right now, honestly, what's on your mind if you're sitting on the sidelines is what do you pick next, because this map really is over with. It's done and dusted. This lead is so large for Canada, already breaching through Dale's playfield at this moment.
Though I presume Mexico are planning to pick into the hybrids, and Canada, the lead is still climbing. They're still just so consistent on this file. I think we're about to see a triple FC. Unless someone misses on these LNs. No one does. Yeah, triple FC for the Canadian side. Definitely the reason why they protected that file.
Yeah, 990 average from the Canadian team. Mexico lagging behind just by a little bit, but Plutus putting up a very, very strong score in a 986. So not too bad on the SVs from Mexico, but obviously not enough. So the question remains, what does Mexico go for next? And with the hybrid pick exhausted and Bloomin', do you go into Upload Your Mind next?
Also want to talk about Piggy's 2 200s and May's 3 200s. Very low 200 count, and on such a long map where the SV is just consistent. The amount of consistency that even you need as a player to maintain that accuracy is incredible. So really impressive feat shown by those two players.
Yeah, certainly. Really goes to show how good of an SV squad Canada is. I mean, if they do advance after this match, other teams should be looking out for them and certainly should be probably striking an SV pick against them just like Mexico did.
Now, I wouldn't be surprised to see a hybrid pick from Mexico here. Or, I mean, even an LN, seeing that Canada banned an LN makes me think that maybe they're not so confident on the LN maps in general, but it could just be that one map which I'm too scared to try and pronounce.
Yeah, I think everyone has been having troubles with that map, so I'll abstain as well. Bloomin was pretty close, all things considered. I think it was something like an 8,000 point loss, something like that. Only decided by a couple of misses, and honestly, there were a lot of misses in the lobby in general, so it could have been anyone's game. But Mexico going for Gypsphilia, they want to really show their strong arm in the Rice department, and I think they do have that.
Yeah, but this is quite surprising, actually. I mean, Canada does have a really good roster for Rice, and Mexico, knowing they have the advantage on the hybrids. I mean, the hybrid that they chose was really, really close just until the very end where they had some unfortunate drops. So hybrid probably was, in my opinion, obviously I'm only a spectator, hybrid probably was the better choice, and Rice 1 really makes me question their abilities here.
Yeah, we're just gonna have to see, but I mean, if Mexico does take this point from Canada, it does lead into some other good roads later on for their picks. Stuff like Break the Silence, which is the mixed rice, or Bakamitai, the dump pick, could be considered good choices, again, if they win this pick.
I mean, yeah, if they do take this point, then that will give them a lot more confidence on the Rice maps. But however, if they do lose this point, that's going to give Canada a 3-point lead. So this point is probably even more important than the first map that they chose.
Definitely, you do not want to be down 0-3, because that would mean Canada is halfway into winning the match. Don't want to let that opportunity slip past you. And with Mexico, they're fielding Envy, Narutoru, and Dark Chiser. Canada's gonna see May, Dale, and GD Mem on this streams pick.
I'm really eager to see how both teams perform here, and Mexico picking into this still surprised, but I also want to talk about this map is not very long whatsoever, and consistency is key when we look at files like this one. So ratio might play a good factor here, and just as long as Mexico don't find their chokes, as all matches do go, if you find any chokes, that can really cost you a point, and if we don't see that from Mexico, they could potentially even take this point and surprise me even.
Yeah, it's quite scary because now that we're getting into the point where these maps are getting pretty tricky for a lot of these mid seeds, do you really play for combo or do you play for AC if you're Team Mexico? It's hard to say, and with this being the first Rice pick, it is quite unknown so far. We're gonna have to see after this first stream section how they fare in terms of accuracy against Canada.
Yeah, they're barely into the map, and you know, that very slow intro, I think Mexico did go in with that very small point advantage, and that was already 1,000 to Canada, but still too early to call anything, and it's just consistent Canada barely ahead with all their really good accuracies. Mexico also not even far behind. As long as all players full combo through this section, this will be a really close match, and a miss can decide everything here, even a huge drop.
Yeah, currently I think the first and second place people on their respective teams are quite even. Dark Chaser and Yarutoru both at around a 99.8, and GD Mem May slightly above that. It really lies in the difference between the third player, which is right now Envy under a 99.7. Dale actually up there with his teammates.
Yeah, and this is what you'd expect from Canada. Okay, I said that GDM does find that drop. Envy trades it back. I was going to say that will give the lead back to Mexico, but Envy with that trade will keep the score at consistent 5,000 point lead to Canada. That might have been their one shot to take this point, but there's still a quarter of the map left to go. There's still around 30 seconds left. Envy finds another miss. That's going to give more of a lead over to Canada, and as long as Canada don't find any more drops, they will definitely take this point, and there's really not long left of the map.
Yeah, GD Mem takes 2 breaks, pretty close in between, but it's a start if Mexico wants to take it. Time is ticking now, and Dale and May are holding on very well, currently beating out both Dark Chaser and Yotoru, and as this map gets to its final point, final couple of notes, Canada seals the deal with a 3,000 point win over Mexico. It was very, very close, very scary. Could have been anyone's map.
Oh my god, the 200 count on all of these players. 4 players getting 1-200. These are some crazy scores. It just goes to show how consistent some of these people are, and just unfortunate chokes as they do happen. And as I said, they can cost you points. And this was Mexico's pick, and now giving the 3-point advantage to Canada. And it's Canada's choice to pick the next map.
Very scary thinking about what Canada could really lead into. They won hybrid by, again, about 12,000 points. They won this pick by just a sliver. So I think they might be more suited to picking a hybrid. Just as a reminder, they did ban LN3, so I'm not sure if they ever want to touch that later on in the match.
And also, every single map that has been played so far from Mexico's pick has been they were winning both of those points right until the very end in both of those maps. So, you need to look back at that and think this match is so much closer than it appears. And honestly, Mexico do have that opportunity to take some points back. I wouldn't doubt it.
Yeah, and Canada testing Mexico's accuracy in general, testing to see if their physical ceiling has been reached at this point. Going with Edison, very, very fast core jacks, and it's gonna be interesting to see because honestly, I see this as one of the more riskier picks in the Rice pool.
Yeah, riskier at that. Any miss on a core jack map, especially core jack being a very ratio specific skill set, so one miss can cost a lot of points on these types of patterns, and ratio will play a very important role. If we see a 6-way FC, then it will basically just be the ratio that's the defining factor on who wins the point.
Yeah, I think that Mexico can definitely pull it off. As I said, it's a risky pick because I think that Mexico is really good at core jack, and they showed that last week against their opponent. I think it was Colombia or Venezuela. I'm not sure which one, but I think that the magic is there for them. I think that they can get this break point. It just, they need to be locked in.
Yeah, judging by that previous race map as well and how it was so close, I'm not too sure how the ratios fare against each other, but we did see some chokes from both sides, and all it takes is for one team to choke less. As funny as that sounds, but that is all it takes, and the point can go the other way.
I think one of the people that you should watch out for on the side of the Mexican team is going to be Plutus, but Narutoru actually with the V2 SS for quite a while, and as we finally get into the density or dense section of this core check pick, you see Canada get this very slight lead at the start. All 3 of their players above that 99.9, and Narutoru holding on well, but Plutus and Dark Chaser are actually falling and lagging a little bit behind.
Yeah, they've lowered their act just a little bit, but we're not far from that boss. We're only 3,000 point lead at the quarter mark, and even a few 200s in the Canada style can keep the lead back over. But GDM and Piggy are looking very strong with their 9.9s, and Dale not far behind, sitting at 9.8. Plutus and Dark Chaser are trying to work their way back up. Naruto is still sitting at a 9.9 as well, really trying to fight for this point.
Yeah, again, it's kind of that unfortunate situation where you're getting out third man, right? Naruto is doing their best match with Piggy, but is doing their best match with Dale, and Dale actually finds a break, so this actually might start to look something of a comeback for Mexico. I mean, it's a 4,000 point difference, but it might be just enough.
Yeah, missing right at the very end of that section just before the break, and not even at the 400 combo cap yet, so that will give Mexico some room to take this lead back. 2,000 point lead is slowly but surely going into Mexico's favor, and as long as they all hold combo and maybe just get that accuracy in there, they can take the lead, but almost at the 400 combo cap, and it's still sitting at around 2,000 to Canada.
Yeah, Dale finally getting back up to that combo cap, so any bleeding that had happened has been fixed and bandaged up for the Canadian team. But Dale actually finding yet another one, reopens the wound, and yet a third. Naruto trades it back, but is that enough?
I think that will be it. There's not really much left of the map to go, and those two misses traded, so the score shouldn't really change much, but accuracy can change it. It's so close. All players need to hit these Marvelous if they want to take the point for Mexico. Anything can happen on this last section.
Yeah, it was swinging back and forth, but I think Mexico just has it by about, 1,000 points. It was very, very close. GD Mem and Piggy had some amazing V1 SSs. None on the side of Mexico, but really just unfortunate drops by Dale. A couple of bad judgments to boot. It could have been anyone's game, but Mexico was the more solid team.
Yeah, Mexico taking that opportunity, taking the breakpoint back. You know, the one that Canada stole from them, they're taking back. So Mexico are finally in it, and it's their pick again, so can potentially bring this game to a 3-2 for Canada. And, you know, Mexico, all it takes is just another breakpoint, and you know, they have shown confidence and proof that they are good on these race maps, and every map that has been played so far except the SV has been so close until the very end. So seriously, anything can still happen. Mexico can still take these points away from Canada.
Oh, definitely. And Mexico getting this next pick has a couple of good choices. Again, I think that Break the Silence might be good, or something like Could Heavens Fall maybe be something in the minds right now.
I mean, if you're Mexico, I mean, the hybrid was very close till the end, and so have both the rice maps, as I've said previously, and you really do have that leeway in picking whatever really you want, because it has been so close, and it does seem like they will go for hybrid too. They did have a significant lead, not too significant, but they did have a big lead on hybrid 1 for most of that map, so it does make sense that they will pick into this.
Yeah, I forgot who it was. I think it was Envy that took a couple of unfortunate breaks that led to Canada finally getting that lead in the end and notching in that point. But I think that Mexico has shown that they've really locked in that consistency as the match has progressed. So this is a good time to take out Uplead Your Mind. So if they win this one, they could probably go into Calculator as well.
This is definitely not a surprising pick for Mexico. This is probably one of their best options, I would say. Map isn't too long, and as long as we don't see any chokes that we've seen previously from Mexico, I'm quite confident that they can take this point and get back in the game and tighten up the score gap here.
One thing to watch out for, I think, for both of these teams is just the innate ratio that all 6 of these players have. I think in general, Canada fares a bit better at usually. I think Walmart had the top score and top accuracy in the first hybrid pick, so that's definitely one player to watch out for, and will be a big reason as to why Canada can either make a comeback or stay competitive despite any misses.
Very, very good point there that can apply to almost any match in this tournament, and it really does come down to the ratio sometimes and the accuracy, and the ratio practice that you have outside of the server can really, I mean, not can, it will really help your team score. Even with a few act drops, your ratio can carry you along the way and really cancel the accuracy drops in that. And all players have started, and I guess we'll just see how players do in the early start of the map.
Canada fielding their number squad. I like to call them that because it's the 3 players on the Canadian team that have numbers after their name. Mexico with Darkichizer, Envy, and Narutoru. Pretty good picks by all of them. I wonder where Plutus might be. Maybe not so confident when it comes to LN.
Barely through the map. You have the early 2 Canada here having the accuracy and possibly even ratio advantage, though. Barely through the map, and it does get much more depth. Envy finds that early drop, giving the early lead over to Canada. That's not what you'd like to see, but it will hopefully not be the deciding factor in this point. Canada still has room for error here. We're still building up for the hard part.
Ooh, and as we get into that last little transition, Dark Chaser and Yarutaro both taking a miss, probably on the same note. Walmart following behind just a little bit. Dark Chaser and Envy actually taking a couple breaks. So now no more FCs on the side of Mexico, and they seem to be struggling on this. It's kind of a sink or swim moment, and unfortunately they did sink. Canada swimming along just fine with 2 FCs on the side of May and Dale.
Walmart did find that miss earlier, but that was traded by the Mexican side, and this is such a large lead for Canada right now, but it is slowly going in Mexico's favor. Walmart did find another miss there. That will be the reason why, but this lead is still so large, and 3/4 way through that, Envy finds another miss. Does not seem like they can bring this back unless Canada has some really big drops, but Dale and May looking super comfortable so far. We need to see a miracle for Mexico to take this point from here.
Yeah, Yarutaro is actually putting up a real good show right now, 99.55. That matches 2 of the Canadian players, but unfortunately Envy taking so many breaks when it came to those LN Bursty sections. Unfortunately will spell the end of this map, and Canada is poised to take this 4th point.
And yet that is another break point secured for Canada, now being a 4-1 lead, and that is quite the advantage for Canada, and it is their pick, can potentially bring this to a 5-1, and that's not what you'd like to see if you're Mexico here. That's 1 point away from taking the match from right under your nose.
Definitely, and I said this might be a close match, but this map in particular was probably the biggest lead that Canada has gotten besides the SV pick. So Canada is looking really good right now.
Yeah, and that was on the hybrid. That was one of the maps that we expected Mexico to perform on, but we did see drops from every player on the Mexico side of things. That was really surprising, and Canada might abuse that and maybe even pick hybrid 3 after that performance that they just witnessed. Or could even play into the LNs, which is not seen yet. So they did ban LN, so I guess we'll just have to see.
I do like what you were saying with Hybrid 3. I think that it has just enough 200 weight. It's very, very blammy, and again, Canada should be playing to their strengths. And one of those strengths is just being able to out-accuracy Mexico in general. So Hybrid 3 might be a good choice for them right now.
So this is a very big decision, because if you do lose this point as Canada, you're giving Mexico the entryway per se to get back into the match. And this 1 point can really win you the game if you're Canada. You'll have such a big lead, and they do go for back to me tie. Race 5.
That is a very, very scary pick. Remember, on Gypsophilia Rice 1, very similar map to this, it was decided by pretty much 1 miss. So Canada playing with fire here. We're gonna have to see how this turns out, but Mexico definitely won't go down with a fight without a fight.
As you said about that 1 miss, that can really be the difference maker here in this match. If we see a very similar performance, and it was very close, and even on Rice 3, I know that's Cord Jack, but still, Rice, we can see the physical capabilities from these players, and it has been so close throughout. So yeah, very risky pick from Canada here, but they could just be confident.
It really is up to the Mexican squad to basically afford no misses on this map and look for Canada to maybe make a mistake of their own. I think that is what's needed in order for Mexico to safely and securely take this point.
And this map is on the short end of things, only sitting at 1:50, quite short, and with the shorter map is, the more a miss can mean, and can cost you even more points than it should if you're playing on a much longer map. So consistency is much more of a factor here when we look into the team performances.
And it's not like Gypsophilia where you have a lot
very, very tricky map, and you know, we're with these rosters playing at this level can be very, very scary. Sorry, I think it just died there, but yeah. So all players now rated up, getting into the sixth map of this match, and if Canada do manage to take this point, that'll be a very, very good and advantageous lead for them at that. And all players off to a very steady start, very close, only a couple hundred points of difference. It's going back and forward. There's really not much to say at this point in time. All are very comfortable, and we did find that very small drop, but nothing too significant to say the least.
Alright, that is a couple of technical issues, but yeah, Canada taking this quick lead, only about a fourth of the map in, but one player to watch out for probably is Envy. I don't want them to up that accuracy as the map goes on in order for Mexico to kind of slide that lead back to them.
Oh, Envy does find that drop there. That will give quite the lead to Canada, and this is probably what Canada's hoping for. GDM does find that trade, can go back to Mexico here as long as they all remain consistent. Envy is almost to that 400 combo cap, and we're building for the main part of this song. Everyone is just still remaining consistent. The 3,000 point lead is barely even changing. Mexico will need to up their accuracy game if they even want to take this point, and it's just slowly going in Canada's favor. We'll need to see another drop from Canada if we even want Mexico to get back into it, or even some severe accuracy drops. Yeah, GDMM did recover very well from that miss, and Envy does find yet another miss. 13,000 point lead now. This looks like to be the nail in the coffin. Envy still finding more misses, choking on a very chokeable map, and you know, we do see 4 full combos in this lobby, and those misses towards the end will cost Mexico that point, and only 22,000 point lead, though Canada, I do believe, had very strong accuracies. Four full combos, and May with the V1 double S as well, and GDMM and Dale really not far behind as well. Darkachizer and Narutoru also really close to that V1 double S, and Envy with the very unfortunate misses, but still would have been much, much closer if not for those misses. The ratio difference is still so close between these teams. And now it's Mexico's pick. This next pick can be their last map of the tournament for them. And honestly, this is such an important pick. I don't know what they might pick into, but Rice has been so close throughout this entire match that I really don't know if that would be their strongest suit here to pick. And you know, after that performance on Hybrid 2, we could see something dangerous if they go into the Hybrid 3 instead. And we've not even seen an LN this entire match, and Canada does choose to ban that. Mexico not wanting to potentially even abuse that. We have no idea what Canada's capabilities are on the LN. Though they do have some strong notable players, Mexico will go into LN2, as I just said, and can potentially look for any weakness that the Canadians might have on these files. But this can definitely be very dangerous. They're taking a risk that we just don't know how good Canada is. They did ban it, so that might give Mexico a little bit of confidence in picking this, but it's still very undecided. And And as I said, this could be the last pick that we see from Mexico, so this will need to be a very important one to take, and they will need to take 4 in a row if they want to even get to a tiebreaker at that. It's looking very dangerous for Mexico and will need to really give it their all if they want to stay in it. And that's the MP start command right there. All players are ready, and it depends on this intro and how well these players can fare on such an LN map, and accuracy can be the deciding factor here, though we have seen chokes throughout the entire match so far, so as long as one team doesn't choke, Mexico will really need to try their best and hold on to that combo for as long as they can. If they even want a good chance of taking this point, Canada might potentially be strong on this, but we'll just have to find out as we get into the map.
Yeah, back again. Finally, after a couple of technical issues, hopefully things are fine now, but I think that Mexico, just in general, should be pretty good on this map. Canada banning LN3 means that there's kind of a LN weakness maybe on the side of the red team. So when these density patterns really kick in, and they are pretty fast, maybe we'll look to see a couple of misses.
And yeah, core of the way through the map, 4,000 lead already to Canada. That's the accuracy advantage. No one has dropped any misses yet, so this is Mexico. They'll need to up their game a little bit to maybe try and narrow this score lead, but it's slowly but surely going to Canada's favor, but misses can really bring that back. Narutoru does find that miss. That's going to even more so give lead towards Canada.
Yeah, Narutoru taking that miss, that's not who you want to see miss if Mexico wants to keep this map competitive. Walmart, May, and Dale doing so well as a trio, all 3 of them pretty much in line with each other, putting up a very monstrous team score as we get into the back half of the map.
Yeah, Plutes did find that miss as well, and that's not really what you'd hope to see. That's already halfway through the map, and Canada have such a big lead, 19,000 points almost, but that's still just under a minute and a half left to go, so there's still room for error, but Mexico will really need to full combo the rest. Hope is falling away from them, but as long as they can all full combo, Canada might find some drops and can still potentially maybe even take the point, but it will be a tough one.
Yeah, tough indeed. Again, time is ticking and the window of opportunity is closing, and the worst thing is that Mexico can't really do a thing about it except for try to hold on to their combos as long as they can. The ball is in Canada's court, and with Dale missing, it's a start, but it's not going to be enough just yet. We're going to need to see a couple more.
That will definitely get some of the score back towards Mexico, but Plutes does find that trade, and not a very good one at that. That will give more towards Canada, but Dale also finds yet another miss, but there's such little time left on the map that we'll need to see some even more chokes. May finds a miss, so to start 4 misses at once, and the score lead is barely even changing. Now going back towards Canada. That was Mexico's hope right there, but with only a few seconds left of the map, that will be Canada's point and Canada's match.
Yeah, that last little Ki proved to be deadly for a lot of players, but Canada survives the storm and comes out of it better. Walmart with a very good FC, one of the only ones in the lobby. And again, Canada taking it 6-1 versus Mexico is very close on a lot of the maps, but unfortunately, Canada just looked to be the deeper team.
And yeah, we've seen some very good scores throughout this entire match, and very close ones at that. All the Rice maps that were chosen, most of them at least, were very close until the very end, and definitely gave each other a run for their money. That match was so much closer than it appeared. Even looking at the 6-1 that Canada had, it definitely felt much closer than that.
For sure, and with Canada winning, Mexico unfortunately is knocked out of the losers bracket, out of this tournament. Canada gonna be advancing on. They're gonna actually face Singapore in a couple of hours. That's gonna be the next match. I think that's gonna be in about 5 hours from now. But that is gonna do it for us. Before we go, I just want to advertise that we do have MWC banners available in the OSU store. So if you guys are interested in supporting the OSU team, the staff, and of course the players, then go ahead and go to the homepage of OSU. Top bar, you want to go to the store page, click on the products, and you'll see the profile banners there. Makes your homepage look really cool.
Yeah, definitely. Go check that out. And yeah, that will be us for now, and we will be back in 5 hours from now, or 4 hours from now. Yeah, 5 hours from now. Where we will see Canada versus Singapore at 4 UTC. So stay tuned for that. And that will be all from us. Unless you have anything left to say, Dynascape?
Nope, that'd be it. Hope you guys enjoyed this match. We're gonna be coming back very soon with a lot more. Hope you guys enjoyed, and we'll catch you guys in the next one.
Hello everybody, welcome back to the Osmania 4K World Cup 2023. We are on our second day of the quarterfinals, which means conditional matches. 8 teams in the low bracket still surviving, but now we will see 4 of them go out of the World Cup, starting with this one, Canada versus Singapore. Both these teams won their matches yesterday 6-1, but this time round they'll have to face each other, and one of these teams will be eliminated from the World Cup. I am Raviel, and I'm joined by Dynascape. Hello.
Hello, Raven. What a match we have. Both these teams, their weekends are not over yet. Canada still has to face Singapore, and both teams vying for one of those spots into the semifinals. Both teams honestly should be very worried about each other. I think that they are an extremely close matchup.
Yeah, something that's also really interesting about conditional matches is that these teams have already played the map pool, so these teams can technically just analyze each other on the existing scores that they've set already on this map pool. And one thing also in particular I can point out is that both these teams banned the same map, which was LN3. So there will be a new ban at least.
Yeah, I think that Singapore will probably try to ban SV2, one of the SVs. I know for sure. Both teams did play Cyber Thunder Cider, but I think Canada ended up having the better score by a large margin overall. So I think that's something that we're going to see from Singapore. Canada, I'm not sure what they want to go for, but I think a good start would be Bloomin, at least in the match. Actually, sorry, for Canada, anything but Bloomin. Singapore played, I think 6 or 7 total maps against the Netherlands earlier this weekend, and 5 of them were non-SB, and Canada had played as well, so that information is available to them. So on Bakomitai, Upload Your Mind, Edison, and Gypsophilia, Singapore actually having the greater score overall when you compare to Canada's in-match scores.
Yeah, that is correct, but 2 of the maps, Vice 5 and Hybrid 2, were only of a 5,000 and 7,000 point margin, so it isn't by a lot. And Canada do have a better Bloomin score by 30,000 points, and like you've mentioned, SV2, 185,000 points. I think Canada would definitely like to look into the SV department for this match.
And a big thing here actually is that Canada does not have Walmart playing tonight. It is quite late.
Oh.
Is not going to be able to play. So a big part of that Bloomin win was off of the back of Walmart setting a really good score. I think something to the tune of, he got a 989 on that top score in the lobby. So that's a big reason as to why they would have that point differential against Singapore. Now, not so much. Someone really does need to step up for Canada in some of these hybrid and LN picks.
Yeah, Walmart will be a pretty big loss, but I don't think it's going to be so catastrophic to Canada, because looking at their Vice teams, it's been GD, Mem, Piggy, Dale, Mai, no Walmart for the Vice map, so Canada's still a bit safe if we're going to see if they're going to pick Vice or not. And for SV, it's Piggy, Dale, and Mai, so no Walmart for SV as well. So I think they should still be fine. Of course, maybe the hybrids will be a little bit hindered. And we'll see if Singapore would like to try and maybe dive into that hybrid pool now that they know that Canada do not have their hybrid player.
Yeah, it's an interesting conundrum Singapore finds themselves in. Do you pick hybrid / LN when you know that one of their better players in that skill set is not present? Or do you still go for the Rice picks where you know you for sure have the in-match upper hand in terms of how it went in-game for both of these teams?
Yeah, also something interesting to know is that these two teams are facing each other for the first time in the 4K Mania World Cup series. I thought they would have faced each other before, but this is the first time.
Yeah, it's because Canada and Singapore usually do make it decently deep in the bracket, and usually, with the less teams involved there, you'd expect, one or the other to pass by each other, but this is going to be their first bout against each other, so I'm going to have to see how it turns out. I suspect with these rolls, Adam, good roll of 58, probably warmed up a little.
Okay, so Canada does win the roll, so they will protect first. It has to be SV2 because that's what they protected against, I believe, Mexico. Yeah, it was Mexico.
Yeah. Canada, yeah, definitely trying to gun for SV2. I don't know if Singapore is just going to ban SV1 anyways, so again, Mexico did ban SV1 against Canada. We don't know how they do, but I don't think Singapore's SV lineup is enough to stack up against, the SV specialists that are known as the Canadian team. A lot of those players are very well versed in that skill set, so it's very, very scary.
I think there's a little bit of a confusion going on in the IRC. It should be Canada protecting first because they won the roll.
Yeah, just trying to get that sorted out. But Rave, do you have any predictions as to what maybe the first pick is going to be of the match?
Honestly, I'm not too sure. If Canada is going to pick first, it's going to be interesting. I feel like they should have, if they had Walmart, probably hybrid, but if they want to go for SV2, then by all means, I don't think that's going to be an issue. But I don't know if Canada want to try Vice. Their Vice department is good, but Singapore just edge out a little bit more.
Exactly. We've talked about what Singapore might want to do, but I'm not totally sure what Canada is going to do. I think maybe Upload Your Mind was pretty close. Bakumitai was pretty close, separated by 6,000 points. Maybe that's something you can look for. Gypsophilia, one of the more scary picks. Canada would have lost 20,000 by 20,000 points if they were to play each other with their last sets.
So Canada are protecting SV2. Singapore protected Rise 3 when they faced the Netherlands, so they do have a better Rise 3 than Canada by 14,000 points.
Yeah, it's quite a large margin. I think that overall, Edison is a very, very good pick against Team Canada. Definitely one you can very much rely on at some point during the set.
The nature of Quad Jack maps though is that if you miss, it can hurt your score a lot.
Yeah, that is very true. I'm not sure exactly how many misses Team Canada had overall. Maybe that could have bumped up their score a little bit. I think it was 2 players that missed in Edison. Oh no, just checking right now, Dale was the only player to miss on Edison for Team Canada earlier today. They got a 3 miss, but other than that, GD Mem had a almost 999, and Picky had a 996. So I mean, if they can fix up those consistency issues, then I think overall their team score would have been better than Singapore's.
Yeah, and that could also be something for Singapore to think about because they are not protecting Rise 3 this time, they are protecting LN1. Both these teams have not played Astra Walkthrough, so if Singapore do go for it, it'll be the first time for both these teams.
Yeah, I think sensing that Walmart isn't on, LN1 does seem to be a good choice because usually Walmart is a staple when it comes to long notes and hybrids. In Singapore, taking their time, very, very important.
I think, yeah, because if Singapore banned LN3, but they protected LN1 here, maybe they aren't going to ban LN3 this time round. Well, there is SV1, I guess. But no, they are banning Nisimono, right? 6.
Wow, so Nisimono coming out for the ban. I kind of like it, honestly, because Canada has some pretty physically capable Rice players, again, in people like Piggy and GD Mem. But I think that Singapore, honestly, is starting to fall off when it comes to physicality. And that was kind of seen in the Bloomin' pick. You know, once you get to those density and streamy kind of patterns, some of the players on the Singaporean team just wane just a little bit in terms of accuracy.
Yeah, and LN3 banned from Canada, so the same ban that they used against Mexico now being used against Singapore. And we
Pretty
should get our
standard
first
ban.
pick soon. Yep.
I don't know how I feel about Sample Ensemble being left out by Singapore. That
Yeah.
might be 2 free points for Canada. I say free, but honestly, obviously Singapore could have really hammered it in this downtime between their match against the Netherlands and now. It just seems kind of unlikely.
I mean, we'll have to see if Canada do want to pick it, but they will be starting with Rice 1. Gypsophila. And this is a very interesting pick because this is a pick that Singapore have a better score on than Canada by 20,000 points.
Yeah, and 20,000 is quite a bit of a lead, honestly. I mean, that probably equates to just under about 1 miss from each person. So I know that Canada can probably get a better score, but really, I mean, Singapore has the upper hand just starting off on this match.
Yeah, the 6 players that played were GD Mem, Deo, and Mae, which we do see from Canada's side. But for Singapore, we have Aishteru, Oyama, Mahiro, and Neon Hooray. I believe they are trying to get Aishteru in, but Whether or not Oyama Mahiro is actually going to play this map is yet to be seen.
Yeah, I'm not sure if they're gonna switch up anything in terms of the lineup. Honestly, just how things were last match were fine. That's why they were able to coast through in a pretty easy win against the Netherlands. I mean, I think only taking losses in the SV pick, I think.
Yeah, I think that sounds about right. It was a Cyber Thunder Cyber.
So just waiting. I think they are trying to get Ashitaru. Yeah, they're trying to get Ashitaru over, and I think Oyama is leaving the building, so that's gonna be the lineup. And then Dale, May, and GD Mem in for Gypsophilia. We're gonna have to see how this stacks up because, as I said in the last match for Canada, winning on Gypsophilia means that you can open up a lot of avenues to other Rice picks in this pool.
Yeah, because this map is very streamy, very speedy, 332 BPM. Also, Sukidayo is actually gonna stay in for this one.
Yeah, so Ashitaru and Neon Hooray played last time. Oyama Mohiro was swapped out for Skidayo. Gonna have to see how this swap out turns out because honestly, Oyama got a 992, second best in their lobby. That was a very, very good score, but is it enough to topple Canada?
Looking at the previous scores, definitely Canada has to already improve on it by quite a big margin, but it is a brand new day. A lot can happen.
Neon Hooray keeping up the V2SS as well as GD Mem and Dale for an extended period of time. Obviously, pattern's very easy, but slightest of leads right now. For Canada, we are getting into this first stream section, and things are flickering back and forth right now.
Yeah, the accuracy lead, I think, just slightly in favor of Canada because Sukidayo did drop down to 99.6. And actually, the entire team of Singapore, the highest being 90. Oh, actually, dropping quite a bit. Sukidayo missed. Good start for Canada.
GD Mem and May are holding it together so well right now. Both of them almost at a 99.9 this far into the map is very impressive. And of course, Dale, even at a 99.7, is beating anyone on the Singaporean team.
Yeah, I wanted to mention that Aisharu was the highest accuracy for Singapore, and then they just continued dropping and dropping, and the lead now growing for Canada, 18,000 points as we are approaching already the halfway point.
And as we get past the halfway point, a 20,000 point difference for Canada. We said there was a 20,000 point difference before, but that was for Singapore. Things are flipped now. Canada sees themselves on the other side of the battle. They are winning it currently, and there's only about one more stream section after this.
Oh, that's a miss from GD Man, but it might be a bit too late unless there are more misses for Canada.
Yeah, we are going to need to see a lot more misses come out from the Canadian side, but I mean, with May hitting at a 99.86 and Sukidayo finding yet another miss, it's going to be very, very tough. I don't think it's possible for Singapore to claw their way back into this map.
Yeah, it is way too late now, and Canada will secure the first point, and we were talking about it, about how, you know, it's a new day, teams can improve. Canada have improved their team score by 16,000 points, and it's enough.
Yeah, that's a huge, huge improvement, but also the Singaporean team probably underperforming, at least from what we had expected. I mean, we saw Aishiteru get, what, like a 995 last run? 986
Yeah.
just isn't gonna cut it at all, and of course, the two misses from Skidayo, very tragic.
Man, it's so hard to think about 986k not being enough. But that's the level of teams this year.
Yeah, and especially since a lot of it's pretty well known that, you know, the pools have been bumped up so significantly compared to previous MWCs, but the fact that a lot of these players can hang on for so long, we're in the quarterfinal stage, and just seeing constant triple 990s from top teams, stuff like that is very scary to think about. Singapore coming out with the LN1 pick immediately. They want to go with a protect.
Yeah, not a lot of information regarding the quarterfinals pool for LNs. I think Canada only played Heaven's Fall, which was LN2, and that's it. So if we look at the round of 16, I believe Canada do have a better LN2 than Singapore, but Singapore have a better LN3. But Canada did not play LN1 from round of 16, so it's the first time they'll be playing LN1 in a while.
And it is very, very hard to say how these teams will compete on LN1 because, of course, we haven't seen them play this weekend. But I mean, judging based off of the difficulty increase, I don't know if it's enough to make McButt lose accuracy, because I know usually they are very, very good, performed so well in 40M this year. But once that difficulty increase hits, some of these players that are used to hacking kind of find themselves in the back foot for a lot of these maps. So gonna have a lot to do for Team Singapore in order to take this point.
Yeah, we actually see a Piggy in for LN. I mean, Walmart isn't here, so Piggy will have to stand in for this one. But for the side of Singapore, they also do not have Oyama Mahiro, but instead Adam Ackerville standing in for LNs.
Yeah, I'm not sure if Oyama just is not able to play right now or something like that. But I mean, again, with Canada not having Walmart, I think things are pretty equalized in that regard.
Yeah, this is the LN coordination, so a lot of finger dependency needed for a lot of these LN releases.
And based off of the start, it seems like both teams are pretty neck and neck, except for that unfortunate miss by May. Gonna take an early one. It was clean overall, but a second and a third one come through, dirtying that accuracy just a little bit. Adam Ackerville actually at the lowest accuracy in the lobby, Dale close behind.
Yeah, but that is all they need, but actually they find a miss. So the lead will shrink. It might go to Canada because the accuracy is so low, 98.7. But can Canada pull it back? There were multiple misses from Maya and just a single from Adam. It is very close.
Thankfully, there's still about a minute left of chart to go through, and as Adam Ackerville finds their way back up to that combo cap, it seems like Singapore has about a 1,500 point lead. As Piggy takes two misses straight away, we're gonna see that lead grow just a little bit.
Yeah, and McButt really shining where they really need it. Piggy misses again. Singapore's lead now 15,000 points and climbing.
I think those staggered starts really getting to Piggy. Yet another miss for them, and Dale as well. No more FCs on the side of Canada, yet on the side of Singapore. We see Sukidayo and McButt with very, very good FCs.
Yeah, and I think that should be it really, unless there's a huge team drop from Singapore, because McButt and Sukidayo have been so consistent so far.
And they look really, really comfortable as well. I mean, it doesn't seem like these patterns are troubling them at all. It's really just a bunch of 200s, maybe late, maybe early. Not really a problem in reading them. Piggy taking yet another miss as the map tries to close out. Finally gets under that 99% accuracy mark. Just about tied with Adam Ackerville. But again, that first and second player difference really made Singapore win this map.
Yeah, it is all the difference here, and even without Oyama Mahiro, they are still able to set a pretty decent team score as Sukidayo finds the drop right at the end. That's a really good score from McButt as well, 5 200s.
Yeah, so it seems like the difficulty increase hasn't gotten to McButt yet. Top score in the lobby by a fair amount, and also a very impressive showing with 5 grades in total.
But yeah, now we're 1-1, Canada's choice. Does seem like Rice would be the next pick.
Yeah, Rice or any of the SVs, really pick your poison.
They are going down the order here. Rice 1 first, now Rice 2. Cosmo Station coming out. Both these teams did not play Rice 2 in their respective matches.
So this should be a pretty scary one. I mean, Singapore, we know, are very good at Edison, that stamina component, or just being able to, really hit these notes accurately when it comes to rice, like straightforward rice patterns. So I don't know about this choice. Hopefully it's gonna pay off for Canada, but I mean, I think this is a decently risky pick.
Canada have not played Rise 2 in a while because they didn't play Rise 2 in the round of 16 as well.
Yeah, I think in general they have strayed away from like the jump streamy, stamina-esque picks. GDMem, May, and Piggy gonna come in for Rise 2. I mean, 247.5 BPM jump stream / light hand stream is very scary, especially when you take into account that it is going on for 3 minutes.
Yeah, 3 minutes, 247 BPM, almost constant. Stamina plays an extremely huge factor, but these 6 players, they should understand the stamina capabilities needed for this. It is just whether or not they can hold all the way once you hit that final chorus.
Yeah, MP start coming out. We're gonna have to see who can hold on and who can really lock in and act this map for the longest amount of time.
One single mirror here from Sukidayo.
The lone mirror. I think Bancho trying to catch up after the skip. Might have caused a little bit of a problem. A couple stutters here and there, but finally we get right into the action.
Alright, so far intro looks pretty good for both teams. Just a slight accuracy disadvantage from Neon Hooray.
Yeah, Neon Hooray kind of bringing down the overall accuracy for Singapore, but I think Aishiteru and Tsukidayo are backing it up pretty well. Both of those players pretty much tied with May and Piggy, and then GDMem not close, or pretty close behind from both the Canadian players. So I think GDMem really is making that difference right now.
Yeah, it's just a third player. But with the nature of this map, we might see some misses, so we'll see if that will happen to any of these teams as the map continues to go on, as constant jump stream gets thrown at their faces. It does seem like Canada are slowly pulling that lead forward.
Yeah, that's really, really important because you want to try to bring your lead as much as possible until you hit that stamina wall, maybe in the back half of the map or something like that. If you can get about a 4,000 point lead, that's good enough where you can maybe take a miss or something like that. So right now, I think Canada could probably afford one miss if they really wanted to. It doesn't seem like it's going to happen anytime soon, but I mean, that lead is growing right now. It's 6,000 points for Canada already.
Yeah, they can afford a miss, but I don't think they should risk it at all with how consistent Singapore have been so far. I mean, I'm a little bit concerned about Neon Hooray because their accuracy has been steadily dropping.
Yeah, I think you could say the same for both of the other Singaporean players. And Sukidayo actually finding the first miss of the match. Really unfortunate too. I think they were slowly decreasing in accuracy. I think it started off at a 99.9 or something like that. Finally at a 99.77. Only a third of the map left. We get one more break in the song, and Piggy, May, and Mem are doing so well. All of them above 99.8.
Yeah, this is an extremely good performance from Canada so far, but it's not over till it's over. We still got another section here.
Final
The concentration needs to be at its fullest.
Exactly.
Aishiteru does find the miss. I think that could be it.
That probably might be it, unless we see like a full combo drop from Team Canada. It doesn't seem so. I mean, these players look really comfortable on this map, and honestly, they are rewarded with the second point.
Wow, that's a team score 2986 from Canada. And how many V1SS? 1 from Mai.
Yeah, that is a team score and a half. 997 is crazy. Ski Dio taking up 2 misses, but no greats. That's a very interesting score. Unfortunately, again, each player on the Canadian team gapped the Singaporean counterpart, and that's going
Yeah.
to lead to a very cushiony victory.
Canada pulling no punches at all when it comes to the rice pool here. But we can go over to the flip side. Singapore probably going to go for more LN.
Yeah, Heaven's
Oh, there
Fall
is one.
looking pretty good. I think that Upload Your Mind is also a good pick, and of course, maybe Bloomin' later.
Yeah, Bloomin' maybe. But I don't know if they want to risk it yet. I think Heaven's Fall could be the best pick right now.
That is a pretty good pick. Obviously, it's up to the Singaporean team to see what they're most comfortable on. They do have a lot of factors to take into account. But yeah, I mean, as long as you're not picking into the SVs, I think you're fine.
I mean, if they are picking to the SVs, then maybe they know something we don't, but they are going for LN too. So sticking with the Rice and LN Yin and Yang here.
So now LN density is going to be tested from each of these players, and at a very fast 200 BPM, and also very, very dense as well. I think any player here can find a break or two if they lose focus.
Yeah, so we will see Dale and Mae and Piggy for this. For Singapore, Neon Hooray, Sukidayo, and Aish Teru.
Yeah, I think Piggy taking the place that Walmart would have had. Aishiteru, Sukidayo, and Neon Hooray are a very, very good team. It's going to be interesting to see how all 3 of them perform together. I think they could probably get a very, very good team score.
No McButt actually for Singapore for LN, so we'll see if this benefits Singapore with the addition of Sukidayo and Aish Teru.
Alright, starting off here, we've got Sukidayo and Piggy on the back foot. Aishiteru with a very good 99.96 as things start to ramp up, but obviously these patterns are very, very easy. So we're gonna have to see as the density part kicks in.
Yeah, and the nature of LN density is that once you get lost, you can chain a couple of misses, and that will definitely hurt your score.
Alright, finally into the density section, and we kind of see the score flickering just a little bit, maybe Canada pulling away by a fair amount, and maybe that's because of Neon Hooray sitting at a 99.68, Aishiteru as well. Basically, Dale is at the top by a decent margin, 99.74, May close behind.
Yeah, Aishiteru actually dropping below 99.6, but 2 misses, Dale and Sukidayo trading into each other. But Dale suffering so much more, and Piggy as well trades with Sukidayo, though the lead goes back to Canada. For a brief moment, it was Singapore that held it, but Canada with the accuracy advantage.
Yeah, just the slightest amount of an accuracy advantage, and Dale misses at the end of that section. Means that Singapore will probably find themselves in the lead yet again. May holding on as much as they can with a 99.72. 2 FCs on the side of Singapore, and it's getting very, very scary because honestly, these players don't look too comfortable on this map.
This is so close to call. I'm very sure Canada have the very slight accuracy advantage, but that might be gone now with Mai missing. No FCs from Canada. Dale misses again. Singapore will pull away now.
Yeah, 2 untraded misses goes by, and Singapore finds themselves in a very, very good position. It's not really about how many misses you take, but it's how clean can you keep them. As you said, in density, you can take a miss, but how dirty will it be? Because you can really chain a lot of those bad judgments together.
Yeah, and suddenly Neon Hooray, we were talking about how they were the lowest accuracy in the lobby. They had the highest, then they missed. And Singapore's lead is shrinking. Aish Teru misses again, but Piggy trades it. The lead's still in Singapore for now.
That favors Canada just by a little bit, but Singapore is clutching on to this lead by just a little. Only 2,000 points separating these two as the map tries to come to an end. May has done so well since that first miss. Has at a 99.63 top of the lobby. Is that enough to bring Canada to their third point?
This is so close. I don't think it's enough. The map has already reached its conclusion. Singapore will take it briefly. 1,200 points.
Man, that was really scary. But I think a big part of why Singapore won by that slight margin is because Skidayo and Aishituru found themselves comboing for such a long time. And Neon Hooray took an early miss, but actually made up for it by also comboing for a very long time. You see the combo differential there, and I mean, that's the reason why Singapore won the second point.
But we'll see if Canada want to try and continue the trend and go for Rise 3.
Yeah, it'd be very funny if they picked Edison. I don't know if it'd be a good pick overall. Maybe they could probably go into Baka Mitai after dominating on Gypsophilia.
Yeah, I think Baka Mitai is the more realistic pick. Or SVs, I don't know.
Yeah, that is true. They always have SVs in their arsenal. That could be, 2 points that Canada might be able to snatch from Singapore.
Something to also point out is that Singapore have run out of LLAN picks, so Hybrid's still open for them, but they are going for Edison. They are still going with the trend here. Rise 1, Rise 2, now Rise 3.
Oh man, they just want to go down the line on the rice pool. They've shown dominance on Gypsophilia. Cosmo Station was a pretty breezy victory. Now they want to go for that third point in Edison.
Oh boy. This map is this map's a thing. We've seen some extremely scary scores, but also some very funny judgments.
Yeah, I mean, this is very scary. Just to remind you guys, Singapore had a triple FC on this map. Aishituru definitely one to watch for. Got 28 300s throughout the entire map, probably in the top 5 for this map this weekend. And then Adam Ackerville and Neon Hooray were close behind with a 992, 991. So it really depends on whether or not Canada can triple FC. I know Dale had 3 misses on this earlier today, but can they lock it in and provide a good supporting score for GD Mem and Piggy?
Yeah, because GD Mem and Piggy, 998 and 996 respectively. It's just Dale being the outlier of 973. So if Dale FCs, who knows? Who knows what team score Canada can bring?
Exactly. Who knows? I mean, I would suspect it's going to be really close. Probably within like 2,000 points if all 6,000 players, or sorry, all 6 players FC. It just really remains to be seen who would take this point if all 6 players FC.
Alright, first section. This map, there's basically 3 contract sections in between their bricks. It's all about hard focusing. Neon Hooray with the very early miss from the first section for Singapore. Canada take the early lead.
And that was quite dirty as well. I think maybe taking a bad judgment or 2 along with it, trying to get back up there, but Canada already had the accuracy lead before that miss, so now 12,000 points to Canada's name.
Alright, first brick section done. And here's the second Kodjak section.
GD Mem doing well to keep up with Aishituru. And Adam Mackerville actually finding a miss, a very dirty one as well. If you look at the UR bar, tons of bad judgments involved. And that lead for Canada is going to skyrocket. Yet another miss just to add insult to injury. 45,000 points over on Canada's side.
This is one of the largest margins we've seen from Canada over Singapore so far. There is still another Kodjak section. We are going to have a little bit of a rest here with some of these technical patterns. but it shouldn't be too much. Once we hit that third project section, we'll see if Canada break or not, but this is a huge lead.
Yeah, again, as you said, probably the largest lead we've seen so far. And for Singapore, it almost looks insurmountable. I don't think GD Mem, Piggy, or Dale are looking to drop anytime soon. And only a quarter of the map left.
Yeah, and Adam will miss again. 60,000 points is the lead. I think that's pretty much it, because after this project section is over, that is pretty much it. But GD Mem will find the miss right towards the end. Luckily, it will not matter at all.
Yeah, Sully's the personal score, but the team score is what matters most. This looks to be maybe something like a hardware issue from Adam, if I had to guess. I mean, 98.46 is not what you expect from this kind of player. It's very unfortunate, but I guess we'll have to see if that really is the case.
It could just be nerves as well. I mean, there are so many factors that can contribute to, you know, FCing a project map and then just combo break rushing. But 44 from both Aishtaru and GD Mem. That was almost a full team V1 WS from Canada, just the one miss.
Yeah, crazy play. 2 DDPs on Canada's side. And Dale, again, as we said, we needed Dale to step up, and they really did when the time was needed. 996 is a crazy, crazy score, beating out all of Singapore's players, except for Ashitaru. But other than that, Canada gonna be in the lead here, 3-2. It is Singapore's pick, and they did pick Bloomin immediately. We're gonna have to see how this turns out.
Yeah, so probably gonna be a swap in for Singapore here. Does seem like Canada are going to stay in with their LN roster. So Sukidayo in. Also, I would like to mention that Canada's Edison score on this match is higher than Singapore's when they face the Netherlands. So that shows how much GD Mem has really stepped up.
Yeah, that was a crazy improvement from honestly all three of those players just within such a short amount of time. They were really, I guess, not holding back, but rather they just powered up for this match. Canada, we're going to see May and Dale, of course, the HB and LN specialists of the Canadian team on Bloomin, and of course Piggy to back it up like we've seen in the hybrid picks before. And on Singapore, we see Neon Hooray, Aishitaru, and Skidayo for Bloomin.
Yeah, we'll see if Mai are able to match what Walmart did for Bloomin, or at least come close.
Yeah, that's a very tall order though. 989 is huge. Like, that's a very, very good score. And not to mention, Bloomin is very much like the other density pick for this round, Heaven's Fall. So I don't know. I think this map probably favors Singapore by just a little bit. But of course, that map was very close, so we're gonna have to see how everyone does.
Yeah, early accuracy drop from Dale, and a miss from Piggy right at the start. Singapore have the early lead.
Yeah, not the greatest start from Team Canada. All three players at relatively low accuracies. Aishitaru at the top with a 99.6. Skidayo just close behind, and what's more important is the triple FCs coming out from Singapore so far.
Yeah, the triple FC as well as the accuracy from Aishtaru really being the difference. But we're only a third of the way in, so a lot can still happen.
Yeah, not a very large lead. Honestly, Canada is doing pretty good so far. I think cut it down by just a little bit as all the players get back to the combo cap, and Piggy doing fine, recovering very well after that miss. 99.5 is great. Only about 6,000 points left for Canada to make up.
Yeah, I think 6,000 points is because Neon Hooray dropped a little bit of accuracy. Does anyone find any drops in the BPM change? No! There's a couple of accuracy drops from Neon, actually a couple of accuracy drops from Singapore as a whole. And that lead is shrinking just so slightly.
Yeah, it's really, really scary. I mean, you said May might have to step up in place of Walmart, and right now it's looking like they might match that 989 that he had gotten. Neon Hooray with a drop. That's the first one for Singapore. 1-1 in terms of misses for each side, but Canada faring better because of the act difference.
Yeah, but it's not over yet. They need to hold. Mai is doing so well in replacement of Walmart, but it's not over yet. Some of these jacks can get extremely excruciating.
Yeah, ending section. Who is gonna take it home? Will Canada take this break point? And it does seem so. Very, very light ending. Canada
Oh my gosh!
up 4-2.
Mai just beat Walmart's score 991k. What?
Yeah, that's really, really good. Crazy score. I mean, when you are under pressure, sometimes, some players will show up. May just seems like they are one of those players. Shituru very close behind with a 990, very close to a 991, but it's not enough. The miss difference was just in general worse for Singapore and just overall accuracies.
Yeah, and that is huge for Canada as well. The first big point of the match immediately going for Cyber Thunder Cider. They hit a knuckle punch and now they want to go for the blow.
Yeah, they want to go for the kill even. I mean, Cyber Thunder Cider is a very good pick for Canada. I'm not sure how they would have done in match for their last matches, but I would have assumed that Canada probably would have beat Singapore by a large margin.
Canada's SV is like easily, I would say, top 5 of this entire tournament. Maybe top 3 in a stretch.
Oh, definitely, yeah. I mean, and again, it's so versatile with Canada. I think they have like 5 players that can really play SV at any given moment.
Yeah. It is so scary. This is their lineup that played Cyber Thunder Cider when they faced Mexico for Canada.
Yeah, Piggy, May, and Dale.
Yep, and I believe it is the same for Singapore's side as well that faced Netherlands, so 6 for 6.
And you might not want to hear this, Rave, but Canada would have beaten Singapore by about 200,000 points in total.
Ooh.
If they were to have played earlier today. So that's, I mean, Singapore really needed to do their homework while they had that little break.
I mean, many things can happen when you have a couple of hours in between your matches, but I mean, if you're gonna try and improve to the point where you can close the 200,000 point gap, we have to see if Canada does like screw up somewhere, because that can definitely happen. But the hopes are quite low. I feel that way.
Yeah, and I mean, just even in this opening part, Piggy with a dominant 99.96. Adam Ackerville struggling just a little bit, picking up a couple of bad judgments, as well as Neon Hooray. McButt trying their best at the forefront of the Singaporean team, 99.66, but that doesn't even match the lowest score on Canada so far.
Yeah, for the audience watching that do not know what this map is about, it's basically 2 words, swing and momentum. You need to catch the swing rhythms, you need to keep the momentum throughout this entire chart.
Yeah, momentum is so important, and right now Canada does seem like they have it right now. They're up by 15,000 points, and they just have the overall momentum in the set. I think this, if they take it, is their 3rd straight point. So this is very, very scary for Singapore.
Yeah, and Adam did find a miss doing the transition from the end of the chorus into the verse. So that's already a huge nail in the coffin, because Canada's accuracies are just so disgusting.
And here comes the very important super slow jam portion. A lot of people finding bad judgments in general when this happens. And honestly, I think the entire Singaporean team dropped in accuracy. Maybe McButt not by much, but Neon Hooray and Adam Ackerville under that 99%. Whereas Canada just unfazed right now.
Yeah, this is such a scary team score from Canada still. I mean, we did see them set a 2,971,000. We'll see if they're able to even manage that.
Yeah, that was like a 990 average from them last time they played, and right now it's looking like it's gonna be a little bit more. Neon Hooray taking yet another miss, dropping down to almost a sub 98%. I mean, I feel like you can probably call this match.
Yeah, it is pretty much over knowing the consistency of Canada on SV picks. Which then brings the question, what Singapore could go for after this.
Yeah, I mean, where do they go? They still have a couple LN picks, but I don't know, honestly.
No,
Oh,
the,
no,
the
not LN,
LM, the
hybrid.
LM pool is gone, yeah, just hybrids left, yeah. Upload your mind and calculator.
Out of those two, I think Upload Your Mind would probably be the better choice.
Yeah.
Hard to say though.
I mean, we'll have to see once this map comes to its conclusion, and is that, nope, wait, is that an improvement?
Yeah, the slightest of improvements. I think
wow,
2,500 point improvement on the Canadian side. Really off of the back of just the players honing in those bad judgments last time. Dale had 9 grades this time. He has 5 with 100, and then Piggy obviously 200s is crazy. Just
Yeah.
overall improves their MA as well. Neon Hooray, McButt, and Adam Ackerville honestly stood no chance on this SV map.
And with that being said, it is match point to Canada. Tournament lives on the line for Singapore. They need to win all the way just to stay alive. Canada just need to win 1 to secure top 12. We do see a upward mind calculator. There are 2 rice maps remaining, Break the Silence and Baka Mitai, and of course the SV map open for I don't know if Singapore want to even think about it after what we just saw.
Yeah, I mean, Canada honestly just looked poised to pick SB1 immediately. As for Singapore, they do have a big decision to make. They've been taking their time in between picks for the most part, trying to feel out and talk things through with their team, what is going to work. But they find themselves with Canada at match point. They really need to make a move right now.
They are going for Baka Mitai, so avoiding the hybrids. This is gonna be so close. Because these 2 teams played it in their respective matches. Singapore have a better score by 5,683 points. It is basically almost nothing.
Yeah, the thing is, Singapore really needs to wake up. If you remember Gypsophilia, the first pick of this match, Canada had won by 32,000 points. It's very similar in terms of skill sets with what Baka Mitai presents.
Yeah, and this should be the lineup of Canada that played it against Mexico, but for Singapore, no Aoyama Mahiro, so Sukidayo is stepping in. But Sukidayo has definitely been stepping up in this match, so this is gonna be close, I feel.
Yeah, this should be pretty close. I think overall Canada just has the better 300 ratio, but anything can be decided by a couple of misses.
One thing to point out, this map is extremely short, so basically almost no room for error.
Yeah, that is true. I think the second shortest map in the pool, Neon Hooray taking a very, very early 200. Canada gonna find themselves with a little bit of a lead, I think, once things even out.
Yeah, once things settle in, it should be okay for Singapore, but then once that chorus comes in, then we'll see if anything happens there.
Mei currently matching Aishiteru up in the 99.9s, and Sukidayo tagging along with GD Mem, but that third player difference with Dale and Neon Hooray is a decent chunk. It's not really enough to call things right now, but 1,000 points means that you have a little bit of breathing room to take a 200 or 2.
Yeah, right now accuracy difference is just Neon Hooray and Canada's third player, but also Sukidayo and Canada's second player, my bad, GD Mem dropping down. But actually, does Singapore have the lead? We can't tell. But here we go, here comes the chorus.
Yeah, the all-important part. No one should make a mistake here, lest they want to drop a big lead for the other team. Canada seems to be pulling away. That bar is flickering somehow.
Oh my
It's
gosh.
very, very scary.
How? How are all these players still holding on to, like, their accuracies above 99.7 still? But I think Canada do have that slight accuracy advantage. Sukiya dropping a little bit.
Oh, final section here, and someone really needs to break from Canada in order for Singapore to take this point.
I don't think it will be enough. Canada will take it. And that is their 6th point by just a couple of thousand points. I did mention it will be close, and it was really, really close. Kudos to Singapore for keeping this such a close match. 2v1 double S's for Mai and Aishtaru, but that will be it for Singapore's 4K World Cup 2023 run. Canada will be advancing into the top 12 into the semi-finals weekend.
Yeah, Canada being rewarded with the they get to face the loser of, I think, Philippines and Brazil next week.
Boy.
So good luck to them. But again, kudos to Singapore, of course. They kept it very, very close in a lot of the Rice picks. Tried their hardest, set some really good scores. Yet, unfortunately, it was not enough, losing 2-6.
But yeah, that will be it for this match, and I believe it will be it for this block as well, because we won't have another match for a while. I believe another 5 hours, because there will be more conditional matches coming up.
Yep, just a couple more conditional matches. I think once we start getting into that next block, it'll basically go on each hour until we're finished. But as you said, that's going to be it for us for now. Rave, any closing thoughts?
Good luck to the remaining teams in the lower bracket, because y'all definitely need it. Seeing how some of these matches are going to go. Hong Kong, Germany will be up next, and then in the lower bracket still we have China, France, Vietnam, United Kingdom, and then of course the 2 upper bracket matches, Japan, Indonesia, and Philippines, Brazil. But remember, we do have banners, country banners. If you like to support your favorite team in the 4K World Cup, you can do so. I think that will be it though, for me.
Yeah, just head on over to the Osu homepage. Look at the top bar, click store, and then you'll see the profile banners under the product section if you want to support Osu, the staff, your team, anything like that. Again, that's going to do it for us for now. You'll see more action in a couple hours, but we hope you guys enjoyed, and we'll catch you in the next one.
Yeah, we'll see you in 5 hours for Hong Kong and Germany.
Okay, everyone. Hello here. We're here for another match that's ongoing at the same time as the one on the main stream here in the quarterfinals. This is going to be Singapore versus the Netherlands in the losers bracket as well. So the loser of this match, of course, is going to be unfortunately eliminated from the tournament. I am Potassium F casting here by myself, it seems, right now, at least. So hopefully we end up with a pretty close match. I'm actually interested to see the outcome of this one, because 2 teams here that had very different paths of getting in this situation. Singapore, of course, winning in the winners bracket in round of 32, and then unfortunately losing to Japan last week, while Netherlands got sent, I believe, first week down into the lower bracket, where they ended up winning their round of 16 losers bracket match. So it'll be interesting to see how these two teams stack up against each other. I do believe Singapore, being the higher seed, should be, in theory, favored in this one, but it'll be interesting to see because, of course, these two teams, I feel like, have a little bit of a interesting skill set discrepancy. I'm not actually sure what the pick ban strategy would be for these two teams, because it feels like both teams are fairly comfortable overall, with Singapore actually picking both Rice and LN over the course of this tournament. I feel like Netherlands may be having a little bit more success in the Rice department, especially with kind of those speedier stream and tech maps in particular, so maybe those are gonna be the places to go for them. So we'll have to see pretty soon once we get all the players into the lobby. I believe we're just waiting on the rest of the players to join here. And as I say that, I do believe I have a co-commentator joining me today here. Hello, Olivia.
Hello, good evening. I have joined ever so slightly late. Apologies for that, but I have just barely made it in time for this awesome match that we might have today: Singapore versus Netherlands.
Yeah, going to be an interesting one. Just been kind of talking about what these two teams are kind of good at, because it seems like there's an interesting balance to be had. I'm not exactly sure though what Singapore and Netherlands are going to be picking and banning. Maybe you have a bit more insight onto this one.
Okay, so I'm actually unsure as well, because from experience in previous years, I would assume that both teams are quite good on the right side of things. So I think we should take a quick gander at the previous round's results.
Yeah, I've had a look at a little bit. Singapore have kind of been picking all over the place in the different matches. Kind of, I guess, more towards the opponent's weaknesses rather more than anything else. But Netherlands, I feel like, have looked a little bit stronger on the Rice side. So I kind of agree with that. The SVs kind of up in the air. Very unpredictable SV teams here for these two players, these two teams at least. So I believe, usually in this situation, I would expect the favored team, the higher seed, to normally be the one to ban out the SV, while maybe the second SV gets floated a little bit until later into the match, or a bit of a last chance gamble kind of pick.
Oh yeah, SV always gets scary when these two teams are so close at it. Although saying that, Shoira, Netherlands, does choose to protect SV2, so I guess they must have practiced it quite a bit. Although, looking at last round's seedings in general, Singapore did get seed 14 versus Netherlands seed 24, so it's quite the difference there. Though both teams excelling in their race fields, so yeah, I honestly have no idea what's going to happen in this match. It could be really close, even though the seedings are quite far apart.
Yeah, we'll have to see. This pool definitely a big step up from the previous ones as well. So there's also a bit of a question mark on, how many of the players in this lobby are still capable of performing on the higher level of difficulty. Now, one player definitely to keep track of here, especially on the Singapore side, is Aishter, also known as XVen, who I believe is online this week, which will be a very strong force for the Singapore team.
Yeah, XFen does make a really good addition for Singapore. Unfortunately not showing up last week due to, I believe it was technical problems on XFen's side. But yeah, the appearance today can definitely make a huge improvement to their team. Netherlands now choosing to ban LN1, which I don't think is unexpected, to be honest.
I think Singapore have been looking fairly strong across the board with their LN teams. I feel like almost every single player on Singapore have been fairly solid, you know, getting that 980k FC kind of range. And, you know, if your whole team is getting those kind of scores, it's a very scary prospect for a map like Astra Walkthrough, for sure. Interesting to see what Singapore ban. I expect Sample Ensemble to be the ban here. Unfortunately, I do want to be seeing that map played at one point. I don't think we've actually seen it.
Yeah, and you said about the 998k on the race maps. Last round, I believe because XFen wasn't there on the Singapore side, they did have some sort of third player syndrome, you know? So with that third player, I believe their seeding, if it isn't already high, can be much higher this round. So now having second thoughts, so this could be a scary one for Netherlands.
So, oh wait, this is an interesting ban. LN3, so 2 LN maps being banned out. It seems like both of these teams want to be leaning more towards the rice pool this match.
Though, yeah, I think this is something we predicted earlier. You know, both teams being pretty good on the right side of things. So, Singapore could have potentially maybe played into the LNs, but yeah, choosing to ban LN3, obviously proving me wrong there. And it seems we will have a race match here.
And I love this. Both SV maps are still up. Huge potential there for some wacky points being scored. And I do believe Singapore gets the first pick here. Yes. Okay, so interesting to see what Singapore decide to go for. I expect a rice map. I don't think we're going to be seeing any first pick SV shenanigans.
Yeah, I think that would be a bit too risky for Singapore. I believe, was it Netherlands protected SV2? So, yeah, Netherlands being the lower seed potentially has put a significant amount of practice into the SV, which, you know, I wouldn't be surprised to see. That is quite a common occurrence when you seem to be a bit further apart than your opponents. But looking into Rice, you know, how close it is, yeah, still anyone's game, really. But Singapore choosing into Rice 5, right into it.
This is an interesting pick. I would think, you know, looking back at last week's, I've just had a quick scroll through Netherlands team scores. I would say their team score on, I think it was Celsius last week, was actually very scary. And that is kind of in the same sort of broad skill set that this map here falls into. Of course, this one being a bit harder maybe favors Singapore a little bit more, but I would be a little bit concerned if Netherlands manages to pull out the same level that they showed last week.
I mean, yeah, on Rice 5, with this pool being much harder, Celsius is probably a good comparison to look at. And, you know, yeah, with their good scores, Singapore, I don't know, they must be pretty confident with this one. You'd hope.
Yeah,
you'd like to see.
That said, iShare is on the team, you know, XFen. So you have to, you'd have to think that, you know, by default, there is some sort of accuracy advantage for Singapore. I'm not sure if any player in the Netherlands can quite match that level of like raw precision accuracy, but this is a short map, and we have seen plenty of misses on it, right? Misses are probably going to be the deciding factor here.
Yeah, and short maps, obviously going to be very difficult when it comes to misses. Each miss will significantly impact your score. So any chokes from any side here can really sway the lead over to the other team, like just totally disregarding accuracy. We get into it. All players off to a good start here. Netherlands taking the very very small advantage here, going back and forward. Seems very consistent between all players.
Yeah, Neon Hooray and Toxic Scent dropped a little bit of accuracy, but not too much, and they have plenty of time right now in a little bit of a slower section compared to the last part of the map to bring up that accuracy ever so slightly. It looks like the lead is fairly negligible.
Yeah, just less than 1,000 points, now almost 2,000 though, saying that Singapore will take the early lead, but yeah, any act drop will give it back to Netherlands, and as you say, we're not even at the hard part yet, so misses I expect will happen. As I say that, we see a miss from Quinny Y on the Netherlands side of things.
That was the highest accuracy as well on the Netherlands, now dropping to 99.6. This is going to be a fairly large lead in favor of Singapore, but anything can happen in this last half of the map now. These are the really fast streams.
It looks like Singapore is holding on quite strong with their 99.8, 99.7 on Neon Hooray as well. 17,000 point lead. They're almost through the hard section of the map, and they're looking really strong on it.
Yeah, still the three-way FC, still 5 FCs in the lobby actually. So we're getting into the last few seconds of the map, and yeah, with 18,000 points in the lead, it's looking like they just need to hold on for a couple more seconds here.
And 3 FCs on the Singapore side, so this was, their pick. This was a good pick from them, proving us wrong, I believe, although only Netherlands with the 1 FC choke. This was really close on the accuracy side of things as well.
Yeah, and you can see, if Quinny Y didn't find the unfortunate miss there, it would have been, about 990k from them. So this would have been a very, very strong Netherlands team score, but ultimately doesn't matter in the face of 994 from Aishter, 993 from Oyama Mahiro on the Singapore side with the triple FC. So a very solid start from Singapore, 1-0 up on their own pick.
And Netherlands, protecting SV, losing on the race. Maybe we will see an early SV pick, and I wouldn't be surprised in that case, but also they might also pick into maybe an easier race, although I wouldn't really expect that after that point, to be honest.
Yeah, that was a fairly scary performance from Singapore, so maybe it does lead Netherlands into an early SV pick if they have practiced it. And obviously, with the Cyber Thunder Cider Protect, you would have to imagine that's going to come out sooner or later.
Now, I really am eager to see this SV performance from the Netherlands. Choosing to protect it really makes me curious, and okay, going into the hybrid instead.
Okay,
but as I was saying, yeah, SV, I'm really curious to see their performance on that.
Yeah, for sure. But it seems like that will come a little bit later on to the match. I understand the rationale behind picking this, because I believe, talking to the Australian team earlier from that match, it was a very similar reasoning that they picked it, is that this is a very choke-heavy map. This is 2 minutes long, it's not too long, and misses are going to affect the score quite a lot. And the kind of pattern that's easy to miss on are a lot of LNs with jacks, which is what this map kind of is.
Yeah, so Netherlands, obviously a good pick if you're going against a team score that you just witnessed on the previous race map. So chokeable maps is, I guess, the way to go, and I do not go against this pick from the Netherlands. So if Singapore find those misses that Netherlands are looking for, then they can take that point right back.
Yeah, very hard pick to be comfortable on, to be able to comfortably FC. So really trying to take Singapore out of the comfort zone as much as they can. And we've seen some very, very strong players miss on this map. Anyone can realistically miss on this map, but if they want to win, Netherlands really have to hold the combo together themselves to be able to capitalize on those misses. So it's going to be a difficult one either way. We'll have to see here as we're getting into the intro. Everyone doing fairly well.
Yeah, it's a very slow start, but still some patterns that can throw you off, maybe drop a little bit of accuracy, but I think all players here are looking fairly comfortable so far. And yeah, this build-up with the 2,000 point lead already, I mean, Singapore, their ratio is just looking really good today.
Yeah, Aishter and Neon the Hero in particular being the highest accuracies in the lobby, but Neon Hooray lagging behind a little bit. It's keeping the point lead close. And oh, actually flickers over just a little bit. The whole Netherlands team on the same accuracy right now.
Yeah, we get into it and everyone's looking fairly comfortable. The score lead is not changing much. Shora finds that miss. That's going to be very detrimental for their score.
Very clean miss though.
Yeah, the score lead barely went into Singapore's favor. A single miss from Singapore will give that right back, and there's still plenty of the map left to go.
Yeah, when the hero finds a miss, that's actually a little bit more of an act drop than Schroeder found earlier, but it still should be a little bit in Singapore's favor. The accuracy lead still is there, just because of Aishter right now.
Yeah, any more misses can still happen, and yeah, Aishter's accuracy is really high at the moment. No one finds a miss at that last part right there, but Shora finds a miss right afterwards again. That score lead now really going to Singapore. Really unfortunate misses.
And the accuracy lead still in Singapore's favor. Some accuracy drops from Quinny Y as well, down to match Neon Hooray, but overall, yeah, it is just that combo lead.
And yeah, the last few seconds of the map, and those misses do seem to have cost it, though. I say that I don't think even without the misses, Netherlands would have taken the point because of Singapore's accuracy on all the members, actually.
It would have been fairly hard, but you can kind of see that, you know, without Schroeder's misses there, maybe getting around similar score actually looks like to Toxic Scent. Maybe just a little bit under 988k or so, 987k. Would have actually been enough, I think. But alas, that's the kind of nature of picking a choke-heavy map. It's dangerous for both teams. And yeah, ultimately, that is 2 FCs fire the team. Actually, very strong performances from both teams overall, but 2-0 for Singapore.
Yeah, obviously you say that choke heavy map, and that's what Netherlands was really going for, and we can't blame them for that. They really almost had it there, but just those misses, unfortunately, as you'd expect on a choke heavy map, as you said. So Singapore just showing to be just ever so slightly more consistent, but that really could have been anyone's point from the beginning there. And, you know, it's Singapore's pick now, so wouldn't be surprised to see another Rice map.
Yeah, they were looking good on it before. I believe they protected Edison. I think that was the protect, wasn't it? Earlier?
I can't quite remember, to be honest.
Yeah. Okay. There you go, and they are picking it either way, Edison. So definitely looking to try and leverage the ratio, the accuracy lead that they might have for the Singapore side.
Yeah, I mean, this pick is a pick you'd like to see from Singapore. Obviously, showing off their last points Rice performance. So, with a map like Edison, definitely going to try to show that off again, hopefully. But these points have been close enough that any misses from Singapore, as long as Netherlands don't find those trades or don't miss at worse parts and get cleaner misses, we could definitely see some points from Netherlands. Like, this match is a lot closer than it seems.
Yeah, I think that last point definitely could have gone either way, but this one now, I feel like I feel like when it comes to Jack maps, there's always something. It's never like impossible to win unless there's players that just can't play the BPM. So if all 6 players are fairly comfortable with the BPM here, which they very well might be, this could very well come down to, you know, individual mistakes. Single misses might be enough to turn the tide of this map.
Yeah, and the thing with Corjax is it's very hit or miss. If you can play or you can't play, you know. So at this BPM, and the thing with Corjax is you need to be very clean. You know, it's a very ratio dependent skill set. So any miss here will really lose a lot of score in comparison to the other maps. Misses are much less common.
And it looks like Quinny Y actually struggling a little bit with the accuracy, dropping a few 200s there here and there, 99.6. In comparison, Eichter with, I guess this is kind of an expected score coming out of a player like that, but still 99.99 always surprises you to see it. Shoira actually finding the first miss there.
Yeah, miss is not going to be good. As I said, misses will mean a lot, and this map is 2.5 minutes long, so you know we're only sitting at halfway through the map. Sure does find another miss. That's not really good for their score at the moment. That's 14,000 point lead for Singapore already, and Eichter still at the 99.98% level. This is a crazy good ratio from Eichter here.
Yeah, absolutely. Accuracy lead in Singapore's favor, as well as that combo lead as well from the two misses coming out from Shoira's side. So it's going to take quite a lot of misses if Netherlands wants to come back in this one at this point.
Yeah, 3/4 of the way through the map, really not long left now, maybe just on 30 seconds. So if Singapore do find some drops, even from two players, that will give the point back to Netherlands, but they seem really comfortable at the moment. I don't know if we'll see any drops. And that's it. They've all done it. 15,000 point lead, triple FC on the Singaporean side. So at Eister's 99.98%, really good accuracy here.
Yeah, shout out to Toxic Scent as well on Netherlands side with the second best in the lobby here. 99.87 is a really high accuracy as well. But of course, that's a 999k from Eichter.
28.
Oh my god.
Oh, 28 perfect from Eichter. 999,339 score. Crazy high. It's also nice seeing Toxic Scent also getting that score v1 double S, trying to match that performance.
Yeah, Shoira also, you know, without those misses would have gotten a very high score as well. I don't think it would have particularly mattered, given that 999k. Very hard to beat that one out. So it will be 3-0 lead for Singapore right now. Netherlands get their own pick. This is only one breakpoint behind, but... Oh, okay, that was quick.
Yep.
Straight
and
away.
Here we go. Into Netherlands protect. So hoping to grab their SV points while they're 3 points behind. If they can manage to take both SV picks, they will still need to win their breakpoint to get their lead, or 2 breakpoints rather, right? Or just one?
Just one breakpoint. Just one breakpoint behind.
Okay, good. So yeah, they would need to win another breakpoint, which is very possible on, you know, we haven't seen Singapore choke that much yet, but these things still can happen, so they can still take that point back if we see something from Singapore. But trying to guarantee these points on the SVs is a good way to go for Netherlands.
Yeah, they are going to have to win this one now. Oh, have we missed out a player? Left just as the map was starting, perhaps?
Okay. So we'll wait for them to get back in and then start the match again. But I think this point could go either way. I mean, have we seen much of Singapore's SV?
Wait a second. I'm just thinking back because this looked very familiar for a second. I believe I was in a lobby the other day with Mint, and the same thing happened on this map. For some reason, sometimes when you play this map in a multiplayer lobby, your Osu can just crash. Like at the start of it.
Oh,
I think that's what
yeah.
happened there for Toxic Sen, I believe, who was in that position.
Yeah, I think I actually remember having a similar situation on a different map, but yeah, this map is definitely cursed, to say the least, so I guess we'll wait for them to get back in their slot, and there they are, okay. Hopefully we don't see another crash, but that is pretty ridiculous. Happy, please fix.
Yeah, SV maps have some weird interactions with the client sometimes. There's definitely a few cases of SV maps like in the song select screen, like when you click away from them, they just crash your Osu as well. I've had a couple of those.
I've not seen that before, but that sounds very ridiculous.
It is annoying. It is very annoying.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
Yeah, that seems to be an issue.
Okay, wait. If Toxic Scent is listening here, or if anyone from Netherlands is missing, re-download the map. That worked the other day when someone else had the same problem.
Oh my god, okay. I mean, if re-downloading doesn't solve the issue, I don't know what you're supposed to do in this situation. You just can't play a map. And I mean, this is Netherlands' pick as well. That would be really unfortunate, but I do think re-downloading will solve it. That would be interesting to see.
Hopefully.
Top is 3 minutes, mind you. I mean, if we go back and start talking about the consistency that we've been seeing, if Singapore have put in their practice into the SVs, you know, their consistency so far has been really good, so... I mean, SV, it can be anyone's game, really, and if you have less practice on it, you could have worse accuracy, so Netherlands could take advantage of that. But still, I don't know what we've seen from Singapore's SV performance. I could be wrong saying this, but I don't think they played SV last round. So I'm unsure as to how they might perform in this.
Yeah, it's a difficult one. They definitely didn't play SV in round of 32, so maybe the only SV we've gotten from them is stage 1. And that's not a very good indicator. Honestly, you know, stage 1 from qualifiers is so different from this map. You know, stage 1 was so much about, like, a little bit of slow jam, a little bit of, like, really accurate timing of some weird snaps. This one, no weird snaps inside. This is all gimmick. This is all reading, this is all gimmick.
Also, I've been told in chat that they did play SV in round of 16, so... yeah, you know, so SV1 was played by Netherlands. They got seed 18 in that map. Netherlands got seed 18. Singapore, where are they? Oh, Singapore got seed 19. Oh my. This is a 6,000 point difference. Okay. So this point could be really close, actually. On second thought.
Which map was that? Just out of curiosity, was that Mr. Scratchman?
Yeah, that was Mr. Scratchman, SV1.
Oh, interesting.
So I guess that 6,000 point difference, that is crazy.
Yeah, you would say that map and this map have some similarities, right? There's a bit of slow jam sections that feel in some ways similar. More of the reading focus for sure, depending on how you approach this map in particular, but yeah, it'll come down to the small differences for sure, and one of those differences is definitely whether or not Toxic Scent can load the map when we start in the match. This has turned out to be a little bit of a delay, unfortunately. Not really much that could have been done, unfortunately, for that.
Yeah, it's something that you wouldn't like to see in match, but, you know, stuff does happen, so... these unfortunate events will occur, but we try to get through them as fast as possible. Now, SV, you know, I don't want to say this, but I'm going to say it and maybe trigger a lot of people. SV is SV at the end of the day, right? So, obviously you have your reading SV and then your memory and stuff in between. But if one team looks significantly more comfortable on any SV map, then they're most likely going to be good at the other one, right? So
That is
if
true.
Netherlands put a lot of practice into SV2 and we see a good performance, then that score difference on SV1 might be a lot bigger this round, this time coming round.
Okay, there we go. All 6 players, they have successfully managed to load in the map, it looks like. So, after a little bit of a delay, here we are. Into the 4th pick, the 2nd pick from the Netherlands. This is a must-win now.
Yeah, and this map is saying 30 minutes long, so anything can really happen. If there's a major score lead at any point through the map, that could be everything. Although the score was sitting at 0 points of difference. Okay. Very same scores.
This is the first section of the gimmick here, and looks like Ready Perfectly, McButt both dropping in accuracy just a little bit shorter as well. But everyone maintaining fairly decent accuracies, all above 99% so far at least. Little bit of a slow jam section, but this one shouldn't be too bad compared to the future ones.
Everyone's very comfortable so far, but still 2.5 minutes to go. We're barely even through the chunk of it. And, 2,000 point lead now. Okay, going back and forward. Did someone find an accuracy drop?
Yeah, Adam Ackerbill, and that's a miss!
That miss. Okay, that is the major score lead for Netherlands, and that is what you'd like to see a third of the way through the map. Still plenty left to go, though, and Netherlands can find their own drop.
Yeah, everyone in Netherlands playing really well so far, all above 99%. Adam Ackerbill with that miss dropped a lot of accuracy as well, 98.6 right now, and it's a 15,000 point lead. But here, this is the hardest part of the map for a lot of people. This slow jam coming up here, oh my god. And we see act drops coming out of both teams, 200s everywhere. Adam Ackerbill and Neon Hooray both missing. And that's it. That is going to be a huge lead now for Netherlands. All 3 players managing to hold on their full combos.
Yeah, because only one full combo on the Singapore side, and those misses are giving Netherlands the 34,000 point lead, and those accuracy drops didn't help either, but these things you just will see in Netherlands still holding the triple FC through that section. McButt finds that drop, so no more FCs on the Singapore side, but we still see Netherlands with a triple FC. Obviously putting a good bit of practice into this map, and the 84,000 score lead. I don't know if you can come back from this.
Accuracy drops from Ready Perfectly and Toxic Scent throughout the map, but it has not mattered in the slightest. All 3 players on Singapore dropping their accuracy as well, and Shoira still with that MVP performance here, 99.5. Little bit left of the map, but we are past all the... Ooh, there's some act drops there. A little bit scary from both Shoira and Ready Perfectly, but this lead feels like it's too much to overcome for Singapore. This last part, very similar to earlier parts in the map. Looks like most players, or every player in the Netherlands, is very comfortable with this gimmick.
Yeah, definitely Netherlands, showing us why they protected SV and how comfortable they are with the triple FC. Yeah, there we go. Okay, I didn't want to jinx anything, but thankfully I didn't. Yeah, triple FC on the Netherlands side with really good accuracies from all players, actually, all things considered.
Yeah, getting a very solid point, a convincing one at that. That has got to help Netherlands, the morale out quite a lot. They still have to win one breakpoint to come back into it if they want a real chance at this one, but I think what's really good for Netherlands in this situation is they still have another SV pick. So if they have practiced that other SV pick, Sample Ensemble, that is a very clear next pick for them, I would say.
Yeah, for sure, that'll be their next pick. But Singapore, on the other hand, will, I assume, just keep picking into the rice. And, there's 6 rice maps in the pool and 6 points to be had. So they're not going to run out anytime soon, and they're probably just going to keep picking it for the rest of the map. So Netherlands will need to really up their game on one of these rice maps.
Yeah, I mean, if Singapore really want to go for the accuracy route, the attack advantage, then Cosmo Station is one of those maps, one of those types of maps that you would definitely look towards to try and capitalize on, you know, just comfort and accuracy that's coming out of players like XVen in particular.
Now, we're waiting for Singapore's pick, but yeah, you know, as you say about Cosmo Station, I wouldn't be surprised if they pick anything, to be honest. I can see them picking probably any map here. Maybe not Rice 1, but even then, I think they're still... Okay, sorry, I meant the other way around. I meant maybe Rice 1, maybe not the others. I was gonna say, because Rice 1 will obviously be also on the chokeable side of things when you've been looking at previous rounds. You know, Rice 1 does seem to be a choke point, but Singapore, obviously we're later on in the tournament now. Singapore have some really good Rice players, so I guess they're just unfazed by it.
Yeah, we'll see how this one works out for them. Of course, we're very strong with the Bakami Tire scores that we saw earlier. So another one with a lot of kind of fast streams in this one.
Yeah, as usual, and this map is 2.5 minutes long, so it is on the longer end, but not the longest. So, you know, misses as always will impact significantly. So if we just see a few more misses from Singapore, as we did in the SV, although you can't really compare Rice to SV, but if we see a similar performance, then obviously it'll go straight to Netherlands. And with the seedings being so close, I feel, on the Rice maps, we could easily see a Netherlands point on any of these Rice picks.
We're seeing both teams switch in their full Rice teams, of course, for this one as well. And interesting to see how this one goes, because I do think, you know, even though Singapore's looked very good on the regular picks so far, I feel like Netherlands hasn't been completely out of it, at least as far as the accuracy goes, right? With Singapore's second and third players, I feel like Netherlands have been able to keep up with them somewhat, so it can very well come down to individual misses. But Netherlands are going to, it feels like Netherlands almost have to be able to get the three-way FC to be able to have a chance in these maps, and that is a very difficult thing to ask for.
Yeah, and as we've seen time and time again, I mean, not even in this match, but in other matches, one miss can cost you the point entirely. And, you know, if one player didn't miss, then their team could have potentially gotten the point. So that's just something you wouldn't like to see, and does add a bit more pressure on yourself and your team if you think of it that way. So Netherlands probably just need to try focus on themselves a bit, and just, you know, this point can be the most important.
Who wasn't skipping there? Watching them go through the entire intro.
We see 200%. Okay, how long can they hold it for? We'll see. Okay, there goes Quinny Y. So all players onto a really good ratio start.
Oh my god. Oh wow, that lasted so long from Aishter. Whoa, okay. But despite that accuracy, it's Netherlands that have a little bit of an ACK lead. It looks like Neon Hooray dropping in accuracy a little bit compared to everyone else. But actually, Quinny Y and Shoira now dropping in the accuracy is going to give it over to Singapore. Back and forth a little bit.
Yeah, that trade, I mean, we're almost already halfway through the map. This map does go by a lot quicker than you think. And, you know, we still see 6 FCs, and this point lead has been due to some accuracy drops. But even if we see any back from Singapore, which we have seen already, can go back to Netherlands, and misses, as always, still capable of happening from any team here.
Yeah, Oyama Mahiro and Aishter being the deciding factor here between the two teams. Neon Hooray matching the players on Netherlands and vice versa, but those two players on Singapore, there is no one on Netherlands that are able to match this level of accuracy. Actually, Toxic Scent doing very well from the cell, but Quinny Y finds the miss, and Shoira, that's 2 misses from Netherlands.
Yeah, the double miss. The point lead was just slowly going into Singapore's favor, but now those two misses, it's a 27,000 point lead, increasing their lead by 20,000 overall. And you know, when that happens to your team, you can't really come back from that. And that was the nail in the coffin right there. And Singapore will take their 4th point. And there is the 32,000 point lead on the back of those misses that Netherlands had. Oh my god, okay, we see a score V1 double SM Ice Terror.
That is a crazy ratio in score as well. Beating out everyone in the ratio. But it is going to be Singapore winning again. Triple FC, they're so consistent with these FCs.
Yeah, I mean, 2 1 misses on the Netherlands as well, though. We can't take that away from them. I mean, those are really close FCs from Netherlands as well. That could have been a really close point overall, I feel. I just think Netherlands have been choking a bit more in this match than you'd like to see, unfortunately, but still can bring that back. They have got the other SV map that they do choose into.
Of course, very strong pick. Easily the best pick for the Netherlands left after we saw that Cyber Thundersider match just before.
Yeah, this map is also sitting at 2 minutes long, so it's shorter than the other SV map, and hopefully we don't see any crashes this time around. But with this point, with this SV map being more on the reading abilities, I believe. Correct me if I'm wrong.
This one has a bit of a mix all around. I do think this one has significantly more slow jam patterns, for sure. So if players are not that comfortable in slow jam, and we did see Singapore miss quite a lot on the slow jam patterns before, so I feel like this definitely does favor the Netherlands here if Singapore are not so comfortable on some of those.
I mean, yeah, as you expect from that last SV point advantage, I believe it was roughly 70,000-ish in Netherlands' favor. So if you're Singapore, you don't really want to get it to that point again, but it really does come down to how much practice and how comfortable you are on this SV map. And, you know, with that score advantage that Netherlands had, it really does make you wonder why SV wasn't banned. But maybe SV1 has been practiced.
Very interesting, you would think, from Singapore. I don't think Singapore is bad at LNs in... You definitely can't say that Singapore's bad at LNs, yeah. So it's very interesting to ban an LN pick instead of one of these SVs. But, I mean, we'll have to see. Maybe Singapore is just really good at this map in particular, compared to the other SV map.
And yeah, so I just want to brush over what you said there about banning LN. In the last round, Singapore actually had a significantly higher seeding on the LNs in comparison to Netherlands, so that's really surprising as to why they've done that. But getting into the map now, we see a very slight accuracy lead to Singapore, just having that better start. Almost 4,000 points already. Okay, so we see some accuracy drops from Toxic Scent, but we're not even in the bulk of the map yet, and misses. I highly expect what will happen, so score lead or not.
Oh,
sure, finds an early miss. What?
Okay, now we're into the real patterns here. More slow jam is going to be coming out here, and it looks like actually everyone on the Singapore side is really performing well right now. With the higher accuracy as well over everyone from the Netherlands, it looks like they're really well practiced on this, actually.
Yeah, that miss from Shoira. The score lead is now 30,000 points, although not just on the back of Shoira, we're seeing plenty of act drops from all of Netherlands here, and Aisha is staying comfortable at the 99.9%. Okay.
Traded misses from Adam Ackerville and Shoira. Actually, Adam dropping down to 97%. That's a big act drop, but not quite enough given the accuracy drops from Netherlands as a whole. Everyone below 99%. But there's still one outlier in this match, Aishteru. What is that act?
Okay, we're seeing misses all around, and only 2 FCs left in the entire lobby. Ready perfectly in Aishteru. I mean, when you look at both FCs and you look at the accuracy difference, Aishteru is already at 740,000 points. That is giving them a major lead.
Yeah, we're seeing a battle here. Adam Akaville, Toxic Scent, very similar. McButt and Shoira also very similar in terms of the ACK, but no one is there to match Aishterror with the full combo. 99.8, and this is just way too hard to come back from here. This is going... Oh, Aishterror actually drops a 100 there, 200 there as well, but it's not going to matter. 150k, not recoverable here, unfortunately, in the very last pattern of the map.
Yeah, and as I said at the very start of the map, if Singapore did put in that practice into their SV, SV1, SV2, you'd think can't be that much of a difference, but clearly it is. Singapore taking that by 156,000 points, and it's only 2 FCs in the entire lobby. 5 200s.
That is a crazy strong score. The ratio as well, I don't know how you get such a strong ratio on a map like that. Feels like a map that you have to really focus on, you know, more of the 200 count and the miss count more than anything else.
I mean, even the misses, if you compare both sides, we see two plus 8 misses and then 1 with 5 and 1 with 3 or 2, I forget already, but definitely very close on the miscount side of things, just the accuracy, and I mean, even Aishterror's performance being the match MVP by quite a significant amount.
So that will be 5-1 now, second break point of the match, and that's going to be enough for Singapore to end up on match point. This is 1 point away from Netherlands being eliminated from the tournament.
And that was also very unexpected, to be honest. Netherlands probably felt really safe picking into SV1, I'd imagine, based on Singapore's SV2 performance, but was proven wrong significantly. So Netherlands, well, now need to win 2 breakpoints in a row and 4 points in a row in general, just to make it to tiebreaker, which is definitely possible. If not, well, we have seen it before in previous tournaments.
But it's going to be very hard. Singapore have so many picks left that they would be comfortable picking into 3 of these rice picks still on the table. But they're not going to go for any of them. It's going to be Hybrid 1. Bloomin is going to come out instead.
And looking at their LN performance that I was talking about was really good last round. Hybrid 1 does not come to a surprise. Maybe wanting to play just that little bit of LN in the rice map, maybe throw Netherlands off a bit.
Yeah, and this one a little bit more straightforward compared to Upload Your Mind. This one being a bit faster in the BPM, less jacks involved, maybe a little bit more comfortable for some of the more physically capable players to be able to find the FC and not choke, and maybe that favors Singapore a little bit more than the other hybrid that we saw, but we'll see. Actually seeing a couple of new players now coming in for the first time this match. I think Sukidayo and Cube.
And yeah, I wanna go over how close some of these maps have actually been as well. I mean, if we disregard the misses from both teams, it's only like around a couple thousand points on some of these maps, you know? So if Singapore do find those drops and Netherlands hold consistent, which they have been struggling to do, but still manageable, if they can find their ground, they can still take these points away from Singapore. So don't take anything away from Netherlands just yet. We still have a match ahead of us.
Okay, let's get into this. Potentially the last pick that we're seeing, but of course this is up to Netherlands now to see if they can perform any kind of breakpoint, any upsets in these points now.
Yeah, tap is only 2 minutes long on the shorter side of things, so misses can cost a lot. Accuracy, the same. All players are ready. We are now getting into the map. But yeah, anything can happen, and anything will happen. So we'll just find out and see what will occur in this match.
Okay, we're in.
So wait for the client to sync. There we go. Okay, so Netherlands is up to the very early score lead advantage. Cube finds that, and Shore finds it. Okay.
Oh, whoa, okay. Where's these misses coming from everyone? A lot of misses from both sides now, but it ends up looking, it's very strongly in Singapore's favor, actually. Cube looking like they're struggling a little bit, dropping down to 96%. Shoira down to 98%. Same with Neon Hooray. But it is overall the higher accuracy for Singapore. Aishiteru the highest right now, 99.5, just about.
I mean, yeah, we're so early on through the map, and at 30,000 score lead, now up to 50,000. Aishiteru finds that miss, but won't really mean much when the score lead is this high already, almost halfway through the map. And this is a short map, so that score lead is a lot more than it seems. Netherlands really need to pull a good one to bring this back, and really hope Singapore. Oh,
what
Neon
was that
Hooray
miss?
finds
Okay.
miss.
Well, that helps out Netherlands a little bit. The most unfortunate miss, easiest node of the map.
There's not much you can do for Netherlands. Just keep hoping that Singapore finds those misses, as Aishiteru does. Sukidayo now at 1200 combo. Their combo has improved significantly.
There's been quite a few misses from Singapore. It felt like this may be doable, but the problem is the accuracy. Sukidayo finds another miss. This is a lot of misses coming from Singapore, but 35,000 points the lead. Cube finds another miss. The only FC is actually Toxic Scent right now, who should be having the highest score of the lobby. Neon Hooray finds another miss. Hang on a second. How many misses are we seeing? We're seeing more misses here than the entire match combined.
I don't know how the score lead is still at 38,000. We've seen so many misses from Singapore. Shoyer finds that miss, giving more score to Singapore, and with so little time left on the map, Sukideo finds that miss, but that really won't mean anything when it's only a few seconds
What is
left.
going on?
It doesn't even matter.
I don't understand this. How many? Toxic said, "Good job on the FC." Just saying, because apparently this is the hardest map in the pool to FC.
Oh my!
But regardless, it is
just out of there.
Yeah, quick,
really good
leaving
scores.
here. But yeah, 6-1.
Kudos to Toxic Scent, with the FC on a really hard map, as we could see, and Singapore will take that game 6-1.
So unfortunately for the Netherlands, they played very well, but it is going to end up being eliminated from the tournament here in the quarterfinals. Singapore, however, they are going to continue on in the losers bracket, not quite making it to semifinals yet, I would just add. So they still have to play one more match this weekend. Tomorrow, I believe, is going to be their second match. And if they manage to win that one, they will continue on to the losers semifinals.
And yeah, don't go anywhere, because we will have a match on the A stream in 5 minutes. So unless you have anything left to say, Potassium.
I just looked at that bracket there, and I just saw the matchup that we're gonna have for Singapore tomorrow. I believe is going to be the winner of Canada versus Mexico versus Singapore. That is going to be very interesting to see. I want to watch that a lot. But for now, as you said, we don't have that much longer until the next match. Head on down to the A stream. I believe we have another match that is just about to start there, so we won't keep you here too much longer. And we'll see you next time.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Oceania World Cup. And in today's match, we have the UK versus Italy. This is going to be a really interesting match to watch. We have some good players on both teams and some really interesting scores that we've seen so far throughout the tournament. I am, of course, Eliminate294, joined here by the one and only Mashed Potato. How are you doing today, Mash?
Hello there. I am doing great. And as you said before, this match is going to be very, very close. Just because the lineup has, the United Kingdom has seen quite a lot of changes. Italy has seen some rising stars, and they won the previous match as well pretty convincingly. So it will be very interesting to see how these two teams would fare up against each other.
Yeah, and I'd also like to comment on last round's performance on both teams. So UK gets seed 13 and Italy gets seed 17 overall on the last round's map pool. So we could have a really, really close match on our hands. And judging by the Rice performance on all the Rice maps that they both played, except for Rice 6, every other map has been within a couple thousand points of each other. So this really could be anyone's game.
Yeah, indeed. And there's a lot of unknowns when it comes to Hybrid and Alliance, actually, because both of these teams actually have been avoiding picking these two kind of areas quite a lot in the earlier rounds. So it will be very interesting to see how these two teams face off against each other in the Hybrids and Long Notes.
Now, I do expect UK will potentially play maybe into the LN/hybrids. I think Rice would be a very risky choice for either team to pick, that is, because it has been so close. But judging by the gap on the LNs, actually, Italy might pick into the Rice. And we could really be seeing anything. I'm not too sure about SV. SV might be a risky pick for either team as well. I think both teams here are very balanced when it comes to all the skill sets and all the maps.
Yeah, I would agree with you as well. Picking Rice, the United Kingdom picking Rice would be very risky. The Italy team does have very strong Rice powerhouses, especially the one and only Pixie. She has been one of the strongest player within the European region when it comes to Rice ability. So will be a bit of a bad idea to pick Rice against the Italian team.
Yeah, and you mentioned Pixie. Last round we did see some really high scores from them, really carrying their team. I believe we've seen a few 998s at that, which is incredibly high for this caliber of skill.
Yeah, but on the other hand, we do have to point out, Newson, probably one of the strongest player in the tournament, actually number 17 in performance scores last round. And we're going to be expecting a lot of things from Newson.
Yeah, for sure. And Newson also being an incredibly strong LN player at that. So that's why I believe UK will probably pick into the LNs or hybrids. Italy choosing to ban Rice 1. That's no surprise, judging by how close the scores are in comparison to last round. So maybe getting rid of something that they're not so comfortable on will eliminate them from possibly losing that point. And UK also choosing to ban SV2. Obviously not super comfortable on it, but we can't really say much. We don't know how much they've been practicing offline, off the server.
Yeah, though that's actually pretty interesting because UK has been, within the qualifiers, UK did outperform Italy in the SVs. And they have been picking SVs against Singapore last week. Even if it didn't work out for them, it did show that they're a bit more comfortable on the SV. But maybe this week SV has been a bit more challenging for them and they maybe have not been putting enough practice into it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think Italy has played SV a whole lot throughout this tournament so far, so UK haven't really got a whole lot to go off of. And immediately going straight into the hybrids, this is what you'd like to see, judging by the score gap on last performance. So UK will most likely be playing into these LNs hybrids, and Italy maybe going for the closer maps on Rice and hoping UK choke a bit, as we do see a lot. UK has that tendency to miss a lot of things.
Yep. And from the previous round, actually, the UK did outperform the Italy in hybrid one. So I'm guessing they're basing up their picks on that, and that they also have, as I said before, Newson as well, the powerhouse of the United Kingdom.
Yeah, Zubin's score last round is incredible on the hybrid, and Newson as well. Just those two players on these types of maps, Zubin and Newson will be like your main players. And then obviously on the Italian side as well, you've got these players like Pixie, and Pixie we've already discussed, we've already talked about, gets these really just incredible scores. And then you also have the likes of Simo as well. So we have incredible players on both teams, and judging by who's playing, as we can see, we have Pixie and Simo playing for Italy. And this could be anyone's game depending on who finds the first miss.
Yeah, I'm very interested to see how these two teams plays. I think this one round here, this one map here, I think will determine quite a lot for the next couple of picks.
Yeah, this point will be very important. Simo finds the early miss at the very start. That's not going to be good. The already 7,000 point advantage to the UK, but it is only the start of the map. This map is 2 minutes long. Anything else can still happen. This hybrid 1 is known to be very dense and quite tricky, so any misses from the UK can happen and bring that back to Italy.
Yeah, but the dance LN patterns is not treating well for Simo right now. Down to the 98.5%, while the rest are at the 99 plus.
Really high accuracies all around for the UK and even Italy. Just Simo with that unfortunate miss towards the start that might cost them a lot of points. Already at 12,000 point lead for the UK now. UK seem to be a little bit more comfortable on the accuracy side of things. Houston with a 99.7 on this map.
Absolutely bonkers. And here's just a slight break before we go into the second half of the map, which will be even more dense with the density patterns and some more tricky rice patterns right at the end as well. So it will be very interesting to see how these two teams perform at the ending.
I think with this score lead and that unfortunate miss from Simo, I think UK are more comfortable on the accuracy. The score is slowly still even going further in their favor. Simo finds another miss before the main part. That is a huge score lead. I don't know if Italy can recover from this unless UK finds some severe drops.
Yeah, but I think... Oh, actually, as soon as you said that, Mini Egg does have a drop, but it's very clean. Still at 99.4%, so the score lead is still on the 20,000 point right now, so... I do agree with you. I think the score, I think the fate of the first map has already been decided. Maybe I'm speaking too soon, but Newson just looks so comfortable. So the same thing goes for Zubin as well.
Oh, Simo finds yet another miss. Seems to be quite an uncomfortable map for them, and that unfortunately will give UK almost 30,000 score lead, and that will be their first point. UK choosing correctly. You doing their research, finding out what maybe their strengths are, and it pays off. And Newson's ratio, 300 perfects, 200. And we also need to comment on Gui on Mania as well. Also 7 200s as well, and Pixie with 10. Incredible scores all around.
Yeah, and just anyone who gets a single digit 200 on any maps in the quarterfinals is absolutely crazy. The map pools in this stage is extremely difficult. Getting an FC is already hard, but imagine getting a single digit 200 count. That is top tier level performance right there from Newson and GUI on Mania.
Yeah, and that map is really dense, so getting good ratio and good accuracy overall is an incredible feat to have on a map like that, and that's one of their hybrid maps out the way, and potentially one of their the most denser ones, if that. So Italy will need to fight back, and I expect them to maybe pick into Rice or potentially SV. I know we talked about their qualifier results not being quite as high, but SV, the more you practice, the better your scores are, so they might have put a good bit of practice into it.
Yeah, though if they are going to with Rice, maybe something like Rice 5 has been a very popular pick throughout this weekend, actually. Back in Vita, I mean, a very popular song, and I think not too hard of a map compared to the rest of the Rice maps.
Yeah, you say that, but we have seen quite a lot of chokes on that map in particular, which I do agree with you is SV1 is chosen from Italy. Okay, so this was unexpected, but as I said, if they have put in the practice, then they might even take this point.
Yeah,
and UK
this,
did ban SV2. Sorry.
yeah, they did that. Sorry, don't worry about it. But yeah, this SV is actually extremely difficult, despite it being SV1, the quote-unquote sight readable SV. If you're sight reading this, you're basically giving the points to the other team. This map is absolutely hard to play on like sight read. There's a lot of SV and Ellens and teleports and everything in the package. Not a lot of memorization, but a lot of reading ability, reading required, and just a bit of luck, I guess, on the Ellen releases.
Yeah, I mean, this map is very tricky. I mean, even for an SV1, it's even comparable to the SV2 as far as difficulty goes. We have seen some really big upsets on this map. So I actually have no idea who will take this point. I mean, UK banning SV2 shows maybe they haven't just practiced that one map, or maybe they're not comfortable on the SV maps in general. So we could see an Italy point here, or maybe UK have put in a good bit of practice and can take this first breakpoint. I think SV is a risky map to choose first if you aren't comfortable that you can take the point.
Yeah. And we're going to see actually most of the people from the previous map staying for this SV1 pick, except for Zubin, who will be subbed out by Kudu. Yes.
Very similar
so
rosters.
far, so good. Oh,
yeah, Newson finds that drop down to 98 already. Finds the miss as well. I mean, this is what you'd see from this type of map. SV1 is quite tricky. Coded yes already also down to 99.2. These accuracies on the Italy side is very high. 99.7s from all players. Gui did just drop a little bit. Newson is struggling down to an A rank already. The 56,000 lead.
It's gonna get worse. I'm feeling like he's sight reading this, and it's gonna get worse and worse. This is still not the hardest part of the map yet. It's just the beginning.
Yeah, this definitely looks like a sight read from Newson. I don't know what UK can really do about this point. Already 100,000 score lead on a 2-minute map, almost halfway through, and Italy are not slowing down there. All of them were holding a 99 versus UK's all 98s and below, so there's not really much you can do to combat this.
I mean, at this point, all you can do is just to move on and just think of what to pick next after this.
Yeah, SV is not the end of the world. There is only one SV map in the pool for the UK to play if they're not comfortable in any of them. And this is that one SV map because the other one has been banned by them, so clearly not super comfortable.
Yep, we're basically down to a best of 9 match now. And yeah, I think this point is basically all for the Italian side to grab.
Yeah, I don't know what you can do if you're UK. The Italy side would need to just stop playing at this point. That's almost 400,000 score lead.
They're still on the freeway. They're still on the freeway MC, by the way.
Oh yeah, what? Okay, yeah, Italy. All 3 players are full comboing with relatively high accuracy as well.
Yeah, they're really putting a statement right here. Their SV score in the qualifiers may have just been a blip. Oh, actually, as I said, the Geo actually having a bit of a miss, but actually it doesn't really matter. I mean, that is still a really good score from everyone in the Italian side. A very strong team score, 2.85 million.
I'm sorry, Newson. 502,000 score. Okay, that is a definite sight read. That's not something you'd want to do in this tournament, especially the World Cup. Maybe they're third player. I believe Dragon was an SV player for the UK, so maybe not being available for this match, which is potentially why Newson had to hop in instead. But Simo and Very with the FCs.
Lean accuracy as well. Just 7,200, nothing else.
The UK now have their pick again. There's no SV maps left, so I think this is just a fair game from this point on. They pick Rice 2. Okay.
Okay, I thought they would have continued going with the hybrid route. Actually.
Yeah, I agree. Okay, maybe that was an issue. I think.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Yeah, I think Rice is a very risky pick for the UK. I mean, judging by their huge lead they had on Hybrid 1, I would expect a Hybrid 2 or Hybrid 3 to come out. And if they're maybe comfortable in the LNs, maybe even an LN might be even more chokeable for Italy, so it just depends how they feel.
I agree. I think the United Kingdom, after picking Hybrid 1, I think they should realize that they should be continuing going down the path of hybrids and long nodes.
But I guess only time will tell when we see Rice get played. I assume Italy will pick Rice on their next point, so they might be better on Rice, Italy. As we wait for the map to get chosen by the UK, having a team discussion, figuring out what map would be in their best interest.
Yeah, but I don't think Rice 2. I mean, as I know it is a bug, but Rice 2 is definitely not worth the pick, in my opinion.
LN2 is chosen by the UK. Now, this is not unexpected. You know, we were discussing them picking LN, but I think Hybrid might have been the way to go. LN, you know, judging by the fact that you won by a significant amount on the Hybrid, it would be safer to pick into the Hybrids, but obviously it's all about how comfortable you as a team are on each map, and maybe Hybrid 1 was just their good map, and LN2 they've also got solid scores on, so.
Yeah, and this is actually, I mean, as long as you're, I mean, this is just your typical bread and butter density map at 200 BPM, so not too fast, in my opinion. So as long as you can somehow, you can you know, read the negative spacing and be able to hit the 200 jump stream inverses, I think you should be fine.
Yeah, and Simo hops out and is replaced by Kiraz, and Zubin and Newson on the UK side. Wonder who the third player is going to be. We have Kildud Yes coming into the lobby, so this is your typical roster for the UK for this sort of stuff, and Italy also having quite a strong roster as well. LN could be anyone's game at this point.
Yeah, I mean, I do agree with Kiraz coming in for Simo. I think Simo will have a bit of a struggle in hybrid, so and Kiraz is a bit of a LN specialist for the Italian side, so I think this is a really good substitution.
And this map is on the longer side of things, almost 3 minutes long. Not the longest, but it's definitely up there. All players are ready, so each miss will add to the total of difference. And you do not want to have a big score difference, otherwise that might be unrecoverable. And UK will need to have a really strong start here to really solidify their point on their pick.
Do keep an eye out in the transition in the intro. There's one particular nasty pattern with a lot of one-handed coordination, and I think it's around the 700 combo mark. The intro is pretty straightforward. Shouldn't be expecting any misses here from anyone.
Yeah, you'd hope all players can ratio at least the intro. Italy will take the early advantage by probably only one Marvelous. This is a very close intro, although this shouldn't be much of a struggle for any of the players, really. This is just the introduction and the build-up for what's to come.
Yep, this is basically the calm before the storm. That is the inverse. And here we go. And Newson misses on the transition right there. That was the pattern I was talking about.
Yeah, very ugly pattern. That gives the 7,000 score lead to Italy, and that's not what you'd want this early on in the map. And UK, you'd hope are comfortable and could potentially combo the rest of the map. But 8,000 point lead, Italy will need to find some accuracy drops or even potentially some misses to bring it back. But they're all looking very comfortable with their high accuracies. Pixie with a 99.7%.
Yeah, and actually Julia and Mania is doing pretty well as well. And Kirazo holding above 99.4%. While on the other hand, we see Kudud, Yes, and Zubin struggling just a bit more compared to the Italian side.
This is definitely much closer than it looks. A single miss can overthrow that lead that Italy has already. Although everyone would be FCing if not for that miss from Newson on the transition. But the score lead is just sitting at 8,000. Everyone's accuracy is just so close together.
Yeah, here we go. This second section of this map, much denser long notes right here, and also denser patterning. And it actually claims very right here. Now the score lead's gonna go. Actually, it's not gonna go back. I think a lot of accuracy drop from Zubin right there. Oh no, it's actually just Client. Okay, never mind.
Yeah, 3 players full coming at Italy's side, and they're all looking really comfortable. UK is now down 12,000 points. That's now 13,000. That's 5,000 points down than what they had with that miss. So this is not what you'd like to see, and UK would need to bring this back by Italy finding at least a miss, and I don't know how likely that is. We're in the last section of the map. Newson finds another drop. That will not help them.
No, not. Oh, and actually, Newson actually with the highest accuracy as well, and in the UK side, and continue to picking up misses right there. And yeah, that is not a good look for the United Kingdom. But Kiras does pick up a couple of misses, but I don't think that's gonna do anything to the lead.
Yeah, that could have been much closer if Newson didn't find all those drops throughout the map. And oh my god, Very with 3 200s, and Newson with the good ratio as well. I mean, those misses definitely cost a lot of points, but these accuracies really showing themselves off.
Yeah, but Very score really just like gapping compared to the rest of the players in the lobby right here. Free, no one else is even close to Very score and 200 count. Not like, yeah, just everyone else is far apart compared to Very.
Yeah, really good score from them, and this goes to show this is Italy's break point, by the way. So stealing a point from the UK, and as we discussed, it might have been a better option to maybe play into the hybrids. And Ellen was a risk that I guess they were just willing to take, and it didn't pay off for them. After that point, we might see Italy picking into another LN potentially, knowing that maybe the UK struggle and that kind of stuff. But yeah, might potentially see some rice maps getting chosen by Italy. This really could be anyone's map to choose. Just I wouldn't expect the hybrid to come out after that performance, but LN definitely. Now Italy must be feeling more confident.
Yeah, but having the breakpoint is actually a huge thing, considering how we somewhat predicted, maybe expect this match to be really close.
Yeah, that might have been a blunder from the UK there, but there's only so many LN maps. There's only 3 LN maps that can be chosen, and even if UK lose all of them, they still have the hybrid and Rice, and we know how close the Rice can be. And the fact that Italy did ban Rice 1 maybe makes UK think that maybe they're not super comfortable. And Italy, yeah, choosing LN3. This is what you'd expect after that point.
Yeah, I agree as well. I think this is a pretty good pick after seeing how they perform on LN2. LN3 is basically LN2, but just way more harder.
Yeah, and it also comes in at around 2 minutes as well. This is the sort of length that you see in this pool, but definitely shorter than the last one. And with those drops, we cannot see that again from Newson. Newson finds those drops again. That will give the significant lead over to Italy once again.
I think we're going to see the exact same lineup for the Italian side. Very Kiras and GUI on Mania, but we're actually might be seeing a substitution for the United Kingdom side.
Yeah, potentially we could see Benefied coming in, or maybe Colded Yes will come back. But yeah, this could be anyone's point. After seeing the performance in the last one, if Newson didn't find those unfortunate misses, we could really be seeing a much closer map.
Yeah, but this might be a bit risky for the Italian side. So this is a huge step up from LN2, I believe. A lot more abrasive patterning, even if it's a bit slower than LN2, clocking at 195 BPM. But the patterning might trip up a lot of players in this lobby, especially players who are not as physically strong as players like Zubin or Newson.
Definitely a very tricky map, and Miniac does come back in for the UK as their 3rd player. And I believe all players are ready, and I guess we'll just see how each team performs on this kind of density and difficulty in this pool. As we wait for the client to load, I really don't know who can take this point, and okay, there we go. The client was a bit broken there.
There we go. Actually, Kira's missing.
really early.
Early on. Oh, sorry.
Keep talking.
Oh, oh my god, that's a lot of misses actually. I think that's 3 misses right there. In like 5 seconds. Mini Egg, Very, and Kiras pick up miss, and Kiras continues missing again. Jihad missing. Zubin misses.
Everyone in lobby is missing constantly except Newson. Newson is still full comboing. Maniac finds another drop. That's 20,000 score lead. Kiras keeps finding those misses, and bear in mind, this is Italy's pick.
Yeah,
So
as I said before, this is a really hard map, and it's showing right now. All 5 players, Zubin, Maniac, GUI, Very, and Kiras are picking up misses left, right, and center. But it's just Newson holding the full combo, the anchor for the United Kingdom side.
Sing at the highest score in the lobby and an accuracy of 99.5 on this kind of a map. Very impressive and hits that section. All players did, in fact. And you know, halfway through the map is a minute left. Misses can still happen. 30,000 score lead. It can take a few drops. Maniac does find the first. Newson also
but
finds.
Newson drops. But it's not enough. The score lead is still really big right now. I think it's just because of the accuracy deficit of Kiras right now, being down to the 98%, while everyone else is above 99%.
Newson finding another miss. Kiras does trade it. Very clean misses from both players, and Newson still sitting at a really high score, even with those misses. And Zubin, Newson, and Very all pretty much tied for score. GUI and Maniac just slightly behind. Very finds that miss. Going to give some lead back to the UK's. Newson trades 20,000 score lead.
Oh, but Kiras is struggling so much on this last patterning right now, and I do understand. This is just absolutely brutal patterning. This is what you expect from a wildcard LN pick. Mini-Egg does trade, but I think just the score difference here is just because the difference between Mini-Egg and Kiras right now.
Oh, I was going to comment on Zubin and GUI and Maniac's combo, but Zubin did find that miss, and GUI with the 3.3k combo will FC the end of that map, and maybe, if I'm not mistaken, get the highest score in the lobby, MVP, and 25,000. Very comfortable score lead for the UK there.
Yeah, but we do see actually, players, Zubin and Newson does tie out Very and GUI on Mania, but just the difference between the third player is the undoing for the Italian side.
Yeah, now UK are going to have maybe second thoughts. I mean, they picked their first LN map, lost, and now they take the point against Italy when they pick LN. I mean, they could even potentially choose the last LN. I don't know how risky that would be for them, but it would be an interesting choice nonetheless. But I think it would be in their best interest to go back to the hybrids.
Yeah, I think a hybrid is, the UK's comfort zone right now.
Though we haven't seen a single race map get played, which is very interesting and not something you see very often. Italy banning the race and not even UK is choosing it.
I think it's just because of how close these two teams are when it comes to Rise, and I don't think they want to give just even one single breakpoint to the other team.
Yeah, and we did see it. We've seen it twice actually. We've seen a trade in breakpoints, and that's why I think LN1 might be a bit risky, but both times, both breakpoints have been significant leads to one team or the other. So yeah, Hybrid 3 will be chosen by the UK. I think it's a very good choice from them.
Yeah, a very good choice. I think just that versus Hybrid, but second, this is also just as difficult as long note 3. And I think it's going to trip up, the Italian side third player. I think Very and Gio and Mania are really capable player. So are Zubin and Newson, but I think just the difference maker here is just their third player right now.
Yeah, and we did see Kiraz, I think it was on LN3, doing really well, and then just on the LN2 map, it could be the other way around, I could be wrong, but...
Oh, it's the other way, yeah.
Yeah, okay, sorry. And then on LN3, Kiraz did find those, plenty of chokes, so seems to be a few inconsistencies, and I don't know who their third player will be on this map.
I think it's going to be Sim0, just because, as I said that, it's going to be coming in. Yeah, the rise patterning on this one does get really difficult, and I think it is a bit outside Kira's skill set to be able to hit those patterning, especially at the ending where the BPM picks up to 300 BPM, and the jacks does get really disgusting at the end as well.
Yeah, and UK choosing that hybrid and straight into an LN makes me really question how comfortable they are on the other hybrid maps if they choose not to pick them after having that significant lead on the first one. So we could potentially see a closer match where Italy might take yet another breakpoint, and if not, then potentially into the race after this point.
Yeah, I mean, this can be a very scrappy match where each teams are actually going to pick the other's team pick. I think this is just because, how close are these two teams are in all skill sets.
Definitely. I mean, on Rice especially, it was like 1 or 2 seeds away from each other. Very, very close scores on all the Rice maps combined. And I guess that's the reason why we're seeing LN and Hybrid show today.
Yeah, and here we go. The intro actually, I don't know if it's actually client or not, but the score lead's already... Oh, no, actually it's just client, but... Oh, both Very and Simo miss really early on into the map.
I don't know where these misses are coming from. I mean, even from Very, it doesn't seem like they're missing on anything, just maybe some keyboard issues. That's already over 20,000 point lead to the UK, and we haven't even gone into the map yet. This is very... just difficult to act patterns.
Yeah, I mean, these angers, these abrasive patternings, and just weird release, staggered releases all over the place.
Zubin and Newson are the only full combos in the UK, and GUI is the only one in Italy, so it's basically 2v1 in this situation. Simo and Very do get above the combo cap. Can maybe bring that score just a little bit more in their favor. But halfway through the map, that is very short. And I don't know if they can bring it back. UK will need to find some more misses, as Miniag does find some.
Yeah, but it's not the miss that matters too much. I think it's mainly all eyes are on Zubin and Newson right now. These two are holding the lead together for the side of United Kingdom.
Really high scores. It's essentially Zubin and Newson over now 740k score, and same with GUI, and Very Simo just a little bit behind, and Miniag is trying to fight them both and bring that back up.
Yeah, here we go, the speed up part. This is probably gonna be the hardest section. We're gonna be seeing a lot of misses throughout the board right now. Here we go, the 300 BPM section. Everyone still hitting it.
All players comboing through that section, and everyone FC till the very end. 20,000 scores for the UK. That was very good pick from them, and I think now they've found their sweet spot and will definitely pick into the hybrid next round.
Yeah, and Newson with a disgusting FC 989k, by far the MVP of this lobby, but joined in second is Zubin with a really good score as well.
Yeah, Newson and GUI tied for 200. Just the ratio difference there, and Newson with a really, really good ratio, and Very also with the 8-200s, but just some unfortunate misses towards the start of the map, and at 1-100, Zubin and Newson and GUI definitely got these scores of the lobby there. Really good scores from those players.
Yeah, but I think it's time for Italy to pick Rice. I think Long Note 1 is too risky. Hybrid 2 is basically what UK is going to pick next, so no. Logically, they're going to pick Rice. I hope.
Yeah, and as you said towards the start of the match, I wouldn't be surprised if we do see Bakamitai chosen by Italy. That would be maybe a good pick for them, but also they might want to go for an even more chokeable map, but they want to go for the harder maps that UK will choke on. Edison is chosen. I'm not too sure about this pick.
I think I don't think it's a bad idea, to be fair. I think when you have a player like Very who can actually like just absolutely destroy any Kojak maps, I think it's not a bad pick. But it is also very coin flippy. Very, very coin flippy.
Yeah, I mean, you have Very, who's quite good at Kojak, and then you also have Zubin and Newson on the other team who just have good ratios overall. And, you know, when you're picking Kojak, which is a very ratio-dependent skill set, it could be very dangerous, but I'm not too sure how UK are on Kojak. We might see some chokes, and even one miss on Kojak is game over, essentially.
Yeah, I do think I have. They both played the Kojak maps, I think. And actually, Italy does beat out the United Kingdom when it comes to the Kojak pick in the previous round.
Was it by a significant amount? It would have been by a couple thousand points, surely. So, I mean, even one miss can cost like 10,000 points, and things like that do happen on these types of maps that people just happen to choke on. Korjak requires very good consistency to maintain that ratio throughout the entire map.
Yeah, indeed. And I do. Oh, actually, is this going to be the final lineup? I think that's the case.
Benefied, I think, is coming in for the UK as our third player, potentially. So Zubin, Yusun, guess we wait for who's in the third slot, and that, okay, so Benefied, Yusun,
There we
Zubin
go.
playing for the UK, and very best fast, and Fax for Italy.
A bit of a different lineup compared to last week, which we saw Simo play, but now it's going to be Best Fast coming in instead.
I mean, we did say at the start of this match that this was going to be a close one, and as we can see, this is very close at that. The score is 3-2. We have seen 2 breakpoints already. We could even get to a tiebreaker. It just depends how each team does on race, because once the hybrids and LNs have been used up, it will just be a race battle. So I guess we'll find out who's just more comfortable in this type of stuff. Now, this is 146 BPM Korjak, so it's not the fastest, but it is getting up there. It's relatively fast for some of these players potentially, and it just will very depend on who can full combo, and who misses will cost a lot of points.
I think it's now mainly on the battle of consistency and controlling your nerves as well.
And we get right into it. It doesn't slow down from this point really until the break. It gets very consistent, stays this density, and all players are pretty comfortable so far. UK have the early ACK advantage, so this is what I kind of expected, but I do think UK might find some chokes. Best Fast is the one to drop.
Yeah. And actually a pretty dirty drop right now. They're down to the low 99%.
Yeah, it's no, we'd like to see 13,000 point lead to the UK at the first break section. It does speed up quite fast though. Very shortly, 14,000 lead.
We do see Veri's ability to play Kojak showing up right now at 99.99%, by far the biggest, like the largest accuracy right now, but it is a team effort after, if you look at the United Kingdom side. Everyone's still holding really good accuracy right now.
Yeah, as opposed to Best Fast, everyone else is full comboing so far, and Yusun also 99.97, Very 99.98, very close scores between these two, but Fax and Best Fast will need to increase their accuracy a bit in the second half of the map. There's still plenty of time to do so, and UK can potentially find some drops and maybe even a column lock.
There's still a potential chance to miss, but now I think the UK, I think they can afford to drop maybe 2 or 3 misses. I think the score is now at the 23,000 point, and we're going straight to the next Kojak session right after this, the last TI, I think. We're waiting for probably internet connection to come back. But we can still see a bit. And we're right back, but we do see Best Fast having a bit of a disconnection right now, but that aside, we can see everyone still holding a full combo right now, but it's just the accuracy, the team accuracy from the United Kingdom, who is just... They're absolutely running away with this, and Fax actually getting a miss. I think that seals the deal right here. I don't think, even if Best Fast full combos the rest of the map, I don't think that would do anything. I think just this team score from the United Kingdom is really strong right now. The fact that the lowest accuracy is actually benefied with 99.78% just shows how strong the team score is. And Veri is actually going to get the MVP of this lobby, but it is a team game after all. Let's take a look at the...
Sorry, I don't know what happened to Best Fast.
Yeah.
Oh, these ratios.
Yeah. yeah, this is what you expect from, your core jack map. But I don't think best fast cores would matter so much, just once you look at the team score for the United Kingdom. We're still waiting for the confirmation from the referee, but let's take a look at all of the scores right now. Newson with 57. I mean, matching with Verys right there. So, and Zubin and Beautify getting sub 200, 300. Really strong score right here.
Yeah, I'm unsure. I don't know who would have won that point. I think UK still had the lead by a significant amount, so UK, I think, definitely took that point, judging by their lead. I don't think Best Fast could have gotten that much score on his own to take that
Yeah.
point, so...
I think even if Best Fast does get a really high score, like 997 or something, I don't think that would still get Italy the point. That just shows how strong the team scores are for the United Kingdom. And we do have confirmation for the other match, actually, that's happening on the A stream. France versus Malaysia ending in a sweep 6-0 for Team France.
That was a very unfortunate loss, but very good match nonetheless. And that 1 point that we just seen just there, Italy choosing into the core jack map, and as we said at the start, that was a very risky pick, and I wasn't too sure about it, but it seemed to be what they were comfortable on, and does show off their good ratio. Just unfortunate team score does not take it. And UK will take that break point, and now will be up 4-2. I might be more comfortable on the rice maps.
Yeah, but I think there's going to only be one pick that the United Kingdom could pick. I think that is Hybrid 2.
Yeah, Hybrid 2 might be a good choice, but honestly at this point, you could probably pick anything except for the LN, judging by their significant score lead and some chokes from Italy. Could be just whatever they have to score on.
Wait, looking at the chat right now, actually, Best Fast actually blue screened. That's very unfortunate.
Hopefully they can get back in time in case they're needed for the next pick, but UK still to choose. And unsure, I don't know if they're still talking about it or if we're just waiting for Best Fast to come back. But yeah, I do think a hybrid will be chosen, and maybe their best pick at that.
Yeah, no doubt. I think the UK does have a path to match point right now. I'm just not sure what they're going to pick in the case that they do get to match point, because Long Note 1 is very risky, and the other rice maps, I mean, core jack is one thing, but the other rice maps does test a wider range of skill sets. So, you cannot just take the rice tree and extrapolate it to the rest of the rice pools.
And yeah, hybrid being chosen by UK, this is what you'd expect to see, judging by their confidence in the other maps and their significant score lead. I think Italy having some issues with their consistency and does find a few drops. Simo coming in for the UK, of course, best UK player. Switches to Italy.
I think we're going to be... Oh, I don't know who's going to be the third player for the United Kingdom. I think we have been seeing actually quite a lot of players coming in. Kudut, yes, also Mini Egg, and I think before was Minified. So I think only Dragon is like the only player who hasn't shown up in the lobby yet for the United Kingdom side.
And yeah, as we saw on the SV map, I do think Dragon is their SV player, and not showing up for the SV makes me think that Dragon has unfortunately not been able to make an appearance in today's match. But it is only that one SV that lost them, so they still have these other points, and they've gathered them from the hybrid and LN, so UK definitely choosing to go down that route, and it is paying off. Italy, I don't know what their best pick would be, but I think they should definitely go into Rice as their next pick, regardless of who wins this point.
I do agree. And we're going straight into hybrid. I think this hybrid map is... I think the hybrid pool overall is just extremely chokeable and difficult. I think this hybrid pool is probably the hardest section pool, hardest like kind of pool compared to like the Rice and the Ellens. I think the other Ellens and Rice has somewhat like easy maps that you can FC, but I think most of the hybrids, or I think all of the hybrids in here, are basically extremely difficult. Requires a lot of physicality, which the UK has plenty of.
I definitely agree with you. The hybrids are definitely very tricky in this pool and very prone to chokes. I mean, we have seen chokes from all players actually in this match, and it does not let go. These songs are just maintaining that difficulty.
Yep, and here we go, the 7th pick of this match right now. Italy are actually, they're looking at trying to get a breakpoint against the UK right now after losing one in the previous pick. And Kudu with an early drop. Not what you want to see if you're a fan of the United Kingdom.
Very early on, that will cost the early advantage and give that over to Italy. 5,000, almost 6,000 point lead, but UK are slowly bringing it back with the accuracy advantage here. As I say that, UK does find a few drops.
Yeah, but this is just the intro, and the KI section of this map is going to get very brutal. We're going to see maybe even a team reset. And here we go. The Ellen Jacks are just coming left, right, and center right now, and everyone's still doing pretty well. They're about to hit the 4-digit combo. But as soon as I said that, Newson misses right there.
Yeah, Very finds that trade in return. Newson finds, another drop. These are very not clean misses from the UK here. Although that one miss from Very will give them the slight edge from not giving the huge lead over to Italy. It's only 10,000 at this point in time, and anyone can still win halfway through the map. There's still plenty left to go.
Yeah, the scorer lead is very volatile. I will be very honest, because of the missed potential at this map that can cause the scoreboard to swing straight back to the United Kingdom. But right now, we're still seeing a double MC from GUI on Mania and Sim0.
GUI did find some act drops, and Simo finds a miss, and so does GUI. Actually, Houston trades it back. This score lead is getting really close now. UK only behind by 3,000 points, make that around 2,000. If UK keeps comboing and just get the accuracy, they can take this point.
Yeah, we can still see Zubin still holding the full combo, and Kudu, yes, recovering quite a lot after the initial hiccups in the intro. But it's still on the Italian side, but a miss from Sim0. I think that the score is going to go straight back to the United Kingdom. It's still getting so close.
It's going
the
back
score pick it back.
UK found some accuracy drops. It's going back and forth. This could be anyone's game. Simo finds that miss.
Sim0 misses.
7,000 lead to UK. That was a really bad miss. It's a lot of score costed, and UK will take that point right at the very end.
An absolute collapse. I mean, that was a 20,000 point swing from around 5,000 points difference advantage for the Italian side, and now it's a 15,000 point lead and match point for the United Kingdom.
That was at the very end of the map. That was pretty much tied until the last few seconds. Those misses really cost so much score there, and that was so close being Italy's point, and UK will take their 5th point, and it's now Italy's pick, and will need to win 3 picks in a row to even take this a tiebreaker.
And I don't know what they want to pick for the Italian side. I mean, the Rise 4 to Rise 6, they all have like they're like all mainly tech patterns ish, and knowing Newson and Zubin's background in FFR, they are very comfortable in these kind of patterns. So I don't know if they want to pick that. I think the best pick for the Italian side is Rise 2 actually. Oh, never mind. They're going to go for Break the Silence.
I mean, yeah, you'd expect this from Italy. I don't think LN would be in their best interest, and you're only left with the race at this point, and you did pick race 3, but unfortunately did lose that point on that one, so this could be very risky for Italy, and will need to win 2 of their own picks, and both of those being on the race maps as well, so definitely room for error here. UK might potentially even have this on this point. Oh wait, this is UK's Protect.
Oh wait, really? I actually forgot to look at the Protect. Oh my god. Okay, very interesting tactics actually. It could be their Protect. Maybe the UK protected what the Italian side are very comfortable on. But I don't think this map is comfortable at all. This is I mean, this is 220 BPM tech map with a lot of mini jacks at that speed. I mean, that is basically a choke fest right there.
Yeah, and you say choke fast. This map is 3 minutes 20 seconds long, very
Oh
long,
my
one of the
God.
longest in this pool. So even with a few chokes, I think both teams can afford to do so if they have the accuracy to back it up at that. And I guess we're just waiting on a third player for the UK, potentially maybe Benefied coming in, I would expect.
Maybe Benefight or maybe Cool Dude.
I
Oh,
think that's
not Best
confirmation.
Fast.
Best Fast, third UK player. I think that's confirmation in the chat from Zubin. Benefied will be coming in for their third player.
Alright. In Benefight did perform pretty well in the in the previous Rice map, so I guess this is not too much of a surprise. They got the F seed and performed pretty well in the Jack map, so we're hoping to see Benefight doing the same thing on this map. But if you're a fan of the Italian team, you need to cheer them as hard as you can, right? This is actually an elimination match, so if you lose, you're going home.
And Best Fast coming in, replacing. Was it Kiraz? No. Simo, yes. Yeah, replacing Simo. So, I wouldn't hope to see another blue screen from Best Fast.
Whoa, Best Fast leaving right there. A lot of question marks in the chat, but okay, Best Fast is back.
Just checking if they use mirror on this map or not, as they said in the chat. So, this point could be anyone's, but I think this picks into the UK's favor. I was very unsure about this pick, as you were as well. This is UK's Protect as well, so surely they're quite confident on it, but maybe UK haven't picked it for that reason.
Yeah, but also the UK has been picking, hybrid and long note since they saw a very apparent weakness in the Italian side. So it could also just be that, and now they might be picking to the Rice.
Yeah, I mean, with 3 minutes, a lot can happen, and making the choke again, Best Fast. We hope you don't blue screen again. That'd be very detrimental. But UK, yeah, I want to go back to that. So choosing to protect this map, but then not choosing to play it. So this could just be, what would you call it? A fake protect, a bait. I guess you could say.
Yeah.
But yeah, I guess Italy will just bite and they will try to take it on their protect.
And here we go. This could be potentially the last pick of this match. Or we can see a potential great comeback for the Italian side. But it needs to start from now.
Yeah, it's not that we haven't seen it before. Now getting into the map, very, very good start to all players. Hitting the ratio. No severe accuracy drops so far. Belfast is down to 9.5, but the score is very much tied. It should not matter. It's very early on such a long map.
Yeah, I think the name of the game of this one is consistency, and maybe a bit of an X factor from maybe the star player like Vergi, Zubin, or Newson.
Yeah, all players holding strong, and this score is just very consistent and slowly going in UK's favor, having the accuracy lead. GUI did drop a few 200s there. Accuracy is on the UK's side.
Yeah, GUI actually performed pretty well, throughout the whole match, actually. Having the other anchor for the Italian side alongside with Vergi, actually.
Yeah, with such a long map and already a quarter of the way through, 4,000 point lead. Can still all change with any one miss from the UK. That'll definitely go over to the Italy side. However, it is slowly still going up. We're seeing some accuracy drops from Italy, and UK are not slowing down. I mean, neither is Italy. All players still full comboing.
Yeah, I think maybe the mini jacks and the rolls does affect the accuracy of all the Italian side quite a lot. I think it's a sacrifice you have to make if you want to keep your combo.
Yeah, and halfway through the map, and right, the slower section, players can reflect on their score so far, take that break, and relax a little bit and get prepared for what's to come.
Yeah, it's practically the same as the previous section, but just harder, denser, and everything else. in the package. We're going to see a bit more dense hand stream pattern right now, with more 1-6 bursts layered in between.
And yeah, like all players are just still very consistent. The score lead has, since the very start of the map, been going in UK's favor, but Very does find that miss, and that will solidify UK's lead so far. 30,000 point lead. There's still, a minute left of the map to go. Newson finds the drop, trades it back. This can still go back in Italy's favor. Newson did drop after.
Yeah, it's still pretty close right now. It's just 2-2 on FC, but a bit of an accuracy lead on the side of the United Kingdom. Now Zubin's still holding a 99.8% plus, and Zubin, despite a miss, and actually Very as well, despite a miss, they're still holding really high accuracy right now. And here you go, right into the ending.
Not much long left of the map, and UK have that 10,000 score lead. Very finds that miss. Yeah, again, that might just be the final nail in the coffin. UK will need to have from at least 2 players to bring this back. The score lead is still going up. Very finds more misses.
Very
There's nothing Italy can do at this point. They need to make consistent.
I think the bells are ringing. This might be it for the Italian side. They have made it to the they have made it through to the quarterfinals, but this marks the end of their Mania World Cup 2023 journey.
United Kingdom taking it on their protect, but not on their pick. Winning 6-2. Very well played from both teams and very good scores from all players. I mean, even in this one map, we see some very good scores all around. But that will be it. UK will win the match and will carry on through the bracket.
Yeah, and they're going to face Vietnam. It's going to be a rematch from 2 years ago from the Mania 4K World Cup 2021 finals losers bracket match.
And that is going to be all for this block. We have our next match is going to be at 21 UTC, so quite a bit from now. Oh, China, okay, sorry, we have some...
Oh no, that already happened.
Okay,
so
good.
you're correct.
Yeah,
you're
so
correct.
6 hours from now.
Correct.
Okay. USA versus Chile, and then Canada versus Mexico, and that will be it for today after that. So, if there's anything else that you'd like to say, Mashed Potato, we can end it here.
Nope. No. I just want to congratulate the United Kingdom for making it to the next stage for the quarterfinals. And yeah, good luck to the United Kingdom.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the quarterfinals weekend. We have another match here in the losers bracket. Actually, we've got a match for you here that features 2 teams that have just won their losers bracket match yesterday. So this is another one that both teams will have to win if they want to stay in the tournament. I am Potassium F here, casting alongside Patiraj. How are you doing?
Hi, I'm doing really well, and Hong Kong versus Germany. I commentated Germany versus Spain yesterday, and oh my god, Germany is such a huge surprise in quarterfinals, but they are actually so good, and I cannot wait to see how they fare against Hong Kong.
Yeah, that was actually a big surprise to at least me, and I'm assuming a lot of others as well, that Germany managed to win against Spain with a really strong performance at that as well. That was a fairly large seeding upset, the biggest that we've seen so far in the tournament at the very least. And now they're going up against Hong Kong. This is going to be an interesting one because both teams actually know a lot of the scores that the other team has gotten because they both played the map pool, of course, once before yesterday. So going to be interesting seeing the pick ban strategy between the two.
Yeah, that's a common thing you'll see today because it's Sunday, and Sunday is full of second matches. Really, the countries that are in the losers bracket are mostly on their second matches. They have to play 2 matches this week, so yeah, that is the dynamic that we are gonna see.
Yeah, and this might be an interesting one as well, because even though Hong Kong being the higher seed theoretically, I believe Hong Kong is also very similar seeded to Spain, who Germany still managed to beat yesterday. So even though there is the seed discrepancy somewhat here, you would have to imagine it's very possible for Germany to come out on top, especially since I do think that in the match that we saw against, Hong Kong against Peru, there were also some issues from the Hong Kong side with regards to the difficulty of this map pool as well.
Yeah, scaling matters a lot, and scaling starts to play a major role in quarterfinals. I think it's been especially common in the losers bracket to see teams falter. Teams just kind of start to show their vulnerabilities, so to speak.
Yeah, so let's see how this exactly goes. I believe we're just waiting a little bit for all the players to enter the lobby right now. Still a couple that are coming online. But yeah, it should be exciting, an exciting one for sure. It's going to be... I actually don't really know what the teams... I don't think it's going to be so straightforward as Rice versus LN like we do see in a lot of matches, because I feel like there's a lot of picks that, Hong Kong were doing very well on some of the Rice picks, but struggling a little bit more on the others. Germany, same kind of deal. They performed extremely well on some Rice picks, maybe not the most comfortable in some other ones, and I feel like it kind of carries over to the LN as well. Both teams performing both good and bad on certain LN and hybrid picks as well. So it's going to come down a lot to comfort and knowledge about kind of the other team's scores from yesterday.
And we see the rolls coming in, and holy, they are close. 71 versus 74. Fighting up there.
Going to be Hong Kong with the first protect. I wonder if either of these team decides to go for the SV, because I don't think that either of them are the best at SV, not like the most comfortable. They should be fairly close together as far as that is concerned, so might be a very dangerous one to leave open.
Yeah, honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if SV was completely ignored in this match, because SV, I think in this situation, is more of a wildcard kind of pick that you might want to either insert in the middle of the match or towards the tail end when your back is against the wall.
What I am thinking for Hong Kong is, some of these LN maps may be looking at Germany's scores from last time. Hong Kong looking like they're more comfortable on maps such as Calculator, maybe Heaven's Fall in there somewhere. Maybe Germany decides to go more towards some of the Rice picks instead, where they did look very comfortable with some of them.
Yeah, what's interesting to note about this quarterfinals map pool is that a lot of matches aren't based on the categories at all. Some of the matchups are actually based on the individual maps themselves. As we've mentioned before, each of the countries have their ease and discomforts on each individual map. And we might see, for example, teams having a lot of trouble on Upload Your Mind, Download My Soul, but having relative ease on things like Bluminal, Calculator. Also goes for the LNs. A lot of countries have been nailing Heaven's Fall really well, but the other long note picks, especially Erini's, were kind of sort of more ignored because they are way riskier. But we see the protects going in for Hong Kong and Germany. Hong Kong protecting long note number 1, Astra Walkthrough, and Germany protecting Edison by the virtue of Jixu and their Rise players.
Yeah, Edison's an interesting protect there for sure. I do think that Hong Kong did play Edison as well. If I remember correctly, Hong Kong actually lost that pick to Peru, so bit of a targeted protect from Germany. Of course, Germany as well have the players, like you said, Jixu, very strong there, so probably comfortable with the Jacks. But it's going to be the SV1 ban from Germany. I wonder if Hong Kong bans the other SV or maybe one of the Rice. Those are the two kind of areas that I would see Hong Kong might be going towards.
Yeah, honestly, Germany going for an SV ban is pretty sensible because I feel like Germany, if they were picking a ban from the other categories, I think there's a lot more uncertainty in the SV category than in the other categories. So getting rid of a little bit of uncertainty is still something that eases your mind, especially when you're in a stressful situation such as a tournament match.
Yeah, Sample Ensemble as well is one of those maps that if you're not like a really strong SV player, there is a very good chance that you just end up hitting a wall and just not able to improve your score past like, you know, that 97-ish mark. So it is very possible that, you know, some of these players not able to play Sample Ensemble in particular with the level of SV difficulty we're getting to. Does look like we're seeing a Nisimono ban from Hong Kong, so Cyber Thunder Cider open, a bit of a wild card pick for both of these teams.
Nisimono is going to be the ban for Hong Kong, and I see this as interesting because Hong Kong definitely has reasons to feel a little bit behind compared to Germany, despite the seed difference. I mean, they've seen their scores. They've seen Germany popping off against Spain. So they are rightfully afraid of something happening on a Rise pick such as Nisimono.
Yeah, of course, Juxu getting a 996k score v1 SS on Nisimono definitely would scare me as well if I was on Team Hong Kong. But it looks like we're getting into the first pick soon. It looks like Hong Kong just getting their players in.
Yeah, I do think it's especially difficult to strategize against Germany because they're such an unbalanced team. Like, I say this in the nicest way possible, but Germany's balance is pretty much all over the place. They have Jixu, obviously, and then for the other two players, it kind of just depends on this situation. But yesterday, they really did a good job of supporting their top player.
It's going to be Heaven's Fall first pick. I kind of like this as a first pick looking at the scores from both teams. Hong Kong definitely looked fairly comfortable overall with the density, and it's a long one as well, so there's less kind of chances for there to be massive variability. And of course, they do know Germany's scores on this one as well, so Hong Kong definitely with a better score yesterday. We'll see if the same thing happens here.
Yeah, I think Heaven's Fall has been a very popular pick because it's one of the least, I guess it's one of the more affordable picks. It's a pick that a lot of teams are gonna be able to full combo, and we've seen a lot of 6-way full combos on this, so a lot of this is gonna rely on accuracy.
Okay, good that Quotient is here for Hong Kong. I was getting a little bit concerned because Quotient was their best player on this map last time. by a decent amount. So good to see Hong Kong having their full roster. Germany as well. I believe this is the same roster that played yesterday. So we'll see how different the players perform this time. Of course, if Germany manages to come away with a few full combos of their own, it could very well be enough to take a break point here.
Yeah, honestly, it might even come down to how they're feeling today compared to yesterday. It is right now noon in Germany and evening, well, towards the evening in Hong Kong.
Yeah, I've heard a lot of varying things from different players when they decide, well, when they prefer to play. I think a lot of players actually do prefer midday around. And there's always those players that prefer playing at 3 a.m. for some reason.
Yeah, and especially in a team setting, you have to accommodate for all 6 of your players. And, well, some players aren't even able to play nights because, well, they don't live alone.
Big factor, of course. We'll see here now the very start of this chart at least. Not LN Pans haven't really kicked in, of course, but everyone's starting off strong at the very least.
We're just coming out of the intro, nothing much to say.
Yeah, here we go though. This is the real density, and Leo finds the first bit of a accuracy drop. It's going to give an early few thousand points to Hong Kong, but nothing too serious, plenty of time to catch that accuracy back up.
Yeah, I feel like in terms of accuracy, Hong Kong is starting off very confident, and as a first pick, Heaven's Fall is definitely justified here.
Yeah, it is long enough so that even, a single miss is not really going to be enough to counteract the accuracy advantage that we're seeing right now. All 3 Hong Kong players above 99.75, above the best accuracy on Germany actually. Juxu and Xiewin both a little bit less at 99.6.
Yeah, honestly, it's going to take a lot from Germany to catch up to Hong Kong's incredible performance, incredible team performance. You can see their accuracy is pretty much in unison.
And we're already 2/3 of the way into the map, and there is something that I don't want to I don't want to mention just yet, but haven't seen something happening just yet for either side. I guess it doesn't matter if I name it or not. Leo finds the first miss. So it's still 5 full combos this late into the map. Last quarter of the map we're getting into, but it's a very commanding lead for Hong Kong.
Yeah, you just had to say something, but, well, yeah, not gonna change much in the grand scheme of things because Hong Kong's advantage on this first pick is, well, speaks for itself, really.
Oh, Juxu finding a miss there. Quotient trades it, but it's a bit more of a messier miss from Juxu. And, oh, actually, this is a lot of misses from Hong Kong. From both DGen Stage 5 and Quotient, but it's not going to be enough. As I said, the accuracy lead is so large in Hong Kong's favor that a couple misses not quite enough to shrink that lead enough.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a shame for Hong Kong's team performance because you gotta know they have the potential to pull a triple FC and triple... I want to say triple 990k, but keeping your focus all the way through those 2 minutes and 47 minutes of unrelentless density is a challenge in itself.
Yeah, FCs from Meg Mewtwo and Xiewin, very strong. And I'll just note as well, just for the future of this match, but both teams actually getting better than their scores last week, especially Germany. That was a big improvement from their score last week overall. So if they're playing better today than yesterday, if they're playing better today than yesterday, then that is a very good sign for them on their own picks, and we'll see what Germany decides to go for now.
And honestly, if we are seeing Hong Kong versus Germany at their best, then you're in for a treat. Because I feel like going from this first pick is going to be back and forth.
It is going to be tough regardless. I wonder if we're going to see one of the Rise picks, I imagine, would be a good idea for Germany. Maybe we're going to see Rise 5 is my perhaps prediction here.
So Germany is calling for Punish to get back on the tournament server,
so SV.
which spells an SV pick potentially, yeah.
Okay, well this is one that I wasn't sure of. I'm not sure, I don't think Germany played the SV. No, they didn't. Despite it being a fairly long match, no SV maps were played, so actually this is a big advantage for Germany because they know what Hong Kong has on the side.
But actually, no, it's gonna be Rice 1.
What? Oh, okay, I was just wrong. Okay.
It's a little bit interesting, yeah. I don't know if Punish actually plays speed, or they're just preparing for the next picks or so. But yeah, the speed lineup on Germany's side is going to be Jixu, Lotex, and Sewin. I think as we've seen yesterday.
Yeah, and Germany did have a fairly good team score from their side on this one, so it makes a lot of sense. They were pretty comfortable overall with the Rice picks, it seems. So definitely going to be challenging this one, and apparently the Punish thing in chat was just a bait all along, because Punish is not even going to be playing this pick.
Yeah. Yeah, I think they're just preparing for the next picks, just Punish restarting their game to maybe just fix their offset or something. Probably warming up for the SV2. And right now we're gonna get some information about Hong Kong's mood on the physical aspects of things.
We are seeing Resizis coming in here for Hong Kong. I don't believe they played on yesterday's match. Perhaps not oh no, they did on Cyber Thunder. So we'll see how this one goes. Germany's first pick, so an important one for them to win if they want to get the ball rolling in this match.
Jixu the only one with Mirror right now.
Okay, the speed streams. This one has a very high potential for chokes on either side, and I think what it's really going to come down to is some of these second and third players on both of the teams, because we know that Germany, or we know that Jixu in particular, does have some extremely strong Rice accuracy, and we're seeing that right out of the gates. Oh my god, there's a lot of high ac on the board, but a miss from Quotient early on, that's going to give the lead to Germany.
Yeah, just have to catch another miss on the German side, but right now they're looking very solid, and even playing at noon, I think they're on a very good mood today.
Oh wow, look at these scores overall. Actually, all 6 players are holding strong accuracies. Quotient, despite the miss, is holding 99.7, so it's looking good for Hong Kong overall, but still a little bit of an ac lead for Germany off the back of Jixu's 99.88.
Yeah, every single player on the board has to hold strong here, going into the most intense part of the map.
And no mistakes can be afforded, even though it is a lead for Germany. This is a small one, 7,000 points, and it can shrink very, very quickly on a map like this. Just a quarter of the map left. Everyone's doing well on the stream so far. Not even accuracy drops to really speak of here.
Yeah, honestly, Germany's lead is just hanging by a combo lead right now.
Oh, look at this lead though, it's shrinking ever so slightly. Sewin dropping in accuracy down to 99.58, while OsuDJ and Sage 5 increasing back the accuracy. Quotient now with 99.8 despite the miss, but it doesn't look like there's enough time. 1,000 is the point lead, but it's going to be the 3 FCs from Germany managing to take their own point. This is a really strong performance.
Yeah, really strong performance, not only from Germany, but also from Hong Kong. If Hong Kong can manage to get this kind of performance, that means that an upset, a breakpoint on the Rice department is definitely on the table. So Germany got their first point, sure, but they have to look for their backs.
Yeah, this is a seriously close one. We can see Hong Kong had the overall better ratio between their second and third players, in particular the 200 counts and the miss count. Both kind of similar for the two teams there. But a very strong 5 FCs is just crazy to me. I'm just still thinking about that in one lobby. But 1-1 is the score now. Hong Kong get their own pick. And I wonder if they're looking to go for more of the LN picks. You know, Astra walk through one of those that I expect to be picked soon if they're going to be going for those LN.
Yeah, in this map pool in particular, I like to think I like to think of the long nodes and hybrid pool as one single entity, because people's weaknesses and strengths on each of those hybrids and long node maps kind of define the order of which they're gonna go through. And right now we see hybrid number 3, Calculator.
Okay, this is a pick that actually, instead of going with the LNs, I believe this is a targeted pick again against Germany. Like we said earlier, this isn't a pick necessarily about the types of maps, but more about the individual comfort for the German players, because we did see Germany lose this one to Spain looking a little bit uncomfortable on some of their players and some of the patterning here, whereas Hong Kong performed very strongly on it yesterday, so we'll see how it goes this time. And actually what I'm seeing right now is Low-Tech staying in for Germany. That would be an interesting one to see. I believe Medium Kek was the one to play it as their third player last time.
Yeah, honestly, an interesting change of roster, and maybe, yeah, they're probably switching up their strategy, their approach on this map in particular, or maybe, yeah, it's just kind of an unknown that is added onto the equation. Let's start. Calculator, very, very technical hybrid, and most of the technical picks of this map pool we've seen a lot of chokes on. So be on the lookout for misses left and right.
Yeah, and you know, even though we say that Hong Kong might have a bit more comfort overall with this one, chokes very possible and also very damaging to the score, because this is less than 2 minutes long. So a miss in the middle of the map could actually completely ruin someone's score if it's a little bit messy.
Yeah, just looking out for the accuracies. Up front, Hong Kong on an advantage right now, but that advantage could very well go towards Germany if a combo break happens, which is surely going to happen.
Yeah, right now the ACT lead very strong in favor of Hong Kong. Xiewin and Low-Tech's both at around 99.4s, a little bit behind the rest of the players in the lobby. And Quotient and Meg Mewtwo both with the highest accuracies, helping out the Hong Kong team as well.
Yeah, the combo breaks and tricks definitely helped Hong Kong get this advantage.
It's 21,000 points the lead, and that, yeah, like I said before, the combo break, it's going to hurt the score so much in such a short map.
Yeah, my take on Hong Kong right now is that the picks that Hong Kong is comfortable on, they're gonna absolutely ace. So if Hong Kong knows which picks they are comfortable in, I think they're going in pretty confident they're gonna get the pick. Germany, on the other hand, we've seen how close it was on Chipsatilla. So
the speed up happens.
Germany definitely getting questioned here. Low-Tech with a miss, by the way. So gonna give more advantage to the Hong Kong team, and that is a very commending lead, 57,000 points in total.
Yeah, Hong Kong crushing their team score from yesterday with a 3-way FC. I think Germany also finding maybe a bit of an improvement. I'm not entirely sure on the exact scores, but yeah, roughly the same for Germany, I think. But Hong Kong with a very strong three-way FC can't really do much against a score like that from Hong Kong. So a very good pick in the end from them. But it is still 2-1. It is still no break points being found. So Germany, they get their own pick now. I wonder if eventually they're going to go for Cyber Thunder Cider. It is something that, maybe I'm expecting to come out at some point.
Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if Germany kept their toes on the physical aspect of the map, who may be going for Bakamitai. Or maybe even the Protect Edison, because Edison definitely something that they're feeling confident on.
Yeah, now that I look at the pool, almost all of the Rice picks feel fairly good for Germany. Not that they're necessarily, in an advantage on the Rice picks, but if they do feel comfortable, it's going to be fairly neck and neck on those picks. Definitely things that Germany can win on.
And I believe right now they're discussing their next steps, because sure, they might have the theoretical advantage on Rice and physicality, but seeing how close it was on Chipsopilla definitely puts a lot of stress onto the decision making.
Yeah, after seeing that they had to get a three-way FC to win by 1,000 points on Gypsopilla, it definitely puts the pressure on to Germany's Rice players. And it looks like it is going to be Bakamitai, Rice 5 coming out here. Another really short pick, another one that's very, dump-oriented. So something that fits maybe what Germany's feeling comfortable with after that Gypsopilla team score that they managed to pull off.
This is so relaxing. It's kind of whiplash going from a high pressure tournament situation into just this kind of mellow, really chill song.
Sad karaoke song, yeah. But let's see how the teams perform on this one. May come down to individual misses once again, like we saw on Gypsopilla earlier. But very strong players so far, at least in this match. So, bit of a rough start for Meg Mewtwo and Lotex and Siewin actually at the very early portions of the map, but nothing too significant. They can recover still in the rest of it.
Yeah, right now, Hong Kong coming with an accuracy advantage, but Quotient dropping in the early part. And the early part is definitely the easier one by far compared to the second half, which is very much more intense. It's of course, by the way.
And despite that early drop, it does look like Hong Kong has a little bit of an accuracy advantage. But it was a drop after the 400 combo mark, so I feel like Germany still has enough act to be able to hold a lead, but they have to keep it up, and we're almost at the hardest part of the map.
Yeah, I gotta be on the lookout on both the accuracies and the combos, because Hong Kong definitely still has overall accuracy advantage, and I'm very curious to see. Oh no, Lotex, that's bad.
10,000 point swing immediately, and we could already see that the AC was just giving Hong Kong a bit of a lead, but Meg Mewtwo finding a miss. The AC lead overall still in favor of Hong Kong, but another miss. That's enough to give Germany. Oh my god, no, it's flickering back and forth. It might not be enough, is it? Meg Mewtwo still below 400 combo.
Yeah, that's gonna be enough. I think that's gonna be enough. Just barely though.
Oh my god, don't drop any 200s on that last section there. And it is barely, again, going to be Germany winning their own pick, 766 points. and they pull through Juksu, needing to get that 996k to be able to win that. Score V1 double S. OCDG in stage 5 as well with the FC 1200. And oh man.
There's no way that Germany isn't shook right now. That's especially seeing how long it took for them to go for Bakamitai here. I'm pretty sure that Germany is kind of in high discussion right now. This is not a big gap at all. And if we see the same kind of gap in the Rise department, that doesn't bode well for Germany. We might be at 2-2 right now. Balanced situation, but in the mindsets, Hong Kong definitely has the advantage.
Yeah, it does seem like Hong Kong's picks are definitely being won by a more convincing lead than Germany's, but, you know, breakpoints are going to have to happen if Hong Kong wants to be able to take a solid lead. Germany is still absolutely in this match. And I mean, you know, being so much lower of a seed as well in Germany, it really depends on the mentality that the players have, right? I mean, I could definitely imagine, even though it's really close, they might be absolutely thrilled to win that point right there. So maybe, potentially, the mood on the team is quite high right now. But Hong Kong right now, they're picking Upload Your Mind, Download My Soul. This is an interesting one to pick because I do believe yesterday Hong Kong was actually had a bit of struggles on their side trying to be able to hold the combo.
Yeah, looking at the scores right now, it's gonna all come down to their third player. So their two top players on each side have to get good runs, and their third player, and it's gonna come down to a battle of attrition between their third players.
Oh, okay, hang on a second. I'm looking at the scores, MP links, right? Both teams actually played this, and Hong Kong got the better score by 4,000 points. I mean, so not Hong Kong, Germany got the better score by 4,000 points.
But that's all gonna go in smokes because there's a roster change coming from Hong Kong. Raksak replacing Meg Mewtwo on this one. Meg Mewtwo was the third player for Hong Kong yesterday. Raksak's gonna be the third player for today, so probably a different performance that's gonna come out today.
Okay, we'll see how strong Raksak is at this map, switching in especially for this one. And this one is a very difficult one to keep combo on. There is so much choke potential with all of the Jacks. Jacks and LN combined is something that not many players are going to be finding too comfortable, especially when they're so constant. Oh, okay, early miss. First miss from Raksak. That's going to give Germany a bit of an advantage. That comes with an act drop as well, so Raksak down to 99.4. But still, Hong Kong looking like they have an accuracy advantage because of Quotient so high up that Lowtech's finding a miss as well. That's going to give Hong Kong back the lead. As I said before, the accuracy lead in Hong Kong's favor right now.
Yeah, I mean, 5,000 in the grand scheme of things, halfway through the map is not a lot. So Germany could still win this pick back. And if Germany gets a breakpoint, that's very major for them. That gets them into a much more comfortable position to go for. OSUD Gen stage gonna drop, and oh god, the misses are coming from the German side. Lowtech's chain missing right now.
Oh, that's a lot of misses from Lowtech's, and this lead is now growing massive in favor of Hong Kong. It's the accuracy lead more than the misses, it feels like right now, because Lowtech drops below 99%. OCDG 5 finds another miss, but it's fairly clean, still at 99.56, so it's not going to dent the score lead that much.
Yeah, I think it all came down to Lowtech's just not feeling like nailing that section, unfortunately, and Jigsaw not getting a full combo on this one is also a big determinator of this point, because yeah, otherwise I think if Germany had a good run on this one, they could maybe have tried to challenge Hong Kong, but that is still a very very good run from Hong Kong. I think that is an improvement, substantial improvement from Hong Kong compared to yesterday.
Yeah, massive improvement from Hong Kong, especially here. And Quotient as well with the full combo 993k topping the lobby there. Ends up being a strong pick for them. Yeah, just very unfortunate misses from the German side because, when the patterns are so relentless, it's so easy to chain miss like that. But still, 5 maps in, 0 break points. Germany, it is your turn to pick. Do they keep going with Rice? It's been working, in a way. Edison, still their protect, still up. I wonder when they're going to pull that one out. You have to imagine it has to come out eventually. Cyber Thundersider also on the table.
I think in regards to picking tech versus straightforward Rise, for example, Cosmo Station, the Jump Stream map, Edison, the Jack map, I think it all comes down to how they're feeling right now. I think that Germany has more reasons to go for the more straightforward picks, but maybe they're also gonna go with Break the Silence. But if I were Germany, I wouldn't exactly pick Break the Silence, seeing how close back it was.
Yeah, Break the Silence might be a really risky one. Timeout, they're going to discuss this, as they should. I think this is as good a time as any to go for it, because it is a very important one to be able to think about. I think the fact that they haven't picked Cyber Thundersider yet means that maybe they're not confident in beating Hong Kong's score that they showed yesterday, or maybe they think that Hong Kong might have improved. For the other picks, Break the Silence might be very close. Edison was their protect. They know Hong Kong's scores, so that might be a decent one if they're feeling okay with the Jacks today. Cosmo Station, Hong Kong did have a lot of struggle with their third player on Cosmo Station yesterday, but it's hard to say whether that was just a one-off underperformance or not.
Yeah, because I think right now, looking at the remaining maps, each of the teams have to look at their own performance, their own weaknesses, but also have to take into account the other team's weaknesses. It all comes down to just cutting your own losses in regards to your own discomforts with the map pool, and taking the other team's discomfort with the map pool into account. Just kind of a gamble at this point.
Yeah, and I think the tricky situation as well for Germany is because of how they've been winning their points so far, it really does feel like they need FCs to be able to take a point. Hong Kong has had the better accuracy overall, even on the Rise picks, so if there's any map that maybe one of their players even is not quite feeling on the day today right now, then that might be a map that they just can't pick. So that's why they really do need to take their time, talk with all their players on the team, which maps do you feel comfortable on right now? Is there anything that you don't like, but it seems like they're going with Edison instead? This is the Protect, this is the Jack map. Historically, a very risky category to be picking ever.
Yeah, however, I think Germany has the weapons to make this pick safer than it seems.
Yeah, we are going to be expecting some high scores from the German side, of course, on this one. This one, Jacks notably are easier to get high accuracy on as long as you can keep up with the BPM. And I assume for a team that's protecting it and picking it as well, they should be comfortable enough to keep up with the Jacks. This was also one that, as I mentioned before, was lost by Hong Kong against Peru, having a little bit of a struggle holding on to full combos on the side of Hong Kong. Although I say that, but Quotient yesterday got a 998.9k with 45 300s.
So yeah, we can potentially see Quotient Quotient's rivaling Jigsaw, kind of canceling each other out, and it's gonna be battle between the two other players. Unless a choke happens, could happen.
And chokes are really easy to happen, not even just because of the map, but also because of the situation right now. Germany knows that they really need to be winning their own picks.
Let me tell you something. It's a bit of a riddle, a little bit of a predicament, a bit of a pickle to get rid of all the bitterness if you're cynical, sentimental, or mental.
So let's see, we're getting into it. A very important pick here. Oh, they're already playing the first few patterns.
Yeah, kind of just skipping the intro for us before we get into the actual meat of the map.
Oh, very early miss before the jack section actually from Siewin, but that's before the combo cap, so it shouldn't matter as much as a miss happening, around now. The bigger issue though looks like Siewin's accuracy just not feeling comfortable, and Juxu finding a miss. That is the play you don't expect. Meg Mewtwo also finding a miss to counter it out, but it's a clean one overall. Hong Kong with the accuracy advantage.
Yeah, right now Quotient's run is still intact with 99.96. Definitely gonna carry their team. And right now, Hong Kong's run is intact with very high accuracies.
I do think that over time though, Siewin should build up the accuracy back. This lead should shrink ever so slightly as we get later in, but not if Lotex finds a miss there. Meg Mewtwo trades it, so ultimately net 0, but Siewin finding a miss as well. Hong Kong, they're in a big lead now.
Yeah, 30,000 point lead on the opponent's pick. It is something that Hong Kong has been hoping for.
Quotient finding a miss. That's the biggest stack on Hong Kong, but it's a very clean one. 99.87 still. Osuji Gen Stage 5, the last player with a full combo. And we still have half the map left, but 32,000 points is a big lead to try and come back from.
Yeah, Quotient's miss right now in the break is gonna put a damper on their score. Unfortunately, not gonna get another 998.
And it's just the accuracy. Siewin just not comfortable getting good accuracy. Finding another miss as well. Lead stretching to 40,000 points, and it's only growing. It's not shrinking at all. Meg Mewtwo. Big act drop from Meg Mewtwo, but not enough just yet in and of itself.
Yeah, the accuracy difference between Meg Mewtwo and Siewin is just too high for Germany to recover, and we're getting into the outro of the map, and that's going to be the first breakpoint from Hong Kong. Very major point, very major turning point in this matchup.
Quotient and Osuji Gen 5, Stage 5, both getting the highest accuracies of the lobby. That is a score V1 SS with 50. Oh, no, it's not. Never mind. That's a 100. Getting baited by the 100. But we can almost call that one. 997k with a 100. But, oh, wait, hang on a second. The other side of the screen. I didn't see that one. 26, 300s for Juxu.
Yeah, that is a very funny court jack score. Very typical court jack score coming from Jigsaw. Very nice ratio and some judgments here and there. Quotients as well. Very much the same story. DGen stage definitely getting the better deal out of everyone.
And that is going to be the first break point. 4-2 now. Hong Kong have the first actual lead that we've seen so far in this match, and they get their own pick next, so they have the opportunity to take it to a match point already right now. They still have 2 LN picks. They still have a hybrid pick if they want to go to those ones. They can really pick anything as long as they don't pick the rice, obviously.
Yeah, I think that's going to be the move here. Do we go for the hybrids? Do we risk the LNs? I think the LNs might still be safe for Hong Kong.
It is going to be Astra walkthrough, more of the coordination focus, something that I would believe probably favors Hong Kong just a little bit, given what we've seen in the LNs so far.
Yeah, I do believe that Hong Kong can get a lot of leverage in terms of accuracy, but the combo is going to be another story, I feel like. I think a lot of teams have been faltering, have been choking a lot on this type of pick. Coordination heavy, so coordination requires a lot of focus. Focus requires not succumbing to potential tournament stress. And right now, Hong Kong 4-2 against Germany is definitely an advantage in terms of mindset and momentum.
Here we go, Germany is going to be on the lookout for a breakpoint back if they want to get back into this match. Better sooner than later. This one's a fairly short map, so potential is there always if there is a miss from Hong Kong, but the accuracy is what I'm concerned about most here for Germany.
Yeah, Quotient has been complaining about lag spikes, and I believe that's what happened on the Edison as well, giving out their miss.
Potentially there as well, so Quotient with a very early miss there. Going to give Germany a very slight advantage, but not going to last that long, it looks like, because Hong Kong still have a bit of an accuracy lead. All three German players around that 99.4% mark.
Yeah, I think it's all going to come down to how Leo can handle his pick. Oh no, that combo break is bad.
Very messy combo break as well. Hard to have a clean one in a map like this. Below 99% for Leo. And that's going to mean Hong Kong is going to take a significant lead already, 1/3 of the way into the map.
Yeah, honestly, a very scary pick for Germany. Leo chaining into another miss.
Juksu performing quite well, 99.5, matching just about OCD Gen Stage 5, but no one there to match Meg Mewtwo's 99.7% right now. Quotient as well, despite the early misses, recovered all the way up to 99.6, actually beating all of the accuracies on Germany.
Yeah, right now, Hong Kong on a very good momentum right now in terms of combo. Triple, almost triple FCing this pick. Just never mind Quotient's miss in the intro.
Yeah, and actually now Meg Mewtwo dropping a little bit of accuracy, so Quotient is just about to overtake everyone to become the highest accuracy in the lobby.
Yeah, just Hong Kong demonstrating their dominance in the long live department. And, I think that's going to be a common. That is going to be a common theme in the long live department. But another miss coming from Quotient after OCD Gen Stages 1.
It just feels like 3 misses from Hong Kong, but it's just too little, too late. If those had come maybe in the middle of the map with a bit more of accuracy drops, there may have been something to it, but not at the very end of the map. It's going to be Hong Kong with a very solid team score, 980k average. And very solid FCs for Siewin and Juksu, but not quite enough to be able to take the point overall here.
Yeah, we can see that Hong Kong definitely wasn't as confident on this pick as other ones, and that shows itself through those combo breaks towards the tail end of the map. But still, their accuracy advantage overall is definitely enough to. It's definitely enough for them to confidently say, "I want to pick a lens." And Germany, their backs against the wall. Match point situation for Hong Kong. Definitely a good time to pull the SVs.
Yep, this is always the correct time to bring up the SV pick. Obviously something that's very risky to do, maybe sometimes at the very start of the match, but right now, Germany, they need a big comeback. And that happens with risky picks like Cyber Thundersider. I do imagine we're getting Punish into the lobby as well. Yep, there he is.
And medium kick as well. We haven't seen medium kick this match, but that's gonna be the lineup for Germany in terms of SVs.
They're switching the positions to make sure that Punish is on the top slot on the stream, it looks like.
promising.
I wonder who's going to come in for Hong Kong. Recesus is coming in, making a reappearance.
Let's see where 2.5 hours of practice got
Uh-oh.
me. I mean, this map is fairly intuitive. So if you're used
Wait, what?
to learning
What is that
SD
roll?
No.
Okay, what a time to roll a 1. But it looks like OCDG in stage 5 is going to get 34 misses, so maybe that cancels out the 1 roll.
83 misses, 98%.
Oh my god, what are these rolls? What? I mean, I would take a 98%.
I mean, that's still good compared to what we've seen throughout this week. I think quarterfinals SVs is where we started seeing maybe some of the third players kind of getting suboptimal scores.
Yeah, so let's see how this goes. I do know Hong Kong have 2 very scary scores that they got yesterday, but their third player maybe not so comfortable. Germany, we don't have any information on, but I do believe, I mean, Punish is a very strong SV player overall, so I do expect them to get a very high score. Not really sure. I mean, 2.5 hours of practice for Medium Keck. We'll see how much that gets them.
Yeah, well, Hong Kong definitely has an SV lineup as well, so gonna be on the lookout for that.
Well, Medium Keck actually having a bit of accuracy struggles at the very start here. 96% on the first sets of gimmicks.
Hong Kong definitely coming into this map confident as ever.
Oh, look at these accuracies from Hong Kong. This is really strong. Getting through the first slow jam section. Just fine. Medium Keck's accuracy being brought back up, so still the chance to come back here. And the second set of these.
Definitely going to be interesting to see how that develops, because if you lose yourself in the gimmicks, you can chain miss, and if you chain miss, you drop a lot of accuracy. 98% is still in the realm of where Hong Kong could potentially drop.
Yeah, absolutely. This accuracy from Medium Keck definitely making a huge recovery. 98.5. The other 2 players in Germany, very strong accuracies as well. Still in this, absolutely. If one of the Hong Kong players make a mistake, and this is the hardest part of the map, this is the extreme slow jam section. Seen plenty of misses on this part right now. Medium Keck, oh, that's a big act drop, but still manages to hold the combo. All 6 players.
Yeah, the slow jams definitely putting some pressure on the accuracy department, but that does almost nothing to the Hong Kong team. Rictus is dropping a little bit of accuracy, starting to see this consistency being put into question here.
Oh, in this part, few accuracy drops here from both sides. OCD Gen Stage 5 finds a miss, but fairly clean, still 99%. The accuracy from Medium Keck still down at 97.5. It should still be Hong Kong's lead.
Yeah, anything could still happen if there are more misses coming in from the Hong Kong team. It could potentially swing the lead closer to Germany's side, but 30,000 points is a big ordeal to go for. The last chorus is the last hard part of the map. I think for me it's the hardest part.
Yeah, it does end up getting a little bit faster, it feels like, as far as the scroll speed goes on average towards the end here. 39,000 points lead is going to have to be a massive drop from the Hong Kong side.
Versus continuing to drop some accuracy here and there, but still combo intact.
Doesn't look like anyone is going to be dropping at the end. This is 5 full combos in the lobby. Only the 1 miss on OCD Gen Stage 5, but Hong Kong taking it 6-2 in the end. Actually, you know, so many FCs in this lobby. This is an impressive team score from both teams.
Yeah, very impressive team score coming from Hong Kong and very impressive showing from Germany as well with almost 2,990Ks.
Yeah, I'm just going to also shout out Recesus as well for the massive improvement from yesterday's score as well. A whole 1% AC up from yesterday's accuracy. Germany's score, team score on this one would have actually, been very close to Hong Kong's score yesterday. But the improvement coming in clutch there. Unfortunately, now Germany are eliminated from the tournament, but definitely performed extremely well. I think they should be proud of themselves for sure. Hong Kong, congratulations, going to be moving on to the semi-finals in the losers bracket next week.
Yeah, seeing their performance today, I believe that Hong Kong definitely can handle the semi-finals, but it's going to be up to them to see how they manage to scale on the semi-finals map pool. The maps are getting harder and harder, and we are gonna have the map pool showcase quite earlier than usual. I believe towards 15 UTC is the time that we have planned.
Yeah, ends up having a nice and early schedule for some of the Asian viewers out there. So perhaps some people are going to be watching the showcase for the first time. But until then, we actually have the next match happening, or next two matches, I believe, are both going to be streamed on the two channels. Wait, no, 3 matches. Okay, 3 matches happening simultaneously. Okay.
Okay, we only have 2 channels. We only have 2 channels, so we can only stream 2 matches at the same time. But I think technically we do have a French restream, so we might be able to stream all 3 matches at the same time? Question mark.
We'll see. I believe the plan right now is that we will be streaming Japan versus Indonesia on the main stream. That will be in 13 UTC in about 2 hours exactly. So make sure you stick around for that one. That is, of course, a winner's bracket match, so it's going to be very exciting between those two teams in particular. Plenty more to look out for. But until then, we will see you later.
Yeah, bye. Get your banners!
That too.